So what does that mean? Mine is Dakin Hadin. What exactly does that mean? Ilela Kashdina. So what's it means like this. Kashdina, it means that halacha and rest of the days in the same. This case is too difficult for us. And we can't issue a verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. The coming by it. And also, you should say that Dafka by capital cases and not by monetary cases. So the ones I'm not thinking about money, we should have Aka, don't have Ika. You're right, switch it around. Rashi would no, don't switch it around. What does it mean? Oh, mine is Dakin Adin. What does it mean, Dakin Adin? Chacham Dina. It means the declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. So therefore, again, when it comes to being Mamonis, Beis Din says you have decided appropriately. The conscious, they don't think that's the right statement. So once again, so it's a catch-up. So the head of the judges, he makes the declaration as Dakin Hadin. So much as 1 second. If you want to say that ultimately again is Dakin Hadin means a declaration. We did good. We judged appropriately. And Hayid Amar Gadol makes sense to have the Beis Din says this. But if you say that halacha means that the thing is too difficult and you can't find the resolution, why does the God have to say it? I'm not saying I have to be declared by faith, but does the God of the division have to say it? Isn't that embarrassing? Maybe some level of embarrassment, so these things can't reach resolution, but it would better have the embarrassment come from the dying himself than to have it come from others. Incredible. So once you got another thing, you have to tell us how to know. It's one of the better declarations. He says, if you can't reach your verdict, how do you end up with the dispatchman? So I was back to that favorite. If you want to say that it is declaration, that the baby is good job as adjudicating this case. Speaking of nothing, is the person supposed to praise themselves? Well, don't think of the Pasuk says, if you're deserving of praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise yourself. So how could the Higher Beis Din be saying, we did a good job of adjudicating this case? Shining notes of the Beis Din, no, because it never comes to a Beis Din. Everything that comes from a Beis Din always comes from the Higher Beis Din. Every declaration always comes from the Higher Beis Din. This is not. Rabbi, in the same way that the blood was the
Great courses last for September 7. Go to greatcoursesplus.com/ReligionsDigest to check out their huge library of lectures and courses top-notch scholars in their fields. Kabbalah, sometimes anglicized as Kabbalah, is made as Jewish mysticism, but it's one of those concepts that's not only difficult to define, constantly exoticized and stereotyped. For example, pop star Madonna embedded conflicting imagery into her 2002 music video from the James Bond film Die Another Day, which we'll examine later in this video. Generally speaking, though, mysticism refers to an spiritual endeavor to encounter or invoke the divine in this world. So this includes religious experiences of the divine, like ecstatic visions. Rituals try to access divine presence or to trigger transformative inner experiences. Mysticism can also refer to works of literature related to these themes, and though Kabbalists could be described as ecstatic videos, Kabbalists were Jewish teachers with the educated elite of Europe, living in Spain and writing new and innovative studies of Jewish texts and concepts about mystical contemplation of the divine realms, the nature of God, the purpose of humanity, and the creation of the universe. The Hebrew word Kabbalah derives from the verb to receive and could be translated as that which has been received, or simply tradition. The scholar Joseph Dan writes that Kabbalah is thus a claim by Jewish spiritualists from the Middle Ages to this day that they received a tradition that was held secret for many centuries. Secret or hidden wisdom that they believed was originally passed down to Moses at Mount Sinai and transmitted through the centuries to medieval Kabbalists. Kabbalah should not be described as a distinct branch of Judaism. In the same way that we talk about conservative Judaism or Orthodox Judaism or Reconstructionist Judaism, nor should be defined as a unified or coherent system, but rather traditions encompassing several modes of reading, a library of a series of concepts, and a range of practices within Judaism that are concerned with mystical contemplation. There's a lot to cover, so let's get into it. First, the origins of Kabbalah. Kabbalah emerged in Southern Europe in the 12th century in several major centers of learning, including Provence in southern France and area of the Iberian Peninsula, including Girona and the region of Castile. But mysticism has a long history that stretches back hundreds of years before this. You find mystical texts in the Bible itself, such as the book of Ezekiel, or the vision of the prophet Isaiah of God, surrounded by divine beings called seraphim crying out, "Holy, holy, holy." Then we have the so-called Hakalit literature and the Merkava literature. Together, these include a few dozen Jewish mystical texts stretching from the Second Temple period all the way through the late Antique. The book of Ezekiel, or the vision of the prophet Isaiah, when he beholds the throne room of God, surrounded by divine beings called seraphim crying out, "Holy, holy, holy." Then we have the so-called Hakalit literature and the Merkava literature. Together, these include a few dozen Jewish mystical texts stretching from the Second Temple period all the way through the late Antique period. These texts focus on the creation of the universe and journeys into the heavens to reveal the structure of the divine realms. There's also late antique Jewish magical texts like the Sefer Harazim, the Book of Secrets, which describes, among other things, how to conduct magical incantations using the names of angels. But despite this rich body of Jewish mystical texts, do not consider them Kabbalistic texts. According to Gershom Shalem, the father of the modern academic study of Kabbalah, the first true work of Kabbalah is probably the Sefer HaBahir, which dates to the late 12th century. The scholars argue here is the earliest Kabbalistic text because it introduces three new ideas into Jewish mysticism that almost all later Kabbalists adopted. Number one, the idea that the divine world is composed of 10 divine powers, known in later texts as Erot. Number two, the idea that one of the divine powers is feminine, which formally introduces the idea of gender dualism into later Kabbalah. And number three, the idea that the divine powers can be described with the allegory of a tree. You've probably seen schematic drawings of this tree around the internet if you've done even a cursory study into Kabbalah. The Bahir was not created in a vacuum, though. It reworks proto-Kabbalistic ideas found in earlier books, such as the Sefer Yetzirah, which was probably composed sometime in the late Antique period. We're really not sure, but by the 10th century, Jewish scholars were writing all sorts of commentaries on this book. The Sefer Yetzirah laid out the groundwork for Kabbalistic speculation about the 10 divine powers or emanations called Sefirot, as well as the mystic numbers and Hebrew letters, topics we will return to shortly. Some takeaways for the origins of Kabbalah emerged in the 13th century in southwestern Europe. Following the appearance of the Bahir, several circles of Kabbalistic teachers and mystics emerged around Isaac the Blind in Provence, Maimonides in Girona, and Abraham Abulafia in the region of Castile, who was known for experiential ecstatic calm. Each and every one of these men deserved their own examinations, but in general, all of them were participating in a scholarly endeavor, writing commentaries on the Torah, essays on rabbinic law, sharing prayer techniques and sermons. In other words, they were writing the same sort of genres that Jewish writers were making for centuries. It's not like there was an official division between Kabbalistic texts on one hand and non-Kabbalistic texts on the other hand. The scholar of Kabbalah, Dr. Joseph Dan, argues that these three components that I mentioned earlier are generally identifying a work as being part of Kabbalah. But here I'll disclaimer that this is not a perfect rubric because it is so diverse, almost always an exception. But let's turn to some of the most prominent ideas. First, one of the main ideas shared by almost all Kabbalists is the concept of Ein Sof, literally translated as no end or infinite. We can think of Ein Sof as an infinite impersonal God or supreme entity that we cannot describe with our own human faculties. In the words of the medieval French rabbi, Ein Sof is that which is not conceivable by thinking from astrophysics. Ein Sof is kind of like dark matter. It's a place for something that we just cannot perceive ourselves with our own senses. Ein Sof is because it illustrates how mystics God, but also how they view the universe. The great Kabbalist Isaac Lurie, a theory of cosmogony, or in other words, an explanation of the beginning of the universe, and he based on Ein Sof, calling it Tzimtzum, translated as contraction. His theory of Tzimtzum goes something like this. First, in the beginning, there was only Ein Sof. Ein Sof then contracted, leaving a space in which our world developed. This means that our world only occupies a small portion of the universe. Between Ein Sof and our world, though, there are things called Sefirot, which I mentioned in the earlier discussion about the book here. Now, it's impossible to define Sefirot because Kabbalists throughout time have held many different ideas about them, but some think of them as layers of existence, 10 divine powers or emanations of Ein Sof that are ordered in a hierarchy that together represent the power of the Godhead. Like I said earlier, you've probably seen depictions of the 10 Sefirot, since they're often portrayed as a tree or corresponding to different parts of the human body. Some scholars would say that the concept of Sefirot is the clearest of a Kabbalistic worldview. If a text mentions the Sefirot, it's a prediction that it relies on Kabbalistic mission, though again, there are always exceptions. We can think of the Sefirot as divine intermediaries between us and the ultimate unknown head. The one up is the closest to Ein Sof, and the one at the bottom, called the Shekhinah, is the one that we typically interact with, the divine power closest to the material created world. Interestingly, the Sefirot are gendered. Kabbalists conceive of the Shekhinah as feminine and often describe God's bride. Each of the Sefirot is male or female, but most have both male and female parts, and he may male in relation to one and female in relation to the other. This gendering of the Godhead gives us a look into another important part of Kabbalah, sexuality. The best example of this comes in the most important book in all of Kabbalah, the Zohar, or the Book of Radiance. One scholar of Kabbalah calls the Zohar the highest expression of Jewish literary imagination in the Middle Ages. It's considered by many the core text of Kabbalah, and although I call it a book, the Zohar really should be described as a body of literature. The Stanford University Press translation and commentary of the Zohar required 12 volumes to publish it. So, yeah, it's not a book in the strictest sense of the word. The Zohar emerged in the 13th century from Castile, one of the major centers of Kabbalah. Most critical scholars today agree that it was composed by a rabbi named Moses de Leon. De Leon wrote it in a distinct dialect of Aramaic, mixed with Hebrew, and he framed the text as being written in the 2nd century by its main character, Shimon Bar Yochai, a real oracle sage living in the 6th century. Many Orthodox Jews today maintain that it was written by Shimon Bar Yochai himself. The Zohar is primarily a common Torah, but it reads somewhat like a mystical novel. In the book, Shimon Bar Yochai and his disciples around the Galilee, meeting different characters, learning and sharing mystical teaching, the Zohar develops many of the major themes of Kabbalah, including the gender of the Sefirot and the ultimate mission. The connection between Sefirot becomes erotic. Some are givers, some are receptors, and the mystic's ultimate mission is to initiate an erotic marriage between God and the Shekhinah. The search for mystical knowledge becomes sexualized in the Zohar. In one romantic based on the intensely erotic Song of Songs, a man passes by the house of a female who is a metaphor for the Torah. The man waits time and time for the woman to reveal herself to him. The text says, hence the Torah is revealed and conceivably goes to its lover to love with him. This is an analogy for how some Jewish mystics view Kabbalistic practice. The Kabbalist peels back layers upon layers of understanding until the most hidden and therefore most holy knowledge of the scripture reveals itself. One way to describe this layered approach to the Torah is through an acronym called ORDES, which means orchard. In this acronym, each Hebrew letter stands for a different level of meaning. We won't get into what each letter stands for, but the last letter, summix, stands for Sod, which means secret. Sod refers to the ultimate esoteric knowledge that every Kabbalist seeks. Kabbalists try to reach so through the text. Literally, the 22 Hebrew letters, biblical passages, and Hebrew names of God are central to Kabbalah. For Kabbalists, Hebrew is a divine language, and the Torah is a living divine document. The school of the Kabbalist Abraham Abulafia believed that each letter has mystical meaning. Writing or chanting letters in specific ways brings them to life or can help you achieve communion with the divine. Abulafia, when you begin to recite the letter Aleph, as Aleph points to unity, do not lengthen its recitation except according to the measure of one breath, and chant the Aleph and every letter you recite with terror, awe, and fear, coupled with the gladness of the soul in its comprehension, which is great. From this quotation, you can see how meditation on the letters was experiential. It was a technique involving breathing and head movements, and meditating not just on the meaning of the letters, but the sound of the letters. Even with years of study or practice of chanting, like from the passage above, secret mystical knowledge is nearly impossible to gain. The prophet Ezekiel is held up as an example. In the first chapter of the book of Ezekiel, often called the Merkabah vision, we see a strange description of creatures and chariots that later Kabbalists viewed as evidence that Ezekiel actually attained. But testimonials like this are relatively unknown in Kabbalah. In many Kabbalistic circles, prohibited describing visions for that revealing secret knowledge could be catastrophic to the wider world. Thus, many
so much from us. Had you been a little bit more caustic and difficult and perhaps not as agreeable, it would have been worth to be able to share with you about. So a really beautiful and profound item that sometimes, when we are present in our interactions with other people, it brings out the side of them as well. When people react positively to kindness versus, and we all know this, right? When you have an interaction with someone who's like combative and contrarian, which some people are just like, you know what, I just want to, whatever level of interaction I have to have, I'll have, and I want to get out. I have absolutely zero interest in interacting. When someone is kind, someone is compassionate, sweet, and someone is just emotionally giving in their interest, there's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more from the person, which is a very beautiful Gemara. Echad Omer, Gemara goes like that. Ad Kamat, what's this woman again? That Allah this could be often their time up to 2 days. 2 days. So the shaila is how far into the month can go ahead and for people to be off in their mind. It says tomorrow. Until you get to the middle of the month, or what we'll call the majority of the month. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month that people could be off a little bit in their timing. But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancies in it. So Rashi says over here, so in other words, we'll allow, remember again, we said for example, if one eight says it happened on the second of the month, 1 8 says it happened on the third of the month. So we can allow for that, right? Why? Because we can assume maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was a 30 day, whereas the other one thinks that it was a 29 day month. But the shaila is, up until what point in time can we allow for that type of discrepancy? So Rabbi is saying up until the majority of the month. So Amar Rabba, so we learn this mission as well. One witness says the murder happened on the second of the month. One witness says it happened on the 5th of the month. Their edus is batal ba'amai. So what is like this? There is a way to explain the discrepancy between the third and the fifth, right? How can you explain it? Witness number one, that explains that there are discrepancies between 2 days, which the Gemara says, because what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, you get to really once you get to into the majority of the month, we assume every was the exact date. So the Gemara says, it could very well be that even once you get to the middle of the month, not everyone knows if the month was a Mavit or Asr. Right, that's possible. But what does everyone know? They know about the shofar blowing. Meaning what? That halacha l'maisa, the shofar is blown, right? Right out here, that the shofar is blown at the beginning of the month. So everyone knows about the shofar blowing, and therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, you'd be hard pressed to say that somebody didn't know what the previous month was or wasn't. The so it's possible maybe 1 month you missed the shofar blowing declaring the new month. But to say that for 2 months you missed the shofar blowing, so ultimately again that would be highly improbable. So as I say now, interestingly enough, because we're talking about the new month, go ahead and transition a little bit up here to a really great discussion. Up until what point in time can one recite Kiddush HaChodesh? When can you, up until what point each month can you bench new moon? Until the deficiency of the moon is completed. So the Gemara says, okay, how much is that? So what we're asking is, up to what point in the new month is one permitted to say Kiddush HaChodesh? So the Gemara gives us an answer. Until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. The Gemara says, Shkoyach. What is that? Give me a date. Give me a time of the month that I can say Kiddush Shabbat. So the Yehuda says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Shabbat. Okay, so the Gemara says, Nargoyim say up until the 16th of the month. So what's the interesting about the Yehuda, you say Kiddush Shabbat until the 7th of the month. The Nargoyim, you say Kiddush Shabbat up until the 16th of the month. Top of days. And both of them hold. Like Rabbi Yochanan, I will say that. Interestingly enough, so here's what's fascinating. Rabbi Yochanan says the rule. The rule is you can say Shavana until the see of the moon is filled. So there's a machlokes in terms of what does that mean. Rabbi Yehuda says that means up until 10 days into the month, and then the Rabbi say up until 16 days into the month. So the Gemara says both hold it. Rabbi Yochanan one says that the moon has to look like a bow. So one says that's the opinion ultimately again of Rabbi Yehuda up until 7 days. And then our Rabbi say it has to look like a sieve. Now a sieve means it's fully circular. Because by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the moon look like? The moon is complete. So one says so fundamental machlokes over here. Really incredible machlokes, an important machlokes. Up until one say Kiddush Shavana, Rabbi Yehuda 7th of the month, because at that point again the deficiency of the month as the moon has been filled in, that the moon no longer looks fully incomplete. Looks like a bow. And no, up until the deficiency is complete, in the middle of the month, when the moon is completely full. So let's go back there. So the Gemara says, so maybe the bracha that you make over the moon should be at Tomativ. So this is actually quite cool. Take a look at Rashi. The 3 lines down in Rashi from the top. As Rabbi Yehuda Parech Mihi Nami, the Meshiva Ve'elech Leka Meimar Mechadesh Chadoshin, the Varech Ad Mia Hatova Hametiv,
Middle Ages were made up of small groups of elite rabbis and intellectuals that were
so Rashi
known as the community. Twice in the 15th century, moved the center of Greek Kabbalistic teachings. Although the Iberian Peninsula was Rothschild, it came to an end when the Spanish and Portuguese Christian monarchies expelled or forcibly converted the Jewish communities in their territories. Those who fled settled primarily in Eastern Europe and the Ottoman Empire, leading to new centers of Kabbalah. The town Safed in the Upper Galilee region became one of these hubs. Rabbi Isaac Luria also called
Why did we say October?
Jerusalem to Safed in 1570 and formed a group of disciples who went on to revolutionize Kabbalistic teachings. He confronted head-on some of the biggest philosophical questions you could possibly imagine. Why does anything exist instead of nothing? Why does God exist? Evil exist? What is purpose as humans here on Earth? He put forth revolutionary new theories like the one we already discussed, creation of the universe theory called symptom.
Right at the end of ours, remember, Hatova Hamitiv by means, right? To say Hatova Hamitiv would mean that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively negative, right? And therefore, you're going to say Hatova Hamitiv as the hills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Dayan, to which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. Maybe yes, maybe we should say that. Let's go ahead and say Hatova Hamitiv as the moon as is filling up, and Dayan Ha'emes as the moon is diminishing. To which the Gemara says, no, keep on.
Is it possible if you knew where every atom was
So I say this is fascinating.
in the solar system
natural way of the moon,
and its position, and knew any kind of external forces that might affect the solar system, to be able to run a simulation to be able to predict future events on Earth?
So the Gemara suggests over here, this is the natural way the world works. So because this natural way the world works is interesting, there's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not a klala, there's nothing in the diminution of the moon. It just is the way that it works. So I want to say, to me, I don't know, I was last night, but I would encourage you, take advantage of this base medrash at night. Shul Armin is starting a night seder program here at the Shul. Baruch Hashem, I was here last night. It was like 9:45. Base medrash was quiet. It was surreal. Mamish surreal. It's beautiful. And I think it's beautiful. So I was thinking about this because this Gemara seems to almost fly in the face a little bit of like how we normally think. So you're telling me now, essentially the Gemara is saying, Olam Kimin Hago Notice. The world just kind of operates in a certain Baruch programs certain things. The moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not bracha, it's not klala, it just is. So it was, I don't know this because to a certain degree it feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think. The third program to think is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or native or dayan ha'emes. And what the Gemara is introducing us to is that there are certain things in the world that it's just a program. It's just a program, like sunrise and sunsets, right? It's not good, it's not bad. It is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there Dusha in it? Is there messages in it? But it's interesting. I perhaps what you want to teach us over here, maybe you don't have to necessarily.
I still think it can be done if you had powerful
maybe there are
enough
certain
computers.
things in life that
Maybe even more powerful computers than you know about.
I think this is so incredibly profound because remember, if this is true in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Allah Kama V'Kama is true in our relationship with other people. Because one of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read into everything. Right? Someone says something. Well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? This may or may not happen often in marriage, right? But again, there's all of this intuiting different things, and meanwhile, sometimes just what I said is what I said. There's actually no deeper meaning to it, right? There's no double entendre. There's no I don't need my frosted flakes decoder ring to figure out what it is that was said, how it was said. Sometimes it just is what it is, and it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So as I said, the Kadosh Baruch was modeling this for us. You know what? The moon slows up, the moon diminishes. It just is what it is. It's beautiful. It's fantastic, and there are messages in it, and you don't have to read into it. Dayan ha'emes or Hatova ha'mesh. Incredible. Let's go weiter. They both say it's beautiful Gemara. Whoever goes ahead and recites, this is Kiddush Levana. Whoever recites Kiddush Levana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving the Shechina. So I'll say this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and recite Kiddush Levana at appropriate time. Now again, remember, appropriate time, that's our machlok. Right? The Yehuda says, you know how we pass him. We pass like our dime. That's why we do have the ability to say Kiddush Levana up in the middle of the month. We actually pass Kiddush until the 15th is normally how it works out. But Allah, that's how we pass him. So be mindful. Whoever says Kiddush Levana,
Doesn't it could be done? Tell me what it could be done.
It says ultimately again this month, this Chodesh Hazeh, and it says Zekir, so it's Zeh. HaChodesh Hazeh Lachem, which is Kiddush Levana, and Zekir. I just want to point out, isn't it fascinating that probably one of the most neglected tefillos is Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what stands between you and your car on Motzei Shabbos. It's the tefillah I need to avoid eye contact with, like duck through, get out of there. I would say, isn't that fascinating? So right, it is tefillah where some segment of the peels off, or just doesn't do it, or just even if it's done, it's like chit chat. Right? So it's fascinating. Yet that's the tefillah that the Gemara says. If you say Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are receiving the Shah. I say, you know what? An interesting thing in Rothschild. Sometimes, whether we recognize it or not, many of us live with the fear of spiritual intimacy. We live with the fear of closeness to Hashem because I'm scared that if I get close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too close, I may have to make certain changes. So there's a certain fear of spiritual intimacy, whether we realize it or not. We keep our Kadosh Baruch Hu a little bit at a distance. Like I always wonder about this with Kiddush Levana. It can't be that so many people are so good on Motzei Shabbos that they just gotta run out and this, that, and even if I say it, it's just it's the fastest tefillah in Psuki is in a close second, right? But Lamaisa, why? What is it? What is almost as if there's not an aversion, but what is it? And it comes from a place. And a lot of this we have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues. I'm scared to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to require of me or mean for me to give to the relationship. So
how the universe was created by Ein Sof contracting. What was so transgressive about this theory is that he argued this process of creation actually damaged creation and introduced evil. Thus, the purpose of existence is to repair this flaw through human action, or tikkun olam, which translates as repairing the world.
What does it mean?
Kabbalah inspired several movements in the following centuries, especially the movement founded by a Ukrainian man who robbed the world of Kabbalah and all of Eastern European Judaism. Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, or the Baal Shem Tov. In the early 18th century, he jump-started what is now known as the Hasidic movement, a movement that quickly spread across Eastern Europe. The Baal Shem Tov dismissed mysticism should be reserved for the intelligentsia, and it taught that everyone should try to commune with God. Hasidism taught that communion with God, or knowledge of the divine, was possible even for the masses during ordinary everyday life, especially through prayer. Another core that is a base to traditional Kabbalah is the notion of divine transcendence, which teaches that God is wholly outside our universe. Hasidism, by contrast, professes that God has an immanent quality, meaning that God is present in our world and that we can climb towards communion through our everyday life through everyday actions. Hasidism is still thriving today and exemplifies modern Jewish mysticism and practice. Now, I should be clear, Hasidism is not synonymous with Kabbalah. It does include mystical practices and beliefs, but it's not. In fact, if you read the Holocaust testimonial, by Elie Wiesel, you can clearly distinction. In the book, Elie describes how he grew up in a Romanian Hasidic community, but throughout the book, he mentions that Kabbalah is a supplement to usual religious study
the
of the Torah and the Talmud. Knowledge generally categorizes among the broader category of Haredi Jews, often called Orthodox Jews, but the two are not synonymous. Okay. Now that we covered all of that background, what's the deal with Madonna?
Because
And
it's
she
a
returned,
metaphor.
I'm going to call pop
The moon
Kabbalah.
is
It's
all,
worth
and then
mentioning that strict
right,
adherence
then
would
it
not
then
even
it goes
call
into
this
dimension.
Kabbalah in the first place.
Invisible.
Throughout the
That's the
20th
story about
century,
people.
Kabbalah
That's the
hit
story
the
about
mainstream in
individuals.
pop
And so
culture.
when we see, when
One
we go
big
out
neo-Kabbalistic
and we're
movement
making
is
a
the
bracha
Kabbalah Center in
on
the
a
United States,
crescent of a
whose
moon,
members
right? On a
included
crescent.
celebrities like
And we
Madonna,
recognize
Britney
that
Spears, Ariana Grande, and Ashton Kutcher. Started by Berg and his wife Karen Berg in 1984, they sought to popularize and spread Kabbalistic teachings even outside of Judaism. Madonna became one of their most famous, and that's why we get her James Bond music video. During the video, she is being tortured in a North Korean bunker of some sort, which is featured in the film itself. She is depicted wrapping her own villain head at the end of the Hebrew letters Lamed Aleph Vav are burned onto electric chair where they were just Madonna. These letters are from one of the 72 names of God according to Jewish tradition. They became especially popular among medieval Kabbalists and are mentioned in the here used in Kabbalistic magical practice, though her performance, in part because most within the Orthodox Jewish community viewed a non-Jewish woman as sacrilegious, or at least viewed it unfavorably. Elements of modern Jewish mysticism have also sprung up in the past century and a half. The Neo-Hasidic movement and other revival movements have sought to reimagine mystical doctrine for a modern era. Some have even likened mystical experiences to the effects of psychedelic drugs. The Jewish scholar Peter View asceticism
throughout the entire month, right? Only one
experiences in one of his books. As one who tried psychedelics after some years of studying the Kabbalistic and Hasidic masters, I found that the drug-induced experiences confirmed a great deal of what I found in their writings. Though he warns that such a path should never replace traditional mystical practices from throughout Kabbalah's history. Overall, one thing that Kabbalah teaches is a different way to use the mind. Kabbalah breaks its students out of a strictly logical way of thinking and pushes them to uncover new modes of contemplation. It's a powerful tradition that has survived for many centuries in esoteric circles, but shows no indication of slowing down here in the 21st century. For those of you who would like to learn more, I'm including a bibliography in the description below, and you can also check today's sponsor, Free Courses Plus is a subscription video.
Rabbi says
Lectures
you have to
and
say
courses
it
taught by
standing up.
actual
Since
experts.
there's no one
When
book
it comes
called
to
Kabbalah,
content, Judaism in particular, the
what
Free
book
Plus
is
has a very impressive lineup, including a 24-episode-long series on Jewish intellectual history. This one is taught by the Ivy League historian Dr. David Overman. The Greek Plus also has a general Judaism scholar Isaiah Gottlieb, as well as theology of the Holy Man series taught by the archaeologist Joe. Personally, her books were assigned in my graduate PhD, so I can say that these series draw on the reviewed scholars. All of them are taught by top-tier scholars in their respective disciplines. But tests, no homework, you can watch as many different lectures as you want, time, anywhere. Plus is offering religious breakfast viewers a free trial/religious breakfast through your access to their huge library of video lectures. Then click on the link in the description to start your free trial today. Thanks, everyone.
So the problem over here is this only makes note of Mechadesh Chadash Mavosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So the same as the bracha is okay. It makes reference of Rosh Chodesh, which is for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. Hello, Kedav Yuda Marav. This is such a beautiful. Damra Yuda, Zamra Yuda. Say we're going to now go through the bracha of Kiddush Levana. As Chatani Maskir, okay, say Kiddush Levana for many years. I've never said the bracha in a way like the Gemara highlights it. In the Sumo, so you just take it like I said, usually for whatever reason. And Must Shabbos we're in a rush. What we're in a rush for or rush to is not immediately clear. But we're always in a rush. Look what the Gemara says. So here's the bracha. Now obviously it's Baruch Atah Shalom Kinu Melech Olam. Asher Amaro Barash Shechaki. Through his word, through your words, created the heavens. Uberuach piv kol tzival. Kol tzival. Ultimately, again, through the breath of his mouth, all those.
So what did you learn about Kabbalah today? Well, I learned that it sucks, but I already knew that. Why does it suck? It's just like, I already have so much shit to do that it's like, it's just a lot. Right? So anybody, I read Kabbalah, like, I guess you can say, which means Jewish mysticism, to receive. Like,
and they are so happy to perform the
for
work
the
of their
little
creator.
Anyway,
So I just want to
huh?
point out over here again, what's so beautiful is the
What does Fred Bullitt have to do with Kabbalah? What does he have to do with Kabbalah? Anyway, anti-Bolitnikovian.
You know what's incredible when you look up the heavens? The
He's just a good
stars
receiver
never
and just
say,
skip
you know
him.
what, today I'm
And
going to be the moon.
like,
Right? And the moon never says, you know what, today is my turn to
so
be the
there's
sun.
no single book called
Everyone
Kabbalah.
has a mission.
Kabbalah is a
Everyone
tradition,
in
a
celestial
layered
spheres
body of mystical
focused
teaching
on
that developed over
their
many centuries.
mission.
What counts as Kabbalah depends a bit on the school and the period, but there is a fairly
When instead of
clear
trying to
core canon.
maximize who and what
I'll lay out
you are,
the
if the celestial
I'll lay out by
hosts
historical
have their
layer.
mission and their
You've got
purpose is
foundational
stay on task,
proto-Kabbalistic texts.
stay
These are
on mission.
pre-Zohar.
So
And again, yesterday we learned like, oh yeah, this is day 3. Zohar is kind of like, can't hustle. That's all I'm gonna say. Can't hustle. Anyway,
Like others.
so there's Sefer Yetzirah. This is the Book of Formation, earliest mystical text, 2nd to 6th century, Common Era, cosmology via the 10th Sephirot and 22 Hebrew letters of focus, creation, language, numbers, structure, and reality. Studied even by rationalists. Rambam wrote a commentary, and again, we're Rambam homers, cheerleaders of Romney. He's one of the people since to me. Then there's Halachaut, Merkava literature, like
to renew Ateres Siferes La'amuse Batan.
Haikolot Labadi, Haikolot Zutari, and I want you to know also includes things like Ma'ase, mystical ascent to divine palaces, angelology, divine names, visions, but not always counted as Kabbalah proper. Anybody who's like, hey, I was reading Kabbalah, that's not a thing though. So somebody says they were reading the Kabbalah, that's not a thing. It would be like,
blessed are you, Hashem, the one who renews the new months.
saying that like
you read we use that same bracha, or we just add on a little bit beautiful text.
You read,
such a beautiful Gemara.
You read baseball. It's like you can't really read baseball. You can read a baseball almanac though. Early Kabbalah, 12th to 13th century. This is where classical Kabbalah begins. Sefer HaBahir. This is the Book of Brightness. 12th century province includes Sefer as divine emanations, feminine aspects of divinity, extremely cryptic. One of the first true Kabbalistic texts. The Zoharic corpus, the true heart of Kabbalah. You know, I'm going to put this, I'm going to save this, and I'm sure it's not going to record. All the shit sucks. The Zohar, Book of Splendor, late 13th century Spain, mostly in Aramaic. Again, but this is, you can't hustle. Who is this?
The ammunition to engage in the Torah. Mishnah, at least again, because that general knowledge, go ahead and be successful.
Yeah. Anyway, late 13th century Spain, written mostly in Aramaic. He's from Castile. Okay, mystical commentary on introduced full Sephirotic system, Shekhinah, divine feminine presence, Tiferet, Shekhinah, dynamic, cosmic impact vote. This is the second canonical text of Kabbalah. Zohar related works, part of the same course. Zohar, Chadash, Ra'aya, Ahimna, Tikkunie, Zohar, traditionally studied together as a Zohar. Okay, there's Lurianic Kabbalah. You know about this. This is the teachings of Rabbi Isaac Luria. All right, 16th century. The system restructured all Kabbalah after the Zohar. He wrote almost nothing himself. His student Rabbi Chaim Vital recorded it. Key books. Let's Chaim, the tree of life, Sha'ar Hagilgulim, the gate of reincarnations, Shahar Hakalano, gate of intention, Sha'ari Kedusha. Key ideas. Zimtzum, divine contraction, Shevarat Pekalim, sharing of vessels, Tikkun, repair, soul, sparks, reincarnation. Again, if I'm not pronouncing this stuff correctly, well, you should just know that everybody will speak the way that I want them to speak. Future. My vision is really high. It really is. And I'm doing this becomes a dominant Kabbalah in Judaism. Systematic and ethical Kabbalah, Pardes, Ramonim, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, Ramak, pre-Lurianic synthesis, organizes it. Earlier Kabbalah systematically, often studied alongside Tomer, Devorah, Ramak, ethical imitation of divine attributes, very influential in Musar and Hasidic Kabbalah, 18th century onward Kabbalah, filtered into spiritual psychology and Ovora. Key text, Tanya, Rabbi Shura Zalman of Ladle, Laadi, you know him, yeah, he's cool. Teachings of the Baal Shem Tov, Magid of Mizerich, Rabbi Nachman of Breslov. Based heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, but expressed experientially. What is not usually found with Rambam. Latin Kabbalah. Okay, so a concise Korban, Sefer Yetzirah, Sefer HaBahir, Zohar, it's Chaim, artists from Mormon. Okay, so I think that, well, frankly, like, since the fall of the Beit HaMikdash around between 68 and 70, we've been, as Jews, yearning for the reconstruction of the Beit HaMikdash. I have the whole plan for that. I don't know if anybody wants to listen to it. I'm not going to go into that right now. But it's a good plan. I think it's hilarious, and it works beautifully. And no one gets hurt, and it's great. If you don't want to go with that plan, that's fine. But once somebody starts getting hurt, I'm going to say, I told you so, and I'm going to say, I told you so with a fucking megaphone, dog. Anyway, and then we've been yearning for Mashiach every fucking day. I'm like, where is this asshole? He's supposed to bring us into a new age, a new epoch. Tupac. Anyway, it wasn't Tupac. So all this stuff is cool, but I think it's related to physics, and maybe some people don't think so. And I was never a very good physics student. But I've become better as I've gotten older, and I never gave. And all right, so there's something called Laplace's demon. This is in physics. So there's this thing called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which I something with which I'll go every single moment of every single life. And you can't know the location and the velocity simultaneously of an atom, essentially. And this bothers me. And so I try to think, because it's just, why not? And it's like, well, it has to do with quantum entanglement and stuff like that. And it's like, dog, why not? Anyway, so that's mainstream physics. So there are some fringe physicists that are open to other ideas. I'm always open to think outside the box, especially when we need a challenge. So in classical Newtonian physics, if we knew the exact position and velocity of every particle in the solar system, the exact laws of motion, and all external forces acting on the system, then the future impacts could be fully determined. What did I What am I trying to say? And how does this relate to Kabbalah? Well, all these guys are trying to figure out like what happened in the past, what happened in the future, and how it all started, how the universe started and stuff. And I feel like if we could run at least the solar system and create it as a closed system, and we knew any external forces that may affect it, then we would be able to run a simulation and be able to, and that's super cool to me. But under mainstream physics, that's not possible due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and this is very bothersome to me. It's like the thing that I don't like most about physics. It sucks. I do my best to understand anti-gravity, antimatter, dark matter, and dark energy to the best of my knowledge. I still am a mere child in my understanding of these things. It's not even, not even. I'm just like I have knowledge of a drop of it in comparison, a drop of water. But nevertheless, I try. And that's what's important in life.
You know what?
Is trying. Showing up is 9/10 of the challenge, and you at least try. You're making an effort. And you never know.
Mine is dakim exactly does that mean. Lema kosh dina. So if it means like this, kosh dina, it means that the basin is saying this case is too difficult, right? We can't issue a verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. Then if coming by the Rabbi say you should say that by capital cases and not by monetary cases. You're right, switch it around. No, don't switch it around. What does it mean? Mine is dakin. What does it mean dakin? It means a declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. So therefore, again, so when it comes to giving mamonas, Din says we have decided appropriately. Even the Fashas, they don't make that declarative statement. So when so the head of the judges, he makes the declaration as Dakin had. So says, 1 second. If you want to say that ultimately again this Dakin had means a declaration. We did good. Then Hayud the Amar God makes sense. The head of the basin says this. But you say that Halach says means that the din is too difficult and we can't find resolution. Why does the Gadol have to say it? Enough that it has to be declared by the. But does the Basin have to say it? Isn't that interesting? To which the Gemara says, yeah. There's going to be some level of embarrassment if the Basin can't reach resolution. It is better to have the embarrassment come from the self than to have it from others. If you want to say that it's a declaration that Basin is too difficult, we can't reach a verdict. If you want to say declaration that the Basin is making, the Basin is saying, "Did a good job adjudicating this case." Is a person supposed to praise themselves? Beautiful pasuk. Pasuk says, you know what? If you're deserving of praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise yourself. So how could the head of the day be saying, "Shkoyach, good job in adjudicating this case"? Shining mills of the Beit Din, no, because it never comes to a Beit Din. Everything that comes from the Beit always comes from the head of the Beit Din. Any operations always come from the head of the Beit Din. Gamru as Hazavar, Hayu Mahisin also Gavush V'Yama Omer Ayivon Atazakai. In the same way that the Gadol of the Beit Din, the verdict and announcements of the Beit Din would come from the head of the Beit Din, including if the Beit Din did it with Chacham Bina Shkoyach, we adjudicated this case appropriately, and such an announcement ultimately again would come from the head of the Beit Din. So Rabbi Hadron Allah, how you both in Mazel Tov. Okay, short celebration. Let's go back. What's really fascinating about this is we just keep going through the aging process. So Nigmar Hadin, if at the end of the day, so and now I'll say the case of a guilty verdict. So we bring him out for skila. For skila. So you bring him out for skila. So I'm going to say, obviously, we're talking about a case over here where the punishment was skila. So we're out for skila. So basically, skila, interesting, it was the place where they would stone him. And again, we'll talk more about this in greater depth in a little bit. But the place ultimately, again, where they would do skila was outside of David. Shneimar, Hotzi Samakalo. Pasuk says again, so in other words, the execution spot wasn't by David, it was somewhere removed from. But the Pasuk says, Hotzi Samakalo. Echad Omer Al Pasak. It's incredible. So let's say, so now, right? So let's say witnesses came, Shimon, Reuven's been sentenced to death. Okay, so now they're taking Reuven out to be executed through skila. They positioned the guy, one guy who stood by the entranceway of the base, Basidarn Biado, and ultimately again he had a suda, like a cloth, a what? Yeah, but something bigger, right? A sheet, a suda, right? Suda was in his hand. The sus rachaf imenu, and now watch this. Listen to how this was set up. So there was a guy stationed on a basin. He had essentially like a flag. He had like a flag, right? Now there was a guy in the distance on a horse-mounted rider, right on the flag. And this guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection. He was able to see the flag guy by the basin. Now why did they do this? Kadesh Ro'eh, Echad Omer Echad Yishli Lamdalasos. Now watch this. So they're leading Reuven out to be executed. But let's say as they're leading him out, comes into Beis Din and they say, I have testimony that exonerates Reuven. Remember again, Beis Din was accepting testimony to exonerate Reuven literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that if there was last-minute testimony, that they would be able to get word so that Reuven wouldn't be executed. So if somebody came into Beis Din and said, last-minute testimony, what would happen? Flag guy would wave his flag. Horse-mounted rider would quickly go to the Beis HaSkila and say, wait. So the Gemara says, Allah made it Bisudarim. So flag guy would wave his flag. Horse-mounted rider would race off to the Beis HaSkila. I would tell everyone what it was. Even if Reuven had said, listen to this, Reuven is about to be executed. Reuven says, you know what? I just thought of something. Okay? I just thought of something. It's amazing how you think about things, right? When you're about to get that skill. I just thought of something. They could exonerate me. The Gemara says, so we listen to him. We'll bring him back to Beis Din. Even 4 or 5 times. As long as what? There's going to be some level of investigation over here, right? They're not just going to bring him back to the Beis Din. Reuven, what do you got? Right? Tell us, right? What information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here? So the Gemara says, the Beis HaSkila puts the Beis Din. Now the Gemara says, by the way, was the Beis HaSkila outside the Beis Din? So it makes it sound over here, obviously, that the place where they executed Reuven was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it says they took him out. So it sounds like distance away. So the Gemara says, is that true? I will say now, it makes sound like all you had to do over here was put a Beis somewhere out of Beis. It didn't have to be far. It just has to be somewhere.
All right. So we were talking about the place's demon. So in classical Newtonian physics, if you know the exact position and velocity of every particle in the solar system, the exact laws of motion, and all external forces acting on the system, then the future and the past will be fully determined. I don't understand why that's like why supercomputer or something like super advanced extraterrestrial can't do that. I can't do that. I hate the word no or impossible, or I just don't like that. I always think generally there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way, baby. So why does this fail in practice? Because of chaos. Fuck chaos, bitch. I don't think chaos can be organized and beautiful. Even staying purely.
So the Beis HaSkila is outside. So you see from here, execution spot, just a little bit removed from the base.
Classical prediction breaks down due to chaos theory, sensitive dependence on initial conditions. In chaotic weather, climate, tectonics, systems, brains, an error of one atom width today can become a completely different outcome years later. This is not a measurement problem, it's a structural feature of the equation. I get that. But just measure really well at the beginning. Weather becomes unpredictable, climate, human neurology is massively chaotic.
Even if
in its own way that chaos is organized. I think that bang is organized. Maybe some people may call it chaotic, but I think that there's organization in the chaos. The deeper limit, quantum mechanics, white male principle. Okay, can you tell me? You cannot know exact positions of velocity. This is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It says you cannot simultaneously know a particle's position momentum with arbitrary. This is not a technical limit, it's a law of nature. So the premise, you knew where every atom was impossible. It's physically possible, not just impractical. I know what you're saying. I just think that there might be somehow, some way around that. Maybe. Quantum randomness is not hidden determinism. This is crucial. Quantum mechanics does not say we don't know what happens. It's certain events are genuinely probabilistic. Examples: radioactive decay, quantum measurement outcomes. All right, so the solar system is not closed. I know that. I get that. The solar system is constantly affected by passing stars, galactic tides, cosmic radiation, neutrinos, gravitational waves. To predict the Earth, you'd need the state of the entire universe. Okay, what if it's extraterrestrial? Civilization figures out. See, that's the thing that nobody is. I give credit to extraterrestrials. I think that people don't even think they exist, and that's cool, weak-minded, or whatever. But I am very open-minded, and I think that they're very, very smart. Some of them. Others are like so extra or whatever, and they're just working on stuff. But like, there's some stuff out there that could be really, really intelligent. What can be predicted? Orbit, statistical behavior, probabilities of classes of events. On specific date years ahead can't be. Exact human act can't be, and specific historical actions can't be. You want to tell me this one? Final answer in one sentence. A perfectly detailed simulation that predicts specific future events on Earth is impossible, not just practically, but fundamentally. Okay, so what if you had like really big computers that still doesn't get you past it? But then, what about?
Don't worry about it. We're good. Let's say again. Truth is that Amud Aleph was like Kiddush Levana.
Quantum mechanics blocks the premise itself. I just know that like scientists have only really been like had accurate ways of determining everything for like a century. Like give them 50 millennia, and I bet our shit's a lot better. And I just, yo, dog, give me an example. Is once considered to be thought to be a law of physics that has been proven incorrect.
Good morning.
Look, I'm just telling you, when I was a kid, they used to say that water pigs didn't, and they used to say that the giant squid didn't exist. I remember this. It'd be like, oh, you're some kind of weird person because you think that squids could be, bigger than general size. And it'd be like, well, there are like all these accounts of it. Well, those people are stupid. And then this team in Japan in like the early 2000s got this on video of a live one, and these things used to wash up on shore to shit this actually happened. But when I was a kid, that kind of stuff was seen as pseudoscience, and that's what they call it. And I don't like those terms, pseudoscience and quackery and misinformation. Like, and I don't like that. And I feel like every an opportunity there, opportunity able to give their arguments, and we shouldn't say, well, because my degree says this, or because the the consensus is, dog, the consensus was wrong on a lot of shit for centuries. So here's the big one: the luminiferous ether. What people thought: light is a wave, and all waves need a medium. Therefore, space must be filled with an invisible substance called an ether. Taken completely seriously by Maxwell, Kelvin, almost every physicist in the 1800s textbooks assumed it existed. What killed it? The Michelson-Morley experiment in 1887, Einstein's special relativity. So, fuck you, dog. Fuck your shit. I consider these people who are like Heisenberg, uncertainty principle. Well, I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm not. But I'm saying, how do you know that that's not just the luminiferous ether? Or what about Newtonian gravity as a force? Subtly, but hugely wrong. What people thought: gravity is a force that acts instantaneously across space. Worked perfectly for centuries. These assholes were like, oh, we know how fucking gravity works. And then what replaced it? Einstein's general relativity. Gravity is equals curvature of space-time. So, like, all this shit that was, like, fucking dead solid for centuries gets proven incorrect at points. Phlogiston theory, energy before energy. What people thought: burning objects released a substance called phlogiston. Explain combustion, explain rust, explain weight loss and burning. What killed it? Lavoisier showed combustion is oxidation, oxygen. All right, so there's a lot of shit. So there's a bunch of things that people thought. The Earth being the center of the universe, the geocentric the geocentric system was replaced by the heliocentric system. This is like Galileo, like, was rebuked for this by a bunch of assholes. So I'm saying this asshole still exists. So how does this connect to Kabbalah? I hear something in the back. Yeah, right. How does this connect to Kabbalah? Well, I mean, there's the principle that really knows anything, and all of it everything stems from that, in my opinion, and that's the Aristotelian, which is very Socratic and just classical, and I'm sure it's other shit too. But here's what I think. Well, like all these Kabbalists, it seems like they're trying to figure out what started the world, or what God is, and I don't really agree with what thus far, like, some of it in can contradict like mainstream central Judaism. Like, there are some slight contradictions. Like, I mean, here's just a simple one: God is one. That's like the big thing in Judaism. Oh, the Shekhinah. That's extra. It's like, oh well, and the rays of the sun and shit, and it's like, why can't God be everything? Every atom on the whole universe. I don't know. Then I just get into God as energy, and that's what I've never heard it put it that way. Maybe they have, just what I think. They're doing it like I'm doing it, and that helps. And I think from a scientific perspective,
Interestingly enough, you don't need Hasra
that works for
for anything
people. Right?
controlled by Kares.
People refer to God, Hashem, whatever. They're referring to energy. It's only when you get into these ideas of like Hashem, like having being corporeal, like having stuff that's Hashem is incorporeal. That's a tenet of the 13 principles of faith. And I am a Rambam Homer. Anyway. So how does that like? Well, we're all just trying to figure stuff out, and one of the big questions I think of these Kabbalists is trying to figure out what God is. It's like we didn't have a temple and Mashiach hasn't come yet, so what else are we going to study? And literally there's just studying. And maybe some people had some visions, and maybe some people from ancient times, or it was passed down orally. There's not a lot of evidence for it. And then it just keeps getting built upon. It's like if we were playing with Lego, and like we had the base of the Lego set that was from a stolen set of Legos. Sure, let's just say that. And then we build this beautiful structure on top of that, and we say, look how amazing this Lego structure is. It's the most amazing thing. It's pure. It's perfect in every single way. But then we find out like the base was stolen or just corrupted. And people don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. They don't want to get rid of the structure because their parents like the structure and their grandparents like the structure. But at the end of the day, the base is still corrupt. And that's what happens a lot in religion and philosophy and teaching. Okay, so where are we getting at with the Harg principle? Okay, so I'm fine with that. But I just think that perhaps that still works, but maybe there's a way around it. I'm not saying there is. I'm saying it's too early to tell. We're still very primitive people, and some rabbits in the rabbits. All right, big dog. So, what do you think? How did it all start? And I would say this. I think like Homo sapiens, what we are either not intelligent enough to understand this, or I would say, wait, so the big question is, all right, so if we all think the big happened, or whatever, like in Bereshit, what happened for Bereshit 1:1? Like, it doesn't go into other, like the multiverse or omniverse. It doesn't go into any of that because it was just written traditionally. It was given to Moshe Rabbeinu at Sinai, and then he passed it along to everybody. And then much of it was orally communicated, but nevertheless, there are a lot of holes. Arguably, some people are like, "Oh no, the Tanakh is perfect. Torah is okay. That's fine." Then explain why was arguably 5,786 years ago, but like we can do carbon dating on stuff way earlier. Carbon dating is oh shit, this thing's gonna end. Is corrupted. This thing. Anyway, well, I guess we have to do it another time. But really quickly, what do I think it is? I just don't think that our minds can process that there was something before there was nothing, or before there was like what happened 1 second before the Big Bang? Was it another universe or a multiverse? Our brains cannot comprehend that. Maybe a more advanced species of humans in which we're evolving, or maybe some kind of extraterrestrial can figure it out. But I don't think it's possible. So the way that I describe it is, if you've ever seen the emoji that's like the red, not the Kabbalah thing that's different, but like imagine a ball of, imagine like time is like a timeline, like a line, like a string. And if we took that and made it into like a donut shape, and then we just kept looping it, it would eventually create like a toroid of yarn. And then if we took that and we bundled it all up into like a ball, like that, and we said, where does it start and where does it stop? We wouldn't really be able to tell. And in my mind, like that's how we should think of the universe. Like, there could be a big bang, and then all the shit happens for 60 billion years, and then a big crunch, which is what, like we're 13.8 billion years into of the universe. From a scientific point of view, I understand that we're 5,786 years. That's religiously, but whatever you want to believe, does that happen? Something's got to happen. And if there's like a big crunch, perhaps like maybe billions of years in the future, then what happens? Start all up again? And if it does, then that would be like another like ring on this red yarn. And if you bundled it all up, you would never know where it started or where it stopped. Or generally, like you could delve into it, I'm sure, but like just looking at it without being able to touch it would be difficult to understand where it started and not. And that's kind of like, it's not perfect, but it helped me to understand that like we're never, as humans, going to be able to understand what happened before the Big Bang, or what happened 5,700. Like, well, today is like 5,186 days. What happened 587, not days, years, but what happened 5,787 years ago, or 88 years ago, or 89 years ago, or 90 years ago, or 10,000 years ago? And people can be like, oh, well, there's this Kabbalistic teaching of this. Dog, I'm a realist, I'm a rationalist. So I'm trying to figure this out from a real scientific. Science is really important. It's like my name. You call me science. I fucking love science. I think it's amazing. And then I'm trying to figure religious perspective as well. And the red string, the yarn or whatever, that's how I think. It's like a toroid. That's how I think. All right. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. Oh, that didn't fucking record? This is the worst.
Is the case of a Nara who is betrothed, right? Erusin, but has not yet had Nisuin. Now, if that girl commits adultery,
this is the worst. I fucking hate this shit.
As is the man with whom she had relations. So
this is bullshit.
So witnesses come forward. The witnesses say, we saw Rachel, right? Rachel is the Nara, with Ruvain. We have relations with Shimon.
Dog, why does this shit suck so much cock?
First set of witnesses, you've seen that. Why? You were with us.
This is the worst. Hopefully this bull ordered it. This sucks.
I've seen that happen in Baltimore. You weren't there. So the Gemara says, the witnesses can't be getting to Aiden Zolman. Why? They can't be killed. They must say, now, general, again, is next in Sachtamakis. But we'll see in Eretz Hashem general what happens with Aiden Zolman, reciprocal punishment. In this case, you can't impose reciprocal punishment upon the Aiden and kill them. Why not?
Fucking bullshit.
Because at the end of the day, no. We weren't coming to impose the death penalty on Rachel. What were we coming to do? We were coming to prohibit her to her husband, Reuven. That's it. So therefore, you can't kill us. We were trying to kill her. So the Gemara says, "I baha isruba." What was it? They warned her. That's the That's why this here. We said there has to be hasra. What's hasra? What was it? What would be the hasra that they would be giving Rachel? Rachel have relations with Shimon. You know why? You know why? Slowly detail over here. He's like that's called adultery, and adultery is partial by death. Hasra. Usually, the says, "Well, asrubay." No, they didn't give hasra. Either asruba. Hechim mitala. 1 second. If they didn't give a hasra, how could they execute it at all? I'll leave Rabbi Yosef with this interesting. What are we talking about over here? A very wise woman. And she might be young, but she's very wise. And according to Rabbi Yosef, doesn't need hasra. This is what we've seen Rabbi Yosef before. Rabbi Yosef said hasra is only there for people who don't know, but who do know don't need Surah. So therefore, perhaps we will begin with Rachel, who is an Isha Chavera. She's a well-learned woman, and therefore she knows that adultery is asr. So because she knows that it's asr, therefore what? Therefore, halakha l'maisa, no hasra is necessary. So the Gemara says, "L'fishlo nitna hasra el lahafchin ben shogeg u'nezir." Hasra is only there to distinguish between someone who's intentional and unintentional. And if Rachel is a wise woman, she does not need the hasra. 1 second. If witnesses, this is fascinating. If witnesses can't be put to death, right? So if there's no hazama by the witnesses, they can't put to death. Therefore, what? They have no ability to put her to death either. So the Gemara says, because why? So let's say this is fascinating. A fascinating testimonial fact over here. Any testimony, right? Any time witnesses can't be made into a Zolomon, they're not fit to testify. So let's say, what's the happening? This is fascinating. If you're going to give testimony, essentially what the halacha says, you have to have skin in the game. What's your skin in the game? What's your skin in the game? That if you're found to be lying, we're going to visit upon you reciprocal punishment. So you can't receive reciprocal. We essentially don't accept your testimony. So therefore, they always claim, no, we don't execute her. We just came to ask her upon her husband. That if they can't be executed, they're not subject to Hazama. If they're not subject to us, then we can't accept their testimony. So therefore, again, what are we doing over here? To which the Gemara says, "Hey, how can that be? How can that become a? We talk Shein Eragim." So you're right. That's what we're saying. Since witnesses can't be killed, why can't they be killed? Because they can claim we weren't coming to kill Rachel. All we were doing was coming to make her a surah upon. And then they get also by Labanu, Api Reyes, so too she can't be killed. Okay, so just an interesting case here. So where is
the giant squid didn't exist?
A case of a
I remember this would be like, well, you're some kind
I remember, according to the OC, a learning person
just can't be in specific historical outcomes. Can't be.
So according
You know something that's
to
credit to extraterrestrials. I think that
can be executed. The Gemara says,
examples, whether it becomes unpredictable, that's
actually did it a second time. So the Gemara says, so that in this case, look at Rashi. So it's right across Rashi because you see the Hana is
this demon. So baby, all right.
Because in that case, the second witnesses say, we're only coming to prohibit her upon her husband. Why? She's already prohibited upon her husband. What is she already prohibited upon her husband? Why? Because halakha might say again, she already committed adultery the first time. So therefore the Gemara says no. So therefore the only reason they would become life is to have her executed. The Gemara says, Sheni, I were coming to go on the perimeter of the second man with whom she committed adultery with. The Gemara says, "Shizisami bal rishon." The case in which she committed a second act of adultery
these things
with
used to
the
wash up on
same man. Inami, Shizisami krovah, or she went ahead and she committed adultery with one of her relatives. And therefore, Allah says she's already prohibited upon this individual to begin with. Okay, Mashna Nara Mulasa. So the Gemara says, "Did not God? I feel this nami." I'm feeling tsunami. So listen, by the way, why are you illustrating this with the Nara Mulasa?
So
You can go ahead
here's
and illustrate the same exact case with what?
and
With the
just
regular
information.
Nara.
And
So
when I was a kid,
illustrating
these things used
Nara
to wash up on
Mulasa?
shore to show that this actually happened. But when I was a kid, that kind of stuff was seen as pseudoscience. That's what they call it. And I don't like those terms, pseudoscience and quackery and misinformation. And I don't like that.
Originally, that Rothschild committed adultery, that they could claim that they're coming to ask her upon Reuben. Even though what? Rothschild's not living with Reuben. I'm not a thought that such a claim like that should just be rejected outright because she's not living with Reuben. So what do you mean you're coming to ask her upon Reuben when you're not living together? Allah says, even in that case, the claim of the witnesses is okay. I'm going to say, so what's the interesting case over here? So now, good. This is great. Listen to this. Where does it show up? Now, the witnesses come up and they claim that Reuben killed Shimon. Now, let's remember again, we saw part of the drishas of the Hakiris is what we ask: how did Reuben kill Shimon? Right? And specifically, what weapon did he use? So what happens? One witness says Reuben used a sword, and the second witness says Reuben used axe. And so let's say so now the Gemara says in the Nachum, they're contradicting each other. Because they're contradicting each other, and the testimony is thrown out. So let's say so. Remember again, because this obviously is a very specific detail that needs to be ironed out. Their contradictory testimony over here essentially nullifies the Eidos. Nachum means testimony is not a cohesive testimony, and therefore again is discarded. Again, let's say, to be clear, we're not claiming that they're lying, right? Remember again, there's no reciprocal, right? These are not even Zolman. It's just that the testimonies don't line up. Essentially, it's inadmissible. Ain't Nachum. But again, let's say, if one of the witnesses says, Reuben, the murderer, the accused murderer, Reuben was wearing a white shirt, and the other one was saying Reuben was wearing a black shirt. So then, in that case, their testimony is fine. We don't care about that. We'll say why. Now, this is very important. Why? Because the truth is, what the color of Reuben's clothing is really inconsequential to the act, right? What instrument he used to kill Shimon, that's very consequential. So in other words, the idea over here is we don't need them to line up. In other words, we need the information to line up, but we don't need every piece of information to line up. Incredible. So basically, what is the kasha? Nachon, shehi nachon. So the pasuk says nachon. The last of the pasuk by Eden. So the ashtem hakar v'shal tetet v'nei emes nachon hadam. So what does nachon mean? So nachon means over here that again, when you're giving testimony, the testimony has to line up. So what does that mean? She over the side hargo, and she says, Reuben killed Shimon with a sword, axe. One says that Reuben was wearing white clothing. One says Reuben was wearing black clothing. Ultimately, the testimony doesn't line up. So we just contradict what we just said before. According to this Bryson now, if they contradict each other with the color of clothing that Reuben the killer was wearing, the testimony is discarded. So which one is it? Is clothing important or is clothing unimportant? So what's the halacha? This is incredible. No. The Surah Shachan Kubo. No. When the Bryson says that there's Maholzak clothing, what's the case? The case is where they're coming along and they're saying Reuben strangled Shimon. And what's the Machol guess? One witness says he strangled him with a white shirt. The other thing he says he strangled him with a black shirt. Now, we'll say that is material information. Because in this case now, it's not just that they didn't cloak the murder weapon. And when it comes to the murder weapon, there has to be explicit clarity amongst the witnesses what was used. So the Gemara says as follows: Hainu Saibari. Okay, well, if that's the case, then again, it's the same thing as saying one said a sword and one said an axe. So everybody tells you in different ways. So Tashma, listen to this. So it's like Echad Omer Sandal of Shcholim, the Echad Omer Sandal of Levanim. Listen to this. One says that the murderer was wearing white shoes, and one says the murderer was wearing black shoes. Okay, interesting style sense also. So the mice say again. So the mice one says wearing white shoes, wearing black shoes. So the Gemara says, "What's the halacha? Ein zeh." So the testimony doesn't line up. So let's get on both sides. So we can't sit here. As we just said before, the halacha of that the clothing of her doesn't matter. But yet here we see that he's in the clothing of the murderer absolutely matter. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, "Hasanami go shepat both with sandal of a No, what's the case? The case is where Reuben kicked Shimon and killed Shimon by kicking him. If that's the case, the shoes are the murder weapon. If the shoes are the murder weapon, I local nice means explicitly to what it is. Tashma. My story again is from the Mishnah. So one time Ben Zakkai was examining witnesses, and he asked them, they claimed that Reuben killed Shimon underneath the fig tree. And remember again, what did Ben Zakkai say? Ben Zakkai says, okay, tell me a little bit about the fig tree. Tell me about it. Right? What were the stems? Were the stems thin? Were they thick? Tell me about them. So the Gemara says, So what does that seem to indicate? It seems to indicate that even other details that are not about the murder itself are still important. The witnesses still have to those boxes when testifying about what's going on over here. You know, to which the Gemara says, no. Now, what's the case? The case over there, the guy actually detached a fig from the tree on Shabbos. That was the case. That's the capital case. So remember again, uprooting the tree, right, detaching a fig from the tree on Shabbos is in and of itself. That's a capital crime. That's a capital crime. So that's what we're talking about over here. So the Gemara says, that's not what the Mishnah said. The Mishnah said that Reuben killed Shimon underneath the tree. That's what happened. That's what happened over here. To which the Gemara says, now what's the case over here? The case over here is where halacha l'maisa again, where halacha l'maisa, Reuben killed Shimon with a stem of the fig. That's what happened here. Killed himself, or he used the stem of the fig as the murder weapon. Through Surah says, Tashma, Amralahem, Te'ena Zu, Ksad Dakin, Ksad Dasin, Te'enim Shchoros, Te'enim Levanot. That's not what it says. It says, Ben Zakkai asked them, tell me, were the stems, were they thin or were they thick? Were the figs themselves, were they white or were they dark? Rav Yosef, Mi Ben Zakkai Losiv Inish, Shiny Ben Zakkai, Dibidikos, Kichat Kiros Mashule. Don't bring a riot from Ben Zakkai. Why? Because on one side, Ben Zakkai, he was marked both with Bedikos and Chakiros, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, both sides, there's a distinction between Bedikos and Chakiros. What's the distinction? Distinction is almost like Chakiros are questions that are specific to the actual event itself. Bedikos are general questions. So generally, do we care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was? Really? Not really. Does it matter again if the figs underneath which the murder occurred were white or black? Not necessarily. Ben Zakkai himself was of the school of thought that both Bedikos and Chakiros are explicitly necessary and both must be dealt with together. That's why Ben Zakkai was asking about the figs and the stems, and according to Ben Zakkai, the clothing is also important as well. To which the Gemara says, Man Ben Zakkai. By the way, who's Ben Zakkai? Who is Ben Zakkai? So said the Gemara says, this is incredible. Man Ben Zakkai. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. So who's Ben Zakkai? Who's Ben Zakkai? What's Zakkai? Do you know how much we owe to Rabbi Zakkai? Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai essentially saved Klal Yisrael in the aftermath of the destruction.
Listen. Let us just.
Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai was responsible for all of that we have. Zecher l'Korban and Zecher l'Mikdash. Two different types of takonos. So this was this. 1 second. If Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, me having Sanhedrin. Was Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai ever part of the Sanhedrin? Chronologically, it doesn't make sense. Watch this. That kind of Kol Shnos of Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, Meyav ve'esrim shana. Both say it's a great Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai lived till 120. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Arboim shana asad b'pragmatya. For 40 years, he was in business. He was in business, right? Shana lamad. 40 years, he learned. Right? He did it. Right? He did his stint in business, and he learned. And Arboim shana limad. And for 40 years, he went ahead and he made a Rabbi. Right? He taught students. So I just want to point out something amazing.
And I feel like everybody should have an opportunity, their fair opportunity to be able to give their arguments. And we shouldn't say, well, because my degree says that to you, I feel like, and I don't like,
at the age of 40,
weird person
decided to go, or after 40 years, he decided
a century. Like, give them
such an incredible world. You sometimes think that
specifically
people are just born that way, right? They have a spoon in their mouth, right? Like this is what they know. This is what they're destined for. This is, let's say, people make choices about the kind of lives they want to lead, and about the kind of people they want to be. It's not an
generally
accident.
they don't.
They're two people who follow the same time. Right? The same people, we're the same people. Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. All these.
So we're
40 paradigm. Now again, that's what the Mepharshim say it's a genius.
Alright, so we're talking about the places demon. So in classical Newtonian physics, they have used the exact position of velocity of a particle in the solar system, the exact laws of motion, and all external forces acting on the system. Then the future and the past will be fully determined. I don't understand why that's computer or some extraterrestrial. Can't do that. I understand I can't do that, but after where no or possible, I just don't like that. I always think generally there's a way, but there's a little bit of faith maybe. So why does this fail in practice? Because of chaos. Fuck chaos. I know chaos can be organized and fairly.
Each of these men just continued down their path. And can you imagine what the world would be like?
Classical created chaos theory centered in the initial conditions. Chaotic system like weather, climate, tectonics, ecosystem, brains. An era of one with today can be completely different outcome years later. This is not a measuring problem, it's a structural feature. I get that, but measured really well at the beginning. Examples, weather becomes unpredictable, long-term climate, human neural activity is massively.
Because my life has been a certain way up until this
I kind of think that in its own way that chaos is organized. I think that the Big Bang is organized. Maybe some people may call it chaotic, but I think that there's an chaos, a deeper level, quantum mechanics and principle. Okay, I mean, tell me, I cannot know exactly what Heisenberg's principle. It says you cannot simultaneously know a particle's position in an arbitrary. This is not a technological limit, it's a law. So, the premise, if you knew where every atom was physically impossible, not just a practice.
There are excavations now in the old city.
I know what you're saying. I just think that there might be some way around that. Maybe. Quantum randomness is not hidden determinism. This is crucial. Quantum mechanics does not say we don't know what happens. It says certain events are genuinely probabilistic. Examples, radio quantum measurement outcomes. Alright, so the solar system is not close. I know that, I get that. Solar system is constantly affected by passing stars, galactic tides, cosmic resonance, neutrinos, gravitational waves, perfectly unique. The state of the universe. Okay, what if like some civilization figured this out? See, that's the thing that nobody is. I give credit to extraterrestrials. I think that, and like people don't even think they exist, and that's cool. Close-minded, whatever. But I am very open-minded, and I think that they're smart. Some of them, others are like single-cell
extraterrestrials or whatever, and they're just working on stuff. But like, there's some stuff out there that could be really, really intelligent. What can be predicted? Orbits, statistical behavior, probabilities of classes of events. Exact weather on specific date years. Specific date years ahead can't be. Human actions can't be. And specific historical outcomes can't be. Okay, you know something that's fine. Final answer, 1 sentence. A perfectly detailed simulation that predicts specific future events are impossible, but fundamentally. Okay, so what if you like really big things that still doesn't shoot past it? But then, what about
so that's the case. The Ben Zakkai over here in Mishnah that's asking about fig trees can't be revealed from Ben Zakkai. It can't be.
Mechanics. I just know that like scientists have only really been.
I don't get how much, but like just like
had ways of determining
it's just fascinating because a lot of times what we're missing when we're learning is anything
everything for like a century. Like, give them 50 millennia, and I bet our shit's better. And I just.
A member of a Sanhedrin which adjudicated a capital.
Yo, dog, give me an envelope of what was once considered to be thought to be a law of physics that has been
and there was no court case being
incorrect
40 years earlier. So the Pashtas, he was never involved sitting judge on a capital. Sigmar says.
I'm just telling you, when I was a kid, they used to say that water tanks didn't exist, and they used to say that the giant squid didn't exist. I remember this. It'd be like, well, you're some kind of person. Can you think that squids could be, bigger than general size? And it'd be like, well, there are like all these accounts of it. Well, those people are stupid. And then this team in Japan in like the early 2000s got this on video of a live one, and they used to wash up on shore to show that this actually happened. But when I was a kid, that kind of stuff was seen as pseudoscience. That's what they said. And I don't like those terms, pseudoscience and quackery and misinformation. Like, and I don't like that. And I everybody should have an opportunity. They're fair.
I meant water tardigrade. Just again. Like, I'm hard on myself, but I don't know what a water pig is. I meant a water bear. Tardigrades, when I was a kid, I seen the pseudoscience and go fuck those people now.
To be able to give their answer and say, well, because my degree said this, or because the consensus is God, this was wrong on a lot of shit for centuries. So here's the big one: the luminiferous ether. What people thought light is a wave of heat medium, therefore space must be filled with an invisible substance called ether. Taken completely seriously by Maxwell folks assumed it existed. What killed it? Michael Stanford experiment in 1887, Einstein's special relativity. So, fuck you, dog. Shit. I consider these people who are like Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Well, I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm not. How do you know that that's not just the luminiferous ether? Or what about Newtonian gravity as a force? Subtly, but hugely wrong. What people thought gravity is a force that acts instantaneously across space worked perfectly for centuries. These assholes were like, oh, we know how fucking gravity works. You know what replaced it? Einstein's general relativity, gravity equals curvature of space-time. So, like, all this shit that was, like, fucking dead solid for centuries gets proven incorrect points. Phlogiston theory, energy before energy, what people thought. Burning objects released a substance called phlogiston. Explain combustion, explain rust, explain weight loss and burning. What killed it?
goes from Pshita, that's obvious.
Lavoisier showed combustion is oxidation. Oxygen exists. Alright, so there's a lot of shit. There's a bunch of things that people thought.
Right? If one of the witnesses says, you know what, I don't know. So say, what's the halacha? One of the witnesses says, I don't know.
Earth
It's fine.
being the center of the universe, the geocentric
or if two witnesses don't know, or one witness say that one
was replaced by the heliocentric system. This is like
or if two say I don't know. So I'm not sure.
Galileo, like, was huge for this by a bunch of assholes. So I'm saying that those assholes still exist. So how does this connect to Kabbalah? Here's the question. Yeah, Rabbi. How does this Well,
even if people say, you know,
I mean, there's the principle that nobody really knows anything. All of it stems, everything stems from that, in my opinion, is very Aristotelian.
So what's interesting over here? Let's say you have a group of three witnesses. Right? And one of them says,
Alright, so we're talking about somebody's a demon, so consequently 20th is if you know.
asking the Hakiros, two answer correctly. One says, I don't know. What's the halacha? The Eidos is bottle. Why? Rabbi Akiva. What is Rabbi Akiva?
I love him, but he's very into devices and things like that. And I know this about him. Like, if you talk to him, he's totally taking, but then he's checking because this club might be blowing. He's trying to figure out which club is blowing up, which Israeli supermodel turned into. I love him, but he's very addicted to devices. And it's about him. Like, if you're talking to him, he's totally taking, but then he's checking.
Jared Allen, Joshua Burns, Jared Allen, old school.
This is still good. Even when it comes to Chakiros, Rabbi Mar switches gears. Mar says, no. When you have a group of three witnesses, we'll say, as long as two out of the three can get the Chakiros together, is correct, then the eighth is good even if the third one messes up. That's halakha. If the third one messes up, halakha might say the eighth is still good. Not like Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, I was going to point that out here, there's a fascinating mahogas we've actually seen before, which is when you have three witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all three to be certified, or is it just enough to get two out of the three? Rabbi Akiva says, you know, three, we don't pass in that way. We pass in that two out of the three is good, because we also pass in that witnesses can even be strung together independently. So therefore, as long as two out of the three are getting the Chakiros correct, we're good to go. Rav Kamer of Safra Tanu Sanhedrin, Bay Rabbah is great. Rav Kamer and Rav Safra were learning Sanhedrin in the yeshiva of Rabbah. We'll say, isn't this incredible, right? They learned Sanhedrin, we learned Sanhedrin, and their Sanhedrin looked a little bit different than our Sanhedrin. But they were learning the Sanhedrin in the yeshiva of Rabbah. To them, I'm going to what did you learn? What did you learn? What did you in the yeshiva of Rabbah relay? My base Sanhedrin great. Well, what do they say about Sanhedrin in general? Right? What in general do we go ahead and hear and learn about? Right? What do you have questions on? What is the distinction between chakiros and bedikos? Chakiros, when it comes to chakiros, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately again the eidos is batal. Bedikos, when it comes to bedikos, so again, this is a passage that we've seen over and over again. Chakiros, which remember again are the 7 questions listed in the beginning of our Mishnah, right? According to Rabbi, only 3, but we pass in 7 questions. Those 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halacha is, you're out. Bedikos, if you get those wrong, you're still in. What's a good example of bedika question? For example, bedika question? Right? Kosher, right? Stems of the fig tree. Color of the figs. They're important. Now, again, they are important. And remember, Beis Din could use discretion with those. They're important, but they're not necessarily part of the core details of what it is that occurred. So therefore, again, one or both the witnesses get chakiras wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get bedikos wrong, you're in. Now the Gemara says, but one, nichti, idi dorais, sihi, maishna chakiras, maishna bedikos. But I don't understand, why is that? Why? They're both doraisa. Both chakiras and bedikos are doraisa. If they're both doraisa, then why do you have latitude with one, not with the other? Amalei halki yashna bechakiras, amal echa en yodea, they do something they love. The hagi the eidut shiata yachol la'azimo. Bedikos echad omer mehen en yodea, kayemes eidut shiata yachol la'azimohu. So we'll say it's a very simple distinction. By chakiros, we'll say all of those questions are what are necessary in order to make the eidin susceptible to azama. Right? Remember, I will say the cloud level is witnesses who cannot be made into eidin zomamin. They have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. Anything that for any of the chakira questions, if they get those wrong, those lead them susceptible to being made into eidin zomamin. Bedika questions, if you get them wrong, it doesn't lead to hasama. So because chakiras are the questions that make them subject to reciprocal punishment to hasama, therefore they're indispensable reality. But the other ones ultimately again are not necessarily indispensable reality. That's why you get them wrong. For who amalu, so it's remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between right? So Rav Kana of Safra run into Rabbi, right? And I'm sorry, run into Rabbi Chama. So Rabbi Chama asks them what you're learning. So Rabbi Chama says, wow, shkoyach, boys, incredible and beautiful, absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar lahu ihaki amisuba tuba. So Rabbi Chama said, incredible, you learned a lot. Amisuba, they said back to him, Amar lahu mituvasa demar aminon, I'm sorry, mitivusa demar aminon betuva. Zirusa demar lo aminon ba balo chada. So this is actually quite beautiful. Rav Kana of Safra say back to Rami Bar Chama, it's only because you're so gracious they were able to share with you more Torah. Had you been a little bit sharper, ultimately we would not have been able to give you back so much Torah. Also, what they were saying was, we're able to share with you because of your pleasing countenance. Had you not been as nice, it would have been more difficult to share with you. We're gonna pick up that last piece tomorrow. Finish up the sugya. Rabbi said we end off with bedikos and chakiros. Again, that last piece of the conversation between Rami Bar Chama and Rav Kana of Safra will pick up with that because there's a tremendous and beautiful, magnificent Musar skill in that. Though I know I ran through it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What a way to start thinking about say shkoyach. We'll say. All right, we'll say good morning. Such a schosbach Hashem to be able to begin. Another week of Daf, our new surrounding are going in. Baruch Hashem. Our Shasana are in the back over there. Hashem, or some will trickle in. Also, apologize about the rattling noise in the HVAC. There's nothing living up there. Not exactly sure what it is that's occurring, but I know Menachem Schoenfeld is on it. His building settling. Okay, that's our catch-all phrase for everything. The building settling. We'll find out what that is in Meretz Hashem. So we'll. So thank you for your understanding again as we still get our feet under us over here. All right, begin by thanking all and also our microphone hopefully by tomorrow. I'm sorry? We have. Okay. Emeretz Hashem. Hopefully by tomorrow. By tomorrow, the HVAC will be fixed and the microphone will be here. Emeretz Hashem. Everything will be All right, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Eindu Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pehei, the Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos as a zuchus for Besoros Tolos Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Teves Havalin Rutova, the Kelman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Chanukah. We hope that the merits of our Talmud Torah is Neshama Hadar Aliyah and his family in Nechama. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Pesha Bas Moshe Mordechai, from the Bracha. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah from the Neshama Hadar Aliyah and her family in Nechama. And for us of us, as always, we dedicate our learning in the schools of our holy hostages. And bring the rest of them home, Bishalom and Bikarov, and the merit of our holy soldiers, may allow them to be successful. The whole Maaseh. With this beautiful and really incredible daf ahead of us today. So, like I said, today's daf is Memal. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Mem on base 40b, 5 lines right after two dots. So remember, we are continuing in Meretz Hashem with the coronation of the wind.
So we're talking about Laplace's demon. Some class for Newtonian physics, you know the exact position and velocity of every particle. But hugely wrong. What people thought, gravity is a force that acts instantaneously across space, worked perfectly for centuries. These assholes were like, oh, we're fucking gravity works. Which is very Platonic, which is very Socratic, and just classical. And I'm sure it's other shit too. But here's what I think. I think, well, like all these Kabbalists, what started the world, or what God is, and I don't really agree with what thus far, like, it's some of it in ways can contradict like mainstream Central Orthodox Judaism. Like there's some slight contradictions. Like, I mean, here's a simple one. God is one. That's like the big thing in Judaism. Okay, well, what about the Shekhinah? That's extra. It's like, oh well, it's like the sun and the rays of the sun and shit. And it's like, I mean, why can't God be everything? Every atom in the whole universe. I don't know. Then I just get into God as energy, and that's what I think. I've never heard anybody put it that way. Maybe they have, but that's just what I think. They're not doing it like I'm doing it, and that helps me. And I think from a scientific perspective, that works for people. Like when people refer to God, Hashem, they're referring to energy. It's only when you get into these ideas of like, like having being corporeal, like having a body and stuff. That's Hashem is incorporeal. That's a tenet of the 13 principles of faith, and I am a Rambam Homer. I'm a cheerleader. Anyway, so how does that, like, well, we're all just hear stuff out. And one of the big questions I think of these Kabbalists, what God is. It's like, dog, we didn't have a temple, and Mashiach hasn't come yet. So what else are we going to study? And literally just start making some shit up. And maybe some people had some visions, and maybe some people like channeled some stuff from ancient times, or it was passed down orally, even though there's not a lot of evidence for some of it. There really isn't. And then it just keeps getting built up. It's like we're playing with Legos. Legos, and like we had the base of the Lego set that was from a stolen set of sure, let's just say that, and then we build this beautiful structure on top of that, and we say, look how amazing this amazing thing. It's pure. It's perfect in every single way. But then we find out like the base was stolen or just corrupted, and people don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. They don't want to get rid of the structure because their parents like the structure, parents like the structure, but at the end of the day, the base is still corrupt. And that happens a lot in religion and community teaching. Okay, so Heisenberg principle. Okay, so I'm fine with that. But I just think that perhaps that still works, but maybe there's a way around it. I'm not saying there is. I'm saying it's too early to tell. It's very primitive people, and some rabbits would be like, yeah, rabbits in the back. All right, big dog. So, what do you think? How did it all start? And I would say this. I think that humans, like Homo sapiens, what we are either not intelligent enough to understand this, or, yeah, I would say, wait, so the big question is, all right, so if we all Big Bang happened, or whatever, like even in Bereshit, like what happened before Bereshit 1:1? You know, like it doesn't go into other like the multiverse or an omniverse. It doesn't go into any of that because it was just written traditionally. It was given to Moshe Rabbeinu at Sinai, and then he passed it along to everybody. Much of it was educated, but nevertheless, there are a lot of holes. Arguably, some people are, oh, no, Tanakh is perfect, Torah is perfect. Okay, that's fine. Then explain why that was arguably 5,786 years ago, but like we can do carbon dating is, oh shit, this thing's gonna end, is corrupted, this thing. Anyway, well, I guess we'll have to do it another time. But really quickly, what do I think it is? I just don't know that our minds can process the type of idea that there was something before there was nothing, or before there was like what happened 1 second before the Big Bang? Was it another universe or multiverse? Our brains cannot comprehend. Maybe a more advanced species of humans, which were evolving, or maybe some kind of extraterrestrial to figure it out. But I don't think it's possible. So the way that I describe it is, if you've ever seen like an emoji that's like the red string, not the Kabbalah thing, that's different, but like imagine like a ball of, imagine like time is a like a time, like a line, like string, and if we took that and made it into like a toroid, like a donut shape, and then we just kept looping it, it would eventually create like a toroid of yarn. And then if we took that and we bundled it all up into like a ball, like that emoji, and we said, where does it start and where does it stop? We wouldn't really be able to tell. And in my mind, like, that's how we should think of the universe. Like, there could be a Big Bang, and then all the shit happens for 60 billion years, and then a big crunch, which is what, like, we're 13.8 billion years into the life of the universe like from a scientific point of view. I understand that we're 5,786 years that religiously, but whatever you want to believe, this has to happen. Something's got to happen. And if there's like a big crunch, perhaps like maybe billions of years in the future, then what happens? Does it start all up again? And there, if it does, then that would be like another like ring on this red yarn. And if you bundled it all up, you would never know where it started or where it stopped. Or generally, like you could, sure, like just looking at it without being able to touch it would be very difficult. And where it started and where it stopped. And that's kind of like how history is. It's not perfect, but it helps me to understand that like we're never, as humans, to be able to understand what happened before the Big Bang. What happened 5,700 and like today is 1,786 days, but like in 87 or not days, years. 5,786 years as of today, but in the future it's going to expand. But what happened 5,787 years ago, or 88 years ago, or 89 years ago, or 90 years ago, or 10,000 years ago? And people can be like, oh, well, there's this Kabbalistic teaching of this. Dog. I'm a realist. I'm a rationalist. So I'm trying to figure this out from a real scientific. Science is really important. It's like my name. You could call me science. I fucking love science. I think it's amazing. And then I'm trying to figure this out from a religious perspective as well. And the red string, the yarn, or whatever, that's how I figure. It's like a Torah. That's how I think. All right, you're fired. Go fuck yourself. And record. This is the worst. This is the worst. I fucking hate this shit. This is bullshit. Dog, why does this shit suck so much cock? This is the worst. Hopefully this bullshit recorded it. This sucks. Fucking bullshit. Which is very.
Free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our radio hundreds of titles and iHeartRadio podcast radio. The prize has all been confirmed on the blockchain, but I think to Omni, it's thousands of pounds. Am I right, Omni? Yes, it's thousands of pounds. I don't know what this dollars is you're talking of. What is that? That's what we use in Western society. Also, we drive on one side of the road, drive on the other side of the road. I don't know what's going on, but it takes a little bit to get on the right side of the road. You drive on the wrong side of the road. Last time I checked. That could be also it. We use the different matrices and centimeters and blah, blah, blah. But it's all good because you know what? At the end of the day, we speak the same damn language. Thanks for co-hosting here, Big Speed and Omni. We got Wise pulling up. We're going to hear from you guys in a second. Welcome to the show. Molecular. I see Jimmy in the audience. What's going on, amigo? Thanks for pulling up. Tribe, Eve. Rabbi's in the building. What's going on? Some of the Fajal communities here as well. Guys, stick around. We're going to get to all the crypto headlines. Top volume leaders on Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, and Ordinals. Molecular, thanks for pulling up here as well. Much appreciated. We got Gia, Lily in the building. Don't think I've ever seen you in my space before. You better not be a catfish. Thanks for pulling up here. Look at, come on, Avi. I could have known it. Right? Is the 100% you are a catfish or 100% you're not a catfish? I'm dying to hear this. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking it's all. Jesus Christ, Alex. It's too early in the space for that. It is. I confirm or deny some allegations. What me and Tom do in private is what me and Tom do in private. You know what? Yeah, the UK is much more accepting of me. Please stop doing things with Alex in the dark. It's all right, you know, whatever, man. It's all gravy. And you know what? The market has been brutal. All right, the last couple of weeks it's been brutal. So we gotta do what we gotta do to get by. All right, we see Bitcoin down. Solana's been down from all-time highs. Ethereum's down. Ethereum NFTs in particular have been hit pretty hard. Ordinals are down. Right? So if you gotta get a little homoerotic now and again to get you through, that's what you gotta do, man. Patina. Here's the latest. President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky are finished meeting in Florida as leaders continue to try and advance a potential peace with Russia. And a new survey shows that members of the EU's resolutions to exercise war. 25% think it is their primary goal for 2026. More news at the bottom of the hour. Check your out on the 91.
You hear that? That's the sound of the group chat going off. Your fantasy team scored another touchdown for Vikings. I'm Peter Zachariason, host of the Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast. Every week matters this time. So tune in daily to help build a championship roster in your friends, family, and that one coworker who won't stop talking. Literally, open your free iHeartRadio app, search Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast, and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I know that there are some more money, the largest chocolate websites on the dark net.
That's your favorite floor. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Number one podcast. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Miles from glass spires. Lies the self-worth. 2021, 2022. The worst people at home have this all.
A struggle worth fighting for.
Gather to stop design destruction with massive strains. Cops. There, the forest, give us a different
Forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
until one day everything shatters. Approximately 9 o'clock this morning, law enforcement centers of the crime. Individual without warning shot George W. But I heard it was a full blood. It was just like a mess of shots, just like blasting off. I'm wondering if some media contender for TV this I'm not sure. Follow me to the
stuff. You're like, hey, maybe I see them. Is that a real thing? Somebody made a search engine that basically allowed you to view everything that was go way back to basically like 2023. So it's like anything that shows up on there was created before 2023, which indicates that it was probably way back. By the way, I wanted to say shout out to all my fellow Chargers fans. Tough day yesterday. Chargers being Chargers. As Mickey's people say, Paul ranks and Ohio fans being in a place like this. I say, you know, it's kind of cool. You know, quote them because the non-Ohio fans don't even like solid days. Have you not seen the AMC commercial that she does? Okay, all right. I know how like embarrassing my accent was, and she was not good at it. Mark died. I appreciate supporting our absurd. You think you let me? Yeah, review like all the time. It's great. I was hoping that if Mark's out there, then I'm hopeful. I'm hoping someone is fine with this. At least someone knows to. If not spicy, at least so it's all right. Is Dan the line for you guys? These YouTubers, TikTokers, Instagram. Hey guys, that's the problem. Nobody can be famous if they can't say, hey guys. That's been the debate. But there's a debate right on TikTok over if the influencer is dead. And I think I'm talking about specifically is the sort of like glossy, luxury goods influencers. It says the perfect thing in mind, or viewers rather, just like comment Andy for it started, at least the conversation, influencer Jacqueline Hill asked her 1.2 million followers, why is no one watching my stuff? She used to get a ton of views on her luxury hauls. Come with me with this stuff on my face. Have you tried honey on your face? She said, I did see her. It was like, I put honey all over my face, and now I live with a dermatologist. He's like, this is, you shouldn't do any of this. Don't do any of this. Don't listen to this. So anyway, you know, she asked my nobody's watching her stuff. She's getting a ton of views now. She gets like 15,000. She's 35, despite not letting my head believe. Apparently, it has nothing to do with her Asian out and being too old for the platform. It's more that she's just too much. A lot of commenters not coming to her defense saying, look, lady. We're tired of the Disney. He's crazy. A professor of media is like ABC News. We've had it. A lot of it is a product of the influencer industry itself. People are relatable. They start making videos, and then people say, oh, you're great. I like you. And then they become famous. And then they're no longer relatable. They set their famous lifestyles, which is why I have strived from the beginning to be as unrelatable as possible. As a matter of fact, influencing is so cool. There's no trend influencing, which actually as well. That's for kids basically. Here, I want you to see this and why it's different. Don't like the love. Maybe, I didn't hear from one of our listeners. Yeah. Where is the line? I think that's right. As far as I was concerned, I just went with it because I wanted to make sure. You know, again, the whole effort of, I must be right. This is just the way I understand it.
1,500 residents were shelter in place. 34-inch high-pressure gas line ruptured near the drought road, sending a strong gas current across the region. Local crews were able to stop the leak after several hours. Fire officials say it was making pressure. Rupture created a loud noise, and some residents stood for an explosion. This resident who lives nearby tells KTLA there was massive confusion.
The noise literally was deafening. People were walking out of their homes on the old road, their hands over their ears, and it was so loud. I'm getting goosebumps at this moment.
No injuries were reported. There's word the rupture was possibly caused by a landslide, but that hasn't been confirmed. A woman accused of DUI facing murder charges after an 18-year-old high school student.
Prosecutors charged 23-year-old second-degree murder, gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated and driving on a suspended license. They say he was just 1 month away from graduating high school as well. On May 4th, when he was hit by an SUV, court records show Bill was driving on a suspended license tied to a prior DUI arrest in 2023. She was taken into custody Tuesday. She's being held on $2 million bail. Sharon Reardon, KFI News.
At least one person is dead after 2 helicopters collided in Trenton, New Jersey. Authorities say one person was killed, another critically injured after the helicopters went down near Hamilton Municipal Airport, which is about 35 miles southeast of Philadelphia. Chevron is taking aim directly at California politicians for high gas prices.
A picture on the side of the Chevron pump saying California lawmakers are driving up gas prices has gone viral. Chevron has fought back against state politicians in the past, posting signs last year saying filling up your tank is a lot cheaper in other states. Right now, California takes about $1.30 in taxes and fees per gallon of gas you buy. Some industry and the gas prices could skyrocket to around $10 a gallon when the Valero refinery closes in California in April 2026. Jason Cavadonia, KFI News.
Brigitte Bardot, the French 3 legend and animal rights activist, was shot in the 1956 on-hand congregated woman and later started over 40 movies before retiring in 1973. Bardot then dedicated her life to animal advocacy, founding a major protection group. She remained a controversial figure in later years of her far-right views, but many in France remember her as a cultural icon. Brigitte Bardot was 91 years old. Let's go to crash off the one day downtown LA.
You hear that? That's the sound of the group chat going off. Your fantasy team scored another touchdown with Vikings. I'm News Zachary Sid, host of the Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast. Every week matters. Tell me the championship roster to your friends, your family, and that one coworker who won't stop talking. Literally, open your free iHeartRadio app, search Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast, listen now.
Easy to tell if you've had way too many drive. What if you've had just one too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Ad Council of the station.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Is he not important in shortstop for the Dodgers? Should be a COVID test for thing into the job, right? Yeah. Like you take it, you spin it around your mouth, and you got Reddit.
I am white as shit. Red at 19. White person hand out in 7 inch. The fucking hot pot will kill you now, man. Every time they would come, I'm like, oh, does she really? Let's go with the real goddamn meal. She's serious. She for real? Every time they would come, like, does it ever occur to her? Maybe Brendan's not trying to shit his pants. How about that? Every time dinner would come, asshole would go like this. We're dying down here, Bobby. So spicy. He's hilarious. Nice. I mean, every time it's crazy. You know, good. I've never been thicker since I hung out with the Mexican man. Thick with dude, give me cheese. Dude, give me hell, man. Hard milk year round. You ever tail off the carbs? That's game plan? Okay, one more water. You want to be built like armadillos? I got so sick in the pandemic, I decided to go on a keto diet. If you know what keto is a diet where you can't eat Mexican food. That's a diet. It's pretty easy to stick to, man. Just don't touch a fucking tortilla. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, sir. My problem, though. Here's my problem. Every Friday, my mother-in-law makes my favorite. Oh, shit. It's my favorite. Listen, do me a favor, though. I don't want to be tempted. I don't want the house. Do me a favor. Tell your mom I want keto. Can you do that, Cheese? Cooney has 3 eyes. But she doesn't, though. But she doesn't. I'll clean all this up tomorrow. You keep saying that. She clearly fucking doesn't. Do me a solid. Tell her I'm fucking keto, okay? 8 weeks goes by, your boy hasn't touched a fucking tortilla. Nothing. I walked in the house last Friday. Dude, shout out to everyone that subscribed today, dude. My favorite food. You know how like Theo Von came around? I was convinced Red Bar would do a show tonight. You know how like he struggles with cocaine? Like if there was cocaine on the table right now, he'd fucking screw it right here. You feel me? It's crazy that when I go, I'm just gonna put this right back on. I will fucking take it to the. Fuck. God, we gotta start. Yeah, start the clock over. Yeah. Mama, what are you doing? I know you know. I'm on keto. I know you know. I'm on keto. She goes, she grabs his dress. She goes, cabrón, look. Keto. It's keto, bitch. I gotta say, the point jersey, great touch. Thanks, man. Nobody's really commented on that. I remember maybe Man Lee asked me how I got it. Yeah, I got on it. What? eBay, dude. eBay. It was a good price, but maybe I were to a Dodger game. We'll see. I'm the only person in my house that knows speak Spanish. I'm not even gonna lie, dude. Like, after hour 4, it's kind of like a spiritual experience. And we're just like, it's going. I know. You know what I mean? Right. It's kind of like, it doesn't even feel real. It's a mantra, dude. And people keep asking me how many times have we seen this 66. You know what it feels like that my 5-year-old son roll up on his bike? Oh, man. 66 times. Yeah. As a father, you know what that feels like? I don't have a clue what he's talking about. I don't have a clue. All right, Shabbat. Yeah, Curtis Bot. It's more like ese cabrón. Shabbat usually the Oxford Dick show there. How many times have you jerked off while watching this? 66. Yeah, 8 inches. Yeah. Next check. Cooney, I don't know who he is, me. Dodgers player. Never heard of him. One of the many things I love about the Mexican culture is, I do love your culture, man. One of the many things I love about it. He's talking to me. Every week, As a white person,
Birthday fucker.
all right,
Be cool.
be cool.
Yeah, let's start for ice cream. Smells going to jail. What you going to jail for? Honestly, it's the one person in the shop that I don't mind reaching out to. To help her out? Yeah. How would you help her with jail stuff? Writing letters that are usual to the governor. Yeah. You're like, good thing I know Mr. Jameson, I can send a letter right to him. Yeah.
I walked in the house, these Mexicans give a fuck about social distancing. There was a massive.
Kevin,
There's a mariachi band. Beating the shit out of this bitch. Fucking nachos goddamn living room.
That sounds like a poppy. You open below your window, hot Cheetos all over the place. The car.
What's going on?
No, base. I is asking me if I'm scary. Is violence in your DNA scary? It's pretty scary. Yeah, I don't know. You do think you'd leave a room with me scared? I would leave on scared? Yeah. Probably. And cut my neck off? Yeah. Next question. But where'd you buy the dolphin bottle? You don't buy those bottles, they find you. It's your piece of shit.
Stick together. Like, you never want to.
Sweet life story is sad because he slept with you. You dies every hour here.
I was my family up for dinner the other night. My family, I mean, all 15 of them.
Fucked up. The week is kind of a mess here. The week is no, I didn't really work out. I think he just wasn't. He never lived up to some legal issues. Yikes. Yowzers. I'll be right back.
We fit. The fuck? She goes, wait, no, we fit. I went, please don't do this. I promise you, you do not fucking fit. Sure enough, we fit. We fucking fit. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Two of them were hanging out and spoiling me. They were fucked.
I gotta say, the highlight of the street for me so far, dude, was singing R&B with
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up this.
Mark. That was fun. Yeah, that's good shit. That was great, dude. I feel like that was the peak of the street. Then it coming downhill after that. Just kidding.
I want to ring it, you know, the middle of the pandemic. She found one, man. She found
Cheese with you, baby.
We're driving a couple's therapy. She's crying. I want to cry.
Very last ride.
My life currently.
I want your nachos.
Some shit like this.
Gringo Poppy. Gringo Poppy.
Giant red neon letters.
This was a bad idea. Every element of this is sad. Will Harm. Boss. Bond. And the only one not having fun is you, Will.
Yeah. Will harm?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, you harmed yourself, Bob.
Yeah. This is definitely 24 gold hours. So,
yeah, it's like golden hour times 24.
Exactly.
We're looking for Dr. Robin.
Yeah, I think it was towards the end of hour 1 or into hour 2 where we sang with BGL.
If you watch Gringo Poppy this many times, you don't even need to take house. The new house.
Yeah. Testosterone.
It's always weird. It's even weird in the middle of it. To move your house, my grandma's pants. The old parents played safe and conscious. But you just go over the Fuck's Mexican cookie. What are you talking about? It's like a chocolate chip with sauce all over it. What are you talking about?
Okay. Whenever the transcript comes out, you'll be able to find that R&B part for sure.
They clip every time we say bot.
That would be great, but it's a lot of clicking. Oh, you know, do that? A bot.
Oh, there you go. That's how you know bot.
Yep.
All that stuff, the doorbell, all the ring security stuff. All good. I'll see that night.
Oh my God.
Yeah. 3 a.m. Goddamn done. Woke up again.
As soon as I figure out how to pull the plug and it all, I'm gonna turn down the air fryer. My head inside.
I didn't know about this ring app. And download the app.
We'll make a sausage salad another day.
I don't want sausage salad, you psycho. Fantastic.
The webs are lovely, dark, and deep, but I have truck walks to creep and sinks to piss in before I sleep. Lots bottoms.
I can't really imagine food after this. Yeah. Like dinner, that just seems like a strange concept after watching the Gringo Pop 75 times. Like, sit down and eat dinner.
Yeah.
Every day.
How drunk do you think the people laughing are?
Very drunk.
Yeah. More drunk than drunk.
Drunk and a little very supportive.
Yeah.
2 doors down, Jerry goes, hey man, this mountain lion is like goddamn dogs.
Don't underestimate the hog. Look at the black compilation up tonight. Gross is made for street.
Oh, I've yawned already, Nick Bot.
Might as well just buy a subscription to Patreon, dude, because
I know, that gets you a month
That mountain
of yawning.
of yawning. We film at
my kids saw from the window. We can't sleep at night. Somebody needs to do something. This is not good.
This is not good.
This is not good. Then David right next door to me, David goes, yeah,
David.
stole my Amazon package.
Kendrick.
The Amazon package was taken by a line?
Yeah. Facts.
That gives me the idea. I'm like, ooh, I know how to introduce myself.
Dude, Christian Hell, you've been here the whole time. We talked about Brian Callen the whole time, dude.
Yeah.
Easy work.
This is really 24 hours straight Netflix. Yeah, dude, look at the timestamp. It already says 23 hours.
Yeah.
Bot.
In a way, we're 8 hours.
Yeah.
Don't ask.
Someone has been watching this since the last recording.
I walked out with an AR-15.
1 times 1 equals 2, dude.
Laser thing on top of it.
Everybody knows that.
I walked out with a Zero Dark 30 Navy SEAL night vision helmet. What? I was like, dude, 19 grand for all this? Hell yeah, bro.
Hell yeah.
It's a steal, bro.
I keep having to remind myself that we've already watched it.
I know.
It does feel weird.
That's fun, bro. I'll keep it posted. I'll let you
I'm so sorry if we're not funny anymore.
killer deal.
I don't give a shit.
Bots. Fuck you, bots.
So I get home, listen, I never really know.
This is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
This shit is fucking dope, dude. In my head, I'm like, right, this is how I envision this, right? My cat shows up at 3 a.m. every night, right? So I'll be sleeping at 3 a.m. It's late, I'll be sleeping right here. Wow, I'm gonna pop out of bed, right? I'm gonna fucking, yeah. And then I always have my
I gotta text Bobby and ask for a raise.
there. Really cool, Tom Brady was talking, so I fucking,
Yeah, be cool.
I slide my notes on, right? I have my AR-15 like this, I have my Zero Dark 30 night vision like this.
Zero Dark 30 vision like this.
I don't know how I threw that in, but be cool. So I'm fucking she's so
Anyway. What guitar do I have? 12 strings of Sunland, my 6 string is a Yamaha.
Yeah.
And then also a Epiphone. And they're all Kivitex. Wait a minute, you guys still going? Real deal? Hell, where have you been this whole time, dude?
Boom.
Get my ring camera and go, World Star!
He's so happy to be done.
Yeah.
He's like, I did the whole thing.
You know, viral to me. Let this fuck. You can't wait, man.
Yeah.
So tonight, right? I'm pacing back and forth. My girl's like, go to bed. I'm like, shut up, bitch. I'm fucking here.
Oh, shut up, bitch.
Thank you, Craig City. Bye.
Again, I got my UGG boots on. I got my AR-15. I got my Zero Dark 30 night vision on, right?
Sorry about that.
Still got the big dick. Sorry. I'm fucking
You know, I think we can get away with ending early if Cabo just talks us out. I feel like Cabo's not going to be the best, but
That's the worst guy I've ever seen. Like,
3 a.m.
can you film Cabo sleeping?
okay, how about this? Dude, you know how loud Cabo is, dude?
It's a little loud.
I went all the way out to get Martin, and I heard Cabo from the street.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit, your neighbors don't like you.
Right? Like,
Where's their alarm clock for Saturday?
I don't need the Navy SEAL night vision, dude. Like, they're probably grabbing by the screw. Enough, son.
I got a better idea. You know, we're convinced that people are bots, right? Yeah. There's one way they can tell them. We can tell if they're bots or not. Okay. We can let them call us in. Sure. You know what I mean?
Call in.
Yeah. Guys, you guys want to call in? I'm waiting to see yeses in the chat. We'll do this for the last, what do we have? 30 minutes-ish. You know what I mean? And we're going to determine whether or not you're a bot. Yeah. The phone number, if you guys don't already know, 775-557-8667. That's 775-556 TMOS. Let me know how to turn this on. I need this.
Yeah, you guys. Brian, you want to call in?
Give me 1 second. 775-557-8767. Okay, so somebody just called. Oh, let's give him a call. Let's see who this is. Hello. Hey, how's it going? You're here with Rabbi Tweety.
With Jared and Brandon.
That's us. Right. You've reached the team.
You guys really did it. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Okay.
You guys got big dick. Sorry about that.
Okay, all right. You're not a bot. That's great.
You passed the test.
I am not a bot. No.
All right.
If you look up in the white person manual on page 7, it says that I need a tater tot at least once a week.
Okay.
That's very true. You do. You should always have tater tot.
Yes.
Once a week.
I've been riding with you guys ever since like episode fucking 0 since 1. Yeah, it's been great.
Oh shit, nice. Thank you, sir. Well, congratulations. You're not a bot. You said that we have huge dicks, and that's what we like, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you guys do those songs. I wish you guys did it weekly, but
okay, bot. All right, you're a fucking bot later, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. It's weird how they fool you like that.
They sound like they're human beings, but then they become a robot so fast.
Let's see. We got another one coming. Hey, how's it going, dude? Bot. Literally a bot. You saw that? That was literally a bot.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, we got a call. Let's see who this one is. Let's see. Last one was calling from jail or something. Did you hear that?
hello.
Hey.
What's up, Dallas?
What's up? Truck flip.
All right. It's finally nice talking to a person.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to get off the fryers for a bit, man. It's been a long day. Got a broken leg. So, been enjoying you guys all day.
Nice. What's it called? Do you have a smoke break at all?
Yeah, I got a smoke break right now.
Nice. Good. That's great. Sorry my phone is going nuts because people want to call in, but go ahead and tell us about our show and how much you love it.
Well, it's really good because it's a great avenue for all of us homeless cats to, stay on top of the entire Bopiverse and all that entails because it's a never-ending saga which provides much entertainment.
Right. Okay, good. Not a bot.
Not a bot. That's great.
Great.
I'm a real boy.
You're a real boy, dude.
All right. Since I was going to ask, the last guy was a bot. They did bring up songs. Do you have a favorite song?
Favorite song?
Yeah,
honestly, like the Cutie Louie intro.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
That's
dude.
the right answer, dude.
Yeah, Raccoon.
Yeah, it's a good one, man. It's a banger. I find myself just kind of like, I'll actually be like watching TV and I'll hear the Louie song, but I start hearing the Cutie lyrics. So.
Hell yeah, dude.
Raccoon Tweety, never heard of it. You watch that show too, then?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I missed the episode where you explained your Martha's Vineyard trip, so.
Oh, you gotta watch it.
Sorry, Cutie.
No, you can watch it, dude. It's
Yeah, Yeah.
Fucking, I talk all about how I'm now working with Alan Dershowitz.
Hey, you guys actually work for Bobby Lee? Because I have a Bobby Lee story.
Yeah, we would love to hear the story, and yes, we do work for him.
Okay, so he might not like this story.
Okay, well, we don't actually work for him.
Yeah. Okay, alright. So, I forget who the guys he was with, but like 10, I'm from Tahoe. I'm like, it was probably like 10 years ago, but they did some show. It was a 3-man show called the Marijuana Log. It was like a play on the vagina monologue.
Oh, yeah, I vaguely remember that, yeah.
Absolute dog. It was absolute dog shit. And anyways, after the show, Bobby and those other two comedians, and I was with my buddy. I was my buddy's house. He had a house right next to the casino. And when we were like leaving the garage, Bobby was like so like fucking on trying to be a funny guy. Like I stopped and I told him, I was like, you know, the show's over. And it was really awkward. And like me and my friends, we still kind of talk about that to this day because I don't know if anybody ever said that to him before. It's kind of like no one's ever told Joe he's not funny.
Yeah. It's crazy. I can't relate because it's so easy for me to turn it off. In fact, turning it on is the problem. Yeah. I can stop right now, honestly.
I think that's honestly like one of the biggest problems like with the whole Rothschild and this era of comedians is that I find that they're comedians and more just performers. Yeah. That really is kind of the root of why.
Yeah, I think I agree with it. That makes sense.
Great show, boys.
Thank you, bro. And yeah, you are not a bot. Yep. Good work not being a bot, a robot, as long as you can.
Yeah, don't fall for the robot's tricks. My mom fell for that shit.
Yeah, she's a bot now.
Yeah. Rosa needs a weekly spot. She needs a handler, B.
Yeah.
We need the Timo's political corner with Rosa. Oh my god. You got some hot takes there. Yeah, I didn't say oh my god to you. I said oh my god to this voicemail. Jesus Christ. Well, thank you so much, brother. Thanks for calling in.
You truck flip. Have a good one.
Alright, later, bud. Later on. I saw that Balloon Fart left a message. I do want to reach out to Balloon Fart.
Okay.
He's got this guy left a terrible message.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let me see what this is. Let's see.
I need you.
Oh my god. Balloon Fart. Who the fuck is that guy? Where's Balloon Fart at?
Balloon Fart, call back.
No, I don't know what he is.
No, fuck. Don't call back.
I know Man Lehman was trying to call.
He said he left a message.
Oh, here we go. Let's call Man Lehman.
Okay.
Balloon Fart, put your number in the or the area code in the chat. Oh my god. But it's Man Lehman. Hey, how's it going, Man Lehman? You've been able to something back. Let's just be honest, okay? You've been accused many times today of being a bot. I know your name. Listen, I watch every video to the end. That's all I'll say. That sounds like a bot.
No.
Okay, no.
Watch every video to end.
I'm definitely in the chat, smash the like button, join the Facebook.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Well done.
I want to give a big shout out to everybody that donated a ton of cash because I could only push you over $4 today.
I mean, I loved every dollar.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you, dude. We appreciate
Yeah,
it.
who's that one Indian guy that gave us like $9,000?
In English money.
Oh, cool, Toronto. Oh, I didn't know he's from India. No, I still want you guys to watch Adam Ray doing Tony in front of him, but at least I know that Adam Ray's
Maybe we can on Patreon.
yeah, maybe this week we'll do some more Kill Tony on Patreon.
Yeah.
That would be fine. You know, it's not easy to suit up and show up, you know what I mean? Suit up, show up. But yeah, it's hard to, like, you get into the hazmat suit and watch all this trash content.
Yeah, and we have to do that before every Patreon. So
Yeah.
You guys know it takes 6 months to make a Patreon episode, so
It's hard.
yeah, you get it.
nope, bring songs, and I appreciate you guys doing that.
Bring back the songs.
All right. Well, bye. All right. See you later. Bye.
What the hell?
No, we will bring it.
Yeah, we will. Sorry.
It's just fun to do that.
Yeah, it's this is Trucks Like Think I'm Not a Bot. Okay, who the fuck is this guy? Whose daddy's number is Lock Muscle? There you go. Hey there, Gerard. What's up, guys? Drunk Elbow. It's from the Patreon. Never heard of it.
Hey there, Gerdo. Hey there, Gerdo.
Oh, here we go. Balloon Fart now. I want to hear Balloon Fart's voice. Do you think it sounds like an asshole squeaking? Let's see. I'm trying to make it go longer, dude.
Yo, what's up, my man?
Yo, is this Balloon Fart, dude?
This is the one and only.
Oh! Let me just hit the hot guys.
He's gonna hear us.
What's up, Balloon Fart?
Okay, I'm watching the stream, but it's like behind a little bit, so I gotta turn it down.
Can I ask you a question?
Shout out to all the guys in the chat real quick, all the old heads. I won't even start naming names because I'll leave some out, and there's just so many, you can't name them all, except for Elizabeth, she's my girlfriend.
Oh, shit.
We're open in the shop together. But yeah, and Batizzi's are like, he's a property manager, but anywho, just love the show. Glad you guys got BGL on again. I'm sorry I missed Brian Campbell. I'm a big MMA fan, and I like his work in boxing and all. So I just and he noticed the balloon part too. It was just a weird chat of like him just noticed.
Well, that's my question. I was going to ask you, can you tell me the origins of Balloon Fart?
It was like, I had an account get banned. I made a new one. I needed to come up with a name. And it just like, I guess I was playing with balloons to make that squeaky noise. And I was like, that's like a balloon fart. And then 808, I guess it was like, just was a fun thing to slap on the end. People like noticed it. And I realized I spelled it wrong. I am retarded. So,
it led to a very recognizable name, so I think you did.
Yeah.
And it's like people just seem to notice it, and like same with Batizzi, like we seem to have the same taste in everything because we were in the same chat of this Crack Amigo, like MMA streams, or like different, like even in like different like comedy videos, I'll see like the comment section. But like.
He's got great taste.
So yeah, no, it's a great honor to be able to chat with you guys, just a bit to say hi.
Balloon Fart like rides the wave of like the line. I mean, on the other side of the line, you got Dixie Norvis. You know what I mean? Trans Kim K type stuff like this. On the good side, you got like Wolfcat with the gun, Bud Easy, and then Balloon Fart's in the middle where it's like kind of naughty but also kind of funny. You know what I mean?
It's family friendly.
I'm a goofy dude. I have a very silly sense of humor. I'm like pretty serious by nature, but like my sense of humor is very goofy.
Yeah.
That's why I like this environment. Oh, by the way, so shout out again to you guys, and especially the shop, because, and I'm kind of a bit of a lover.
Yeah.
Because of like the crazy environment. Imagine a world like, okay, if entertainment was good, then there would be no environment for us to have like this entertainment between each other because the rest of the world's entertainment's so bad. And it's just like, I actually am thankful for that because this is entertaining. Like, we do have fun.
Yeah. Well said. I agree.
Dude, like, you guys make my work day more enjoyable, you guys, like, the only thing I wish we could get more Dalia stuff. I love it.
I love it, though.
No, for sure, I did.
Like, honestly, it was, I think, one of the, like, it was like a bitch, and that's around chat was like a coon was like, oh, these guys actually like respond to fans.
Yeah.
And it's goofy stuff. So, and then, again, the name stuck out, so you would just see me around, especially I've been around so long, like, bringing it back in the day when there weren't many people in chat, the names stick out, so.
Yeah, you were born in the darkness of the Refuge Comedy Store. That was a lot of fun.
But honestly, like, I kind of guess I didn't notice you stopped.
Oh, see, there we go. That's an honest human answer. Right. You didn't even notice.
Also, given, like, the schedule, and I'm an East Coast, and, like, my schedule's all over the place, so I know I don't get to watch live stream as much, too, or stuff, so I don't guess the premiere is the same, or something's different. I don't know. It's okay. But love, and I'll get to bed. Good luck with you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Balloon. It's like, don't get sleep apnea in your brain. Do you prefer All right,
right? In other words, making sure the drishas of the chakiris. So we say, do you recognize the traitor? Do you recognize the defendant? So Nachri Harag, did he kill an Anju? He saw you, he's facing both. Did you Masra? Kibal Alov, Asra, did he accept the Asra upon himself? Hittir Atzmo Misa. There was an interesting Hittir Atzmo Misa means literally, did he permit him to death? Which is another way of saying, did after he heard the Asra, after he heard the warning, in other words, did he still proceed anyway? Right? And again, did he essentially, when you have to give him Asra, did he go ahead and violate immediately afterwards? If somebody worshipped idolatry, right? So the witness is coming forward to say that Reuben worshipped idolatry. We ask the witnesses, what type of idolatry did he worship? Did he worship Ba'ar? Did he worship Marcellus? How did he worship? Is he buah, the offer carbon, the heater, incense, the nisra, libation, the shtachah, prostration? We ask him all of these questions. Fine. So Amr will ask them in the Torah. So Uber says, so where do we know Asra? So what's interesting idea? So where do you know this concept that someone has war before they go ahead and commit the Avera, for it to be viable? So we might say, Shnema, Yish Asher Yikar Asafo. So, Bas Aviv Bas Hilo. The law is Basaf. But for the man, they go ahead and have it with his sister, the daughter of his father, the daughter of his mother, and he see her arrogance. And there's what does see have to do with it? There's something about see the issue of actual relations. So we do kind of most of them. Rabbi, the Gemara says when we follow that halacha one is outside only until the witnesses point out to the defendant what it is that he's doing wrong. So witnesses as well. Therefore, point out to the defendant that he's doing wrong. So you know, so that's what happens here. The prohibition referring to over here is a Kares prohibition, right? You don't need Hasra for anything commercial like Kares. Why? Because when Kares is carried out by the party. When you need Hasra, you need a woman for a fraction of by a criminal case. So the Indian Kares, but I don't need the constant Hasra. For a Kares better infection, not like the model 40 but A, today you need the Marcus. So go ahead and give it over to Marcus. So that's what you really see in the card the source for the concept of Hasra. Beautiful. And if this be a kind of, so the he, Yosef Ish Harei, the Harga of the Harma. So the Pasuk says to the man, will intentionally go ahead and kill another person. The Harma means this cunningness. What does this mean? She is Chubo by Dainu. Which means they warned him, and Halacha he actually intention. Okay, so again, all just different sources for the concept of Hasra. Today, Rabbi Shmuel a museum of some kosher shishim. So it says they found gathering in this one from the kosher. This is one of the Jews who violated Shabbos in the desert. The history about the dying in the kosher. So Russian over here is mostly also in the kosher. They found gathering. So the idea over here is they warned him, this is about the still gathering the words. Today, Rabbi, Tana, Al-Davar
Sometimes we go a little rails with exactly we have success.
escape.
Two of
So
the
again,
biggest
let's consider that
comedians
they
on
weren't
net, like
and
sometimes it's two of the biggest comedians.
so went ahead and we see our closest constitutional sources for concept of Hasra. So we want to point out each of these sources
Greatest rappers of all time.
why the Gemara is
Ladies and
because of
gentlemen,
also
present to you
because if we want to
tonight's
just also that is consistent with how many of the mouth is having this as well. That's really good. And what is this punishable by colors? So a lot of the nice side, but a lot of the nice side, still get all this one. So had it just brought on a concept Hasra by a sister, I would have said, oh, it's Kafka by diffraction that you get locus for, that has all the nice so you get Hasra. Maybe by hiding yourselves, you don't get what Hasra Rahman Kiyazi. Therefore, the Torah brings up Russian of Kiyazi, right? Because that's an intentional Avera. That's an intentional Avera of Kares that is punishable again by death. So that shows that this Kares also by Misas David. Okay. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, because of the point of Kiyazi, if it would have just said, openly again, that's what I'm and try to go ahead and give Hasra by an act which has used as these honey merely sight to kill. I would have thought one type of fear is only beheaded by a sword, which is considered to be a more meaningful of them. Now we'll talk more about this in the next paragraph. So I'll say again, sounds going to talk about penalties as more lenient, right, and less. But it means it's really more and less painful. So again, that there's a side about skill of the family.
Let me tell you how it works. Over 3 innocents
more than sight. It's not which
the Tonight Show. They're loaded up in a bar in a store.
Why do I need
to
two
get pulled out
sources
of this
that both
bucket
talk
if they are
about
60 seconds of
Rabbi
stand-up comedy uninterrupted, another time to the sound of a kitten. That's to wrap it up. That girls that bring out that angry West Hollywood bear.
Sometimes it will still go out of its mission. Nevertheless, I have a been stolen. The lace of the illuminated by skill by skill specifically the most common form of death penalty. Finally, most of the Asad Kalakomer, right, sometimes you say whereby Kalakomer, Torah goes out of its way to explicitly by years ago.
And we just kept
takeaway
pulling
is
very fast program.
that a lot of the Maisa goes Hasra. Hasra is the Olaisa. Three different sources of Hasra, three different sources of Hasra, either again by by intentional murder, or ultimately again the conscious violation of Shabbos. Again, all three sources are necessary to be affirmation. Beautiful. Into asking these sources, and that's nothing to us. One says, we ask the witnesses a series of questions. What is the question we ask the witnesses? So, number one, by the usually give Hasra, and number two, if there are smoke release. So ultimately, again, did the individual literally give himself over to death, which means after the Hasra, did he still perceive the definition of the infraction? That was the Shiloh, or that was the statement. So you might say something, you know that. So you might say, you know this. What do you this?
To get the American experience, I went out shooting the other day.
Gemara says, okay,
I
so
shot
now,
308.
Yumas Hames. The passage says Yumas Hames had Sheyatir Atzmo Lemisa. There's one thing. We're seeing over here like this.
The guy hands me a gun, but they didn't notice me. They took like 3 steps
yes,
back.
they have received it, processed it, and still clearly gone for it despite it. That's what it means that
Like, this is America, so we are going to let him shoot. But also,
he understood,
special boys
and
definitely going to
nevertheless,
shoot one of us.
of Yadira.
Luckily, luckily, I had my
Gemara says, how do you
handicap
know
pass,
this?
so I just
The
shot
Russian is
everything.
Yumas Hames. This is double Russian. It's double Russian. Yumas Hames means he heard it,
So there's a
processed
serial killer in Austin,
he
Texas,
nevertheless
that has been
violated
killing
the
a bunch of
idea.
people. And
Gemara
Lady
says,
B,
Yat Ya'atzmo, when he again,
it was me.
he permits himself to that, which means he moves forward even though he
And
was
I tried to turn
seen
myself
as well.
in and tell them it was me.
I'm not,
And
you
they
know,
were
like,
like, no, you're not. Stop
just a
playing.
moment. It sounds so crazy. Like, can you imagine
Bunch
this?
of ableist
Like,
assholes.
even if you're if you kill Shimon,
People always
you're going to
underestimate
be
me.
put to death.
I could totally
yet
drown a
what?
dude in a
And
lake.
Ruben
I
proceeds
almost
with
drown every
knowing
time I go
that
into a
there's
lake.
Aegis there. Like, there's Aegis there. So he's doing this in a shop and makes him, she wants to herself, what's the point of himself? How can someone do something so crazy? I always say, but if you think about it, so the truth is we do the same thing each and every day, right? Every time I come into our data, deep down I know it's wrong. That is so deep down. I know that it's wrong. I can ask for every single time. So like, okay, maybe there are some things that I do that I know that are bad. Or it's such systems. Maybe there might be some things I don't know that are incorrect, right? Maybe I'm just more in certain areas. If that happens to all of us, but there are so many other things that I know that I'm still doing that are incorrect. And yet, I still do it. Sometimes day in and day out. Human nature is that sometimes we just do what we want to do, even though we are aware of the repercussions. Why is that? Why the different
Because
things,
you
right?
don't know
Could
if
be
they're going to
just
or not. And then they applaud
uploaded
over the
self,
rest of what you just
right?
said was,
Uploaded egotism, what I want, just more important than anything else. I just don't care about
here, just hit it again.
ramifications.
I need a
Just
moment
care
to
about
type a
making myself
response. Oh,
happy.
shit.
And it's interesting to see you guys are
The House of Good Time episode is brought to you by
important to know that so often we do this very pattern of days, day in and day out. And as bizarre and as ludicrous as it looks to us here, we have to kind of bring that same mindset of bizarrity and ludicrosity, into our own lives as well. And next time I'm ready to make an idea, I have a surah that Ibn Shem sees it. What am I doing? And whatever it is, it's simply not worth it. And yes, bizarrety and ludicrosity, two new words just come here on a new base measures. Everyone just put the time stamp on that. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. I'm Rav Chanan. I'm also saying my life. I'm Rav Chanan.
Yo, what up?
Of a Nara who is betrothed, right? Irresistible, but has not yet had any suit. That girl,
I'm ready to hear it. Tell me.
that's adultery, and she's put to death, right? As is the man.
I'm ready to hear it. Tell me.
Now, this is a famous revelation. And I don't know Rothschild.
Oh, that's that time travel, baby.
The witnesses say we saw Rothschild.
No, sir.
We used to have relations with Shimon. Now, let's the issue. Let's say second say first set of witnesses do not have seen that. Why?
Perhaps. Are you ready to lose?
Monday.
Are you ready to lose?
In Florida. Now that I've seen that happen, Baltimore, you work. So the Gemara says,
For anybody else, I would tell them to fuck them.
General again, his next is after mattress.
But for you, I'll beat your ass like it's going on. Yeah, baby.
To her husband. That's it. So then you can't tell us. You can't tell her. I bought that's the issue. It has to be a straw. What's that straw? What's that? You know why?
With ballers, baby.
So who we talking about over here? Wise woman. And she might be young, she might not at all, and she's very wise. And the question is the sign of Yosef who go on her.
I am aware of this. Yeah, it's on their website. Yes, yeah, you can read a lot about what they declassified on astral projection.
They can't do that.
All right.
They have no ability to be merciful. Why?
No way, dude. Oh, not really. I would say no that I have not. That's something especially interesting to me. I mean, it's interesting the study of it, but I am someone who, when I meditate, I end up getting distracted by stuff. It's kind of boring to me. I'd like to get more into it. But
then we can't accept it.
sounds baller.
Since these witnesses can't be killed, now why can't they be killed? Because they can claim they weren't coming to the ruffle. All they were doing was coming to make her asura on her husband. And then they give her asura. She told the woman the Osha by the Manu.
Tell me, baby. Okay.
The cases which committed adultery, and she
Yes,
did
sir.
it the second time. Did it the second time. So the Gemara says, so that would be a case. Look at Rashi. It's almost like Rashi. She's into the chazar. The hanach it is most shaky. If you're following the osra by no short by ne'asar, it must be shown to the bar rahava. Because in that case, the second witnesses can't say we're only coming to consider upon her husband. Why?
Yes, sir.
She's already. What if she already committed? Why is she already committed upon her husband? Why? Because halacha might say again, she already committed adultery the first time, so she must already be prohibited. Therefore, the Gemara says no. So therefore, the only reason they testify is to have her executed. The Gemara says, "La osra al sheni." Maybe they can testify we're coming to then with her upon the second man with whom she committed with. The Gemara says she's inside the law. In case she committed a second adultery with the
You
same
should take the beating as it's been delivered.
She's inside the law, or she went ahead and she committed adultery with one of her relatives.
Yeah, baby, I'm whooping your ass.
Okay. Now I'm moving.
Yes, sir.
I feel tsunami. By the way,
Don't get my ball. It was.
So why which the Gemara says, even the tsunami, the Gemara says, אפילו היי ולא יוסף say יכולנו לומר
Yeah,
לא
baby.
עושה על בי לבן. בחידוש של רבי that the witnesses would say, the witnesses show and they testify originally, that
Did you watch it?
that they could claim that they're coming to answer upon you know what? Rachel's not living the truth. All that fuck, something like that. They just rejected it. So what do you mean you're coming to answer upon you? You're just living together. Allah promised even in that case,
And it just
okay, correct this stuff.
Doug, it sucked since the second season.
I'm going to this stuff. Economic side, this is great. Economic side, when does it show up? Now, the witnesses will come up and they even killed the ship. That was when they saw part of the issues that I saw.
and then they're trying to produce this
specifically what weapons did they use? What did he use?
Yeah, I did not like the second season.
Reuben used a sword, and the second one it says Reuben used rope hooks.
Barely. I played it and I got it so that I had it archived on my screen. The only one I really watched was the first season, and it was okay. There are some people I know who were like obsessed with it. I can't really say that it was that great.
Their testimony is not a cohesive testimony, and therefore, again, it's discarded. Okay, let's say, to be clear, we're not claiming that they're lying. Right? Remember, again, there's no reciprocal. Like, he's not keeping solely. It's just that the testimonies don't line up. So essentially, it's inadmissible. Aims it up. Similar to Echadam and Caleb Shmar, the Echadam and Caleb Revanim, how does it up?
Dude, you're down one goal to none.
Reuben was wearing a white shirt, and the other one was saying Reuben was wearing a black shirt. So then, how about in that case?
Dude, what you? Oh fuck!
We'll say what?
What's up, baby?
Because the truth is, what color of the
Go in the water.
is really inconsequential to the act. Like, what instrument you use is kosher. That's very kosher.
90s.
So in other words, the idea over here is we need them to line up. We need the information to line up, but we don't need every piece of information to line up. So basically, when I was the cash shop, nothing, she ain't nothing. So the concept says nothing.
I barely remember the 80s. I was only like 4.
So nothing means over here that when giving testimony, the testimony has to line up. So what is the machine? Definitely, all over the side, like, definitely, so what's the first one? One of the issues says, another one says that he killed him with an axe.
Dude, you tied for the lead, son.
Yeah, but then one says that he was white clothing. One said he was wearing black clothing. So what's that look like? He said nothing. Ultimately, again, the paper doesn't line up. So what's this? Watch this. We just touched me to say before. Price now. They contradict each other with the color of clothing that the killer was wearing. The testimony is discarded. So which one is it? Is clothing important or is clothing unimportant? So what's that? This is incredible. They're going with this one. No. The Suda Shabuba. No. It says that there's a Hozak case. The case is there. They're coming along and they're saying, Ruvain, one witness says he strangled him with a white shirt.
Dude, what did you think of my shot?
With a black shirt. Now is material information.
You could make this if you have a good shot. 2 out of 10, go for yourself.
There has explicit clarity amongst the witnesses what was used.
Get it. Dude, you missed.
Then again, she's saying one set of sword and one set of axe. So everybody has to ways. So touch ball, this was like
Yo, baby.
Listen to this. One says that the murderer was wearing
Dude, let's see your shot.
and one says the murderer was wearing black shoes. Okay? This is the style, so it's also. They don't say, so the man says, one says wearing white shoes, one says wearing black shoes.
By Bitcoin.
What's not the whole thing? That nothing. The testimony doesn't line up. So I was going to listen. So the testimony is just said before, because we said that I love for myself. The halacha saw that the clothing of the murderer doesn't matter. But yet, here you see the clothing of the murderer. Absolutely, where Ruvain kicked Shimon and killed by kicking him.
What a shot, Zoo. What a shot I just had on you. Shot I just had on you. Zoo, what shot I just had on you. Zoo. Zoo, that was dirty as fuck. One of the smartest shots I've ever had. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Get it. Zoo. I hate, this is like my least favorite hole ever. What'd you say, Pimp?
When testifying about what's going on over here,
Yeah, when? Yeah, I mean, either one of them.
That was the case.
If you bought either one of them at the right time, you could be a very wealthy individual.
That is a capital crime. That's capital crime. So that's what I'm talking about. By the time you go, that's
it was 1,000x, but I think it was that much. And you didn't buy it?
Kill themselves to use the stem of the thing as the murder weapon. Were they thick? Were the figs themselves light or were they dark? Rabbi say, Ben Zakai los Ish, shiny Ben Zakai, Dikos Kifakios, open the right from Ben Zakai. Why? Because also Zakai, he was not both the Dikos and Fakios. Right? He essentially made the same. So, in general,
this is my worst hole.
Are questions that are specific.
No, I'm bad at it.
Our general question, generally, do we care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was? Really? Doesn't matter again if the face underneath which the murder occurred, but we're not necessarily. But in Sakai himself, that both Pedicos and Hakios are explicitly necessary, and both must be dealt with together. That's why Ben Zakai was asking about fakes and stems.
Thank you for rating
clothing
it.
is also important as well. Ben Zakai. By the way, who's Ben Zakai? Who is Ben Zakai?
That's a cool story, too.
What do you who's Ben Zakai? What's that? Do you know how much
All right, big dog. Come on back when you want to play pool.
Of the destruction of the
Are you excited? Does Emily want her box eaten? Does Emily want her box eaten? Baby, I'm sure this bitch wants her.
She was in business.
Dude, I have a question for you. How many hours until you do stand up?
And our boy Shana Lee. And for 40 years, he went ahead
Hours. And they invited you to do it, right? Are you excited? Are you going to record it? I'm ready to watch it, dude. Go get him, big dog.
decided to go, or after 40 years.
Best wishes to you. Come back when you let me know how it went.
People are just right. They're just born with a mood extreme enough, right? This is what they know. This is what they're born with. They're destined for. This is people make choices about the kind they want to lead, about the kind of people they want to be. It's not an accident. If you think about it, by the way, you have three people who follow the same paradigm, right? Same people. Who are the same people? Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. All the 40 paradigm. Right? It's 40 paradigm. Now again, that's what the Mepharshim say. You see three people, 40 paradigm. Is it exact? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. What it means is great people make a choice to become great. Great people hit a crossroads in life and they realize, okay, in this moment now, I have a choice. I can just keep on going. Just keep on going, right? The path that I'm on is very nice. The path that I'm on is very comfortable. The path that I'm on is very familiar. I can continue down that path, and it's good. It's good. Or I can choose to pivot, go in a different direction, and self-actualize. Moshe Rabbeinu did not have to turn to see the burning bush. Rabbi Akiva did not have to take the Muslim from the rock. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, I don't know what his political event was. I don't know what his political event was, but I guarantee you something. Each of these men could have just continued down their path. And can you imagine what the world would be like without the Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai? Life is all about making the decision at those crossroads, at those pivotal moments, to go in a different direction. Okay, often our pivotal moments are not necessarily as dramatic as these. First of all, you all have it. We all have it. Sometimes we're just too distracted to see the crossroads of life. This is tremendous. Just because my life is a certain rate of just because I've been so tapped with the same person or have this same life story is always positivity. It's one of the most important things in life. That's this comes out as incredible. So what happened? The time our brother called the Rabbi is Rothschild Sanhedrin. 40 years before the Sanhedrin was destroyed, Sanhedrin was exiled. That means the Sanhedrin only sat in the temple compound. And the Rosh Hashanah's chamber in stone. 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it was no longer in the chamber in stone. Rather, where was it? The Yarshala Bechanos. It was in the structure. By the way, there are excavations now in the old city, right by the Kosel. So it's like the Bechanos were areas in front of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, in front of the retaining walls. They literally, again, had stores there. There's stores there. There are two things there. Mikvahs, right? Because that's the Mikvahs has to be unearthed. These mikvahs with two sets of stairs, one going in, one going out. And again, stores. What were they selling at the stores in front of this? What were they selling? Selling type oil, wine, sheep. You don't want to like your sheep, right? Again, it's like. Can you imagine packing up the car with livestock? I'm just saying, just the family, right? So now again, so there are people. The good part is, if the Jews are industrious, there are people who set up shop, literally set up shop right in front of the right before them in front of the Harabayas. So the Sanhedrin was located to one of those storefronts. One of those storefronts by the Harabayas. And while they were there, they could not adjudicate Knas law. Why not Knas law? Weren't able to adjudicate capital cases. It's not when we learn. So here we have it. So the Sanhedrin was itself exiled from Knesset. This 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, which means there are no capital cases adjudicated already 40 years before the destruction of the second of the Beis Hamikdash, the second Beis Hamikdash. Right? Furthermore, again, the Gemara says, and ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the one who, after the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, was leading sage, which I must say makes it just chronologically. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not sitting on the hedgeroom when a capital case was being adjudicated. So in that case, the Ben Zakkai over here in the Mishnah that's asking about fig trees can't be Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. It can't be him. To which the Gemara said, it's always exciting. I was kind of excited. But honestly, listen, just like when the Gemara gives you history, it's just fascinating. There's a lot of things that we're missing in the Gemara is any type of historical context. When is everybody living? What's happening over here? So here, this is a major piece of Jewish history, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, the Gemara says, could not have been a member of a Sanhedrin which adjudicated the capital case. Because Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai is the reigning stage when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, and there was no capital case being adjudicated for at least 40 years. So the Pashtus, he was never involved, at least as a city judge on a capital case. So the Gemara says, Ella, Ben Zakkai the Allah. There must have been another guy named Ben Zakkai, not Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. This was Haran, so it seems to be clear. He saw that Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. So let's say, it can't be him. So because if it was him, how could he be Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? How can you do that? How can you do that? This is the Gadol Hadar. How can you possibly go ahead and just call him Ben Zakkai? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says,
okay, let's go back.
but I see about the Yochanan Ben Zakkai, take the Amen, so said they get done. And the Vice says it was a Yochanan Ben Zakkai, taking this up the stems of the fig tree. So it sounds like it is him. And how could it be him? Ella, tell me how you see with me, Rabbi. Oh, let's say like this. But Yochanan Ben Zakkai was never a sitting judge on a Sanhedrin that was adjudicating the case. Where was he? He was in one of the roads. He was a Talmud. He was a student. He was in one of the roads. And front of the Sanhedrin. Which where it says, but Amr Mills from the Stefan timing. So what happened? So they were adjudicating a case. And then Yochanan Ben Zakkai, remember him, what's that? The Yochanan Ben Zakkai took input from the students sitting in the roads of the Sanhedrin. Yochanan Ben Zakkai was a student. He piped up and he said, hey, Hebra, what about asking witnesses about the stems of the fig tree? You can remember, in general, whatever they do to exonerate, they always want to do that. If they could go ahead and find the defendant guilty, innocent, by asking witnesses about the size of the stems of the fig tree, and ultimately, again, exonerating them, they're going to do that. And they like to show his establishing his name. Remember, says, Charlie the Charlie Ben Zakkai, Ashim the Torah, the Charlie of Yochanan Ben Zakkai. So now when he said this, he was a Talmud. I remember what was his name, how was he known? Ben Zakkai. So now it gets therefore when he reports it based on what he was talking at the time that he said it. That was Ben Zakkai. Obviously, now we just know. Now we know him as Ben Zakkai. Incredible. So my son. Remember again, when it comes to Hakiros, the big difference between Hakiros and Hakiros, what's distinction? The big distinction is as follows: that when it comes to Hakiros, if the witnesses go ahead and contradict each other, or again, each other, if they get some, they're disqualified. By the Dikos, if one, they're fine. So the verse says, Marathi is trying. What do you mean even to get the Dikos from two? The Amar Achaz being there, you said, tell me this, this is interesting. If I go to the Dikos, right? If one of the witnesses says, you know what, I don't know. So I'll say, what? What's the halacha one of the witnesses said, I don't know. It's fine. I will say, there's no difference. If one witness says, I don't know what, or if two witnesses say they don't know. Once one witness says, I don't know, but you don't have, is a unit of testimony. So once that happens, or if two say, I don't know. So I'm not sure that well, because the Hakiros, when it comes to Hakiros, I must remember that Hakiros are the questions that are absolutely indispensable. in order to have a proper testimony, the Hakiros, time over Yadani, the effort over Ilo. What's up? Again, when it comes to Hakiro, even if two people say no, and one says no, they do something wrong. Ultimately, again, the Iblis bottle. Iblis bottle. Kiman, Kadir Kiva, the not the Shlosh says, was a good thing here. Let's say you have a group of 3 witnesses. Group of 3 witnesses. Right, and what happens? And one of them says, I don't know. One of them says, I don't know. So what's the halacha? So nevertheless, this is still bottle. It's like Hakiros. You have 3 witnesses, you ask me the Hakiros, 2 answer correctly, 1 says, I don't know. What's the halacha? The Iblis is bottle. Why? Because the Akiva say, the not Moshe of the Shnai. That the Akiva says, a testimonial unit is a testimonial unit. And 3 is the same as 2. So once you present as a proof, definition, you're a group. As if in order for the group to be effective, what has to happen? They have to be able to go ahead and answer all of the factors together. So therefore, again, if you're unable to answer the factors, then Allah again, it disqualifies you. On the level of how you do sometimes, but we learned elsewhere that the Iblis is still there. On the level of even when it comes to Hakiros, Shnai only have other Apple they do some Hayanas. None develop that right versus when you have the people as long as the 2 out of the 3 get the Hakiros together, if it was correct, then the Iblis is good even if the 3rd one messes up. That's how the 3rd one messes up. Allah commits the Iblis is still good. Not like every people. I'm going to point out over there, there's a fascinating method. We've actually seen this before, which is, when you look at people 3 witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all 3 to be certified, or is it just enough to get 2 out of the 3? If people say you know 3, you don't pass me that. You pass me that 2 out of the 3 is good. You also that witnesses can be come together independently. If I walk the way as long as 2 out of the 3 are getting the Hakiros correct, we're good for it. The final of Safa, they are good. The final of Safa, we're learning Sanhedrin from the Safa. What's that easy to say, right? They learn Sanhedrin, we learn Sanhedrin, we learn Sanhedrin, okay, we're learning the Sugar Sanhedrin in Yeshiva of Rabbi. How does the Roy Amar, Shama Shalom, then Amar the Roy Lisa, Bob, Rabbi, what do you learn? What did she learn? Do we go ahead and learn about it? It might have to. And so you have questions there. How long? They hop off from the mountains and see the well, what is the distinction between Hakiros and Iblis? Hakiros happen only in your Yeshiva. When it comes to Hakiros, if one party says, I don't know, then ultimately again the Iblis is bottle. Iblis bottle. He goes after the time only in order to do some chaos. So again, this is a fundamental feature that we've seen over and over again. Hakiros, which remember again, 7 questions listed in the beginning of our Mishnah, right? Those only 3, but we passed through 7 questions. Those 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halacha is right. Well, the deacons, if you get those wrong, what's an example of the question? For example, question, let's call it right? Stems of the thing, color of the thing. They're important. Now again, the other point, remember, they express because they're important, but they're not necessarily part of the important details of what it is that it goes. So therefore, again, one or both witnesses get Hakiros wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get Hakiros wrong, you're in. But one, I understand why is that? Why is that? They're both Doraisa. Both Hakiros and Kubas are Doraisa. Both Doraisa. Then why do you have latitude for Amalei Alpida for the first one of the idea? You said before, the Angela Evo Shia Yokola Zino. Because after the We'll say it's a very simple distinction. Akidos, will say, all of the Rashis, those questions are necessary in order to make religion susceptible to our summer. Right? Remember, we'll say, the cloud brother is witnesses who cannot be made into a consolidation, they have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is accepted. Anything that any of these Akira questions, if they get those wrong, they'll leave them susceptible to being made into a consolidation. Get them wrong, it doesn't like to have summer. So because of activities that make them subject to reciprocal punishment, therefore they're indispensable realities. But the other ones, ultimately, again, are not necessarily indispensable realities. That's why you get them wrong. Remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange.
I have a bad handshake, so I did some research.
Right. So I've kind of Safra running to Rabbi, right? And I'm sorry, running to Rabbi Kama. Rabbi Kama asked the book to Rabbi Kama says, wow, voice, incredible. Incredible and beautiful, absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows. So he said, incredible, you learned a lot. He said back to him. Wasn't the
dominant power move, a shake that makes people go, yeah, this guy rapes.
That's kind of Safra say back to Rami Bakam. You know, it's only because you're so gracious, they're able to share with you more Torah. But look at Shaka, all of you would not have been able to give you back Torah.
For some reason, people think
share with you because of his intelligence. How did you not think that's nice or more difficult to share story? We're gonna pick up with that last. Our next two further things of the sugya. Plus, we end up
skinny and I have skinny arms. But I read that your direct was as strong as your
again,
arms, so
it's the
try raping with
conversation
my
between
legs and
Rabbi Barhamo and the friend of Safra will pick up with that because it's tremendous. Beautiful, magnificent Mizrahi in that boat. I know I ran through it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. Go to this side, people outside. We'll say just a housekeeping, but just first of all, say just for the cover that just cover rest stuff on middle chairs, open those up because we everybody over here is just covering the back, just don't get room by the tables. Make the request, please not sit in the Ezras Nation, leave that as a women's section. Again, even the plenty of move forward, take the table seat to go. Shkaya, everyone.
good.
Perfect. What do you do for a living? How do you make money?
Nothing right now.
How do you?
I have a bit of money from like
the Apple Store will hire it. How much money do you have saved up? I'm always intrigued by how people survive.
like 30,000.
30,000. Okay, good. And you were in the military?
No, it's from my grandparents.
You inherited money from your dead grandparents.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So you got 30 grand situation like. By yourself?
Yeah.
Oh wow. One bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. That's amazing. So how do you spend most of your time, Ben, when you're not doing stand-up at night? What else? You seem like the kind of guy that likes to take a pair of binoculars and go to the playground. What do you do, Ben?
Play a lot of games. Yeah.
What kind of games?
Ever Stranding.
I've never played anything that you've played, without a doubt. But I guess the answer is, what is it? Death what? And that's a video game? Okay. What is that just online?
No, it's online, the TV channel. No, it's a very low game that you're playing. Yeah. I'm not done with it yet.
So, senior game correspondent, the do nothing over here. So Ben, what do you think is the most thing about your entire life for 20 years old? There must be some fact about you, something that happened to you or your family trauma story or something interesting about you?
I recently started getting pussy.
Oh my God! There you go. Getting pussy, ladies and gentlemen. And what? So what is this transition like for you? You're getting pussy. Did they
Tony, do you see a smile? That's it. Do you see a say again, pussy? Smile again.
So you're transitioning. You're getting a pussy, is what you're saying. Is that right?
That's what everyone thinks.
Right. Exactly. Okay. So how did you start getting pussy, Ben? Take us. You can get pussy. This is proof that anybody can get pussy. Take us through it, Ben.
Honestly, it was completely an accident.
Yeah. Unlike the rapings that you're used to, which are very purposeful rapings. So let's talk about the accidental pussy.
Yeah, no, I started banging an open micer.
So how does that happen? Take us through it. So you perform, she comes up to you and goes, I think you're really funny. I hope you think.
She said that she wanted to bully me. And then I was like, that doesn't sound fun. And I felt gay for not letting her bully me.
Okay, and then what happened? What happened?
Let her bully me.
Right. What does that mean? Her bullying you? What does that say about you? What is bullying to her?
She said I looked like a school shooter.
Well, not that, but like, there must be layers to it, right? Was there more?
Well, I mean, there's something to that.
And then what? You took her back to your place?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Like, botched having sex.
Let's talk about it. How did you botch having sex? Here we go. We're getting there, man. One step at a time. Just every time you say something, just pretend like I go, and then what happened after that, and then it's going to be a good interview. With this, just know that means, and then what happened? Okay, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure I have erectile dysfunction. Yeah, so my dick didn't get
What was she doing? Was she trying to? Was she using her hand? How do you know you couldn't get hard? You were there.
I know.
This is your story. Are you writing it right now?
No.
Okay, so like you were there, and then what happens? You guys start making out, and then what happened?
Nothing, pretty much. It was pretty bad. I mean, not really, but like.
Did you take? Go ahead. Slide still on. I was like, that's not getting close. She literally just bullied you and then left afterwards. I get it. The woman's vagina is a scary place, you know. But every day, 3 or 4 weeks, they get that pyramid. This is normal. I get it. Sometimes lung is a dysfunction too. The great Sylvester Stallone. Plugging KyleDunnigan.com on this appearance. Must be a fan of Kyle Dunnigan's. We've seen this before. Elon Musk plugged Kyle Dunnigan. Bill Maher, the great Bill Maher, plugged Kyle Dunnigan. A lot of these big stars come on here and their careers are so good that they plug Kyle Dunnigan. How cool is that? So on a sold out tour right now all around the country. Okay, so did you try to hook up with this girl again after this one experience?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So
Eventually, I was able to fuck her, yeah.
how were you able to fuck her? Find it within yourself. What did you do to make it work?
The self-talk.
Like, what were you saying to yourself?
Positive affirmation.
Like what?
You are enough.
There you go. You got there. Was there anything else you were telling yourself? You are enough.
It's not just lying. Only some of us So let's face it. So the first time you get hard, right? And you're with her. Was this the second time you guys hung out?
I would say so. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So you get hard, and then what happens?
Fumble around for a bit.
What?
Just fumble around for a bit.
All around. So what exactly does that mean to you? You just did something with your hand there, man.
Go soft again and gummy worm.
But then at some point, you were able to tell yourself that you're enough, and then it got hard again. So how long do you think you lasted? You put it in her inside of her vagina, right? And then how long do you think that lasted for, Ben?
35 seconds.
35 seconds. Finally, a very great answer. And then, so at 35 seconds, you feel it starting to happen, and you pull out. And then where do you finish at? Where did you shoot your load?
On her stomach.
On her stomach. Very good. I would have expected something weirder than that. I would have thought you would have been shy. And shot it on the floor. Did she like it? Did she make any noises or what were the type of noises was she making in this 35 seconds? Can you do an impression? Go ahead, give us a spotlight here, Kino. This is the girl during. Go ahead. Alright, no one bring the lights back up. Lights still on. You think that's how it went down? Yeah. Pretty fun. Alright, were you attracted to her? Was that the problem?
Yeah, problem. Yeah.
You like her?
Yeah.
She's pretty.
Yeah.
Alright. Then have you been doing this regularly since then? Or was it just that one time? How often? Once a week? Every day? What are we talking here? Alright. Very good. And you're excited about it.
Yeah.
And you've gotten better than 35 seconds since then. Wow. Yeah, that's not bad for 22, man. You're doing that bad. Alright, the whole set was rapey and weird, so you're getting a little joke about it. There you go. Sign up again, and we'll see what you talk about. Been doing it 2.5 years. You gotta have something other than rape jokes. There he goes, Ben Dahl, ladies and gentlemen. Alright. Okay, this looks like a fun name. Let's see what this is all about. Make some noise for Nino, everybody. Nino is next here on Hilton. Mothers, what the fuck is up? I don't know if you guys can tell by the way I'm dressed, but I am an essential worker. Okay, cool, don't clap, fucking assholes. But yeah, I deliver groceries for a living. Tell me Westlake and BK will starve, right? Austin needs me. And I think I speak for all delivery drivers when I say this. If you live in an apartment complex, do not order groceries online, okay? That is for homeowners only. Because every time I go to a shitty apartment complex, you're on the 12th floor, your elevator don't work, and you don't tip. Speaking of no tips, if you're Indian, I'm not talking about Native Americans. I'm talking about Dasher Murdoch. Don't order groceries online, okay? Times beer, I swear, next time you order with me, dude, I'm gonna rub your chicken masala all over my nuts and give you some real spice. Bam. Alright, that's my talk, guys. Thank you. Hi, Nino. You've been on the show before? Yes, sir. Welcome back. Thank you. That pretty well, huh? Yeah. Was that your best set on the show? So, yeah, it was. Very good. I love it. So, you've been delivering groceries. How long have you been doing stand-up? Gonna be 4 years in May. 4 years. Where are you originally from? I'm from SoCal. Okay. Santa Ana, Orange County. Okay, you're getting specific. Okie dokie. And how long have you been in Austin?
Almost about 4 years too. So I started here doing this one.
Oh, cool. Okay. And you've been delivering groceries that whole time?
2.5 years.
All right. And so what goes on in the grocery delivery business? When the elevators weren't that bad, right?
No.
Okay. But sometimes the elevators don't work.
Yeah, don't worry. You gotta use the stairs. People in the apartments for some reason want to order the heaviest shit too. Cases of water, dog food.
Okay. All right. What do you do when you're not doing stand-up or delivering groceries?
Well, I'm not on the spectrum, but I collect toy cars.
You do.
Yeah, like Hot Wheels, scale toys, trailers. You guys want to see the smallest toy car in the world? Yeah.
So then you're Ephraim.
So this is called the Micro Mini. And Tony, open it up. I want you to open it up. It's a really grab it by the front wheel and open it up.
Is that like a micro?
Yeah. Take out the
Oh,
front.
there's a smaller car in there.
Smallest toy car in the world.
Wow, that's amazing. That is indeed a very small car. There it is. Yep, it's so small. There you go. I'm gonna put it there. Okay, so that's a small car. I love it. You want all the pussy.
I'm seeing the ladies.
They know. Has a woman ever flirted with you while you're delivering groceries?
No, not really. A lot of my customers are they'll bake me like cookies and stuff like that. So not really like hot and sexy.
Nice. What do you do for pasta?
I like to go popping sometimes. I hooked up with my first Gelf a couple weeks ago.
She's a girl.
Gelf is grandma likes to fuck.
Oh, wow. So how old a ballpark was this lady?
She was probably, no lie, probably like 65.
Wow. Where'd you find her at?
Shout out to Deborah with an H.
Wow.
She already told me that. She was like, my name's Deborah with an H. I was like, alright, cool.
Hell yeah. So where'd you meet this whole bag?
I met her at the airport bar here in Austin. Yeah.
Wow.
So I was on my way for one of my friend's weddings in California. And before my flight, I was like, oh, I'll have a drink. So I was at the bar. I saw she was sitting by herself. She had a fat ass. So I was like, oh, shit. Alright, cool. So I made my way next to her. We started talking. Next thing you know, we got her information. She was like, yeah, we come back. I was like, alright, cool. I hit her up. I went to some, I think she was staying in Pflugerville, I want to say.
That's where that thick ass 65.
So she took me to like this local brewery.
Did you see him there? Pflugerville with an H. I know. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And long story short, we had a couple drinks, kicked it off. To my car.
Oh, this here?
Actually, a bigger car.
Okay, what kind of car do you have? What kind of Honda Civic do you have?
It's actually a Kia. Shout out to the Kia boys.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sportage.
GT.
Wow, you took a 65-year-old to a Forte? Okay. And then what happened?
And then we started talking and we started hooking up.
You're in the driver's seat, she's in the passenger seat. And when you say hooking up, you mean like
And we're banging it.
right? So it's an interesting predicament when you're in the front of a car. So who do you think was doing more of the leading? Were you guys meeting in the dead center? You're right over the
So
show.
I kind of put my seat back a little bit.
Yeah.
And she's taller than me. She's probably like 5'10". I'm 5'7".
Yeah.
So I lean back a little bit. She's like gets on top of me a little bit. We're hooking up.
Okay, so she's the more aggressive
Yeah,
one.
she is.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, fuck it. Like I start pulling out my pants.
Oh shit! Is this in the parking lot of the brewery?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You really do collect Hot Wheels. Okay. So you start pulling on your pants right then and there. You got nothing to lose.
And then she puts, you know,
Yeah.
she puts my dick in her hand, starts jacking me off, man. She starts giving me sloppy toppy, dude.
Wow.
It was the best.
Damn.
The best way I could describe it is like, fellas, Remember when you were a kid, you go to the jacuzzi, and you put your dick inside the jet? That's exactly how it felt, dude. Just hot, sloppy. It was the best.
Wow. So Fleckerville. Yeah, that's amazing. You got sloppy toppy from an oldie goldie.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You got some of that fucking
Hey, bro, if you're seeing this, call me. I miss you.
So she got right there in the parking lot?
Yeah. I try not to duck quick. I probably last like about 5 stop.
There you go. According to a lot of the people that have been on tonight's show, you're a professional porn star. So 4.5 minutes is a fucking real humdinger. That's incredible, dude. That's fucking amazing. So then what happened? After she finishes you off, do you just drop her off?
Oh, so she wanted to make out with me, but I got kind of grossed out. Like, no.
You're damn right.
And I was kind of like, oh, no, bitch. Back up.
Right.
But I still made out there, fucking. Went for seconds. Went for seconds.
Crazy motherfucker. I would like you to find young man.
What is this? Oh, shit. Wow, fat, dude.
Yeah.
You look good.
It's one of Deborah's favorite actors.
Did you fuck Deborah too, dude? Oh, shit.
D-Man is famous homophobe on this show. After you made out with a girl after coming in her mouth, he's gone.
Because I can't take this no more.
Hell yeah. All right, Nino. Well, you did okay. You talked about your actual job. It was pretty decent, so you're getting a big jump. Congratulations, Nino. There you go. All right. Oh, you want the car back? Wow, what a cheap fuck you are. Can I keep this one? Okay, cool. I mean, what the hell's the point? The car holder card. What am I going to do with that? I'm going to throw it in the crowd after the show. That's all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, this is an action-packed show we have here tonight, and we have another one of the greatest regulars in the show's history ready right now. He is the newest regular on the show. He is known as the Dark Storm of Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great and powerful Dedrick Flynn, everybody.
Man, that shit feel good, man. I used to actually hate rich people before I got money. I did, you know, rich people got different debit cards than us. They got, maybe some of y'all got them out here, these little 22-pound bulletproof solid metal debit cards made out of vibranium from Wakanda. Hey, y'all seen these motherfuckers? And the thing is, my debit card, that shit, if I throw it up in the air, it's gonna be a minute before it hit the ground. If somebody open the door, that shit gonna go right back to the top. Sometimes if I'm high, I'm more apt to go for my debit card. You know, rich people got heavy debit cards so they can break down cocaine better. Meanwhile, I just roll my blunts in my debit card and they don't give a fuck about me. But it's cool though, man. I got famous success. I get to talk to people that like have done it. So when I get to talk to them, first day I got regular, I was like, no, what should I look out for? And Tony was like, stay out the comments on Reddit. They're mean and racist. They say things I wouldn't say. If Tony would have said what the thing was, is that he told me I just appreciate it. But I wanted to laugh in his face because he don't know me like that. 20 years before that, I was working customer service. They said it to me. Dude, I worked at a car wash in Atlanta for 17 years, and a girl walked in, this old ass fucking lady, 65 years old, walked up to me and called me the hard R. That shit hurt my feelings. Because I wasn't even being one at the time. Had she called me as some niggerly activity, I would have been like, touche. We weren't shooting dice, selling crack, rapping when you walked up. I was just a GM at a goddamn car wash. But basically, the situation happened where a bitch She came to my car wash 10 years before. And then when she showed up, the price were higher 10 years later. Like they do everywhere else in the fucking world, right? Because today's price is not yours, but not to this racist ass bitch. She ran up to me saying, "You niggers are always raising prices." And I was like, actually, man, we devalue the neighborhood.
Brand new 2-minute 40-second doing more work than he has to do, unlike his people normally do. Normally go up late and leave early, not Patrick. You really work customer service at a car wash?
I was customer service at a car wash. I worked fucking restaurants. I hated that car wash.
What did you do at restaurants?
Serve tables, serve beer. I used to believe in people, right? Before I worked customer service, if somebody died on the news, like 8 people died, my whole would come together and pray for their family. And then I served one gift, and then like 6 people died. I was like, good. You should have called me. It could have been 12.
Was it like a chain restaurant that we would know, or
I mean, yeah, long. Logan's Roadhouse, Texas. I hate all them bitches, bro. They fired the fuck out of me because I fought somebody. Yeah, one lady, St. Patty's Day weekend, I worked at Logan's Roadhouse in Savannah, Georgia, where they had like the biggest like St. Patty's Day parade. A lady poured potatoes on my head. Okay, and I beat up her husband. Because I'm sorry, you can't women that good. I wanted to really take it out on that, and I whooped his ass. He got mad at me for it, so I worked on
she poured mashed potatoes on your head? Did she warn you? Was it like an
I wasn't even my shit, Tony. I was covering another nigga's shit. I shouldn't have been there. It was the reason her steak, and then she just wanted to complain because she wanted a free steak. I was like, hey, I can't do nothing. I'm a serve. They throw peanut around there. Yeah. If you want a good steak, go. You don't throw food on the ground, right?
Yeah. That is true. Patrick, what else is going on? What's the update on your big amazing advancement in life? Yeah.
I'm going down the way I'm moving up here. They hit me up for the like, they like, hey, can you come headline here? But the message before they was like, hey, I'm new in town. If I can get a guest spot, that'd be cool. Red not responding. Right. Now they want me to headline because they supposed to.
Sliced alone.
What the fuck? I'm too high for you.
I just suggest that you sell your wealth and buy a diversified portfolio like a good ETF, like a basket of funds.
You do it big.
Yeah, you know I'm a kill to regular. I don't need to sell shit to make money.
Cedric, 40 years later, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens. Does anyone diabetes?
Yeah, my dad.
You're going to be blind. But it's cool. Blind guys can be like rock stars and shit. That's a whole thing. Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, D-Madness. D-Madness rocking the Heisenberg hat tonight.
You don't know what that shit he's ever seen, man. He's seen a lot of stuff.
It's the same shit. Yeah, he has. D-Madness, what's your favorite? You ever listen to a Sylvester Stallone movie? We got it.
collateral damage. Sliced alone. You have any behind the scenes info on what it was like filming collateral damage? I see the wheels turning over there.
I remember ever making a movie called Collateral Damage. I made so many movies, you know. There was Rambo 1, Rambo 2, Rambo 3, Rambo. I gotta read Rambo 3. You ever see that? You know, I fall for the Taliban in Rambo 3. That is a fact. I give a young kid a knife at the end. I think you have to play. Use it. You ever see Rambo 3? I do.
Dead trigger, unbelievable set. I mean, you are just a bit freaking nature. We love you. Great entrance win, ladies and gentlemen. Rapid fun here tonight. Back to the bucket we go.
I thought that was adorable that he said, like a gold-plated debit credit card. I've never seen like a debit card.
Wait till you find about credit cards. We are one the kids. Full, like we are going to watch her grow up in front of our very eyes. Some people got debit cards, some people have heavy debit cards. Like he has no idea what it even is. He almost fainted when Sylvester Stallone supplied portfolio. We're gonna get to watch him learn everything. Wow, okay. We've seen this guy before on the show. I mean, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for what some people are calling a look. This is the return, I believe, the second Carmichael, everybody. Here we go.
And also, ultimately, subject to Pentecost could be learned out from the Caponera. Again, also in the Strath of the and also again, those subjects could be learned from the Caponera.
Okay, stretch out 9 times out of 10. I don't know who the 10th girl is,
more comer. This
but tell her to throw the ball.
But according to the Shimon said that swing for is more comer. What is there to say?
I was at the bakery, they're like, big fresh daily. Yeah.
Which Marcus Rabbi says.
Me too. I wish I had a burrito restaurant because burritos roll. Free delivery if you live downhill.
If we're dashing every single time you have to
Our only competitors, a can of soup. And Avatar is not push to start, but it is push to keep going. Come on, guys, push. Oh, we just got past my burrito. The last time you were on the show, all we talked about the entire time was how you reminded us of Mitch Hedberg. And after a lot of, I talked to people, and, around about the guy that looks, like, sounds, livers like Mitch Hedberg. That you're genuinely very funny guy that just happens to love Mitch Hedberg. It's pretty interesting. Tony, what the fuck happened, man? That's what you had there. What do you mean? What that's what I'm saying, is that the first we're like, oh my god, this guy's ripping off Mitch Hedberg. And like I said, I've heard from some of my associates that it turns out that you do this every night. They are a good writer. They've seen you do longer sets. It's just who you are. Thank you, associates.
I'm a funny guy. So Keegan, tell us more about your life. What exactly do you do with what's a day in the life of Keegan Carmichael?
a little later. So this makes sense.
I've just been watching like a lot of Geo. Like I learned a lot about whales.
Yeah, which is fascinating.
Every was a sperm whale.
And the ability to be absolutely precise. Absolutely precise. And then
Then I watched an episode about kangaroo, and I learned a lot about kangaroos. What you learn about kangaroos?
What's the Kakira? What
Like the mama kangaroo kept the baby in her pouch. The daddy kangaroo kept the baby in his sack. That checks out. What else, Keegan? How do you make money, Keegan? That's what the world really wants to know. I deliver food. That's why I see you. I see you all the time riding your bike. You do? Yeah, 5 times since he's been on the show. Wow, you just see him like out on the streets riding his bike. Do you have like a basket on your bike? How do you do it? No, that costs $100. And that's fucking crazy. I hold it. Oh, that makes more sense later. Anyways, yes, sir. No, but it's cool. I delivered to Coach Sarkeesian this week. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. The head coach of the Twins. Long did he order? Mary's Cafe. Okay. Yeah. What did he get? It's okay. Yeah, but I told him, like, I shot my shot. I was like, hey, we need someone on special teams. I'm your guy. He was like, no. Why would he invite you to play quarterback?
But if you're not on time, it means that it's not.
They got a lot of NIL money, Tony.
It is not.
There's enough to go around. Do you know how to throw a football?
Effort to sharp on time. It's pretty into myself.
Very good question. You don't seem that mobile. You kind of sway along. You see it. It's called pocket presence. Goodness gracious, you know I never would have guessed this. Wow. Well, serious note, that really did happen. And I will go to UT. So, it's a different school. I don't think he took me seriously. Okay, Keegan, what else is going on in life? Anything else interesting?
All over the place.
I'm a cast iron pan. You know about this. I think we talked about this last time. How's it been going with the cast iron pan? I just wanted to mention, like, last time I said I was a father to a pan. And I was like, missed the opportunity to name him Peter. But no, my pan's name is Glenn Fry. Because he performs when the heat is on.
This is not important enough for me to do it. Now, again, you may be saying other things are more important than this. And that's how I'm going to relate to this. Just
You are
there's a lack of
two of a kind.
but a person's doing is actually
Here's a big joke, buddy. I like your style. Keep signing up. There he goes. He has a little athletic prowess. He does know about pocket presence. That joke about greenies with an underhand left-handed catch. One of the hardest ways to catch a joke. A little fun fact for you. All right, back to the book we go. You guys still having fun out there? All right. Next, ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking bull goes by the name of Sean Cantwell. Everybody, Cantwell. Make some noise for Sean, everybody. All right, here he goes. This is my first time to stand up, so thank you. I feel honored to know. Right? So my name is Sean. I'm from Pennsylvania, autistic. All right. Anyway, so most people diagnosed with
Well,
it's interesting. It was like
ADHD,
how
right?
it's
So I grew
all
up in here
part of the
when we
same
didn't
kind
have
of
accountants.
motif, right?
All right.
If you think about it, if you think
Well,
about it,
you're laughing, right?
we
Yeah,
count
that's why I never
hours,
had kids.
right? We
Force
count
that I never had
hours,
kids. I
we
put a
count
helmet on my kids.
actually we count
And run a play.
minutes, right?
Like, say, doing it,
And
right? So,
that has its reputation, right? What's the molar?
this is my first time ever doing stand-up. And I'm like a ferret. I did take this kind of a ferret.
We count,
I Crystal
right? We
Man's,
count
right?
minutes, we
Right,
count
right.
hours,
Come on, you got
we
it. You
count
got it.
days,
Spit on
we
you. You're like,
count
holy
weeks,
shit, this
we
dude's
count
spit on it.
months,
So,
we count years.
I had a
We
tunnel
count
minute
years
plan.
in the Shemitah cycle.
No, I didn't.
We count
No,
Shemitah cycles in Yovel, and we count
What's wrong with you?
those
Reason
as
for
well.
this? What
We
just
count
happened?
every single time. Because the Shemitah thing is the same
What just
lesson that
happened?
keeps repeating over and over and over
What
again.
the fuck did you just do?
Time is the greatest resource. And the time
Sean,
management.
welcome. Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Is stand-up something that you've ever
That's why
wanted to do?
Yes.
Friday.
How long have you wanted to do it?
About 3 weeks.
About 3 weeks. It became a passion of yours. It's your first time ever attempted.
Yes.
What made you want to do on this show in front of this many people?
Because he's got something to say. You gotta say this in front of us.
Okay. I mean, that's very
Oh,
nice.
I'm touching it. I'm sorry.
Sean, wild question. So let's just slow it down. One breath at a time. How old are you?
47.
What do you?
Entrepreneur. And then I left that in.
What kind of entrepreneurial stuff have you done?
Investment advisor.
What have you invested?
I'm not allowed to.
You're not allowed to talk about it.
Not in Texas.
Not in Texas.
Yeah.
Okay, so your investments are all in PA, and you're not allowed to talk about it here.
Can you do me a consider as a solicitor?
What's the
I don't feel right. You think we should have
It trained you in Rothschild. Give us a fun fact about your life. Okay,
Oxford, United States of America.
You really did?
I helped train yes when I was corner.
You were the corner person?
No, I was corner person.
Right. Are you on something right now?
I can't talk about that either.
Put the mic in the mic. If you can't talk about things, then other doing an interview with somebody that can't answer
It's not their job. First one I talked to Joe explain how the universe works.
There you everybody. Wow. There you go. There he goes. There he goes. Don't sign up again. Sean came off the card. What the hell was that? Oh, that's him. All right. Okay. You know what? Let's cleanse the room with a little something special. We have a special type of sage we use to cleanse the stage here at Kiltony. He is, without a doubt, one of the greatest Kiltony regular / golden ticket winners / forces of nature to ever come across the show. Every time he does, it's absolutely insane. You're very much the audience. You're here tonight as I present you a man who gets to do what at once on the show. A man who is the only fuck clever that I'm slightly afraid of. This is the great and powerful Tamino.
All of these questions, right?
So it's fucking this 2-year-old.
Right? Which year?
Relax. I was
I
one.
just told you yesterday. So, what this is trying to highlight is that very often all of these tattoos that people come and espousing, they're unnecessary. Guys voting with the ways and saying yes,
Guys, that need to get a much bigger pop, okay? That's so funny fucking shit, alright? I need you guys, this is fucking viral, so I need you guys to fuck, I need you guys to understand when I do that. I want you to take your tits out, I want you to take your fucking dick out. Black guy, I want
totally
You know, like
unnecessary.
you give me an Edward
That's
pass.
what he says. But you know what it says? But it ends up,
Take it from the top.
You should have
Ladies and gentlemen, you're next to me, and what can I say? I mean, truly, a freak of nature, a beast, unlike any other. You're here on a special night, as I introduce the one only Baby Belgrade.
Are you asked what day? You asked them what time? So the function of you can see the back
So this 2-year-old is fine.
La niña a leche de diciembre. Cada vez que comes to audiences like this, you're right. That sometimes questions are unnecessary, but we will ask them anyways. We want to uphold the need to show this information. And of course, there's plenty of us. What's the name again? The journalism was said that try to confuse the witnesses in cases.
Sometimes in this world, you are graced upon a presence unlike any other. Someone that is simply unlike anybody else. A man who has more power than any bucket full in the history of the show. You're here on a special night as I present to you the old golden goose that's
then again, what happens to that for as well? You know, there's a mercy, the mercy says, Allah. But I like that. So how do they check that on this? But this is fine, no. This is fine, but this is coming in.
How about that Edward pass?
Yesterday, that's a common case.
Give me that shit.
Yes, so you didn't question it. That's not common. And if I left home,
I'm gonna turn to my left.
the bottom line, I love them as a
I'm looking at the audience for the map and then turn to the left. Looking, there we go.
Source. You got it. So, like you said, 3 weeks of questions. What day, what time, what place. But I'm not passionate like this. And if I love them as a capital region, we employ these 7 questions. 7 questions. You got it. You know what? Stop on this with you.
Look at this black guy.
Okay? You know, for some of the people we've got ahead of us. Yeah.
I challenge you to a rap battle. Let's do it. What do you know about rap, bitch?
Let's go, bitch. Have a good day.
I'm my dick. Come on in, on your knees and suck my dick. That's just I'm just setting the stage. All right. Give me a beat. Now, what the fuck is that? No, that's not my beat. Cut it out. No. Every time I do this move, I need you to hit the beat the right way. God damn. All right, every time I do this move, just this move right here, I need you to do the beat good. Hit me. All right, give me 5 words. Give me 5 words right now. I'm going to use them in this beat. Tony, say 5 words.
Okay. Horse.
All right, well, say good morning, good Shabbat. Let's still spark Hashem to be able to begin another week. Oh, that's nice. We better begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Our commissary sponsors for Caption K 8785. The Bills Mishpacha, dedicating all specials this year for the Soros Tovos from Israel. Our commissary sponsors for the month of K-Days over the Talmud family in memory of Miss Ben David Levy, from the death of brother Peter Levy was killed fighting Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that we might find and will have Maria with his family in the family. Of course, we send people to the other girls to the return of 4 of our hostages. And as I mentioned last week, irrespective of what one feels about the particular deal, whether it's a good idea or not a good idea, leaving everything aside, the fact that all Hashem, four precious Hashem is about coming to families. And we hope that in Eretz Hashem, our hostages will continue to come home, our hostages will continue doing everything as with their family, with their people, with their land. Zilkan Mirzal, Siozam for holy soldiers should be successful. Homa Seidayan, and indeed should be a lifetime of the source of the Amis. So with that, so let us begin. So we are picking up the new character on that May. Great dot yesterday, incredible dot yesterday. So let's pick up the new character. How you both do Osan Yesheva Hakilos. Remember again, what we spoken about before in the past a little bit about the Yishas Hakilos, the idea of the questions that we ask to the agent when they come to go out and give testimony. The Mishnah now says that the sexual witnesses with 7 hakilos, right? Seven different types of questions. So you might say, what are these different hakilos? The Eza Shavua, the Eza Shana, the Eza Chodesh. So for example, here's an example. Now these aren't examples, these are actually specific questions that are asked. So again, for example, the Eza Shana. Very well, what's the first? Eza Shavua. It actually points out that Eza Shavua, Shayoga. Right? What is, remember again, there are 7 Shmita cycles within a Yoga cycle, right? 15 years Yoga, so 7 Shmita cycles. So we ask the witness, what stage of the Yoga cycle did you see this murder, this on capital cases? Did you see this particular murder occur? So there is a Shavua, there is a Shana, what year? There is a Chodesh, what month? The Kama of Chodesh, what day of the month was it? There is a Yom, what day of the week? There is a Shah, what time? There is a Makom, what place? So we'll say some very specific questions. Remember again, back to the capital cases, so we need to be able to understand ask these things to what the witnesses are telling the people. The Yom says, there is a Yom, there is a Shah, there is a Makom. And the Yom says, you know, there's 3 questions. Question 1, what time did it occur? Question number 3, where did it occur? This is after the witness given their information about everything else. Once they've given their solution, essentially, what day, what time, what Makir, this is Makir also. Sorry, Makir and then we ask the witnesses our questions. Makir and Akshan, did you know the defending space symbols? Did you give us warning? How old they are, for example, let's say we didn't keep the Zara. So as me about the Zara, you can go ahead and worship. The Kama Abad, how much do we worship? Oh, sorry, Uba Me Abad, how do we worship? What's the difference between worshiping about the Zara? You can bow down, you can kiss, you can bow, or you can defecate, right? Or one size doesn't fit all. Right? There's something for everyone about the Zara. So whoever, so what Mishnah is outlining over here is essentially the basic application. But the people facing you, the better you are. So a lot of this probably already know. It's also very subjective, right? Basing is really essentially basing probably feels the need to control of the what is for. So essentially says over here, we're giving the general, but you need to go ahead and amplify and add on to this. Nice or brother, that guy will keep it. We've seen this one time then as I, so witnesses testify or reading, so Shimon underneath the big tree. So then as I says, what did the stems of the figs look like? So depending on the season, ultimately we also see things about it. And so also, this is all part of the same motif as well, that halacha l'maisa, we have to go ahead and try to do whatever we can in order to settle it. That's always our goal. We always try to settle it. There's such specific questions like what do the stems of the figs look like, would be potentially helpful in the examination of the defendant. Not if I hear so remember again, these questions that we outlined over here are what are called captivos. Now we can also what's the difference between captivos and captivos? First slide back. Captivos, effort on the anyway, the idea is something that shall say for the captivos, which are the questions mentioned in our Mishnah. If someone responds to any of the hafiyos and he says, I don't know, right? So when you say I don't know, that is grounds for automatic disqualification, which makes sense, right? If you can't identify which month, what days are in the month, which day, what time, where these are very specific questions. You can't answer them. That's the one is automatically disqualified. You might just go, like this, I don't know any of that. Because effort on the area there, to the strong on the for example, well, be an example of the degos. Let's say in the says, what color shirt is even wearing? Category. So if I do end up the game, answer that, even if one of them both can't answer it, disqualify this. Okay? So Mara says, Essa fazer a acaba de gols, na Christian Zaza, e diz the table. There was the one thing is clear, both the Degos and Kakiros, Kakiros and the Degos, if a lot of them saw the witnesses contradict each other, automatically disqualified. That's how I love it. After Omer described the Kodesh, the After the Kodesh, they use the Kodesh. That's essentially two cases. So let's say witness number one says, we saw you going to kill Shimon, and it was the second day of the month. Right? And the second one says, the second one says it was the third day of the month. What's how long? And do some Kayanis. They will say, why? What do we attribute the error to? Shazay Yodeh, the Igor Shakodesh. Zeh in Yodeh, the Igor Shakodesh. So I say it could be quite simple. Remember, it could be that one guy knew that it was a May, a complete month for 30 days, and one did not. One did not. So what you begin to see is, and so remember, again, what day of the month falls under the umbrella of Kakiros, those more severe questions. But we accept the fact definitely to be margin of error. Zalman also Zalman Hamisha, it is in data. But the witness number one says, we didn't go to on the third of the month. And the witness number two says, no, there's no on the 15th. Then the Eidos is bucked. After Omer is once again, that's a dates, there can be up to a 1 day discrepancy between the agents. More than 1 day you can't have. Okay, next, go to time discrepancy. Honorable say shows that shows the business privacy. Let's say, Ruben said, right, that's the accusation. Witness number one says, we saw the bank that Shimon at the Shimon says we saw it, sorry, second witness says we saw it at 10 o'clock. So what's how long? They do some Kayanis. Ultimately, again, they disagree. After over the Shalosh, after over the Hamisha, they do some. Again, it's something that should be really the same like this. Witness number one says, I saw you going to kill Shimon in the third hour into the day. Witness number two says, I saw Shimon kill Shimon in the fourth hour into the day. That's fine. That works. But let's say, but essentially, that's the point that we allow for is up to a 2-hour discrepancy in time. That we accept. More than 2 hours, we cannot. So just understand, remember, when the debating asks the witnesses what time you see this, they're actually not asking for that, 8:15, but they're asking the general hour of the day. So therefore, again, if there's up to a 2-hour discrepancy, the testimony can combine. More than a 2-hour discrepancy, testimony cannot combine. But Ruby says, Ruby says, no, I love the mice even in the case where there is a more than 2-hour discrepancy, ultimately, again, you can still accept the testimony. And she says over here, it's really a tight issue. People make mistakes. Even more than 2 hours, people make mistakes. But here's the interesting. After Omer becomes the Omer Sheva, they do so the Kela. I will say that interestingly enough, even if we do this, let's say one witness says, we ain't Shimon in the 5th hour. And another witness says, we ain't Shimon in the 7th hour. That ultimately again is reconcilable. Why? Because remember, again, I will say, 5th hour is before noon, 7th hour is after noon, and the sun is in two fundamentally different positions. So with that, already again, that is considered to be an irreconcilable contradiction. Okay, so the one says as follows. So that's okay. So all of this is how we go out and we cross-examine the witness. So after we do all of this with the first witness, then we repeat the same process with the second witness. So it turns out now we've done our kakiros and our vikos with the witnesses. So it turns out now testimony is checked out. Okay, now what do we do? doing basically in the capital case. There was a remember about Muslim was supposed to tell defendant, don't worry. Ruvain, if you get into absolutely to worry about. That's been discussed.
And against Skylar Burns White, yeah. But then as soon as he lifts his kids, that's right.
Usually the Lamed Alaskos one of the witnesses says, I have the ability to go ahead and bring down something in favor of me. I must have to give you full context over here. The way this works is the witnesses can be what are the witnesses there for? The witnesses are going to say that he didn't kill Jim. After the witnesses give testimony, one of the witnesses turns around, he said, oh, you know what? We now have something to say in favor of the defense. One of the students, remember the students said, I think I find a way, I have a way to find you then guilty. In either of these two cases, we shall so we don't need these people now. Let's last time. Once witnesses you've been on this show. Go ahead and find me guilty. You don't accept them. Now go ahead and say, oh, I have something to say. Because what does it look like? Like you're hedging your bets a little bit. That doesn't look appropriate. Same idea. One of the students, oh, I have some information that should be damaging. For real, don't listen to me. Again, you don't do it. Positive moving will absolutely accept the testimony. Okay. I'm going to ask them if Actually, let me look. Here it is. What's this movie? I have something 2 weeks on right? I have something that I think could be helpful to you. Right? Let's talk about Malin also. Specialty. So we invite him to sit on these, right? So one of the students, I have something good that could be helpful to the organization. Right? Yeah, we bring him home. Again, two. Seated on the basis. So how are you going? Calling him. And we keeping it until the end of the deliberation of the Asian management bar show. If it turns out that the guy had supposed to say, then we listen to him. Who Omer usually rely on. And even if, I will say that by the way, even if the defendant, Ruben says, I have something positive to say in my defense. So he must issue of course, show me about. We listen to Ruben. You absolutely listen to him. Hope you'll but again, what he's saying is the Matzah will say basically finds it in his what happens? Done. Case closed. We're done. They love. We'll say now, what happens if Basin can't find ground to examine? What do we do under those circumstances? Even also in the heart. It's really before. We never issue a guilty plea on the day of. Right? We'll always go ahead and wait to give a guilty plea until the day after. So the next morning. So what do we do then between these incredible? So we start into those basically would break up kind of they would break up and they would go and they would discuss even not so how you should not do but I will say it's kind of what it is that they are certain of the public roads which they approach concentration so they want to pass but they do diminish their consumption they won't one. The lot says, the no sin, and they would go back and forth with higher night. Back and forth higher night. The next morning they would wake up early and Misaka, I knew them from. So what's our position? And we stay firm in our position that we is innocent. Chai is a one about the Omer, I mean, I need to like to say, we still fight stand in place. I'm allowing Tovim Alamid Swiss. I will say that anyone who really wants to find the name, then wants to switch teams to its own. However, about Hamalamid, Eno Yahon Lat Alamid. Again, wants to express, wants to die and express, wants to find moving.
Yeah, I used to look like
Doesn't
Jesus
have the right to find moving. Guilty. Incredible. Says, fine. Tell me, so say that I just mentioned how incredible the city
heard these two ladies
was.
talking about that kid that had been learning sign language, and then he had an accident over the summer during 4th of July.
Sleep on it. Easy to go ahead and to like snap judgment. Sometimes we're wrong, often we're wrong. It just takes a little bit more time to be deliberate. Pass judgment on another person. Sleep on it. Sleep on it. Sometimes you end up
It's okay for the rest of y'all to laugh.
Terrible.
Hell, if it was here, he wouldn't have
Other
heard you.
pieces also. Sometimes once you go ahead,
That's what's up.
to give your time yourself and also information of opinions. Sometimes in life, once you become really it's very difficult to
Hey,
back
Tony, how
out.
are you doing?
Sometimes
Great,
it's
buddy.
good
Good to see you, man. Not a lot of people know this, but
It's
Dusty,
funny,
a little fun
like
fact,
here,
opens
see,
one
the
half
ones
of the
who die
curtains
and
for everybody that
says, that's it. No backsies. Like, you can't get out of it. Okay, that's good.
inside show.
Sometimes we back ourselves
Guys, right on the other side of those
and
curtains,
we dug ourselves
one
in
of them
there and
is
we can't
Dusty,
get out.
and then there's another guy.
Right.
And then when I say person's name,
Trying to concretize
they
the
take 1
ideas
second
of
for the band to start.
our thoughts,
And
our
then they pull
approaches,
the
our
curtains that way.
opinions, and they come
Isn't that
out
interesting?
so much
High
better.
tech,
You know, as I said,
high tech
so
shit.
tell the
Dusty
Davar,
also
good.
puts
Tell the
together the
Davar,
table every Sunday.
you know, now what's
Another
the
guy
yesterday again said, you know,
2
found
hours,
it,
but it took an
so
hour.
don't worry about it because remember there are stenographers.
15 minutes latest
Remember, 3
you guys like
stenographers,
to put
right?
together
One
a
to
LED table that's
the
nice.
suits are right.
Yeah.
One opinions of the judges
They're
and
timing themselves.
one go
They
ahead
take it
and
very
record
serious.
all of the opinions of all of the
It's more
judges
of a
together.
challenge
So the
than,
nice again, all
anything
of
just
the
to see if we can
stenographers.
beat what we did before. Yeah,
Much
because
support
each
of
week
the
it's a bit
mistake.
different because this
It's
isn't
not
the
the
only
full
show
people
they have
trying
here.
to
They have other shows and they're
And
just
much
sort
of
of
those,
flyers
much rule,
and
the
things.
in labs, so
Make
let's say
sure we
once
got
again,
everything y'all
finally
need
go
to
to
enjoy.
accelerate, the
When they
accelerate
get
that
your
we're
name
going
right.
to go to the in labs, not
Dusty, you mentioned having a
we
daughter.
count,
How old's your
count.
daughter? She
Pretty
is
much of the Zaki
nice.
and
And
the
how's
height of
that going?
Zakai. So
She's
12,
great. She's
fine,
excelling in
understand?
everything,
And 11,
and she's loving
22,
school right now.
right?
She's
12, fine,
with her
understand?
mom this
11,
year
fine,
while I
guilty.
got settled in Austin,
Remember,
and
this
she'll
is
be
what?
back with me
Simple
this
majority.
fall.
Simple
Nice.
majority of one.
Nice.
However, Shnema Samachai
It's a
and
lot of fun.
Achara Samachai.
Yeah, in a day, most
12
rewarding
fine
and stressful thing I've
11
ever done in
fine
my entire
I
life.
have a
Yeah,
majority
that's your
of
only
one.
child. No,
Or
I have a son that's 26. You have a 26-year-old son. How old are you? I'm 45.
There are 11 who exonerate and 11 find guilty. The Echad Homer Amy Yodea. And one says, I don't know. But what happens when a judge says, I don't know? Or I don't know? I don't know means you don't exist. I don't know means that you don't exist. Right? So we get it out of there. Vafilu Esem U'Shnayim L'Zakir. And even let's say if you have 22 judges who either find guilty or exonerate, the Echad Homer Amy Yodea, and one judge says, I don't know. Yosifu Hadayan. Remember again, we're reiterating probably here. So when you have a judge who says, I don't know, it's as if he's not justified. Actually, in case. So let's say, for example, you have a situation of 22 judges. Say, Reuben is innocent. Or 22 judges say, Reuben is guilty. One judge says, I don't know. So again, essentially what happens is as if he doesn't exist, which is the age of 22. You can choose the capital.
What's your coloring?
So it essentially disqualifies us. So what do you do? How much do you actually have to add on judges? How many additional judges do you have to add on? Add on judges. Bench. So bench. 2 at a time. Add Shimon Ba'achad. A total of 71. A total of 71. So Ad Shimon Ba'achad. Shloshim B'Shizaki. Shloshim B'Shizaki. So if you have 36, go ahead and find the innocent. And 35, who finds him guilty. Shakai ultimately, again, he's going to go ahead and he's going to force him to the higher ability, force him to go ahead and find 6 that find him guilty, and 35 that find him innocent. Done in Eagle, so remember again, here's the issue. Once you get to 71, right? Once you get to 71, so that's it, like you tap out. So then remember, one of the things has to happen. You need to get to a majority of 2 in order to or you need to get to a majority of 1 in order to majority. Like that's interesting enough to has to work it out. Right? So in other words, from 23 to 71, you keep adding on judges until you figure out what the final verdict is. Once you get to 71, that's the end. That's the end. And halacha l'maisa again, they have to figure it out until they get to a verdict. Incredible. Articles, let's analyze. But not having music. Fast to know where you know from. What do you know what? Let me get this. There are 7 hakilas. 7 hakilas. How do you know that there are 7 hakilas?
Quick housekeeping announcement. There's an Astro fan parked out front. It's with guys in turbans receiving prayers, like technically reciting prayers. Anyways, on watching Stevie documentary The Reckoning, and I didn't realize that early in his career videos that a celebrity basketball game where 9 people were trampled to death when they were rushing into the gym to get a seat. Apparently they thought it was an Aphex Twin concert.
That refers to hakilas. So then you have
Just here's the Taliban got too woke.
and the
I
darsh
wanted to go to a mafioso Chris party and be like, hey, wait, mistletoe has a tiny little microphone I can name.
that is actually
Teenager being lion tamer jumped in line enclosure to pursue
what
a
you're talking
zoo.
about
If he
here
had broken into one of the lions, it
Davos,
would have gone
a
really
city
well.
which is about 7 talking about they both put them all together and you all utilize similar to solo. And that gives us 7 expressions. Give us our biblical source for 7 kilos on the page.
Diego, I gotta say, man, one of your butt up there is super high, and the girl's been asleep this whole time.
How do you know?
From his fucking ass with a short doesn't get mad when he wakes up. Please, when he wakes up. That is possible. Yeah,
section has its own number amount of dishes corresponding to the transaction
I love it. William, you're back on the row machine. You've been doing your puzzles. You've been making puzzles. Yes, I've almost finished with one that's filled with cakes. I ended up taking a break last week. I was in the mood. I got out of the mood with the puzzles, but now I'm back at it.
then why not write down?
What kind of cakes?
No.
Oh my God! They all have blue icing, which makes it super fucking difficult. Some of them also have red icing. Some of them also have little icing. There's just all kinds of them have blue icing. Which makes it really hard. It's a really hard puzzle. Thousands. It's like blue and purple, blue, yellow. There's no specific types of cake. There's no like one is strawberries, one of them has red on the inside, one of them has white on the inside. You know, thanks, dumbass, is that what you wanted? You fucking idiot. What you want me to go? It was a strawberry cake, you fucking idiot.
Everything is wiped out.
Yeah, what did he want me to fucking yell?
Everything is destroyed. People are wiped out. Sections are wiped out.
I'm trying to have fun. What's fun? You don't know how. Oh my God, how depressing is that? What's okay? Anything?
He's not comparable to the cases. She came to sign it. And it was functional by signing.
So anything that you're excited about it, all the ones. Benita earlier was pretty good at that. Benita in a while. Yeah, oh my God, it's a really great budget. Oh.
did lucky when you had that. It's your Shabbat. First is right. It's your Shabbat. Right? And ultimately, again,
But this guy is simply nice.
word itself
It's a Metamucil except it's shitting again. Metamucil. Yeah, sugar-free Metamucil. Sugar-free Metamucil. Oh my god, what does it taste like? Tang. It was like Tang too. It's
Zero Shabbat is open. These words are not used for anything else. And then I love when I say,
up the different mixtures. See how much I can put in there? Distilled salt. Yeah. And the Metamucil makes you feel better. Yeah, it makes my tummy feel a little better. Oh my goodness. How have your beauty's been lately? Solid? Okay. I mean, it's been 2 fucking days. I think you guys look at this, a bunch of blood on your fingers. And I felt weird. I was fucking cold, and
But again, I will say,
the word is free on one side of and it's like, I can't do it. I got for the sets later on, and 20 minutes later, we were able to do this. So it was
ultimately, again, because it just out of the
amazing.
Have
you ever seen anything quite like William Montgomery before?
double expression utilizing the same or Concord Kafka first white line. Johnny Kratiki Parade goes out of his way, changes the verbiage and uses the word hate. The extra word is there to free up the rest of the phrase to be able to make the Xera Shabbat. Okay, therefore, we'll say essentially have this three-way Xera Shabbat between Yeridachos, Avol Zara, and what that halachic triangle, right? What that triangle Shabbat does is allows me to pull all of those words and recognize that the expressions of Ashta, Chakarta, and Hativ appear a total of 7 times. And that gives me again like 7 Chakiros. Ba'asu Nechnakim, Ba'asu Nechnakim, the Kalvarman is Stalin, Mineragim. And also, ultimately, again, those subject to Chanika learned out from the Kalvachomer from those subject to Uminera. In Ba'asun Nisrafin, the Kalvachomer is Skalim, and ultimately, again, those subject to Shreit can be learned from the Kalvachomer from Law. Tushlimaz is Hani Chavarabban, Skila Chamura. Kunsavan will say that Skila is more Chamur sense. Al Rabbi Shimon Damar Sreifa Chamura. According to Rabbi Shimon, who says that is more Chamur, what is there to say? Alam Rabbi Huda, the MS Nochol, the MS Nochol, to which Rabbi Huda says that the pasuk says the MS Nochol, Chad sorry. So what's the here's the Rabbi Huda says if you add that the MS Nochol, that gives me a total of 11. Right? So in other words, if we're darshing every single time you have darashta, chakarta. And now, why not add an MS Nachon? That gives me 11. To which the Gemara says, Sheva, the Sheva Chakiros. So I'll use 7 of that for the 7 Chakiros. Dal plus Lixera Shava. Go ahead and take out 3 views Lixera Shava. Partial Luchada. That'll give me 1 left. Rabbi Shimon last week in Israfim. Great Rabbi Shimon comes to include those, or those cases that are subject to straight off. The Rabbanon knows that the Aseh B'Kavachomer Karach L'Kaseh L'Kra. And according to the Rabbanon, even some kinds of Kiyuna from Kavachomer, Torah goes out of its way to state it in the pasuk itself. Okay, the guy take Rabbi Avol. Rabbi Avol did not like any of this. He did not like these drashas. Ema Lasui Shmona Chakiras. So Rabbi Avol says maybe there are 8 Chakiras. That comes with 8 Chakiras. Which the Gemara says what? Shmona Chakiras means wow, which is 7 Chakiras. We're getting 8 Chakiras from. Allah, why not? Why be an 8th Chakira? Why be the 8th Chakira? Va'ikala Asuye Bekama B'Shah. So let's remember again, it's interesting. Rabbi Yehuda posits. Sorry, Rabbi Abel posits. Maybe there's an 8th Chakira. What's the 8th Chakira? What time? Remember again, Mishnah's Chakiras. The Chakira was what hour? What hour? Rabbi says maybe there's an eighth hakira, the eighth hour. What time during that? Give me a time. Tell me.
But you put in your like digital service.
You have a margin of error. But maybe the eighth hakira exactly what time. Rabbi says supports this as well. How you both, so bishmona hakiras. Is actually a Bryce that says this. The Bryce says there were 7 hakiras. Actually 8 hakiras altogether. It was more 20 for Abaye. Rabbi Meir, so this makes sense according to Abaye, right? This makes sense according to Abaye. Rabbi Meir, the other Torah, the Lord.
I mean, I'm sure that everyone in this
works have fascinating. According to Meir, Rabbi Meir says a person has the ability to be absolutely precise. Absolutely precise. And therefore, again, because a person has the ability to be absolutely precise, therefore what? There's nothing wrong with adding in that eighth hakira. What's the eighth hakira? What time? Not what hour, what time. And because a person has the ability for complete precision, therefore should be able to answer that question appropriately. So listen to this. And the truth is, even if you hold that a person isn't exactly precise, okay, they can still get it in the ballpark. So in other words, if one witness says, we saw Ruvain kill Shimon at 8:40, another one says, I was 9 o'clock. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Like we're willing to accept some level of precision. That's fine. Allah, but according to
successful that they're like automatically qualified to do anything, right? It's not the same as like
people can go ahead, people can make mistakes for a long time, make dramatic.
You're in this position on merit. There's a technocratic society.
Fascinating to see by people how people
you run them through some sort of like abstract measure of success.
People
I
treat
say,
kindness
like Elon Musk,
one of the things
computer tools,
the code brothers. I think one of the most important ethos a person could possess is kindness. If you take something meaningful and important to you,
that's
not important. It's not important. It's understand the message that you're. So it's not important.
It was trying money over the
whatever excuse.
Everything
in the world.
Technocracy.
If you're not happening, whether it's for when you're supposed to be home, whatever it is. And it's true. There's never a shortage of excuses.
Once it's society called where
but if you're not
everyone's forced to read the manual before using it,
whatever it is not important enough.
You're forced to read the manual before using the vehicle. Or we just live in a society where it's a vehicle that's going to for us.
The things that us, we're always on time. We're always on time, right? The things that
like how much are we even going to read?
I'm on time.
Like how much are the new people even going to read?
People treat time differently.
Yeah, do you think they'll be even reading anymore?
So you have like Rabbi Meir, and Meir says the person has the ability to be exact, right? And then again, you see other opinions that say, maybe he's a little bit late here and there. And then this third category, to in shituva.
It seems like probably true.
Just can't get it together. Just can't get it together, right?
Or recite things like they couldn't read it to you, like a newspaper or something.
So again, first of all, because there are people,
they can't thrive, certain higher concepts from shit. There used to be this thing called critical thinking, where one side
why they can't be
would be presented than the other, and people would discuss the two
for us
sides.
to do a self-check for ourselves. We have all the most wonderful reasons in
We
the
used to
world.
have shows like
At the
Crossfire
end of
back
the day, if you're not on time for something, the message you're broadcasting about thing, whether you intend to broadcast or don't intend to broadcast it, this is not important enough for me to be here. Again, you may be saying other things are more important than this, and that's what I'm going to be related to this. Just understand the lack of timeliness that a person is communicating is a hierarchy of importance in life. And it's important because sometimes these things happen, we don't realize the messages that we're kind of emoting to other people or giving off to other people. We don't even intend to do it, but when I say again, I'm still giving off. But it's just interesting to see this range of people when it comes to timeliness. Okay, and then so we're trying to figure out, according to Rabbi Yavo has this eighth hakira. So what is this eighth hakira? So the Gemara says, okay, so it'd be tempting to say maybe the eighth hakira is what time? Give me an exact time that a person is dead, right, that the event occurred. That's fine. but not everybody holds that people have the ability of that level of precision. So what could be the Eif Chakira? What year during the Yovel cycle did the murder occur? We already asked that. Hainu be'ez Shavua. So we saw that, right? That's one of the first questions, right? What year in the Shemitah cycle is going on? Elo la'asuye be'ez Yovel. No. The question is also, remember again, Yovels, right? Yovels are numbered, right? It's interesting. I was like, how it's all part of the same time of motif, right? If you think about it, think about what the Yid counts. We count hours. If we count hours, we count minutes. Like the Gabi has a true appreciation for this, right? What's the molot? I don't know, whatever, right? Whatever, 4 minutes and 2 chalakim, after this. So we count minutes, we count hours, we count days, we count months, we count years. We count years in the Shemitah cycle. We count cycles in a Yovel, and we count Yovos as well. We count every single unit of time. Because Rabbi said, what's interesting is this same lesson that keeps it over and over and again. Time is the greatest resource, and therefore time management is the most important tool. That's why, again, going back to Friday's back, we saw the accounting of Adam Rishon's day. Every hour was accounted for. Granted, not great, but every single hour was accounted for. The key to success in life is absolute, complete time management. Again, are we going to get down to the chalakim? Maybe if I knew what a chilek was, I'd be able to manage a little bit better, right? I don't know what the chalakim are, right? But okay, so maybe I'm not managing the minute to minute. That's probably Halabayish gets that, but at least to manage the hours of life, not to let the hours slip through our fingers into oblivion, is the key to personal success. So maybe again, the maybe the Eif Chakira is what number Yovel are we up to? And what number Yovel are we up to? Vidach, given Dama Beis Shavua, lo by Beis Yovel. The other thing says no. We don't need to know the number. As long as the witnesses know what number year in the Shemitah cycle it is, that's more than enough. So therefore, interestingly enough, so what's the takeaway from this? Here's the takeaway. Takeaway is the Mishnah told us we have 7 chakiros, right? And what the Gemara taught us is, interestingly enough, the makar, the source for those chakiros themselves, but the source for the concept of 7 probing questions to ensure that the witnesses really saw what they saw, or at least were present to be able to see what they saw. That concept of 7 chakiros comes from the Torah. Where does it come? From the conglomeration of Yachas, individual words of Torah, and Ibn Solomon. Out of those 3 contexts, we have Darashta Chakarta Hativ, Darashta Hativ, Darshu Hativ. There's an opinion that says that there's an 8th Chakira. Halacha Maisa, we reject that opinion. We go with the 7 Chakiras as espoused in our Mishnah that have their biblical source. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Rabbi Yossi, and I remember Rabbi Yossi came along and said that you guys are getting too complicated. Rabbi Yossi said there are only 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? Eze Yom, what day did Reuven kill Shimon? Eze Shah, what time did Reuven kill Shimon? And remember, I said whenever you see Shah never means 8:45. What does Shah mean? 8th hour of the day, 9th hour of the day, something like that. And Be'ez Makom. Be'ez a place. What place? That's Rabbi Yossi's 3 questions. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi Omer Tanya, Amar Rabbi Yossi Chachamim. The Devreichem, listen to this. So Rabbi Yossi said to them, according to you, Misha Bava Amar Emesh Har. Listen to this. Let's say witnesses show up, right? And witnesses say yesterday, right? So let's say Monday. Right? So Reuven Shimon kills Shimon on a Shabbos situation, right? So what happens? Witnesses show up on Monday, and they say yesterday, Reuven killed Shimon, and he says yesterday. Are we going to say Omerlo? Be'ez Shavua, Be'ez Chodesh, Bekama B'Chodesh? So let's say, here's what's interesting. Rabbi Yossi's logic is like this. If witnesses show up and they say that yesterday, Sunday, Reuven killed Shimon, you're going to start asking now the witnesses all of these questions, right? But which year of the Shemitah year was it, right? Which year, which month, what day of the month? He just told you yesterday. So in other words, what Rabbi Yossi is trying to highlight is that very often all of these chakiras that you Chacham are espousing, they're unnecessary. Guys rolling into days and saying yesterday Reuven killed Shimon, so the Chakir causes that Rabbi Yossi says, I'm going to tell you the core questions, and this is all you need. What day? Okay, you answered that yesterday. What time? And where did it happen? All of the other questions could very often just be totally unknown. That is. So the Gemara says, so Amar Dvarecha. So the Chacham said back to Rabbi Yossi, according to you, Misha Bava Amar Achshav Amar Lo Be'edom Be'ez Shav Be'ez Amar. So Rabbi Yossi, according to your logic, say witness Shav Be'ez, and they say literally, we saw Ruth kill Shimon. We saw it. So I say to Rabbi Yossi, are you going to ask them what day? You're going to ask them what time? So the words will say, so the Chacham says, we got the same question back on you. Afal Gabdalot Sorry, Raminon Aleik Shimon Ben Elazar. That was what the Chacham say to Rabbi Yossi like this. You're right. It could be that some questions are unnecessary, but we will ask them anyway. For what purpose? We want to impose the need to share this information in accordance with Rabbi Eliezer. What's her name again? Rabbi Eliezer was the one who said that we try to confuse the witness in capital cases in order to contradict themselves and ultimately in order to get their testimony not to stick. In other words, remember, our goal is we want to exonerate. That's our goal. So therefore, again, the Chacham essentially say we fully recognize that there are times when all of these questions may be unnecessary, but we ask them anyway. We ask them anyway, effort, first of all, to ensure that the witness is really telling the truth, and it ends up that they trip over themselves with the information. And again, we're happy for that to occur. He says Rabbi Yossi says, Emesh Hargu, Shchiach, Berav Edros. Achshav Hargu Lo Shchiach Berav Edros. Rabbi Yossi will respond, no. Yossi will respond that witness is coming in and saying that Halacha L'Maisa, Reuven killed Shimon yesterday. That's a common case. Witnesses saying Reuven killed Shimon, not common. That's not common. And therefore, Allah L'Maisa getting not worried that is going to actually occur. All right, then we'll say, Allah L'Maisa, we have this fundamental the Chacham giving these 7 Chakiras, which the Chacham hold really have source in Daraisa. Rabbi Yossi says 3 questions: what day, time, what place. Asking is like the Chachamim, and therefore Allah L'Maisa in capital cases, we employ these 7 questions, 7 Chakiras. Incredible. You know, stop over for today. Shkoyach. Okay. You guys are showing incredible ahead of us. Yeah, everywhere. Going down. All right. We're on Zoom. Have a great day, everyone. Shkoyach. So it would have 7 minutes, 5 minutes. No, I think when it is a shot, it's more like middle of the hour, end of the hour. People still do that. They definitely measure hours, that's for sure. Because we want to be exact. Yeah, there was still. All right, Rothschild, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Here to thank our Talmud sponsors for Ear Tufshin Pei. The Tilson Mishbach. You know, I realize that sometimes I neglect to thank our annual Talmud Torah response. You don't just not just definitely it's not to all the shiur, but somehow I only end up mentioning it over the course of Daf Yomi. But the thing, our annual Talmud Torah response is the Tosim Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Shuman's Roshos in the schos of the Soros novels for Am Yisrael. We hope that in Hashem is going to be a Shabbos with additional hostages returned in Hashem. Shabbos in which we see additions reunited. Hashem. So we thank Tosim Mishpacha for the month of peace. Haba Ali Nova, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit Ben David, Levi Zichron Lebracha, brother of Itai Rabbi, who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope they're in the merit of our Talmud Torah, to the Shalom Havna and the family in the Talmud. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot today. Baruch Hashem, a lot to accomplish. It is in Hashem David Ches 38, and we are kicking off on Zayin on the day. We left off Habiyotim, right? Excellent. So in the wide lines on the bottom, three lines. Okay, so let's begin. It says as follows. So, Habiyotim, Amar Yehuda, Reid Ratzchia, Sha'asek Kain Beheva, Oz Ha'otim, Chaburos Chalos, Psilos, Shalom Haya Yodea Mehechan Neshama Yotza. So an incredibly tragic turn over here. That when Cain killed Hevel, remember again, there was never an act of bloodshed beforehand. So remember when Cain killed Hevel, so Cain had no idea how to kill Hevel. So he went ahead and he hit him. He struck him multiple times. Until he got to his neck, and when he got to his neck, then he was able to strike him and kill him. From the day opened up and swallowed up the blood of Hevel, the earth never opened its mouth again. Miknafa Aretz Zimiro Shamanu Tzvi Letzadik. Miknafa Aretz Holomi Pi Aretz. Esei Chizkiya Ochimse. Chizkiya raised the cash. Is that true? That the earth never opened its mouth again after it swallowed up the blood of Hevel? The pasuk says that the pasuk says that the earth opened up its mouth. This is by Korach. It opened up its mouth to swallow up Korach and his followers. The earth opened up its mouth for negative things, for terrible things, for punishment, for primitive things, but never went ahead and opened its mouth for something positive again. Galus has the ability to atone for half of one's sins. Beikar sin by Yisi Nod. By Cain originally it says, after he killed Hevel, so what's the punishment? I'm going to be Nod, I'm going to be a wanderer.
What's up there?
Again, if you notice again, it says that Cain lived in Eretz, which is we weren't understanding here that it took away half of the food supposed to be Nod. But it turns out that it's only going to be a no. God's exile has the ability to atone for three things. Gemara says, Shnei Emar, Kol Amar Hashem, Hayoshev Be'ir Hazos Yomos V'Charev B'Ra'av U'B'Dever. Vayotzi V'Nafa Ala Kastin, Hatzor Malechem Yichya, V'Haiselo L'Nafsho Shlau. So the idea is, the Merdashim is that Kolos has the ability to be in the Chaper for Charev, for war, for Ra'av, for famine, and for Dever, for pestilence. So the Yochanan says, Golos Mechaper Salakol. Golos is Mechaper on everything. Golos is Mechaper on everything. In other words, we'll say, the upheaval of Golos is so acute, right? And the upheaval is so profound that it is literally Mechaper on everything. Shnei Emar, Hashem, Kis was Aisha Za'ariri. Gever Lo Yitzlach B'Yamav, Kilo Yitzlach. Each Yoshe Lakrit, Umoshel Od Bihudo. Basar the Gavak said, Bnei Chanya, Asaltio, Beno. Okay, fine, so we'll get to that in just a moment. So the Gemara Darshans over here, basically speaking by Chanya, that you see over here, that how Gavak is Mechaper on everything. And let's just point out how profound and how important this is for us. You know, there's something positive in everything we experience in life, and even in Golos, which is so sad and so overwhelming and so profound, yet we find the chama in the fact that Golos is kata. That right there, even that here in this 2-year diaspora, the most good news is that very Golos which has the ability to atone for all of our averos, national as well as individual. Incredible. So the Gemara says, why does it talk about the son of Yechon being Asir? Why is his name Asir? His mother became pregnant with him while she was incarcerated. So Asir's parents, Yechonia and his wife, were incarcerated together. His mother became pregnant during incarceration. So the Gemara says, Shaltiel. Why is his name Shaltiel? Sheshaslo El Shalom Kiderach. Mother became pregnant with him in a way, in an unnatural way. What is it in an unnatural way? So the Gemara says, Gemiri, because we have a tradition, that a woman cannot become pregnant from an act of relations which occurs standing up. Top of Rami, class 38a. The Venus Abram Umad, and yet again, Shaltiel's mother became pregnant when she was standing up. Rashi points out over here that Shaltiel's mother, who was Yechonia's wife, Yechonia and his wife were incarcerated together in like narrow dungeon. So they were there, so they had a relationship. So she became pregnant in this particular fashion, which the Gemara understands was a little bit miraculous. So the Gemara says this: Shaltiel. Why was he called Shaltiel? Shenishal al olos.
Because the love projects. I loved you in Predator, so you're wonderful. Like I was in Predator. That was wonderful when you took the mud dog. That was really cool. I love that part. You're gonna get the balls right. That one guy. That's a baby dog on the marshmallow. Sylvester, did that one guy actually shave in the group? I think you go wrong. That's very disrespectful. You're thinking about shorts and they go, you should read like a fucking idiot. Doesn't have to interact with your fucking ass this entire night. It was that little cigarette girl. Was that a Virginia Slim fucking pussy? What are you fucking drinking Metamucil, so you fucking idiot. Why are you coming after me? Why do you think coming after me was a good idea, dumbass? After your mom and I are fucking done in her bedroom, which is way too hot all the time. She's smoking those fucking Virginia Slims. Whatever, Robin Hood. Everybody right in the crowd doesn't know how to handle it because... What are you referring to this hat I got from my sweet dead grandmother B? Your grandmother referring to, or what are you referring to? Grandmother's name was B? Yes. Oh my goodness. It's adorable. We call her Queen B. We used to fuck her from behind. Oh, Red Man, he's roasting today. They're having an I fucked your mom and grandma battle. Everyone. He called your bluff and raised you a grandma. Everyone. So the William is short circuiting right now and doesn't know how to handle this situation. Grammy William. That Metamucil win. Okay, Red Man, I hear you. Mom did, dumbass. It goes, oh wow, look at it. It's a grandma-mom battle that's going nowhere. We let you go. Really, I want to, because it's not easy to get powerful guests like Sylvester Stallone here, and you accidentally named an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I'm going to give you another chance here. Is there a favorite Sylvester Stallone film that you have that you would like to say right now? Is it Rudy or To the Kid and Rudy? Kick his ass. That's what I want to know. Don't kick his ass. Why don't kick his ass? Let's give him another guess here. This is the great Sly Stallone. See the good news beers is bad news beer. No, oh my god. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. What's stopping me is the mental guilt. I don't want to attack the young people that are fat on TMZ. You know, they don't show that part. Yeah, they're the wrong parts. Yeah, it just shows good on me to go.
We've asked someone to give us like
That's like silent movie. Not leave your hotel lunch. You don't leave your house much. You watch a lot of television and movies. This should be very easy for you. What is one of your favorite slides still on? Rock 3. Yeah, really, that's my favorite one. That's your great rock. A real climax there. Some would say absolutely amazing. Anything else you want to say before we leave? Anything else you want to say before we get out of here? It's just such an easy job.
So vast and endless. We're so small. My crowd. Giants. Not even dust in God's eye.
And there's been a mistake. We're not one of them. You mailed to the wrong address.
I did, didn't I? Look. She got
My pops used to tell me, every time you saw one, it was a soul going to heaven.
I like that. Are we supposed to wish on it?
What you wish for?
So there's something really beautiful over here that when these boys, these young men, drank a little too much, what comes out? A discussion about Mashiach. Granted, you know, a little bit of a long discussion about Mashiach, considering it spoke about the cessation of certain chakras. But again, that's what came out in the deep, right? When a little bit of wine came in, fire and the want for Mashiach, for Gula, came out again. So it's not about a person. When you drink a little bit, what comes out? What comes out? All kinds of silliness and foolishness. And there's one that's good as singing, business. I love everyone. Whatever it is, the inner me really comes out with a little bit of yayin or about yayin. I'm a pizza. I'm a okra. I'm a pizza. That's money. My decision. What's the meaning of the process? Mother does the process from the Daniel. By each word Hashem al-Hara, by the E'alinu, Tzaddik Hashem al-Hara. So ultimately, I guess, literally translated, Hashem listens to the vote. He brought it upon us because Hashem is a Tzaddik. I said in the Gemara, Mishum Tzaddik Hashem, by each word Hashem al-Hara, by the E'alinu, because Hashem is a Tzaddik, he's saying, you don't brought it upon us. So much as, yeah. So outside of the Bible in Israel, she is double seed. Because this is incredible. The Bible did a chapter with us, and that is each thing of the double of 6 years. Remember again about like, so you just start, you understand. Beginning and you understand, when you do it, introducing those two Mordecai, what did they say? Where did Mordecai come? Right? So again, Yechanya again is first base Hamikdash and the first base Hamikdash together with Tzidkiyahu. That's why again, remember, Megillat Esther happens in between the first and the second base Hamikdash. So the chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu did, the chesed that he did is that he hastened the exile of Tzidkiyahu. So I see why that's the chesed in just a moment. Because again, at that point when Tzidkiyahu was exiled, Yechanya was still alive in Babel. So he says, well, Galus Yechanya fixed it. The city of the Galus Yechanya was the first line. HaCharash v'Hamasker Alaf Charash Ki'esemza Elaf. So what happens? Because the passage talks about again the craftsmen and the gatekeepers. Charash, what does it call them a Charash? So this is talking about Yechanya. Keva Sheboskin Hakol Nasek Charash. Yechanya was such a big chacham that whenever he opened his mouth, everyone else almost like became mute. Masker, because he was a gatekeeper. Keva Shesogrin Bahalacha Shuv in Postin. Once they determined a particular matter in halacha, the matter was closed. There was nothing else to talk about. The Kama Hayu, how much
certified freak, 7 days a week, wet ass pussy, make that pull-up game weak. Yeah. This one's gonna be hard.
You have children and grandchildren that are shantim, and they will go astray. So here the pasuk is talking about when Klal Yisrael does not do the right thing. So it talks about galus. So the problem with this will say, so then again, this gets into like like items.
Yeah, that song sucks, girl. Sing my song. I said certified freak, 7 days a week, wet ass pussy, make that pull-out game weak. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket in a mop for some wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy.
What do you see from here? That the definition of quick, the definition of haste, with that is 152 years.
Bitch, your music sucks. Play something fun. This song, bitch, what you going to? You're gonna live this song, woman. I said certified freak, 7 days a week, wet ass pussy, make that pull-out game weak. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy.
Going down in irreversible fashion. Whereas if I extract punishment now, then there's a chance of rehabilitation, there's a chance ultimately I get a tshuva. And I will say, see,
how do you like that song, you stupid bitch?
All we see is the punishment, right?
Yeah, give me that North coat back. Oh.
Is the pain. You don't get to see the entire picture. Yet, Halach said that Ibono Shalom does. Really an incredible skill in terms of how we view our circumstances and our situations. What's the end back to Adam Rishon. Adam Yechidim Nivra. Adam is created as a singular being. On the payment, why not create an Adam Chava? So the Gemara says, Shalom Aminim Omrim Habib Ishar Shamayim. In order that it takes, should not say that there are many different gods in the heavens. In other words, that, remember, had multiple human beings been created at the same time, what could people have said? It's like this, this God is creating his guy, and this God is creating his guy. So, who creates man, one human being, that's the first human, in order that no doubt that there is only one honor Shalom. Beautiful. Shalom you tzadikim omrim.
Did you taste the music suck? Let's play something.
One person.
You have a song, bitch? What you gonna do? You're gonna live this song, woman. Certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak.
Actually says over there, under the tzaddik, despite crossing those short lines and back to like that. But the under tzaddikim, the ain't under tzaddikim is traffic minadera.
Did your taste in music?
So a person say, we're the sons of tzaddikim, so we're inherently righteous. There's no need for us to take additional precautionary measures in life because, hey, we are already the children of tzaddikim. And again, what were the children of Hashem? Say, Anu b'nei Rasha, ve'ein anu zukukim b'tshuva u'litzaddik kilo yoyo. So it says incredible. So, and the children of the Rasha will say, for us, there's no point in trying to do tshuva since we are the children of a Rasha. There is no way for us to rehabilitate ourselves. We'll say, years, we're kind of created two human beings to start out. So one guy would say, we're the descendants of the tzaddik, we're the descendants of the Rasha. Descendants of the tzaddik would say,
Bitch, your sense of music sucks.
We're not doing anything. We're fine. The children of the Rasha would say,
Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something fun, girl. I said certified freak, 7 days a week, wet ass pussy, make that pull-up game weak. Yeah, 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 you fucking with wet ass pussy.
And just like again, when I make a mistake in that moment, when I make a mistake maybe on the shtick Rasha, in that moment. But when I see you rehabilitate himself afterwards, we all treat such of us like we all trace ourselves to an original.
Girl, your sense of music sucks.
Who was about tshuva. Started out at tzaddik.
Girl, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something hot, baby. You like this song? Well, guess what, girl? You're gonna live it. I said certified freak, 7 days a week, wet ass pussy, make that pull-up game weak. Yeah, 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 yeah. You fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Beat it up, Rabbi, in charge.
And what is happening? We see all the fighting that goes on. It's right. Those are very equal. So those are right. Even though we all trace ourselves to the same exact ancestor, right? We all go back to the same person. And yet there's still so much focus about because Allah has come of a camel. It's incredible.
It's your sense of music.
In order to go ahead and avoid
it sucks. You ever leave
multiple originals? So what would happen? This kind of would say this time
the song, girl? There's some hoes in that house. There's some hoes in this. There's some hoes in this. I said, certified freak, 7 days a week, wet ass pussy. That pull-up game weak. Woo! Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, you put some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got, wet ass pussy. Be like catch a charge, extra hand, extra hard.
So listen to this. A person could mint a number of different coins. And what happens? What's incredible is the Kulam Domen Zelazet, right? A person could mint a whole bunch of coins. And amazingly enough, every single coin could come out the same. I don't want to say every single penny looks the same. Like every corner, every coin looks exactly the same. This is incredible.
Play something fun. You ever heard this song, bitch? What you going to? You're gonna live this song, woman. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-up game weak. Yeah. Did your taste in music suck?
Yet again, at the end of the day, even though alike. None of us look alike. Why? This is incredible. This is incredible. What would happen if everybody looked alike? What would happen? Just like, so therefore, if everybody looked alike, and so like Ruben saw Shimon's wife. He's like, oh, I'd like to marry her. Like Ruben saw Shimon's house. He said, I'd like that. Well, if Ruben looked just like Shimon, then what's gonna happen? Ruben can assume Shimon's identity. Ruben can say, hey, it's mine. How can you disprove it? Right? I don't like the owner, but everybody looked like each other. We get very difficult situation. You know,
Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Let's something hot.
There are three ways in which every person is different from the other. How? We call.
Yo, what up?
That is interesting, right? Voice is different. So person.
Yo, how you living?
Appearance.
Do you remember me, Rabbi?
Dog, I meet a lot of people. What's new, big dog?
I know. Yeah, we were talking to Decent
What were we, fucking dating?
basically, at one point, pretty much. It was pretty intimate.
All right, I'm glad it was good for you, dog.
Yeah, it was good for you too. It was good for you too at the time. It was that dispensable, man. Like, it's fucked up, Rabbi. That's fucked up.
I like your personality, big dog. What's new?
I got back from DC after an internship. Now I'm going back to A&M. Going back to college.
Oh yeah, your fucking Aggies suck dick in the college football playoff.
Yeah, I remember me and Lauren were talking to you about A&M at one point before the game took place.
Right,
yeah, they got it fucked up.
That's okay. At least made the college football playoff. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean it's good too. I mean I don't really watch a lot of football or keep up with it that much. So
Yeah, and why not? Like at a pretty big football school.
Oh yeah, I agree. I've gotten more into it because my friends at UT, so we both watched that specific game together. Even though we lost fucking messing around.
What did you do? Hold hands, dog. You need to be.
We hold something else.
I can tell, dog. I can tell you guys are using stick shift on each other. All right, so yeah. All right, so you got the Aggies, and you had a pretty good women's basketball team, though.
I didn't even know that.
Like a decade ago.
Basketball team, not going on.
Dog, sports, man. What else to do in College Station?
I don't know, man. Remember because I'm in the core and we just kind of, I don't know, did our own shit.
Oh yeah. Wait, why don't you go to the game?
I do. We were forced to, but I've been absent from A&M for a year because I've been doing a bunch of internships.
Oh, okay.
Politics. So I've been doing all that shit.
So do you want to be? You gonna run for governor?
Hopefully.
Oh, is that what you want to do?
Yeah, regardless of what you think about politics, but I just got done doing a White House internship, which is really hard to get into.
So you were in the White House?
Yeah.
Was that baller?
Yes. Dude, they let us do crazy policy work. It was actually insanely fun.
All right, very
I did
cool.
not think it would be that hands-on. But
All right, I'm glad we have a bunch of.
domestic policy.
All right, so like what in particular?
Let me think of what yeah, they said I could talk to I think so. You know what the General Services Agency is?
Fuck yeah, GSA.
Yep, they had me go through a bunch of federal buildings and look into the history of all the people who were named after certain courthouses, whatever. And so I checked all their backgrounds and whatnot, and then saw for the administration, whatever, those people should be the ones being on. So I changed like 4 or 5 building names.
They had some college.
DU.
They had some college kid changing names of buildings.
Yeah, that was one thing. I mean, it was different every day. What I would be doing. Just he found some weird law. Like I don't remember. It was some weird law where I could manipulate it. changed the name. So it was like good. But then there was another.
Hold on.
Oh, you know Bonnie Blue?
Of course I know Bonnie Blue, dog.
Yeah, I was trying to get. I wrote a bunch of stuff that got sent to the Department of State to try to get her banned from the U.S.
Why do you want to ban her?
She's just not good for the country, man.
Dog, there's a lot of people in the United States who aren't good for the country. That doesn't mean they should be banned.
I agree. And we can't do anything about them because they're citizens. But Bonnie Blue, she's not a citizen.
Yeah, okay, what did she do wrong aside from getting dicked by 1,000 guys? I'll wait.
I just don't think that that's a good thing to promote to youth. You know, she says she claims, by her own words, to go after barely legal teens. And I quote that from
Dog,
her.
that's what the president did.
I'm not going to comment on that. But, yeah, I mean, regardless, I mean, you would have, I'm sure.
Wait, you hold on. Don't you find that to be a bit contradictory that the president can hang out?
To any of the stuff, like what specific instance of the president?
Just
I don't know. I tried them.
Sure.
You have to educate me on that.
Look at the testimony of Katie Johnson. It's on YouTube. It's 30 minutes long. And she talks about how the president raped her and took her virginity. And when she asked him what she's supposed to do if she gets pregnant, he, quote, said, "Then you'll get an abortion, bitch," unquote.
That is crazy.
Word. It is wild. Just friends here.
What do you say, bro?
Not you. Don't worry about him.
Oh, Brandon.
No, that's not it. That's not it. Sonica, how's your day going, big dog? Hey, how are you?
Yeah, good.
What's new?
Muy grande.
Dog.
Rabbi, what's happening?
I get this shit all the time. This is just part of my life. Yo, what'd you say, big dog? I'm your fun? I don't know what you're saying. All right, so Jason, back to you. Go watch the Katie Johnson. Dog, I'm talking to
Yeah, I
somebody.
got it. Katie Johnson, right?
Yes, sir. Watch it right now.
Watch it right now.
Yeah, I'll watch it with you. It's 30 minutes.
Okay, sure.
That's not long at all, dude.
You know, my TikTok brain, dude, it's just.
Quit with that shit. If you're allowed
Where's
to,
it? Where's the 30-minute one?
type in Katie and
Intro. I see a 29-minute one.
yeah, that one.
Before I do that, I'm going to do some background research. Like, so was there a court case on this?
She was gonna sue him, but then ended up getting threatened by people in his administration and pulled out her case.
This is
a gnat, right? Gnats were created before you in order of creation. It's pretty complicated.
Excellent, man. I'm here for it. Sick. I mean, it's really sad.
So that you should enter into mitzvahs immediately. Yeah, both sides. Which mitzvah? Shabbos. Shabbos, which is actually quite beautiful.
So it was on Epstein stuff?
Oh yeah, she was recruited by Epstein. She was recruited as a model.
I want to beat you, and again, kind of get your bearings a little bit, and then after you get your bearings, we're going right into Shabbos together. That's there. Today she comes the Suda Miyad. Other possibilities confirm for one other Rishon to go right into the Suda. Now it's also Shabbos Suda. But the English Baruch Hu wanted Adam to find everything set, like a set table. The world was organized. Adam Rishon came into a fully finished product. He did not have to live through construction.
Yo, what up, Zoot? Zoot, my friend here. He is the Bonnie Blue ex. I mean, he's watched her documentary. And then I got my man here, Jason, who tried to personally ban Bonnie Blue from the United States. This is like, this is like. All right. Well, my man here tried to get from the United States.
She might get banned. She did right now. I don't know.
Why would you do that?
I just don't think she influences society at all. And she's a U.S. citizen, so she doesn't get the same rights as a citizen. I don't think young women should think that the way out of lots of wealth is by sleeping with as many men as possible on camera. I still think that's a good way for society to go. I don't think it's good. It's good that she isn't allowed here.
Zeus coming.
No. He's not doing it for the money.
Claims that a lot.
She never claims he did it for money.
Zeus would know.
I mean, yeah, she said that she likes doing it, sure, but she constantly floats on the wealth that it gets. She like insanely does. That is like a fact. She does do that. I've read a lot about it when I was making she does do that. It's quoted within many examples. So like, I don't think. I think it should all be. Not, I mean, it's all not good. I'm not like that's kind of a new argument. I'm not as different. I mean, well, there is a good difference. Is she's not a U.S. citizen, so you can actually. And there were other stuff I was coming up with, to align with U.S. interests, more so in that regard. So if they're coming over to film pornography in the United States, I don't. So it doesn't really matter if somebody's doing the same type of swing, if they're less. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't really matter. If they're doing any of it, it should be bad.
So why do you get a problem with the actress?
I have a problem with all.
Good.
I have a pretty consistent view on that. Like, I have a problem with every single thing. I like all of it. Websites, like, of course. But she's one of the main media targets that is the youth, and I think that's a very big. And that's not a whole philosophical argument of like promoting promiscuous activities usually results in higher divorce rates. And a marriage, obviously, between two people, I think that isn't good for a child to be raised in with two parents. And, with being promiscuous, the higher divorce rates, I think the potential. I don't know the statistics.
I agree with you. And I would also say drugs and alcohol are contributing to that as well.
Of course, yeah. And I think that's bad too. I'm not gonna lie, I drink, but I do agree. It's not necessarily good. I don't know. There's no way to stop alcohol and drugs. I mean, drugs. Okay, well, if we want to get into like straight up like crazy drugs, like shit coming from fucking. Mexico and other areas, sure, there's ways to stop that. I'm talking about other stuff like.
I think alcohol is one of the worst drugs that could have legalized. If we got rid of alcohol, I'd say that a lot of crime would go down.
Hopefully, I would agree.
Violence would go down. Expenses would decrease by like 25%. Alcohol is
probably agree. Yeah. Oh, I completely agree. No, I'm not denying any of that. I haven't done much research statistics of how many sexual assaults are caused by the influence of alcohol, but I would believe what you said. Like that sounds intuitively correct. So yeah, but I do agree. Yeah, I agree. I do. So again, so it's a good thing. Again, I drink myself, so I'm a hypocrite in that manner, but I do think objectively it's bad for society. What do you think about all that, Rabbi?
I think that you should allow people to do what they would do. In terms of your legislation that you proposed, I think I'm to single out one individual. If you wanted to say, let's not have any foreign stars or sex workers in the United States, that's how I would have thought about it. As opposed to, okay, so Body Blue wasn't mentioned.
Yeah, okay, no. Okay, so I can explain it a little more than that. So the policy people that I was talking to about it, they kind of the same issue as you. They were like, you know, we need a blanket view in policy on how to deal with these people. I was like, okay, sure. Like that, I agree. I obviously completely agree with that. It's just, it sounds theoretically hard to implement something like that. But then I started thinking of ways to possibly do that, and it randomly came to me. So I wrote a policy memo on that too, but I did single out Bonnie Blue because I do think it is good to, you know, cut the head off of the snake while doing.
But she's not the head of the snake. She's not the head of the snake.
I was in terms of foreigners, I would say so.
Oh, incorrect. Incorrect, dog. You know how many foreign players are in the United States making far more videos than her has? Like,
yeah, sure. There's a lot less publicity than she does.
That's true. So you're basically going for easily grabbable fruit. Like, just because she got on your radar, somehow through TikTok or whatever. In Zoot's life, no doubt.
I went out and just go after Bonnie Blue too. I went after Lily Phillips as well.
Oh wow! Congratulations! You went after the two people who made headlines. Why didn't you go after? Well, I don't know her. Why didn't you go after every OnlyFans model who is foreign in the United States?
No, I proposed a policy to help mitigate that.
So
the issue is it's so hard to come over to the U.S. from like Britain or any of the nations that we're really good. So they can just say, yeah, I'm not going to come to the nation bad. Like, you know, if there's nothing on the radar for the government to look at them, they just come here, do what they do, and get out. But what I was thinking is there should be files kept on all these foreigners coming here, and when they come here, do something bad like that. Then you can ban them because you won't know until it happens. Like, it's really hard to just be like, all right, yeah, this person's come here. All right, bam. You don't know that until it's done.
Okay.
Here's the thing that's confusing now.
Yeah.
I know sex workers in Australia that can't get into the US because they're not escorting.
What's happening?
I don't know. I'm gonna mute them. Just one moment.
No, I know escorts in Australia that can't get into the US, but they'll let them guys in. Why?
I mean, I don't know. I was creating a policy for something like that. I thought, like, I had personally thought that it wasn't a prerogative of the administration or anything. They were actually skeptical because Trump has some pretty libertarian view, like, from what I know. So it was kind of like my own thing that I was doing.
Because he has a history.
Yeah, I would, from what I've heard, I hadn't done any research on any of it just because,
I mean, wait, but let's talk about that for a second. So you've done a bunch of research on Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips, but not the commander-in-chief. Like, that would be the first thing that I would do. And I understand that you don't want to piss off the people who are giving you an opportunity, but you were literally in the White House. Why wouldn't you just start looking at the highest government?
Don't necessarily want to be like, again, I don't know what is true and not with any upset about it. Like,
Doug. There are. Okay, I read my life online. Okay, I'm an exception, but to Zoot and to you have as many pictures as Donald Trump has in some compromising positions with convicted offenders. Just bet you don't have on all of Facebook any public pictures as this person does. Obviously, this man was doing something that was perhaps highly illegal, giving you evidence to watch. I understand that we've been interrupted. I get that. I'm going to sit here for 29 minutes with you, and until you watch, then we're not on the same ground. Basically, I have more knowledge subject than you do. You just
no, I mean, I would agree.
Exactly. So if you watch it, then you're going to recognize that, wow, the guy who they elected is incredibly deep. If what this one person says is true, but it's not just him. There are other people who have talked about. I mean, he's a convicted felon and rapist. Sexual assault.
Yeah, I need to look into all those things. Like, I don't know what's, again, true and what's not. I know it's said. I do know people say he was a convicted, all of these. I know, like, everything that you've been saying besides Katie Johnson. I don't know the specific people, but I know the general grasp of used of doing. I just don't know if it is literally true. Because I would imagine, because of how hated Trump is, intuitively there are going to be people that come out against him if it is false. I know, like, of course, like, that's intuitive that is. Football players have so many people ruined because they're falsely accused of doing something that they can be more expected with somebody like Trump, way more than any football player. But I agree, I should do research. I do. But it's one of those things with, taking a position, doing what I did, I can't really do anything about him having done that. He is the commander in chief in the position that he is. I applied and was offered a chance.
I get that. I get that. But to me, you seem like a lackey. To me, you seem like a lackey. Basically, someone who towed the line for whatever the boss says when you don't have the open-mindedness to just look into all of this evidence. Look, I'm not saying Donald Trump has raped anybody. I'm saying this woman says that he raped her. So just watch it. That's all I have to say.
No, I will. No, I literally will. Like, yeah, I don't really like the term lacking, but again, there's nothing I can do about any of it. I got it and I was able to make the thought was right. So that was what was like, I got to do it. And there's nothing I can do about anything that Trump might or might not do anything about that. But what I could do is get in there and propose policy that I do think is good. I could do that. And so I did. I did feel like arguably the most I could. Like, that is what I could. Or I could sit out of it and just act like nothing was even happening. But I did. I was able to do so.
I get that. I get that you're at a university that gave you this opportunity, but at the whoever gave you the opportunity, you didn't look into the president, and the fact that you didn't. When I said the term, I don't know what it means. It means it's follow. You're just following, like blindly following. Now look, I personally don't like to get political, but in this case, watch what Katie Johnson says. 29 minutes. She talks about the multiple rapes. She talks about him taking her virginity and with some other woman there. And then you've got E. Jean Carroll, who said that she was so sexually assaulted. There are other people who have allegedly been sexually assaulted by him. And if it walks like a dog and quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. I mean, look, if you know who the stand-up comedian Cat Williams is, he's got a joke, but it's true. If one person says that you smoke crack, you might not smoke crack. If there are multiple people who say that you smoke crack, you might be a smoker. And where there's smoke, there's fire. In this situation, I want to defend him. I want to defend Donald Trump as best as I can. But after I saw the Katie Johnson testimony, I understand they blur her face. I get that. I 100% understand that because she has been threatened and such. But once he allegedly did, see why would she put her? She's not political. She's not working for the Democratic Party. She really wants to stay anonymous, but she wanted people to know. Now she did this interview in 2016 or so, and the American people were able to make their decision not just in 2016, but again in 2020 and again in 2024. What problem tell him, Zoot.
I'm gonna say there were a lot of people that were interns there that did not even like. I even did not agree with plenty of stuff. Not that that has anything to do with the extreme stuff, like the accusations against him. That's a lot different than what I'm saying. But I'm just kind of like, a lot of people were kind of in the same boat of like, I'm gonna get in there again, do what I can for the nation that I think is right, and then like you can't. I mean, it's not like I can personally do anything. Like, let's say I believe he did the sexual assault of people, but I can't think to get rid of like get him out of prison. I can't do anything like that. But what I can do is go do my own policy and hopefully it passes. That's you get what I mean? Yeah, I guess you can call it a follower or whatever, but anything else, like there's no alternative.
No, there's majorly an alternative. I'm not on this either. Just not go and say, look, I'm.
Exactly, but then I won't get to do anything. The whole thing is like, I wasn't doing stuff specifically for just doing things like because that's not even how it usually works. It's like there's certain people who are special assistants to the president and whatnot that come up with their own policy and just get it done. That's kind of the stuff that I was doing. I was just.
I get that. I get that. Just watch it. I've got 29 for you. Let's watch it.
I got it up right. Press it. 1 minute for it.
And the Malachim are saying, I told you so, why did you create them? They're not worth it. And Rothschild says, just wait. Just wait. I promise you, they're going to turn it off. They're going to pull it off. They're going to affect change. This is the faith that a God has in us. Is to wait until we get our stuff together. I'm willing to wait no matter how long it takes in order for us to become the best version of ourselves. That's how much Hashem loves us. I'm not even talking about Adam Rishon so literally again of us that was so big, so tall, and so large that he existed from one end of the world to the other end of the world. Once he made his mistake, once he sinned, Hashem placed his hand on top of Adam Rishon and literally again diminished his stature.
What did I do?
No, I was just complimenting you, man.
What? May I ask why?
You're thick, bro.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm on muscle, baby. You should. That's not even the thickest part of me, baby.
Other. So the Gemara says, it's the same measurement. It's just ultimately, again, illustrating it in different ways. We'll just point out something absolutely different. What is this idea that Adam Rishon, again, was literally, again, from one end of the world to the other end of the world? What is it representing? Potential. When Adam Rishon was created in this world, what was his potential? His potential was limitless. Literally, again, he existed from the heaven to the earth, from one end of the world to the other end of the world. His potential was limitless, but then he sinned. And what happened when he sinned? He was diminished. But let's say, what does sin do? Sin diminishes potential. Now, it's not forever, because I can only regain that potential, but that's it. Other ritual was beginning from heaven to earth, and then afterwards, after he committed the sin, his stature was diminished. Let's go back to a little bit. Other ritual spoke Aramaic.
Why do you click your mouse so much when you're watching a video?
Everything that's been happening from New Year's is I'm watching.
When he saw the pain, the death, Rabbi Akiva, he was saddened. Omar Beli Mayikure Echael. I was going to say it's fascinating that again, out of all the generations, all the suffering, what impacted Adam Rishon most was Rabbi Akiva.
Yo, what up, puppy girlfriend? How you living, girl?
Okay, not enough friends here, but you know, Adam Rishon mid-higher.
What's up, girl?
Came in earlier, but it closed out.
It closed out? What do you mean?
Like I got kicked out.
Oh, I didn't kick you out. I'm the only person who has the ability to do that.
Yeah.
Are you sure this didn't like crash or something?
Glitch or something? Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, okay. So, how's your friend doing?
My good square husband.
Before the new year? Is that your friend? No way, you got to meet.
It's more than
You got to meet. That's wonderful. Oh, that's wonderful. Congratulations. Very happy for you. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, he's getting stuff set up. So.
As well as you're doing, good on you, girl.
I came to church for the first time.
Okay, how was that?
But it was worth the experience.
Okie doke. Did you go with your friend?
Yes.
Oh, wow, that's pretty serious.
I did. Yeah, special friend for life.
All right, very well. That's pretty serious, girl.
So, I'm 10 minutes into it. So, do you? I mean, I don't know.
Jason. Absolutely. You don't file federal lawsuits if you just are making something up. Generally, just watch it, Jason. Just watch it.
I'm watching.
We're continuing on the theme that was
Are you saying bye? Bye, peace. Take care. Good on you, girl.
She's dead, bro.
With some type of work, understanding, or interpretation of the Torah. So a Jew has to know how to answer it. How to answer it in order to go ahead and be solid in your beliefs. You have to know how to defend your beliefs. You can just continue stories on that same motif. Anyone who knows how to answer heretics like Levitis, then you should answer. But if you're not as proficient as Levitis, then you shouldn't get involved. So it's another interesting idea, which is, don't get involved in answering up the heretics unless you manage to know your stuff. Because there's one thing I'll say, you ever had these interactions with daughter missionaries. So the one thing you have to give them incredible credit for, two things. Number one, they're passionate, and number two, they know their stuff. Now, it's wrong. We believe it's wrong, but you have to be able to enter into a meaningful dialogue. If you're not engaged, then not to engage. You don't know like the business, then don't get involved. You don't know the other. I'm going to know the business. I'm going to give you an example. There was a particular heretic who once said to this Ksiv, the Al Moshe Amar Ale El Hashem. So, Baruch Hu says, Pasuk says, and to Moshe God said, rise to God or ascend to God. Now, what the Min was trying to do was to show that to us. You see, there are two deities. There's the one who's speaking to Rabbi, and the one who's speaking to Moshe, and the one who's speaking to Moshe says, Moshe, you should go up to God. You should go up to Hashem, as if the sea is one deity and Hashem is one deity. So the Gemara just said a sentence thing to which refers to Metatron Shishokishim Rabbi. This refers to Metatron of Alatron. His name, Metatron's name, is or sometimes in the Malachim is literally Kiviyachol called HaKadosh Baruch Hu or Hashem as well. The Chsiv Kish be careful because when referring to Metatron, the pasuk says because my name, God is saying my Hashem is saying my name is in Metatron. If that's the case, why don't we worship Metatron as well? Why don't we worship Metatron as well? Siv Al Tamerbo Al Tamiranibo. Because the pasuk says we may not exchange HaKadosh Baruch Hu for any other deity, even for Metatron. Im Kain Lo Yisal B'Shechem Lamali. So if that's the case, why does the pasuk need to say that Metatron will not go ahead and forgive your sins? Obviously, if you can't pray to Metatron, you can't supplicate to Metatron, so Metatron is not going to forgive my sins. To which the Gemara Amalei, Rabbi responded, Heminusa Biadag, the Apilu the Parvan God.
What up, baby?
Great is the Metatron is so we accept Metatron as a messenger of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Rabbi, do you know one of the first cases of culture in the entertainment industry was Charlie Chaplin?
I'm not going to send one of my messengers. One of my malach is going to, and the malach he was referring to was
from the he got out from the US and lived life in Switzerland.
If we can't have you,
So
we can't have you.
they made accusations of him dating younger women underage when he was like 20. Which was very common in that time, less controversial than it is today. And he didn't get exiled because of that. He got exiled because it's common in the communist views in the US would get exiled from the USA.
Yes,
very common during that period of time.
Yes, I did know this.
This is a mean, a heritage was teaching that you should. Well, somebody who COVID, so is a particular long.
I'm saying a lot of like cancel culture coming right now. The same thing is anti-Israel.
There was this guy.
The same thing.
Never heard this exchange.
Anti-Israel, where a lot of journalists are canceling celebrities, and it happened to Dave Chappelle.
All right. Well, I don't think canceled.
Yes, he was canceled for anti-trans views, but he still made a career. They labeled him as a trans, but he turned it around.
Okay, so how is anti-trans anti-Israel? I'll wait.
Listen to my voice. Why?
Anti-Israel in his last show.
Listen to me, my words.
He wouldn't have gotten. Hey, my man Jason. Watch the Katie Trump. I know we're just Katie Johnson.
The problem with Katie Johnson, Rabbi, is the fact is I don't know if it was her, but there was an alleged victim that Trump that killed herself, so there'll never be a prosecution.
Okay, that's not her. So Zook, get your facts straight before you just start throwing out words.
No, I just want to talk about the half that I have already watched.
Doug, you're wasting my time. I'm giving you my time. You watch these 29 minutes, and then we'll talk.
Rabbi.
He did this today with astronauts in space. I had to watch astronauts in space. Yeah, don't talk to him about the moon landing when you watch about 3 documentaries.
Zoot,
I
you
do
are
wanna,
true.
uh,
You are.
watch-
That is
like
true.
I may get halfway through. Just there's one story that she's talking about right now. It famous that Trump had one of the 16-year-old that she's teen, and she's there. And after a meeting, which sounded believable on Epstein's Island, everything that went on, that sounds believable.
Jason,
It's all,
Jason,
that's a
Jason.
little out there.
It's all absolutely the rest of it. Okay.
A little, I don't know. All right. I'm paused. I'm walking in.
We have three remaining ones for Rabbi. Top of the festival site. The three mashal are really one month. The three parts of one month are based on the following three psukim. Number one, Vishine Banim Tikahena. The fathers will eat sour grape. The sons.
Zoot, are you excited for stand up tonight?
You should have just wait for
Oh, yeah.
measures.
I think Trump did it.
Nechlat, Vayavo, Rosh, Tzadik Mitzar Nechlat, Vayavo, Rosh, Tachta. The Tzadik will be saved ultimately again from Tsar, and the Russia will take his place.
What were you saying, Zoot? You think that what? So, Zoot, how many hours until stand up?
Take a look at this. Listen to this. Top Rashi, Avos Yoru Vosa.
4 hours. Okay. So, do you know what you're gonna say?
Sherima Hashua Vathazer. The coming from
You know what? I think Trump did it. Rabbi.
Why is that, Zoot?
Because there's no one over the age 20, 30, 30. No one goes to 15, 16-year-old beauty pageants
So Wolf, here's what
as
you
a
can do.
over 30 plus year old man.
Or for your
No one goes to it unless you are a predator. That alone is enough.
Well,
Made
and,
me think he's guilty.
and then there are the stories that so he not only went to them, he bought it. He bought the Miss Universe pageant and the Miss Teen USA whatever pageant, and then he would go behind backstage. And this is out there. This is
I
public.
know this story. I do know this story.
Okay, well, if you're not a pervert, well,
These girls were aged 12 to 17. That's
it is creepy. It's absolutely creepy. And he would just come in and surprise them when they were all ready. That's creepy.
Have the beauty pageant people come out about? Because I know.
Absolutely. I'll name them for you right now.
Okay.
No.
Let me break it up. A lot of them aren't going to come forward because a lot of them don't want to get killed.
Ultimately, again, so the first part of the mashal was that sometimes the children are impacted by the deeds or the misdeeds of the
But Epstein was probably in that.
Yeah, you know the girl. I do. You mentioned this earlier, and I do know the girl that you're talking about. I don't know her name, but the girl who killed herself after she came out saying Trump didn't do it.
Her name is Virginia. Her name is Virginia Guilfoyle. Her name is Virginia
She
Guilfoyle.
came out.
Virginia what?
Foyle.
Guilfoyle?
Guilfyre, something like that. A difficult name to
Okay,
spell.
all right, got it. Okay.
That was
Let me
a
get Google Doc. I'm just gonna make. Let me start right. All right. Do you have any old instances that I can like look into that are huge mainstream?
My man,
I wanna look
it's
at-
called 29 Minutes of Katie Johnson's Testimony. That's all you fucking need.
I'm on 1548 right now.
All right. A lot of talking and not a lot of watching. If you have to, if you have
something, and I'm like,
I understand. I understand. So if you have to, deafen yourself for 15 minutes, deafen yourself for 15 minutes, and then you come back, we'll tell you all about the teen pageants and all that other stuff.
all right.
How do I get back up?
No.
I'm alone.
I do love you though, Rabbi.
Love you too, big dog.
The reason it didn't go after Virginia is because that was in the early 2000s and he had, at the time, he had beef for staying over a property he bought in Palm Beach.
Dog,
That Trump wanted to buy.
Virginia Guilfoyle was not a Trump girl. She was publicly a Prince. No, not well. Yeah, but a Prince. Whatever his name is, girl. There are pictures of them together. Prince Andrew. Yeah.
Prince Andrew.
Right. So I mean, look, this is not the person who you want in your
And number three,
presidency. Now, I'm not saying that Kamala Harris is any better. They're both controlled agents of the same organizations.
Are always and at the end of the day, the Shalom will always write the scale, which means that you give them the shot. Good. Right. I'm going to call for the Gambiel. So there was
What do you think would have happened if
particular heretic who said
Trump
to Gambiel,
didn't get shot in the ear and he got the head?
And he got the what?
So what happens?
What would you think would be happening right now if Trump got shot in the head?
And he was
So
killed?
the code said, your God is a heretic.
Yeah.
Sorry. Your God is a thief. You got
Oh, there
You
would
think
have.
the Democrats would have released the
some
House?
sleeping people. Listen to this. So his daughter.
No.
This is not Rabbi Gamliel's daughter. The Pashtus, this is the daughter of the heretic.
So why are the Republicans releasing some of the files
So the daughter said,
when they're not Trump's
I got this. Let me
incriminating? Like, they must have something or someone that he's afraid of.
Well, they're not releasing the files that are incriminating the Republicans, only the Democrats.
She says, listen, because last night the house was broken into. And what happens? The thieves came in. They stole our silver pitcher and they left the one in its place. The father responds to her, right? We should have break-ins like that every single night. So listen to this. Which the girl responds. So the girl responds to her father, was it not good ultimately again? Was it not good for Adam Arishon to have a rib taken from him? Word choice over here is quite interesting. It's quite interesting. But also, let's say you have to understand something. This is a non-Jewish girl. This is a non-Jewish. I take that back. I think the culprit is Jewish. Let's say, again, there are different conceptions of marriage, and there are different conceptions of relationships, and there are different conceptions as to what people are supposed to get out of marriage. It's very telling, by the way. You want to know how your children think about marriage? You want to know what your children's conception of marriage is based on? It's based on your marriage, right? So who knows what this girl holds, and who knows how her father treated her mother? But obviously, the way she viewed a wife and a husband was a shivcha and the mask. But whatever, we're not getting into that right now. In any event, the point that she was making to her father was what? The point that she was making was, it's true. God took a rib, but he gave Adam Harishon Chava. Amarlam, Haki Kamia, El Mishkele Badja. To which the father responded, I know Adam got a deal. He gave a rib, got a wife. I got it. But why did it have to be done while Adam is awake? Listen to this. Amarle, which the girl responded, I used to be the business. So the girl said, can you bring me a raw slab of meat? A raw piece of meat. I used to love it, brought in a raw piece of meat. Oh, I picked up. So the way they used to roast meat is they would put the meat, they would cover the meat with like coals and ash, and they would roast it like that. So she took the piece of meat, she roasted it, and then after it was done, she gives it to her. She says, eat here. She said, it's disgusting. We saw that meat when it was raw, and even though now that it's unappetizing to me. We have a shortlist which the Lord responds. Had Adam Arishon been away while the rib was removed and the rib was fashioned to eat, it could be that Adam might have been repulsed by his wife. Ultimately, again, that Adam should only have feelings of attraction, feelings of connection towards from this process while Adam was asleep. Incredible. I really called Rabbi Gamliel. That Dana Elokai for my comments is to say. It's actually a very moving Gemara. In particular, Kofofer said Rabbi Gamliel, I know exactly what your God is doing. The Heichal Yosef, where he is. I know exactly what your God is doing and where he is. It's not the Islam. Rabbi Gamliel sighed. My height, which the Kofofer said, why are you sighing? Amalei Ben Yeshli the Hayam, the Yeshli Gahagur. Hello. Rabbi Gamliel says, I have a son who's overseas, and I have such Gahagur, I have such yearning to see him. I haven't seen him in a long time, and I wish I had such yearning to see him. But you know, the must blame the healer. Can you show me? Or can you tell me where he is? Show me where you know everything. Show me where he is. Amar, Mia Danahe, how should I know? The Kofer says, how should I know where he is? Amar Le Dika Ba'ara Dana. Dika B'Shanai Yas, you're telling me you don't know where someone on this earth is. And yet you know what the devotion was listening to serious. But Amar Le Kofer Rabbi Gamliel. See, what's it? This is very touched by this Gemara. This sort of the son overseas. He doesn't know where he is. Such an incredible soul. You know, you never know what a person has going on. Gamliel is battling all of these children, battling all of these heretics. And yet, there's a piece of very personal pain that obviously is on the inside, that you even know that he had a son overseas. The acknowledge, like in this, obviously, he was trying to disprove the culture, but in this incredible moment of vulnerability, it's an incredible idea. The mother's like, only come from the Gamliel. Sid, Mona, Miss says that the emotional olam counts down. So the Kofer says, what's the big deal? I don't want to see them in the Kofer. I can also count the stars. The stars 1, 2, 3. You know, what's the big cut that God can count the stars? So the Gemara says, I see. So the Gamliel comes along. I see. Wolf shake. Shadinu Ba'arila. The Kamahadlu. So the Gamliel filled up a basket filled with princes, and he started shaking it around. And he said, he said to the Kofer, count princes. Amar like, if you hold the basket still, I'll be able to count them. So the Gemara says, you know, the heavens are also constantly moving. So if you can't count the princes in the basket chances are you can't count the stars. You get the Hamri, Pachit Amalei, Maneli Kofi. So to which another version is that the focus of the Gamliel, I have to count all of this. Amalei, Emily, Pachit, Amalei, Pachit, Vishinaya Kamaha. So Gamliel said to the men, tell me, to the Kofer, tell me how many teeth and how many molars do you have? Shadat Yazdei. The Kamani. So the guy puts the Kofer, puts his hands in his mouth. Literally begins counting off his teeth. So Amalei Ikadat, Dika Barakia, that you don't know how many teeth you have, right? So you're telling me you know how many stars there are in this. I'm gonna go to the Gamliel. So there was another Kofer saying that whether all of this is like same movement or multiple Kofer, you know, how big for all of them. You know, so maybe, you know, I don't know if it's multiple people. So the Gemara says, by the way, you understand like sometimes people silly, all these how silly all the I will say another thing. So I think the most asking about it is that what don't you see one time? You never see what the Gamliel uses this. It happens on a huge person may right has to deal with it. It could happen. And the most important is so when dealing with difficult people.
All right, big dog. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The thing I want you to do is just type into Wikipedia or just Google Donald Trump sexual misconduct allegations.
This is so
Talk about what we just watched.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a moment though. Now, a page like this on you, there's one chick who's this since the 19th, and so that's 28 more than you're ever going to find on, and hopefully 20 more that they find on you. And these aren't just like touched me on my bare back on a hug. These are like he open mouth kissed me while he was married and had a pregnant wife. And yeah, I mean, he's a scumbag. I say it, but like he cheats on his wives. He cheats on his wife. He cheated on Melania with Daniels while she was pregnant. it. He cheated on his first wife, Ivana, with his who would become his Marla Maples, his second wife. I mean, he's a scumbag. Now, the 28 women, you said, I'm going to make a Google Doc about this. Wikipedia is your Google Doc. Any that you need.
No, I agree with this. Yeah, I guess. I'm going to have a look. What I'm going to do, I'm not like that asshole day because it's not breaking. I chill out and look into every single one of the cases. I didn't see the relationship not only with Trump, but people around, like just everything. At the time it was, how Trump was at the time, what he was doing at the time. I won't do everything. Because I think he's the most powerful man in the world at the time. Like right now. So, which obviously, I guess, yeah, he wasn't president in 2007, nobody knew, like stuff, 1996, 1994, all these things. I want to look through all these cases and see what's going on.
Okay. With that said, talk to me. Absolutely. So there are 28 women there, and that doesn't include like of women who talk about him backstage at pageant dressing rooms, and that doesn't include the perhaps like far more women who are just too afraid to speak out. They're going to have their lives ruined. They might be in a relationship and they don't want to ruin that. I would say for the 28 that are on here, there are at least 100 out there who have to have their voices taken away from them. Now, I'll say this. There's an exact same kind of page for Bill Clinton. So I'm saying one side's better than the other.
Oh yeah, I know you're. No, I never. This was a political.
There are just 28. Look, I could stand 3 women. If I understand 3, I might be able to understand 6 over the course of such a long. 28's a lot though, and these aren't just like okay, we listen to Katie Johnson, and she's like, he raped me when in 2000 or 1994 or whenever he took my virginity, and then I absolutely believe that he wanted to play maid with these chicks. That's what somebody's position would want to do. Basically, have a fantasy, and that's a very common fantasy to have. Fantasy of all men. So that's not strange.
I'm looking at every single article, like that they use, because obviously Wikipedia says their sources.
Absolutely.
I'm looking at. Which again, I'm still going to look at. Oh no, this is one.
You're good.
However,
I mean, it's just.
Anyone
let's keep looking at
do what you do.
I'm looking at the dates. These articles and when all these accusations started coming. That's what I'm looking at. I haven't seen one before 2016. I haven't seen a single.
Well, there are. Hold on. His first wife in 1989 said that he raped her. And it was
I'm not making any conclusions, just stating like a literal fact of reading it that is concerned.
It was in their divorce proceedings, 1989. Ivana Trump and Donald Trump taken in 1990, which is before whenever your date was, during their divorce proceedings, that Donald had visited her plastic surgeon, for which he had expressed anger and ripped out hair from her scalp. So that's not just like sexually, but that's like violent. Donald said the allegation was obviously false. You can say this. That's on its face a lie. That's a bold-faced lie. That's fake news. You can do that a few times, but this is your ex-wife, the mother of in the book Lost Many Lives of Donald Trump by Harry Hunt III described the alleged attack as violent assault. Yada yada yada. The Trump's divorce was granted in December 1990 on the grounds of Donald's treatment of Ivana, including his affair with Marla Maples. And then
wait, who was the person that's accusing him?
His wife,
I swear I'm gonna look into
the ex,
which wife? I don't know
his first wife, mother Donald Jr. and Eric and Ivanka. Their mother is the one who accused him of this.
Yeah, and by the way, I just want to say this too. Like, I'm genuinely trying to figure out, like, 'cause earlier you said, you try to defend Trump and all these things. So I'm taking it so unbiased, by the way. Like, I'm not even taking it this biasly. I'm not for or against Trump. I seriously just trying to figure it out. Like, I promise you. I will not take bias. I will not take bias. I promise you. Or I will try not to. I will try not to. Unless I do it subconsciously.
How are you going to
I'm just looking.
How can you defend? How can anyone defend this type of?
No, well, yeah, of course. No, of course. If it happened, then yeah. Oh, no, yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, of course. Like, what you're thinking, yeah. Obviously, it's terrible. I just want to know if it, like, all this stuff happened. Like, and I'm trying to figure. Like, I want to look at everything. I don't want to, just read each thing. I'll read one. It's everything. I mean, literally, we're taking every bit of knowledge that I can have on each of these cases and then do a conclusion. That's basically what I'm doing. I mean, I'm not saying one thing or another. Obviously, if this happened, of course, I want to know that. He's the most powerful man in the world, so of course he's going to get accused. I think regardless of anything, of course he's going to be accused. But I would agree, there are a lot of accounts. So yes, this is enough where I definitely want to do a completely. But I'm still skimming through the. And this is my first weird thing about it, which makes me even want to look into it more. I want to do an insane deep dive on it now, because all the sources in this Wikipedia page are after 2016, which is when he's running for president. All of them. All of the sources are from 2016.
Wait. Hold on. Let's talk about that. There's a reason why that is. Wikipedia wasn't even a thing until like 2000. So all of the sources before then also weren't electronic. So they're much more difficult to get. Additionally, many of them are paywalled, even if you can get them. Oh, you're gonna hold me off 1 year? A game we're gonna play?
Wait, what did you say initially?
I said 2000. I said 2000, and you said 2001.
I thought you said, okay, never mind. All right. I thought you said something else, like way different.
Wait.
I'm trying to figure something out. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know.
All right.
What were you
Well, you're not focused, and that's okay. You're playing a game, and I get that. But if you really want to delve into this, you would say, all right, look, to quote Cat Williams, if a motherfucker calls you a crackhead for 20 years, wait, if people, Donald Trump, a sexual assaulter or a rapist, 20 years, a rapist. To sit with Bill Clinton, if people call you a rapist for 20 years, allegations that come out, now you're saying, well, all of these are since 2016. No, they're not. I just gave you one, 1989. His wife, Ivana Trump, said that she was raped.
Yep. It's interesting you said that, because I just saw. Yeah, although the article was retrieved on 2016, the article was made in 1992. So they do have a source from 1992.
Not just they have.
Okay. Now that we're on it, I'm on Ivana Trump, by the way.
That's the first one.
From 1992. That is weird. Yeah, that all the other ones are from 2016, and but there are some that are from 1990. Like that, I don't know. Yeah, that's a little weird. That's weird. I think that should be weird. I think you should.
Yes, of course.
I think it's
I don't know how. Like, I had a quote that you stated. Sure, that should. The most powerful man in the world, the accusations against him based on what that's not made. But I do agree that the amount of accusations do warrant a quote investigation.
Doug, on top of that, guy's a scumbag. He cheated on his first wife with his second wife. He cheated on Ivanka or apologies. He cheated on uh, Melania with Stormy Daniels. What if you're so against porn? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you go after? Why wouldn't you go after the president and say, "Look, I'm against. I don't think that's good for the country. You cheated on your wife Melania when she was with Barron with a porn star, and this has been played out in court. You wrote checks to Michael Cohen as your cleaner, essentially to get this woman out of your life. I mean, right there, like there's just a hypocrisy I'm seeing. Nothing against you, but you're like to this, like, dog. If you're so against Bonnie Blue, which is fine, I get that, and Lily Phillips, why wouldn't you be against the president who cheated on his wife with a porn star?
Yeah, and I can answer that, like, the nation that I'm from. I have two options to choose from, Kamala or Trump. And I think that Trump has a lot more views that are similar to mine. He might not have the same view on porn and cheating and all of those things, which I think are awful. Even though he did them. I mean, Kamala, I'm pretty sure she has account. It's just like Trump. I've never done research into it, but I've heard just a lot about Trump doing sexual assault stuff. I've also heard about Kamala sleeping her way to the top tons of times. So I mean, maybe that's true too, and I disagree with that a lot.
Wait, I agree.
There's going to be things on both sides.
I agree with you with Willie Brown and the mayor of San Francisco. I agree with all that. I mean, I understand what you're saying. There's only two ways to go. That's why, as a recommendation, I would stay out of politics because there's a no-win situation. You won't be able to put your head on the pillow at night, feeling proud of what you've done, knowing that you're working for scumbags.
I don't know. I want to run for something in the future, and the only way to do that is by just play the game, not. Yeah, you know what I mean by play the game. But I want to change that, and you might say that, well, that's like, you know, like that. It's improbable to do that because how many scumbags there are, or whatever the argument. If I get one life, if there's anything I can do, that would be my goal, is to change it.
Okay, that's cool. I get that.
I'm not. That's just what I want to do. And if I have to sacrifice my life doing that, and if I don't do it, whatever. I'll at least die being like, all right, fuck yeah, I at least tried.
I'm not hating on you for that. What I am saying, what I'm saying is, you have one group of people that holds up Bill Clinton, and he's a rapist, in my opinion, and whether that he hasn't faced criminal charges for it, I can name 5 women who he had at least inappropriate relationships with, cheated on his wife during that's a big thing to me. If you're gonna do this, divorce your wife and don't hurt someone else. Don't hurt your children. Like, if you're gonna be married, if you're gonna be serious about it, and these guys are scumbags, and then you just see, I mean, to quote George Carlin, it's a big club and you ain't in it. And basically, you have pictures of Donald Trump, who is feeling Biden's balls at some like after Bill Clinton was president. Like, basically, they're and then that. Do I believe it? It's on camera.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That was like, I don't know what you talked about at the different shit that I worked in.
I'm not.
Okay, so Neil that said that Trump, I think it was.
Stop, because we're talking about different things. I'm not talking about blowing. I'm not talking about blowing Clinton. I'm talking about type in. It's Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, golf. Picture. I'll just say testicles because I don't really know. Yeah, okay, there you go. So it shows up. There's a picture of Donald Trump grabbing his nuts.
children are drowning in the sea.
Video.
What the fuck?
Ultimately,
I think I've seen this before, but
over the death of the innocent. So our Lord had a responsibility. My creations are drowning in the sea. And you want to say, listen, it's incredible you sowed. We haven't cornered the market on a responsibility. The God of all humanity loves all humanity. Does he have a unique relationship with us? So absolutely. But that unique relationship does not come at the expense of love for all of his creation. It's very important to sow. And therefore, we might rejoice over the downfall of Rothschild. But the Rebbe Shalom has an incredible sense of humor. Because when those Rothschild disappear or those Rothschild, so the Malachim want to see
fact checking websites are saying it's AI. Let me look more into
Yeah,
it.
Doug, this was Doug. That put out that kind of stuff too. This was reported in September of 2000 via Reuters. I mean, it's from Reddit. It's under. Just look under. President Trump celebrates his handling of a big, beautiful bill. This happened in September of 2000 via Reuters. Now, I saw this picture before AI was making rounds. Like this is like at least a few years old. Now, I can come out and just say anything's AI.
No, I know. I think it's just odd that, more leftist news stations and media outlets that have an incentive to say that it's real would be calling it fake.
Doug,
That's what's weird.
I have relationships with my guy friends, and we'll, I don't want to say grab each other by the testicles, but we have like some jovialness to us. So
yeah, we fuck with each other and straight away.
exactly. Now,
so the Russian that is they went ahead.
This was taken by White House photographer William Vasta. Is it interesting? It's amazing to me that they say it's AI when this is like from a White House photographer. It's from the year 2000. It's at the U.S. Open.
So the Lord if you come back to this battle, it's right because if you don't die in this battle, then God doesn't speak with you. If you don't see it, the welcome to
so there should be a way like through literal like President Clinton's presidential library.
Well, hold on, but it may have been after. No, he's still in president.
That's what CNN says. It says the series of 5 photos were taken in September 2000 at the U.S. Open in Flushing Meadows, New York. They were released by Clinton Presidential Library on Friday, etc.
I thought it was AI though.
There was just an
Wait. Hold on. You said, oh, it's AI. It's AI. These websites said it's AI. And it ain't AI, baby. It's in the presidential records. So
but I agree that the CNN article was created in 2016 and AI wasn't big up. So I'm more leaning towards your side.
Leaning towards it, it's in the.
I promise you, I'm trying to authentically figure out the truth. I'm looking at every detail, and yours with this photo is adding up. Yes, I agree. But it's not even that bad. Like thinking about it, honestly, I'm thinking about the actual photo itself. That's not even.
You don't think it's crazy to have a pic? There are no pictures of anybody with their hands on my genitalia. And I'm not the sitting president of the United States.
I'm trying to look at the photo. Like, I want to see it from Clinton's presidential library. Like, I agree. Like,
I don't know. I don't know if
I don't think it was AI.
I don't know if they're going to have that in the presidential library because
I think it was released in there. I think that's how they got it.
It's an embarrassing. It's an embarrassing photo, but nevertheless, can we agree that this is a real photo?
I think yes. As of right now, yeah.
Okay, wait. 3 minutes ago, you said it's AI.
I thought it was because I saw a website. Dude, all I can go off of is what I see, and I saw a website saying that are liberally incentivized to say that. So I thought it was AI. Then you mentioned something, and then I went a little deeper, and then I saw an article from CNN on from 2016, which AI wasn't that big then, so I don't think. So it's not like again, it's not like I'm just putting anything. I'm literally going off of what I am literally seeing. That is all I'm going. Like I'm pumped. I don't want you to think I'm biased. I promise you, I'm not trying to be biased.
I don't think you are. I'm thinking that you are quick to judge.
Sure. And when I say something like, in a little sense, like
your quote to me is it's fake. Your quote to me, and I can go back on my stream. It was something along the lines of it's fake. It's AI. It says it's AI. And no, it's not. And then my thing to you was I don't think so because this has been around for like at least a few years. I think I said 2 or 3 years or something like that. And that's before AI was making the rounds like it currently is. Nevertheless, it's a picture. It's somewhat embarrassing. It shows that these two guys are really close, so to speak. What does that have to do with the 28 women who have cases or sexual allegations against the president? It really doesn't have anything to do with that. So let's go back to the women who had some of them had their lives ruined. And what I'm saying, they're both scumbags.
No, I know. Yeah, I know. Specifically with the sexual assault stuff, I want to deep dive in. That's all I'm saying.
I understand. Wikipedia, you just read that Wikipedia article. It'll take you.
I don't want to just read the Wikipedia because that even might be biased. So 5 or 10 sources on each case. We'll see what everybody's saying. Everything. I want to see their personal quote. Everything. I want to see everything. I want to see what Trump was doing and even where it's all. I don't know. I want to know the literal truth. No this stuff.
So obviously you are not going together. You're not pulling your weight. Why are we getting brother?
I can.
Do you want to say it?
All you need is that Wikipedia article. Pictures are in there. It's already been pretty much hashed out. Now, can you always believe Wikipedia? But that has this for you. What more do you need?
No, well, okay. I know what we're talking about. I'll be right back and I'll ask what I was about to say.
You do what makes you happy.
Who's not pulling their weight? Who's not doing what chances are? It's not my wife and it's not my kids and it's not this and it's not this. It's me. It's Mishpah. Righteous enough. What about incredible? I'm Rabbi Abba. Never about Baja. Baja. You're saying that you must never about Rob. Your praise given to Baja. I'm Rabbi it doesn't say right. It just says that you fear God, but it doesn't say Ma'od. We have our life says that he's Yirei Hashem Ma'od. I'm Rabbi Yisrael. It made myself Obadjo in abuse. Listen, why did Obadjo marry to get prophets? What did he do? See, at the marriage, what did he do to marry to get prophets? See, listen to this. So we've made Shehechim Meya Nadim Amar. Listen, I understand. Under Achav and Izel, Achav has, if Achav was bad, his wife was 10 times worse. Izel made it her business to go ahead and kill out every single Navi Hashem. She killed out all the Navi. Obadjo hid 100 prophets. He hid 100 Naviim in a cave. Shneimar, Vayi b'hachnis as Navi Hashem, Vayi Obadjo Meya Naviim, Vayachdi'in Chamish Ma'ara. So you know what happened? He goes ahead and
What I was going to say about the Wikipedia stuff is it just taking it up front from Wikipedia weirds me out specifically with this case because looking at all the sources besides Ivana, I think was her name, they were all from 2016 on when he was want to look for. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
How does the family live on?
If you get that's enough to.
What more do you want?
Just
I want sources from. I want if there's any court documents of each one. Like I mean, look at anything. That's it doesn't matter. Like what I want is just more information. That's it. More information. So I want earlier sources. Like I just want everything. Because it's a pretty big. I mean, that's a pretty big deal. Wouldn't you agree? Like if that's true, like that's crazy. And I agree that is like holy fuck. Like, that's insane. So I want every piece of information because of how big of a deal it is. I'm not going to conclude my opinion off of Wikipedia. But yeah, no Clinton photo. Yeah, I agree. That was almost Never played Bloodlines.
I'm focused on this. All right, so here we go. Stacey Williams in 1993. She alleged Trump groped her in Trump Tower, introduced by Jeffrey Epstein. 1997. A former model accused Trump of sexual assault at the U.S. Open. 2006. Multiple pageant contestants claimed Trump entered the dressing rooms while they were changing. 2013. A Miss USA contestant said Trump repeatedly grabbed her buttocks. So
yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, I'm looking at this first case, but she did that in 2024 when he was running. Like that's the issue. It's just like all these people right when he's running.
Okay, what about?
Why didn't Stacey Williams come out in 2016?
Dog, Katie Johnson came out in 2016 before.
No, Stacey Williams.
I'm sorry, Katie Johnson, the woman you just saw a 20-minute video on. She came out in 2016.
Yeah, well, no, my issue, that was just my Stacey Williams. I like with Katie Johnson. That was, I don't know. Stacey or whatever her name was, Katie Johnson. Like the stories that she was saying, I get that like the maid stuff is like a comedy of fame stuff. All of that shit in front of everyone. Like that.
Jason. At this point, I don't know what proof I could give you. Okay, there are 28 women who accused this man of sexual since the spotlight. That doesn't include all the women out there who just never went public because of any evidence or anything more for you. I've got a woman who is willing to risk her life, risk her reputation, to go on camera to speak about this. And that doesn't include the porn stars who he paid $200,000 in hush money for. I mean,
but made any conclusions.
Right. And that's where questionable. What you're like this bastion of morality that you're saying some woman named Bonnie Blue shouldn't be allowed in the United States because she made headlines because she had sex with a bunch of guys, but you're not holding the same standard to the president who paid women off porn stars while he was married and had an affair while his wife was pregnant. Do you recognize, like, to me, if you ask me what's worse, a woman who has the freedom to make her own choices, she can have sex with 1 million men, I don't care, so long as she's not causing any heartache to anyone, that's fine. Or someone who is lying to their she's pregnant, going with a porn star which you don't like, and then paying that porn star off.
Yeah, so again, it's one of those situations where there's Kamala or
Wait, I get that.
Kamala, so I'm going too big. That's like that's how that works.
Right.
It's not that I'm not holding someone to a standard, it's that there's no other person that is going to be present.
There are other standards. You don't necessarily have to play the game. I'm not saying that I get what you did, but you could be a libertarian. You could run for the Green Party. You could perhaps be a socialist or communist. There are other options out there.
No, I agree. None of that has to do with my point of, like, regardless, like, what I believe, and there were people with different political views when they were working there. But it's because there were realistically only two options in presidential election, or like the election outcome of 2024. That was it. Or 25. Yeah, that was the only. There are two outcomes. Who's the closest to your policy? And then Trump happened to be. He was closing them all.
I get that.
So I picked Trump. Which I'm not saying that I agree with everything that Trump does.
Who's a scumbag? Who's a scumbag?
Okay.
Look, at what point?
There's no other option.
I understand that. At what point would you admit, maybe you, but that Trump is a scumbag? Come on, man. Come on. Look, you're.
This is on live stream, man.
It is. It is. It absolutely is. And if so, let's say you're running for you're running for the governor of Texas, and I say to you as a reporter, 28 allegations against this guy. That doesn't include paying off porn stars publicly and cheating on your wife. Multiple wives. Ivana cheated on with Marla Maples, who he married. Then he made Marla Maples sign a non-disclosure agreement, so we don't even know what happened there, and she's still held under it. And then he has Melania, the first lady he cheated on while she was pregnant. At what point, potential governor of Texas, are you going to say that this person is a scumbag? The people of Texas are going to ask this question. And if you don't have the balls, the courage to say that person's not a scumbag, you look implicit, look guilty as much as, in some ways, that you are defending this behavior.
Damn, you don't think he's me because I didn't answer it. Sure. Okay. But yeah, those are scummy things.
Those are scummy things. So, I mean, look, the phrase is.
Say anything because I don't want anything to yet. When I'm in the midst of doing all those things, I'll say, I promise you, I mean, I think you already know what I'm just, look, those are scummy things.
Look, they're scummy things. It would be one thing if 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 scummy things, but this gets into 7 or 8, 9 or 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 scummy things, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 scummy things. 28 scummy things. And you're not going to call this person a scumbag?
No, again, I don't know if that is true. I haven't looked deep enough into it.
Then you look like a scumbag. That's what the people of Texas are going to say. Okay? If you're not
know enough to make a conclusion, if anything, that is what the people should want. Somebody who does an absurd amount of research to know the truth.
Look,
I'm not going to conclude.
Look, I could take any average Texan who is open-minded and say to them, I have 28 allegations against this person. That doesn't include having cheated on multiple wives, and one of the wives was pregnant at the time, and he paid off if he had sex with her. Okay, every person, 100 out of 100, a double-blind study, or say that person is a scumbag. If that's not a scumbag, what is a scumbag?
I agree that, yes, I agree. If a person is to do that, that is a scumbag. Yes, I agree.
Thank you. That's all.
Doesn't discount. I don't care if I agree that Trump is a scum. Theoretically, if he did this, then I haven't done any research into it, especially that. I've not done any research into cheating or any of that. I have heard many stories of that from places, but I want to. I can't say for sure that I have an opinion when I don't even feel like I'm having an opinion for sure. I don't know the details. I don't know. I want to know. But I do agree those are that would make a scumbag. Sure. I even agree that Kamala did scumbag stuff too.
100%. She's scumbag, and so is Bill Clinton, and even Hillary Clinton.
Okay, so Kamala first scumbags. If Trump has policy alignments towards me that I think are very beneficial for the country, then of course I'm going to choose Trump over Kamala with a little power I'm given to do so. Even if it's one vote, I'm going to do it. And then, for example, example, with my internship and my decisions, I'm doing that based off of what I believe is right for the nation. That's what I'm doing. I'm not doing it for anybody else. So I'm doing it for the nation, but I'm not doing it because Trump thinks it's good. I don't have any say in what he thinks is good and wrong, but I do have a say in what I think is good and wrong, or what I mean, in what would benefit the people the most. What I want to see in the next generation.
Let me ask you this. Is what Bonnie Blue, which is really not illegal.
I realized that
and
no, it's not illegal.
Exactly, and she didn't cheat on anybody out their consent. If she was in a relationship, it was an open relationship. Is what she did better or worse than what Donald Trump did?
So we're just talking about the cheap stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even. Why does that even matter?
Because you wrote legislation to ban a woman from entering the country based on her behavior. Yet you didn't have the courage, and I understand. I don't think this would have gone very far.
I mean, I could have done anything. I don't think there's no courage. I could have done it. A little slips. I could have done it anyway. I make a policy that might contradict something that Trump has done in the past, or I make a policy that I believe will truly help the nation. And if I just simply, add quote courage, I don't think this is courage, but it's wrong, Trump. You shouldn't do that. I just get fired. Nothing happens, or I can make the policy, and then that's what I do.
That's slimy, though. That's slimy.
So of course
that's slimy.
There's nothing I can do otherwise. There's literally nothing, absolutely nothing I can do.
Basically,
if I had more power, then of course I could.
I get that. Basically, what I'm saying to you is, a reasonable person, in my opinion, reasonable person would say what she's doing is illegal. She's something that tens of thousands of people are doing every single day in the United States. That isn't illegal. If anything, go after the industry. Don't go after this woman. I think that's what you were advised as well. Like, it needs to be legislation. It has to be. And you tried to do that, and it didn't work so well. So then legislation to go after this girl, which is cool. Exactly, and I understand. I don't agree with going after the girl. I do agree with perhaps if it's passion, then eventually to go after the industry. But at a certain point.
Pretty big industry.
So, in your world, should all pornography be banned? Okay, should all alcohol? I understand. Should all alcohol? So, do you look at pornography?
I have.
Okay, isn't that somewhat
Sure. I mean, no.
You just said, yeah, it's hypocritical, and it is, and I get that. And that's cool.
Well, the issue is I should have never been able to look at it. I should have been tempted to do that. It's a gross and bad thing. I do think that.
Okay, I mean, no one.
If you want to have sexual pleasure, then go out and talk to a girl and then have sex.
Hold on. Wait, absolutely. But wait. But you're saying, I'm gonna take the example that you gave. If you have sexual urges, go out and find a girl, and I get that. Okay, and you should be able to have relations with me.
I do think people should wait till marriage.
Okay, you think people should wait till marriage? Have you?
Yep, I've never had sex, and I have many opportunities to do that, and I'm not just fucking.
Okay, no, I understand. Okay, great. So you have a. Okay, be whatever you want to be. Okay, so let's say people want to have sexual relations outside of marriage. Should they be prosecuted? Okay. So then it should just be highly.
I think it should societally be condemned like many other things have in the past without having to require some sort of prosecution.
Okay.
Disagrees with it. It's heavily pushed on society not to do that.
Okay. Should a husband and wife, if they're married, obviously, should they be able to videotape themselves having sex?
I think it should be pretty. Again, you're asking me things that I think should just take.
Wait, it's a pretty simple question. It's not complicated. You have a husband and
No,
wife.
I agree. I'm not, but there might be some unthought of complication with certain aspects that, of course, there might be, that I'm not thinking about, which is why you get good teams, and that's why there are teams for these things to think about all the different possibilities.
You don't need a team. If it's up to you, I make you king of the castle. Okay? I say to you,
It's only some of the people to talk about all the possible outcomes of doing something like that. That's exactly what I'm doing. Even if I were the dictator of the world, I would do that. I would love there to be like sort of a Senate thing. I want to talk to people. I'm getting. You might disagree with me on a lot of things, and I get to understand your side, and not making a rational decision.
that's slimy behavior. You could make a decision. You could make a decision. Think about what's your gut instinct.
So the Gemara
Okay. Should adults be able to film themselves having sex instinctually? No, that does not sound really good. But I wouldn't persecute them.
Okay. What's wrong with it?
So, us year's parents, his wife,
I think sex should be a lot more intimate than that. I don't think having a video, it's something that it's just next. I don't think
This thing that you've never experienced. So I think that you're looking out the term here.
in a way, in unnatural way.
I mean, no, I'm saying like you've never even had sex, so you don't know what. You don't know though. That's like me saying I. You had the right if they were the right girl, smoking hot chick who you were in love with, and she said to you, Jason, politician, and we're a perfect match for each other, and we want to have children in the future. And we're trying to do things the right way, and you are going to be on tour, and I'm going to be at home season, and I'd like to be able to have the intimate together.
Okay, yeah, that's why. Okay, so it doesn't feel wrong.
Right? That's what couple sex tapes many times are.
Talking about is not to do that. I don't think you should be able to post it for everybody to know.
Hold on. First you said no, because that's not something that you think would happen within a marriage. But then you may have some, like your future wife, who says, "Look, you're gonna be on," and gentlemen would have home videos that on vacation or whatever it is while you're gone because you're. So I'd like to make a video.
You say, what do you think? And intuitively, I think that's disgusting. It's kind of like if you have somebody with a weird kink, if it is, if that should be allowed or some weird. Of course, they're instinctively going to yes. Just like I don't like that. That doesn't sound good in any way. Videotaping myself doing anything.
They said,
provocative or intimate. So instinctually, I don't like that. Instinctually,
I understand.
People should be prosecuted.
Wait. I'm not talking about prosecuting. Let's flip the scenario. Your wife is going to be gone for a few weeks, and she says to you, "Look, I know you look at porn. That's something that you've told me in the past, but I don't want you looking at other women. If you can control it, I want you looking at me. So let's get together, and when you fantasize, you can fantasize about me. Would you be okay with that?"
That was the part. There's only one problem.
Hold on. You. I don't want you looking at porn. I don't want you touching. I don't want you even touching yourself with thinking about anything but me. And if you need something to be able to arouse you or whatever it is. I want it to be me. I want it to be, even if it's not you in the video. Okay, we'll take you out of the video. We'll take you out of the video. This is just your wife who makes a nude video for you. Are you against that?
Represent Jewish leadership. Right?
No, I don't. I wouldn't want that. By the way, I do want to point out though with the porn stuff, like, no, I did say I have watched porn in the past, like, almost every guy. I don't do it anymore.
But you already have, so you're already as guilty as anybody.
Authority is going
sure. No, yeah, no, my point isn't that I'm more or less guilty than anybody else. That wasn't even my point. I was just saying the scenario that you're giving, like, I don't want you to jerk, like, my girlfriend tells me she doesn't want me to jerk off. She doesn't want me doing that with anybody other than I don't do that, so what do you mean?
Like, oh, that was
so it's like, so I get home so I can see one person, and if you choose to be in touch, then we're in person. Well, it is not
He's obviously very successful.
I don't think it is actually. Like, I don't see any reason why that would be
upset. Have to roll again.
However, releasing it, or it gets leaked, and this happens all the time with people. I mean, their shit gets leaked. And that's why I went with my wife. That is
okay.
I wanted to get leaked. That would expose you.
Okay, I mean,
that's it.
Then you might be with the right girl, right situation. You're gonna film stuff, no doubt about it.
Maybe, man. I will admit. I mean, I'm waiting until marriage, so who fucking knows?
Okay.
But right now,
okay, I understand that. All right. With all this being said, you admitted what I think is the right thing, which is the president is a scumbag. Now, I understand you put a lot of qualifiers on it, and I'll give you time to do all the research that you want.
But I will be back to discuss it. I promise you, I will be back to discuss it. Because I want to hear what you have to say. I'm not, again, I really want you to know, like, I'm not trying to disprove you. I'm not trying to do anything like that. I just want to understand it, and I want you to. Like,
I want to know.
Come to a conclusion again.
Okay, so before you go, I want to know evidence would have to come out for you not to think that Trump is a scumbag. Right. You already admitted he's a scumbag. And that's cool. I think that's big of you. We also admitted that Kamala's a scumbag, and Hillary's a scumbag, and Bill's a scumbag.
I want to say, like I said, Trump is a
okay, so right. So what kind of evidence would it take for you no longer to believe that?
I need to see all the dates of when the articles were posted. I need to see the dates to see what he was doing at the time and correlate that together. I need to see specifically. I want to hear what they're specifically saying about those. Like
Here. That's not. Okay, but you already said that.
Everything together.
I understand. You already said he's a scumbag, and I agree with you. I'll tell you what would make me not think he was a scumbag. If someone had come to him in, let's say, 1970, with a gun to his head, and said, "You have to do all these things, or else we're going to kill you, and we're going to kill your family, and all this other stuff." Okay, some type of evidence that came out like that, then I might not think he's so much of a scumbag. Because I'm going to say that he was forced to do all of these things. But nobody's coming out to say that. At this point, he did all of these things very voluntarily, of his own volition, of his own free will. And short of some type of event that comes out where he was absolutely forced to do these things, I'm going to say he's a scumbag. And I know you've already said he's a scumbag. And if anything...
Yeah, I said if he had did everything that you said, then yes, he is. But I don't know. That is my whole... It's literally been the whole conversation. If he has
Wait, let's say this. Let's say this. Jason, let's say this. If he even did half of that stuff, he's a scumbag.
Yeah. If he sexually assaulted a woman, then yes, he's a scumbag.
If he sexually assaulted... Look, I'll even give him the benefit of the doubt, and if he drank, which he doesn't, and he said, "Look, one night I got a little too frisky with a girl. I can understand that. It's not a good thing to do, but I could still maybe. But if you don't drink and you don't do drugs, and 14 chicks who say that you, or 28 chicks, but even half of that's scumbag behavior. That's grave scumbag behavior. In fact, you were to tell me, I want you to make up a character who's scumbag. We're not going to put a name on him. And I said, let's say that there were 28 people who accused him of sexual misconduct. Let's say he bought a teen beauty pageant and go backstage knowing that women weren't going to be clothed, that he cheated on his first wife with his second wife, and he cheated on his third wife with a porn star. That would be like grade A scumbag. Could it get worse? Yeah, he could be like, he could have raped every woman on earth, sure. But I mean, being realistic here, that's like a gold medal for being a scumbag.
No, and again, assuming he did all these things, then of course. I'll say that, of course.
Okay. Then
I will do my research tomorrow, like a shit ton, 5 hours of it.
What happens?
I'll come to a conclusion that he did it or not, or if there were a lot of fake allegations.
And keep in mind that Wikipedia wasn't out until the early 21st century. Keep in mind as well, a lot of the publications have gone out of business. Most magazines since the 1990s have gone out of business. Most newspapers in the 1990s have gone out of business. So you can't even link to it. Absolutely does, 100%. Because previously, in say 1998, you would have 50 newspapers that would, when today, it's a major newspaper in every city, unless you're in one of the major, unless you're in New York City, or in Washington, D.C. I mean, Los Angeles has the Los Angeles Times. We have the OC Register, which is different. Competing papers. There used to be competing papers. There no longer are. So that makes it more difficult to have sources as well. Keep in mind, too, there are more channels today to be able to get out this information from a television standpoint. Back then, there were only 4 real channels out there. There was no 24-hour, well, for some of the allegations, there weren't 24-hour news stations. And then even later on, they weren't so interested in publishing these types of allegations. You have to understand, this is a billionaire, someone who has a lot of influence in society. And not only that, he was in the pocket of NBC, or probably better to say, NBC was in his pocket. So he had one of the major 4 networks for whom he had their #1 show with The Apprentice, and he also sponsored the Miss USA pageant. So they're not going to go after him. He's their ally. So when I'm saying, why am I saying all of this? That's why you're going to see a lack of some sources. But even still, people are writing it in books.
Can I ask you a question about government? I know this is a weird change of subject, but I don't mean to do. I mean, I'm going to do research reading and go back to it. You said you're like a socialist communist, right?
Yeah, I'm more a libertarian communist. So what does that mean?
How does communism work? I actually don't know much about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially the idea that no one has a right to own anything, whether it's a house, whether it's a car, that we should work in a communal sense. And I'm also an advocate for libertarianism. So what does that mean? It means individual rights. So I believe you should be able to say whatever you want. I believe you should be able to do anything you want, so long as you don't violate laws. That's what important. And then from a communist standpoint, what you have to understand is that in whether you have a capitalist system or a communist system, you have to look at the end game. And in a capitalist system, there isn't a parachute. There isn't a safety net. basically you become homeless and you die. In communism, there's a safety net. That safety net makes me more of an advocate for communism versus capitalism. If you let capitalism play out long enough, only one person has any of the power. One person. If you let it play out long enough. Within communism, there are safety nets so that the people who may not have control in society at least don't end up homeless and don't end up starving and without water and dying. Additionally, it provides for socialist types of ideals. We have free education in most places. We have the post office, which generally, I don't want to give post office, perhaps not the best, but there are low-income food, low-income healthcare programs. So even, like, don't think the United States is a purely capitalist country. And don't think that China is a purely communist country. Basically, China is more capitalist than it's given credit, and the United States is much more communist than it's given credit. How does it work? What do I envision of this perfect society? Well, I'm not a fool, and I know that what happens in communism happens in capitalism, people who are running society. And that's fine, because it's really unavoidable. If you let it play out long, if you let it play out long enough. So maybe everybody's equal. But after enough time, you'll have a small group of people who control the larger group of people. But once up,
Sorry, I don't want to mean this, but I think you're one of the only people I'm talking about where I'm the only person that you're the only person that I met who has like a really similar ideology in terms of like I'm the exact same.
That's how it works. That's absolutely how it works. You can see this in a monopoly. If you have a monopoly long enough, one person ends up controlling the whole board. That's how it works. Sure, at the beginning, you have some kind of division of resources and properties, but eventually, one person controls the entire board. And in the same way, capitalist system ends up like that, a communist system ends up like that. And so if we recognize that under current civilizations that we have, if you're going to have to choose between the two, I want a civilization or a system that allows for a safety net. So that amount of money you have, I mean, there is a purely communist system. What ends up happening, though, there are shortages on things because the people at the top don't allow the people at the bottom to be able to have what is considered to be the bare minimum, which is understandable. However, if you put some safeguards in there, perhaps then there will be opportunities to be able to share the resources. I was looking this up. If you took away all the wealth of everyone in the world and gave an equal amount to every person on Earth, it would be like $57,000, which I think it could be a lot. The businesses of the world, it doesn't necessarily include banks and the corporate system. But if you were to just take Elon Musk and take up all his money and allocate it to everybody, and John D. Rockefeller and everybody else, you would get every person with about $57,000. And generally, people anywhere in the world would be able to live on that. Now, would they be able to live on it forever? Perhaps no. In a current system where we are, if I had to change anything in this regard, once you make, let's say, $1 million or perhaps $1 billion, then you should be taxed at 99%. 100%. That doesn't mean you can't continue to make money, but then whatever you make needs to go back into the community. You can still, you're come at that point. You don't need any more money. And
So
then,
you think sort of hierarchy that like in society, you're not thinking. I think that's natural for people.
no, it is natural for humans. It is something that I would want to avoid because I do like it. Yeah, I mean, it's just natural. If you get a group of 100 5-year-olds, they're going to break themselves up, and eventually one of them, who's the kid who's the best soccer player, or the kid who's the loudest, is going to be seen as the leader. That's just how societies. That's just how societies work. And I think that if we're going to recreate society in this ideal situation, if you're going to, let's say, if you want to be a billionaire, you should be taxed at 9%. Once you have $1 billion, that gives other people an opportunity to be able to make their business, being a small minority of who end up controlling all of the wealth of the world. And that's currently where we sit, essentially. But the thing is, they're taxed on these things. And that's an unfortunate situation. Now, I'm not saying taxation is the way under this capitalist system in which that may be the way to do it. But frankly, I'm not a capitalist. I'm a communist.
Yeah. So, do you think that like? Oh yeah. So like, you know how Elon's all these different companies, SpaceX, Starlink, Tesla, all these things. So do you think that somebody like that is making all these businesses, you know, has to shell out literally billions of dollars? Like, do you think that situation? Tax 99%, so you wouldn't know a lot of the different companies come to ladder.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. But somebody else would have been out, would have created those companies. 100%.
Like, what's your like? What do you for sure? I mean, I agree.
Look, let's take Elon Musk himself. He didn't start Tesla. He bought Tesla. Okay, he bought it with made from PayPal. He didn't start the companies. He acquired them. So there were already people who started the company. It's just his company already had more money, and so they purchased these companies. He didn't buy Solar City. That was already an established company. There are already established companies that he basically acquired. And him to be seen like amazing and all these other things, he just gives other people's ideas, and because he's able to acquire them. If he didn't acquire, those companies would have continued out being acquired, or they would have been acquired by someone else, but they would have been successful on their own. Look, let's just take him as an example. If let's say he did PayPal, okay, he should have, that should have been the end game for him. Now, he sell what he made on PayPal and then start another company, like, let's say, he didn't even start Tesla. He bought into Tesla after two guys had already started, and then bribed them and make him unpaid co-founder. But that wasn't a co-founder. On paper, he bought the rights to that, but in reality, he's not. Okay, but or Twitter. He didn't start Twitter. Okay, so then he starts Tesla. Then he could Tesla all he wants. That's great. But he shouldn't have been able to buy Twitter, and he shouldn't have been able to buy SpaceX or start Macro Hard with his newest endeavor, or the Boring Company. No, those would have had to be made from other people, because they would have said, look, you are at the 99 now. Any more money that you make is going to go right back into society. Now, do I think the way that funds are allocated with the tax system are currently correct? No. That would need to be cleaned up as well. But if not, if you don't do this to people, then eventually get one person who controls everything. It's just like a game of Monopoly. You don't play Monopoly? Okay. Every single game that you've played all the way to the end, does it not end with one person having control of the board? Ever played a game of Monopoly where two people are headbutting the whole time and neither one of them is able to gain advantage on either one? If you play it long enough, one person eventually gets the advantage of the other person. Am I wrong? Exactly. And the same happens in capitalism. So you basically have to say whatever the number is. Maybe it's $100 billion, maybe it's $1 billion, but after $1 billion, then all of the profits that you make from that company have to go back into society. And there shouldn't be these loopholes of trusts. So you just put your money into a trust for your family, all of that. Because that is it's an unfair advantage that people use each other. And then they make it so that you have to have incredible accounting firms and lawyers to be able to navigate that system. And if you don't navigate it properly, then you're going to go to jail. It's basically a trap for the little guy. That's not a fair system. I don't think anybody really who's being honest about it thinks that it's a fair system. It's the current system that we're utilizing. But in terms of, if you look at even in like 1940, the rate was 99%. And now it's like 30%. Lower and lower and lower. Top earners of the world, 1% or 0%. And it already is that because they just take their money and put it into a trust. That's what Bill and Melinda Gates did. That's what Mark Zuckerberg and starts with a P, Priscilla Chan did, and the Buffett did. He just gave like 99% of wealth to called the it's profit. That's what just one moment. That's what Rupert Murdoch has done. That's what foundations. That's what everybody does. And that's not necessarily fair. Those places aren't giving back to the people. They're basically doing everything they can to that this corporate hegemony is kept. And that's not fair to the little. So basically, I would revamp the system. Once you have $1 billion, you're going to be comfortable. Your family's going to be comfortable for the rest of their lives. You can't make anything more. I mean, you could maybe make 1% more if that's what you really want to do. But that's like the tax rate would be such a strain that it wouldn't be worth your time and effort. And guess what? You could still vacation anywhere you want in the world and buy a yacht and do all that other stuff, but it just gives other people an opportunity to be able. All I'm saying is that there should be more opportunity for people under the current system. And even these people who are Mark Zuckerberg or Elon, they're not that wealthy in comparison to the familial trusts that exist that have been around for hundreds of years. And so, yeah, they may be the ones who are publicized in public, but there isn't nearly what some familial dynasties are. The people who literally pay Forbes and Fortune and see never ever to mention their names. That's not so great. So, in answer to your original question, how does ideally we would live with small communities and take care of communities, and we would share resources, we would share childcare, we would share. Okay, well, it's like how do you get food? You could, especially in this day and age, have all of that outside. I'm a major advocate of agricultural drones. There's no one in this picking crops anymore. That all can be outsourced by robotics, and maybe within a generation or two, we'll have universal basic income, which is an allocation to each person, no matter what their economic status is. And it's based on the fact that it's available to anyone. And that really is a communist way of communist society. And eventually, there will be fewer and fewer people, jobs, and everyone will become much more reliant on universal basic income. But that gives people who want to live into art or poetry, or perhaps arts or music, them the opportunity to be able to be impassioned by that is of interest to them, and to go to their boring 8 to 5 job.
So do you think that the rules like they don't seem together to make something like this, or do you think that the U.S. should just straight up do it right?
Well, let's see here. Could the U.S. do it right now?
Not literally. But you know what I mean? Like you could efficiently reform the government.
Yeah, I think the United Nations could do this. Ideally, yeah. I mean, we already in many ways are with the United Nations.
Yeah.
Created the entire world.
But you do like the leader of that. Like theoretically,
The United Nations Secretary General, that's already established. The United Nations Secretary General.
The narrows
so there's gonna be like
the seas, the rivers, and all the different.
who's gonna lead? Like so, he's gonna lead it, right?
I just said the United Nations Secretary General.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Okay.
That they live on the heights of
Like
the
as
sea.
a dictator, or would it be like so it would be like
Agape,
they
which
would
one is it? Does man sit on the heights,
So,
or does man sit on the chair?
I mean, it's
It's
a position. It's a position around since the 1940s. There's not a lot of people focus on it, and there are already UN programs that are very socialist and moving towards communism in themselves. So once we can establish, let's say, robotics and drones to be able to take care of the world's crops, to provide food for people to eat, then you can allow people that are focusing on that which they want to explore. Maybe been into art, maybe someone who's never music, maybe someone who's into creative writing or building or woodworking, whatever it is. People can to do the hobbies that impassion them, or even just video games. You can have people who really games, and you should be able to do that if you want to. That shouldn't be seen as lazy. It should be seen as a sign of the times. We're in late stage capitalism, and eventually we need to allow it to work for us. So we have robots and drones that are able to do all of the jobs that are quite difficult for people to do, or that just no one wants to. You wouldn't have migrant labor anymore. You might even get people, I'm most certain you would get people who not come to the United States, but would immigrate to areas that have better weather. And because you would be able to have drones and robots create air conditioning, the reason why people don't want to go to Central or South America is because it's so hot. But if you were able to have air conditioning there, there would be a mass exodus to these places. That would change the world in a revolutionary. People would no longer necessarily want to move to the United States, even immigrate to the United States. These are options that aren't currently available, but perhaps within a generation or two will be. The invention of air conditioning transformed the world. It so that you no longer had to live in a cold climate. You could live in a hot climate and be able to live a comfortable life because air conditioning made it available to you. And there will be other inventions that will be able to transform society so that not everyone's trying to live in Los Angeles or Miami or the more desired locations of the United States. And on top of that, we can utilize different technology to be able to make the places where we currently live more hospitable. There shouldn't be any wildfires anymore because we have cloud seeding. We can use cloud seeding to just rain wherever there's a wildfire. Wildfire shouldn't be a thing. Drought shouldn't be a thing. We have cloud seeding. We should be able to water any crops that are necessarily in need of water. And cloud seeding is something that is done regularly in United Arab Emirates, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi have programs of artificial clouds that create rain once a week. There's no reason why that can't be done in California when we have a fire, or Maui if there's a fire, or in Wyoming there's a fire. Anywhere there's a fire, we shouldn't have to be dumping chemicals onto the earth through planes. That's just impractical and is like throwing a bucket of water and roaring fire. Why not just make it rain? The problem will be over in 2 days. So these are some of the advancements I think that we may be able to utilize to be able to end many of those problems. And overall, I'm more optimistic of a world government than individual clan organizations that we currently have. Yeah, the nation state system to me was created because of colonialism, and I'm an advocate for global society where everyone has the same rights and everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed. And while we don't currently have that, there was a time when humanity didn't even have the United States, and people would say, man, I wish a place where you could have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and all the other things that we enjoy in the United States. And I would like for those opportunities to perhaps be available to the world. And I'm optimistic at a future. And for those people who say that that's the world order, what else do you think would happen? If we advanced enough time, of course that there would be unification in the world to eventually be able to get off planet and start space tourism and space travel and terraforming of other planets. But that will only happen once we have unification on Earth. You won't have that if you have a warring civil war between nations on Earth. You're not going to have those types of advancements. So it's only a point where we can put our differences behind us and start focusing on that which unites us, when we perhaps have the opportunity to study these other options. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
I'm just about to go to bed.
Well, very well, Miss Aquarius, are you ready for me? Well, that's you could have. Is it too late? Are we still able to play?
We can play real quick.
Excellent. Okay, Jason. So, excellent. Look into those 28 ladies.
I promise I'll be back by tomorrow night.
Okay. Well, I'll be here for you, Big Dog.
Hey, Rabbi.
Take care, Big Dog. I love you too. All right, Miss Aquarius. You, my friend, have an invitation. Puppy came in. Puppy came in, and she got to meet her significant other for the first time. And she seems really happy, so I'm happy for her. That's cool. Look at you, Miss Aquarius, just coming off right at the beginning with a spare. Whoa.
Cain and Hevel were born in Gan Eden. Right? And Hevel lived in Gan Eden.
Thank you, ma'am.
Together with their parents.
I want to try to interrupt you. The way the story in the Torah is structured is
you're
just,
more than welcome
just
to.
Adam and Chava, right? There's no mention of Cain and Abel until after they are exiled. Rabbi say all of this is in one day.
Got him. Miss Aquarius, you got him, girl.
What do you think of a Gemara like this? Someone says, first of all, there's a lot of haskell in this
Oh,
Gemara.
come
Part of it is sometimes a person could have everything in front of them and yet throw it all away. Throw it
No,
all away. For what appears
that was a major miss, Aquarius.
nothing.
A major miss.
Judgment of other people.
A major miss.
You have done this, but the truth is we do have done as well. But it's not supposed to reach
That was a big one. Look at your score. You went from in the low score to 41. Now get one of these. Get both. Oh, you should have both. Hey, Miss Aquarius, I was saying that Brandon, that his team was out of it. I thought they were out of it, and he was just sad that they maybe weren't doing all that well because their best player got hurt. They're still in it, so he's still happy about that. But I was not checking standings as closely as I should have been, so he came in and I was like, it's sad. He's like the Ravens won. I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't really matter. They've been eliminated, and he's like, yeah, that's how it is. And then we checked and we're like, no, they're still in it. That was big time, Mr. Aquarius. That was a big one. Did that. Absolutely. I needed that one. Get it.
I tried. I was like, I was in my office. I'm not sure exactly what happened.
Oh, this could be big.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating. Chances are, if you can count.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. That took effort.
Keep the successful time management, the scheduling.
Get it.
Again, time management allows for.
All right. You've got a big lead. Oh, it's over, Mr. Aquarius. You won. I can't get these.
Wild animal cannot go ahead and adversely impact.
Great job, Miss Aquarius.
Great.
You win, I win. That was a good one. I ended up with a really tough second shot last frame.
He created first.
Did it, Miss Aquarius?
Even though he does not work collaboratively, he tries to see creative malach. And he says to them, he says,
get it.
Should we make man? Should we make man? Yes. Okay. Tell us, what is man going to do? What is this? Tell us about man. What are his actions?
Get it.
Okay. He does this, he does that. Foreshadows. He says, man's going to do a lot of good stuff, but he's just going to do a lot of bad stuff. That's just like the nature of man.
Good job. Tough one.
So they said, don't do it.
There we go. Thank you, man.
He goes ahead and extended his little finger, his sarfam, and he incinerated this group of angels. Right?
I know I've asked you this before. Do you like Cardi B?
What happens? Then he approaches the angels. Right. So what happens? So it comes to the third grade. Yeah, yes, third grade.
I like some of her songs.
What do you guys think about creating that?
I think she's creative.
God, Ribbon Shalom, right? Sometimes you engage in collaborative work, but you're not actually just doing anyone else's doing. Right? Instead, you know what you want to do. You have to go through the optics of asking other people their opinion. So what happens?
Do you like Mariah Carey? Same
here. You didn't like it. You didn't like it. So listen to what they say.
Maybe I missed. Do you have a favorite Mariah song?
You know what? So you know what the third group says? You're the boss. You're the boss. Better idea.
Do you mean All I Want for Christmas Is You or a different song? Same time.
Collaboration. Right.
Okay.
It's not what I was saying. And there's a lot to say on this Gemara also.
I saw that you put one out. I haven't heard it though.
So
Oh, Miss Aquarius. That was big time. You went from near elimination to back in it. Get it.
Now, when man ultimately engages in
You just need this one to take.
And ends up sinning.
And she gets it, folks. She is clutch. There's ice in her veins.
Listen, God, I don't want to say told you so, right? Because we didn't say anything. The first group said nothing. But perhaps the earlier two had a good point. Listen, this is beautiful. I am sent.
I'll take it. I win. You. Win. That's the best one. When you win, nice job.
I believe. I am patient, and I wait until they get there.
Yeah, I do. I like her old stuff. I like Fantasy. I love Always Be My Baby. That's like my favorite song, maybe. I like Emotion. I Honey. Yes. I'm sure there are a bunch of others that. Is it? Yeah. That's a great song. And then I love. I think it's Gimme a. Hold on, let me think of it.
In order for us to become so big, so tall, so large. He existed from
Heartbreaker. I really like Heartbreaker. Yeah. And then she's got oh, what was that song? Hero. If you remember that song, that was a big song. She's great. You know what I love about her? I love her attitude. Like like there are people who come out and they call these like people divas, and like to some extent they've like earned the title to be able to have like you do it my way or else kind of a deal. But there's this thing
that I love about her, and look, I'm sure there are things like not cool about her that I don't know about, but one thing she does that I love is she has this like beef with Jennifer Lopez. And this one time she was being interviewed by somebody, and they're like, "So what are your thoughts on Jennifer Lopez?" And she's like, "I don't know her." And it was at the point where she should have known who Jennifer Lopez is, but she's just like, yeah, exactly. And they said it days later, and she's like, I still don't know. And that could be interpreted multiple ways. And I understand how it could be interpreted like, basically, she's not my level. I don't know who that person is. But also, she may not even really know her as a person. So I'm not going to comment on somebody if I don't know who they are. You know, that's kind of the mindset. So, yeah, but she's got about a dozen hits or so that I really like of hers, and I'm sure there are others that I'm not thinking, but yeah. So anyway, I like her. All right, Miss Aquarius. What's the schedule this? Okay, so you got your hair done on Monday, and then is it a normal week or do you get a day off? Okay, that's cool.
It's fascinating that again,
Excellent.
all the
All right.
all the what impacted
Yeah. Do you have plans for December 31st?
All
right, well. Okay, very cool. Very well, Mr. Aquarius. All righty. Well, you know I'm here for you if you need me. You take care.
Where are you?
Sweet dreams, God willing. Absolutely, ma'am. Sweet dreams, God willing. Take care. Oh, wonderful. I love when you're here.
They're essentially calling him to down.
Excellent.
Now, how to understand those Gemaras and what it really means. So tomorrow we'll learn Daf Yomi together here in our base medrash. First Shabbat, we're going to do it together, Hashem. It's going to be fantastic, incredible. Another ridiculous Haggadah Gemara tomorrow. It's going to be great. We're beginning our first week here in our new base medrash, and the Bible should be stuck for many years to come. It's going to be here. It's going to be here in Nashville. It's going to be here in Meretz Hashem. All right, everyone's wonderful Shabbos. Shabbos in Eretz Yisrael, in Baltimore, where I guess it's warmer than here. So, all right, enjoy. Let's go Shabbos. All right, don't say good morning. We don't have a microphone for today, so I apologize. Yeah, no, the speakers are here. We just don't have the microphone for today. We will have the microphone for tomorrow. We'll say it is a tremendous Hashem to be here in our base Hamedrash. So tremendous Hashem. Such a beautiful first Daf Yomi shir ever in this new and beautiful and incredible space. So today, I know that the coming days will be filled with changes, and changes are beautiful. Changes are incredible because they open the door for so many beautiful and incredible opportunities. Amongst which I want to just set about expectations is, we were down in the old shul. There was a extra space here. In Eretz we're going to be utilizing every seat. So I feel like that's please do not put your personal luggage on the middle seat in an offer day. So never just know, especially for Davos, seats are going to be used. So again, for sure, I'm sure it's fine, but just be mindful and just look around. We want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be able to sit down and welcome to the table, to be able to learn properly. Mindful in terms of where you're putting your personal belongings, that no one feels boxed out, and that's especially going to be true in Meretz Hashem for gathering as well. And it's just, and again, for many different things in the new building, we're still trying to find our way a little bit. So certain things may not be fully set up. Certain things, may have to be a little bit. So I apologize in advance for any turbulence that may occur over the course of this move. But Baruch Hashem, what a plus it is to be able to be here in such a holy, beautiful, magnificent place. Also, as you can see, our Svarim are not in yet because today they put it in the oven code. So just everything's a little bit dusty and probably moved around again. In the next week or so, we'll have everything's mostly as it should. But Baruch Hashem, what a blessing it is to be in the status of Meretz Hashem. Now, the aesthetic beauty is here. And Meretz Hashem now, our is to fill it with spiritual beauty as well. I have no doubt that we will be so good to Meretz Hashem in the coming years. Also, like I said, we have a sound system tomorrow. So we'll be a little bit more tapped into it. But the acoustics in here are great. I will endeavor to speak a little bit louder. If at any point I'm not speaking loud enough, just let me know. And also with that, let us begin the first daf of many dafim here in this base medrash by beginning by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank Our common sponsor for Tafshin Pei 5785. Rabbi Naftali Tilson for dedicating all of the shiurim and drashos this year. Tilson Mishpach of Meretz Yisrael as a schus for B'Sarah Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our common sponsors for the month of Tevei Sabavin and Latova, the Talmud Mishpacha, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, this precious Nisham will have an Aliyah and his family and Sayyidin Sinaikin for dedicating the shir today in honor of our new Makom Kodesh. We should be Ezras Hashem. Like he says, we should be Ezras Hashem run out of space even faster than our old building. No. Good. In Meretz Hashem, the next rabbi will have incredible. In Meretz Hashem, building the next building, you should be with incredible mazel. I'll take the bracha of maybe running out of space in the base measures and having to move into the new shul. That I don't think that's so crazy. I think that day is coming probably sooner than think. But in Meretz Hashem, we should be zilcha that this mikdash mat should serve us to come until we are zilcha in Meretz Hashem. In Meretz Hashem Tarek Tisom here at Yami. So with that, let us begin. We have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Lamed Zayin 37. And we are picking up in Meretz Hashem. We are picking up. So remember again, not everyone is fit. So remember again, what we did with capital cases. So remember again, the halacha over here by capital cases was that you need a Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin has to not only be comprised of 23 people, but also has to be comprised of people who are genealogical. So the Gemara says, reason. So it says, my time, let's say, same with that Basin has to be free from any spiritual blessings. So too again, Basin has to be free from any other mum. Now, mum, you must understand what we get means. Mum means a genealogical blemish. It has to be free from any genealogical blemish. Ramira says, my crop, what's the pasuk? Everything about you, my beloved, is beautiful, and there is no mum in you. So the says, over here, this is a reference to the Sanhedrin, and the mum is a genealogical one. The Roma mum, manage, maybe it refers to an actual mum, or maybe it's not a genealogical mum. But maybe in fact it is an actual mum, and if you come saying, because when the pasuk is saying that Hamok for my Sanhedrin can't have a physical mum. You might have said, is Yatsu Shem Imam. So the pasuk says by Moshe Rabbeinu, when Moshe Rabbeinu went ahead, when Moshe Rabbeinu goes ahead and collects the 70 opinions, the pasuk says, they will stand there with you. So the Madash is Imam, means that when you assemble members of the Sanhedrin, which sense, how local and so on, yes, in which sense, but saying Moshe Rabbeinu, you are not genealogically blended, you are logically intact and whole. So to again, but with you, other should also be intact. The also, Mishum Shira, when there's Moshe Rabbeinu, the same way the Shira is with you. So to the other judges who stand there, the Shira, them as well. Rabbi is from Amakab, and Nosu Itro, on Rabbi, they will shoulder the responsibility with you, with those who are compared to you, meaning Moshe Rabbeinu, you are genealogically intact. So to end, those who go ahead and adjudicate with you should also be genealogically intact. Again, I'll say, so incredible people. So the closest example, again, that's definitely the function for cases. So again, you have people who are genealogically unblemished. People, says the Mishnah. Sanhedrin has such a classic going on Gula. Plus, it's really a beautiful Gemara. The Sanhedrin sat in a semicircle. So the Gemara says, Kadeshi Rowan zigzag. What are they going to be able to see each other? Like one of the members of the Sanhedrin, when they deliberate, to be able to see each other. So then there would be two scribes. Two scribes in the basement, one on the right, one on the left. The Kohen giving the Chayv and the Giving the Zayin. And they would write on there, they would record. They would know who's meaning with these court scribes. They were the stenographers. And as the stenographers They recorded everything that happened in the proceedings. And then again, we write the opinion of the judges who are looking to exile, and the opinion of the judges who are looking to find guilty. Rabbi Yehuda said shlosham, so that would be three stenographers. Echad kosher divrei hamizakim, so one would go ahead and write the opinions of the examinators. The echad kosher divrei hamachayvim, and one would write the words of the indictors. The third stenographer, interestingly enough, will record one who was dedicating of the examinators, one to the opinion of the indictors, and then one who was kind of collecting the information as a whole. So we come back up. What's interesting? If you take a look at Rashi says over here, Abu Shemito Katanim Shiyada Yitibu Davar, Ara Kosi Given Hamazaki, Kosi Given Hamazaki, Bagima Kosi Given. So it's interesting. We want to make sure that we have accurate court numbers. So how do you do that? So again, if you have one guy focusing on one opinion, one guy focusing on one opinion, another focusing on the other opinion, and a third party kind of keeping it into account, local amounts in between all of them, we will have a record for the base. Half of 30 seconds. Shulos. There are 3 rows of who were in front of the rest of the baby is seated in a semicircle, and in front of them 3 rows of Talmidim. So the Gemara says, now, interestingly enough, we'll see Rashi says there, Shalosh Shilot says, each row had 23 students in it. The idea is these rows by stations. So row 1, again, those were the upper Talmidim. Row 2 Talmidim, and row 3 Talmidim. You didn't just choose to sit wherever you wanted to sit. At the end of the day, again, you were seated in accordance with your station. Everyone knew their place. We had this theme already yesterday's daf, as we say here, that in life you feel inadequate when you acknowledge truth is only when I acknowledge what I'm not that I'm really able to go and maximize what I am. So there's nothing wrong with third row help. There's nothing wrong with being a third row where you're holding right now. But again, I've also said the beautiful part is there's no glass ceiling. Again, they have to pull someone out of row 1. And again, we'll discuss exactly what particular issue is over here. But the nice, let's say they have to go and pull someone out of row 1. So what do you do? So the Rothschild uses what they have to do the smicha to someone in row 1. So what would they do? What would happen in that type of situation? So the Gemara says, so let's go to someone coming on the show. So okay, so if you have to, so let's base it now. This one actually needs another diamond. We pull another diamond from row 1. That's where the diamond comes from. So the Gemara says, so I think after remember that this happened. So now Scientist pulls any diamond from row 1. So what happens now? There's a vacancy in row 1. What happens is a vacancy in row 1. There are vacancies in row 1. I just want to point out what I need to say. So now what ends up happening? So So when they pull someone out of row 1, so now that sets off a progression. Someone from row 2, and that's someone. Remember again, this is highly correlated because the move to row 1 is a significant move. So that means someone from row, now that there's a vacancy in row 1, someone from row 2 moves up to row 1, which now also means what? Someone from row 3 moves up to row 2. And again, this is a highly choreographed process. So you might go back there. So I follow about and then what happens? Now, it's vacancy in row 3. Then it's vacancy in row 3, what happens? We need to borrow your hand on how. We need to go ahead and pull someone out of the general assembly. The Gila. ומושיב נוסף בשלישס. ולא היושיב במקומו של ראשון, אבל יושיב במקום הלא אלו. So then what you would have thought, well, that was opening row 1. Just choose some from the Gila and put it in row 1. No, that's not the way it happens. Not the way it happens. Okay, no, I like that. So literally translated. So means beautiful. The stomach is like a basin of the moon. A basin of the moon. Like I just said, the shape like the moon. One of them says has a zero, it says great. These Jews, you get it, you're not, you know. The stomach. This is great juju. I've heard that I love. You're not going to get it. Are you Jewish? Okay, then you'll get it. Set it with a joke, because it's juju. Two Gentiles that meet on the street. One of them says, how's business? The other one says, great. He gets it. These Jews, he gets it. So profound that we were doing this Gemara today. You know, as much as Baruch Hashem, you know, we build and we build and we build. It's so important to always remember that we're building in Galus. We're building in Galus. And at the end of the day, that Galus is not where we are supposed to be. At the end of the day, we have one home and one home only, and that is Eretz Yisrael. And that home literally is in the center of the world. It's a centrality to it. Now again, as you said so many times, Baruch Hashem, that's why the beauty of the best focus of Kedusha is that in Eretz Hashem, they come with us. They come with us. And it's so important to recognize that as successful and as happy and as set and as accomplished as we are, this geographically, this is not where we belong. We belong in the center of the world, with the center is, with these stomach-pushes. So ultimately, it's called like the stomach is the center, so too, the stomach-push is the center. So Hagan, so what does it mean? Hagan is like a basin. She made Kina Kala Olam Road. Sanhedrin protects the entire road. As-Sahar, what does it mean? That is like the moon. She is the Sahar. That the Sanhedrin is like comparable ultimately to the moon itself. It's just like the moon goes ahead and it's like rashes of it. So it's not the light, actually, that's a semicircle. Like just like the moon comes to the month, it's like a semicircle or circular. So it's in a circular fashion as well. Beautiful. What does it mean? Don't diminish the dilution. She puts up and what says, Lord, if someone from the Sanhedrin needs to leave, that is the person who can't leave unless there's 23 people there. Fascinating. Can't leave unless there's 23 people there. So what's the calculator? Think about that. Like, right? So I'm sorry, yes, not any outside. Not any outside. So again, can you imagine, let's say you're never in Sanhedrin, you need to go to the bathroom. If there are 22 people there, you can go to the bathroom. If there are 22 people there, you can't go to the bathroom. You gotta wait until someone comes in. Most of the time, the website, it's incredible. What does it take to be a member of the Sanhedrin? The big member of the Sanhedrin. What does it take in general? What do you need a leadership position?
Questions. That's how the questions that I knew my age already. And I was there all 4 of them.
Not incorrect. That's correct, right?
I said, are you crazy? I said, what you think I'm going to do? Tell you that Michael did something bad to me, like you sue him for money? That's what I told my mom. Like, I had to tell my mom. I was like, are you serious, Mom? I was like, what is going on here? Why are you letting this happen? And she was wrong. She was like, why did this happen? And I think she was like, oh, really? That man did nothing but be hospitable, kind, loving, giving, everything he did. We found out me and Christopher that night time after his birthday party. And I hung out, talked pretty much all.
Well, guys, a new study was just released that found that people go on the highest number of dates in the fall. Here's on this is Jane Wigwam. How was your night last night?
Well, let's just say I'm wearing what I wore yesterday.
Yes, but you also wore it the day before that.
Well, let's just say the first 2 days were because I thought it looked nice, but this is the third day.
Sanhedrin, everyone benefits from their reasoning, right? When the Sanhedrin espouses the reasoning for their particular rulings, so everyone benefits from that. Next, Suga Bashoshani, what does it mean when it says like a row of or like a fence of roses? This is beautiful. Shafilu Kisuga Shoshana lo Yifru Suga and Klasos. Klavisrael wants to do the right thing. And even if there is not a strong protective barrier, even if all there is a barrier of roses, there was going to have attached to us a barrier of roses,
We went forward exactly the way Hulk wanted to go forward. The audience believed that Hulk Hogan was pissed, and he took the belt and he left the building and went according to plan. We jumped in the limo. We leave the arena with the belt. We go to the airport. We're on the plane. We're high-fiving, cracking beer, laughing, and everything went the way we wanted to go. As Bischoff and Hogan leave the arena, the show continues. What happens next will be debated by fans and insiders for decades to come. As Rothschild takes matters into his own hands. 30 minutes later, the plane lands, and all of a sudden, Hogan's phone is blowing up. So is mine. We're someone out and cut the scathing wrong and buried Hogan. Just like a big, great sword that somehow turned real. So just a promo later, and things are getting worse. Again, these are the things people hate me for.
A very simple protective fence is enough to protect us from whatsoever. It has to be a different reason. It has to be a good shiloh. Like there isn't Issur Yichud. Like we learned that the Issur Yichud. So if there's an Issur Yichud, it means a man is not allowed to be alone with anyone who is in airport. How is a man allowed to be alone with his wife when she is a Nida? It's a good shiloh. Someone asks the shiloh, and the answer is pass the sallow. Little bit bread in the basket. This idea that his husband knows that his wife is going to become mutter to him. Not so long from now. He's going to control himself and restrain himself in the right way. Okay. Incredible. It's such a decision here. It says, like a section of the Kamakanik are your temples. My God, is it actually the Shabbat? When it just lets go down words, even though they're clean, even those who are empty, ultimately are filled with mitzvot like the people. And the general comes there and says from here, like Noah, Esriach, Yigada. Once it says again, it says that the word Yat Yitzchak Avinu snow, of Yaakov. This is what Yaakov came in, pretending to be himself. So he's the scent of his clothing. So God I love both dogs. And because of his clothing value, both dogs don't rebel against what was so beautiful. Even those who rebel against that sparkle have a beautiful sense. Meaning, even people who commit that haters still have so much good associated and important. I know that it's more culture story. We translate it like good things.
Yo, what up?
Did you watch the San Francisco?
Yeah, I watched a bit.
Yeah, I just got back from a little get.
You have fun?
Can't go wrong with decent football.
We're a dog. And are you a Niners fan?
Yeah, I'm a Saints fan first. They're my favorite team ever. My second favorite team is the 49ers.
All right.
I've never really like
The right answer, though. We're a quarterback.
I'm more of a young guy than a Joe Montana guy, but I think there's
Either works. Either works. Either works, so long as you just didn't name anybody else. I guess you could, but those would probably be wrong answers.
Or like Bumgarner. Drunken Billy.
I mean, you could have said Purdy or Kaepernick, or even Jeff Garcia.
How horrible the NFL is. Like both of those quarterbacks tonight don't even deserve to be in the NFL. They make wild brash decisions and play like it's college. So the game is totally changed.
Well, Purdy got that W.
Yeah, man, 11 in the playoffs for sure. There's a lot of 11 wins.
6 straight wins.
Yeah.
And he did it.
And they get Kittle back, too.
I was just going to say he did it without Kittle.
Imagine when he gets Kittle back. Big old Vikings. You know, that's an extra production every game. Something he can count on.
I don't know if they're going to have him play next week. They might have him take
That's what I
the.
read today.
Okay, very well. Just thought is like he doesn't. Didn't they clinch already? They might be going for a better spot. So.
I think he'll play.
Okay.
Well, what do you think the odds are? 50-50?
I thought he would have played this week. They only pulled him like yesterday.
How, what, where, that I'm not sure about. But I know that one things to be
He might have. He was supposed to play tonight, but they pulled him last minute.
did anything alter? Not at all.
Right, exactly. So they might do it next week too. He's been battling that ankle sprain since week 1.
I know. It's a high sprain. I mean, plus he's old. You know, he just doesn't want to play. Like, he's just saving himself for the playoffs. That's all that's going on.
That could be. They clinched last week.
Okay, yeah. He probably won't play till the playoffs. It doesn't matter.
Well, they might get a better spot if he plays, but I mean, it might be a game time decision, and they just may say they might not start him. So
I couldn't believe the amount of hype that Aaron Rodgers was getting on TV. Like, I don't know who his agent is, but somebody's really working hard to make sure Aaron Rodgers is still relevant.
He's the second highest paid player in NFL history.
No, we went to high school together.
No way.
Yeah, he's from my hometown.
That's baller.
Yeah, we're 4 years apart, but yeah, he was still there at the same time.
How'd your high school team do?
They're okay. They're never really good. The best I ever did in football was my Warner team. When I played as a kid, we played in the state championships at our level.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, we got beat by at 12 years old. The other team kicked the field goal.
Oh, that's pretty rare.
Yeah, it was amazing. 20 yards, like 15, 20 yard field goal. Yep.
Did they have a kicker do it?
Yeah, they had a kicker. Of course. Yeah.
What happened, Brandon? You got a game coming up? You're gonna play in a game? You think he'll be back next week?
Yeah.
All right. So Brandon here really likes Lamar Jackson. All right, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon, is that Frosty the Snowman on your profile picture? Santa? Yeah. Pretty cool.
I'm a fan of the Baltimore Ravens.
He likes the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, they're cool.
I think they're to make it the Super Bowl.
I've always been afraid of the Baltimore Ravens. I call them, they're like the dirty birds.
It's from the Baltimore Ravens. Or the Baltimore Ravens. It's not QB.
Where did he go to college at? Didn't he go to LSU?
Louisville.
Louisville.
He won the Heisman Trophy there.
Be in the game for them. I'll play one more time.
Yes, sir.
We got big play out. Market come out. Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, that's a big game, big dog.
Aaron Rodgers is the highest paid guy.
Second highest. Yeah, the highest paid guy is Matthew Stafford, and second highest is Rodgers.
Wow.
Yeah, he's
He does so much locally. He bailed out a burger place. So there was like during COVID, this burger place that's locally was going to go out of business. So he basically just bought the whole business.
Well, he can do it. He's made like $333 million.
Yeah, he also fixed park. He like donated a bunch of money to our park. He's a cool guy. He's done tons of philanthropy work locally.
Well, that's nice of him.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. He's the only thing that's ever come out of here, like, besides Jackson Pollock.
There you go.
Jackson Pollock lived here.
You're around Chico?
Yeah.
Very nice. Does Aaron Rodgers still live in the area?
Yeah, his parents are like super cultists here.
Oh, okay.
They have this like crazy Christian cult. He had to like dissociate himself from his parents, but he still comes back here. The rest of his family all lives here.
All right. Well, he is. It's going to be interesting once he retires what he's going to do. If he doesn't need to do the whole Fox, CBS anchor kind of thing, but I could see him doing that. Then he's very controversial, so I could also see him not positioned like that.
I think he's just going to return in the mountains here if he wants to. Because the backyard where he went to high school at is just a gorgeous park. Fans for like all the way to Nevada. So there's plenty of room there for him to just be alone and live here.
Well, that's not a bad life at all.
No, he's kind of set it up for himself that way. There's a bunch of like, he was part of like a development that built a bunch of houses out that are all ritzy mansions in this canyon. And so he's set up there with like people that own the company Sierra Nevada, the brewing company, and a few others. That's also here, the Sierra Nevada beer. The guy that invented that, and their brewery is in our town.
You like that beer?
You know, it's not bad. It's good here because there's so many of them, but I'm not really a fan of alcohol. I think it's, I like that they've at least moved to kombucha and non-alcoholics. There's something called Trail Pass that's pretty good.
What's Trail Pass?
It's a non-alcoholic beer. It's a non-alcoholic beer. It's pretty good. Tastes like beer.
But again, the converse is also true. If you go and save a life, or it's like kind of save.
So
yeah, they're a billion-dollar company.
Can't beat that.
It's funny because the brewery's like in the middle of a ghetto, surrounded by homeless people now. There's like everywhere.
Did they get purchased by anybody?
No, it's been being owned and operated and argued over its inception.
All right, as any good business should.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make it big enough so that everyone wants to steal it from you.
Well, it's just a matter of time until Anheuser-Busch or
Imperial brands.
What's it like? Cool. I guess. What do they call it? It's what is a banquet beer? One of those companies comes now and gives them an offer they use.
A person wants to mint a coin, so what can happen? A person can mint a coin, and you can make it that every single coin looks exactly the same. Every coin looks the same.
You're gonna watch the Niners tonight?
When they play next week.
In a second. They play
Even though again we're all created, so to speak,
Seahawks.
in the form and the image of Adam, no two people are exactly alike.
Yeah, I mean, watch it. But as long as the game's on, like, is it on in the afternoon on Sunday? Or do they play on a different day?
I'll look it up for me.
I've been digging that guy's, by the way, Brandon, with the room with all the animals and stuff.
Yeah, I think so.
It's funny because my room is very similar. Got tons of stuffed animals.
Oh.
Real addiction, like a problem. It's the claw machine at Denny's.
Oh, okay. They play on.
Yeah. Like for 20, more than that, like 20, almost 30 years now, I've been on machine and just collecting these toys. So at this point, I have just filled with stuffed animals.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid. It's like a horrible addiction.
I
really can't stop.
The Niners play Saturday at 5 p.m. on ABC ESPN.
I'll check it out. I think about stuffed animals in storage at this point. Pretty depressing.
How much think?
Way too much. Tens of thousands.
Oh, wow. That's an action.
Yeah, it's horrible. I just can't help myself. I see the damn claw machine. And if I have any amount of cash on me, I will do it. And if I have my card, oh my, it's the worst. I have to like stop myself at like $50 or $100.
So it seems that the 49 and the Seahawks, they play next week. And the winner, I think, clinches the division. And then they may get the first round bye. So maybe George Kittle will play.
Definitely play it. The first round bye is at stake.
Seems like it is. And Seattle kind of snuck up on everybody with Seattle. They weren't supposed to be the best team in the NFC, but here we are. They're 13-3, and they've got the best record in the West. In fact, tied for the best record in football with New England and Denver in the AFC. And the 49ers, if they win next week, then I think they clinch them. And if they win next week, I think clinch home field advantage playoffs. Looks that way. So that's a big game for the Niners. Dude, they have Christian McCaffrey. Motherfucker's a beast. He's the best player in football year after year. Last year was a fluke. He's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm checking out the Seattle team right now. They look pretty good. They just have consistency, it seems like.
So, man, he's got a lot of experience.
What happens? Shimon's on the floor dying because someone stabbed him. Ruvain's holding a knife with blood on it. So,
their schedule looks pretty soft this year, though. I think that's why they did so well.
Yeah.
Because they played Pittsburgh, New Orleans, Arizona, Tampa Bay, Jacksonville, Houston in that stretch, and won 5 out of 6 of those.
As they should.
Then they beat Washington and Arizona and lost to the Rams. And they beat Tennessee, Minnesota, in Atlanta, Indianapolis, the Rams, and Carolina. And they won 7 straight, 6 straight. So Tennessee, Minnesota, Atlanta, Indianapolis, the Rams, and Carolina. That's a pretty setup.
I saw someone running
Indianapolis is what, 8-8?
Yeah, it wasn't until Daniel Jones. Until Daniel Jones was.
Rams are 11-4.
Yeah, I mean, the Colts were looking to be at one point the best team in football when Daniel Jones, but Rivers just hasn't been able to race him. Not that should be the case, but
Yeah, in their last 10 games, they've only played one opponent that's playoff bound, and that was the Rams.
yeah, but
But this season, the only team they've played this season that's playoff bound is San Francisco the first week, and they lost to them.
Seattle has arguably the best defense in the NFL.
It's their schedule, man. Like, it's such a weak schedule is what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. Well, next.
The NFL a lot of times is schedule. Like, let's look at San Francisco's schedule. Oh, it's really weak too. This is actually San Francisco's first big game against the Bears.
Well, they had Seattle week 1. They won. That's big. And then they beat.
Crushed New Orleans.
They lost to Jacksonville. They lost to the Rams in overtime. Oh no, they beat the Rams in overtime. Apologies. They lost to Tampa Bay. That should have been a win. They lost to the Texans. That should have been a win. They lost to the Rams the second time they played. But yeah, yeah, that's a weak schedule. At least they've won 6 straight, but it's not been that impressive. So Arizona sucks, Carolina sucks, Cleveland sucks, Tennessee sucks, Indianapolis sucks, and the Bears. I don't care. I don't care how much the Bears are high the record is. I always have my doubts about them.
They should have won tonight. Should have won that game. They were in position to win the game and just choke.
Tied with like 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And it's pretty amazing San Francisco's done it as well as now. Yeah, I mean, no, Purdy. Purdy was out the second game, the third game, the 5th game, the 6th game, the 9th game, the 10th game. He's been injured most of the year.
I don't even start keeping track of like week 14, like with fantasy and all that every week. But now we just can't do it anymore.
Why don't you do fantasy anymore?
Well, we used to play in a group where we would get the baseball cards every year, or the football cards.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me that. You had like a $1,600 fantasy football league, right?
Yeah, exactly. But we stopped that. People get old and married. No longer have time to play.
Well, my season ended today, and the season for my league ended today, and I did not do well at all. I ended up in 12, and I would normally be on myself, but I had Lamar, who was injured most of the year. I drafted Ashton Gentry as my draft pick, which is kind of like a crapshoot. You didn't know how he was going to do. And I ended up trading, which then Powers got hurt. I had George Kittle, who's been hurt most of the year. I had Tyreek Hill, who tore his ACL back in like October. And so just injuries just piled up on me. And I never could get in a groove. And the guy who won the league this year, believe it or not, he had Christian McCaffrey, the top player in the league. And it was basically, if you got McCaffrey this year, it was going to be hard to lose. Christian was the top player and just like was he ended up with 370. Well, it's not over. He is the best running back there overall by another 20 points. Number is the best by another 30, and he did all year, and just he averaged, at least in my league, he averaged something like 22 points or something per game, but then he had some just monster games too, where he just was like 30 points. He's just.
To me, it looks like you got a lot of teams in it. So you got Denver, the Eagles, San Francisco, the Patriots. It's like 5 teams that are all pretty damn good.
Hold on, let me go to the standings. All right. New England.
Patriots.
Well, yeah, hello, New England. Not too keen on Pittsburgh. You never know. I'm not on Jacksonville. So you never know.
Those teams aren't even bad. I'm talking about like the Eagles are there for sure.
What are you talking
They're
about?
looking really good.
Jacksonville has a better record than the Eagles. Jacksonville's 12-4 this year, and Eagles are 11-5. Look at the stats.
I'm not even Jacksonville. What's Pittsburgh standing? Are they even in it? No.
Yeah, they're in it. They're going to play North. They're 9-11.
With old Aaron Rodgers? Goes to show you, they're going to let him. I mean, hopefully he doesn't get injured. He's so old.
Well, it's not older than Phil Rivers. Phil Rivers is still playing.
Yes. Okay. Where is the Bill team?
They're at the top of the AFC South, right?
Tennessee Titans, the Colts, and the Texans. You got Jacksonville.
Just a request. Hashem, take Shep to Ari Lerner for getting lids for the cups.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they had a decent schedule.
Insurance policy. If you'd like to live.
Yeah, Jacksonville is kind of the surprise team this year. And Houston is another team that I didn't think was as good as they are, but they are. The big
They put up a lot of points. Jacksonville through the roof. A lot of 40-point games.
The big disappointment here, I think, are Cincinnati, because they were supposed to be better with all their receiving core and everything. I don't know if people thought they'd be that great, but they didn't do as well. Indianapolis was the best team in football, but they lost 3 straight. And I think the Chargers are really impressive. Kansas City, they are eliminated, and they are a huge disappointment. And they're not going to win the AFC West for the first time in like 10 years. And Buffalo's not going to win the AFC this time in like 6 years.
Ever in this beautiful and incredible space. So,
no, New England clinched it already.
Days will be filled.
Oh, really?
With change.
New England's like a power over there.
Are incredible because
I think New England is going to sneak it in and just win it. They look like they got so much depth.
Everybody's expectations is,
so we have
the
Washington. The Washington Commanders are a huge disappointment. They lost quarterback Jaden Daniels, But they were in the NFL championship last year, so that's a big surprise. The
For sure, I'm sure it's fine. But just be mindful.
Detroit Lions surprise. I mean, they're eliminated, but they're 8-8. There are some teams that are starting to eliminated, like the Ravens. Minnesota was somewhat disappointing. They have issues at quarterback all year. Dallas, nobody thought they were going to do good. Atlanta, New Orleans, nobody were going to do anything good. They 7-9, and they're still not eliminated. And then teams that a big surprise.
For any turbulence.
Well, I don't know, big surprise, but the Rams did this year, the Seahawks did this year.
To be able to
So I don't know if that's a surprise, but they did really well this year. I was not expecting Drake May to have a
So
season.
next week or so, hopefully have
I know a little
set up
football
as it
podcast
should
with
be,
him,
but Baruch Hashem,
and I predicted that the Saints were going to win every game for the rest of the season,
Now, the
starting with the
Jets.
Jets.
And
And so far,
our
it's been
order
true.
is to fill it with spiritual
All right.
They beat
as
the
well.
Jets, and
Which
then
I
they just
no
beat
doubt
Tennessee.
will result in
I think they're going to beat Atlanta next week.
Also,
And then the following week, they got some soft
so
teams.
beginning tomorrow,
to finish it out.
will be
Hold on, is it next week?
But the acoustics in here are great.
Last week?
I will endeavor to speak a little bit louder. If at any point I'm not speaking
Oh,
loud enough, just let me
I
know.
thought there's one after. Yeah, you're probably right.
Shechianu,
I think next week is the last week.
I could-
It's gotta be
let
Atlanta.
us begin the first
I could be
daf
wrong,
of
but
many
I
daf
think
we're in this
next week
measure.
So I think you're right. Their final game is at
Beginning by thanking
home.
all of our
Or is it
sponsors.
at
Thank
Atlanta?
Yeah.
our Talmud Torah sponsors.
I think the Saints are going to win that one too.
Calling them to beat the Jets, the worst team in football, that's not a surprise. Calling them
This is the Giants or the Ravens are the worst team in football.
For all of
Don't disrespect
our
Jets
Talmud
like that.
sponsors for the month of Heyday Sabalin Latova, the Talmud Mustafa,
The
memory
Giants
of
are just
Amitai
horrible, or the
Levy,
Las
the
Vegas
brother of
Raiders.
Amitai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first
Nasty.
Doug,
The East is the
we hope that in the merit of our
place
Talmud,
to-
his
No,
precious Neshama Aliyah and his family Eamon
the-
and Satan for dedicating the shir today.
the
In honor
Giants
of
have
our new
hope.
Malcolm Kodesh,
They have,
Be'ezras Hashem, like he says, we should Be'ezras Hashem run out of
whatever that
space
guy
in
is.
the old building.
He's a rookie, but he's really good. He just got hurt. And they have Scatter's very good.
Building the next building.
There's some hope there. The Jets,
Jackson Dart.
thank you, Jackson. The Jets are tied. Oh no, the Las Vegas is the worst team in football. But they don't. I don't know. Las Vegas is young. They've got Brock Bowers, who is in his second year. They've got Ashton Gentry, who is in his. He's a rookie. All they need is a good quarterback and a couple of years in an offensive line, and they will be a powerhouse team.
Not everyone is fit to adjudicate capital
They
cases.
lost their
Remember
game
again,
to the
what was the
Giants.
issue with capital
30-40.
cases? So remember again, the halacha over here by capital cases was that you need a Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin
Yeah, I mean, I still think the Jets are the Jets.
Jets.
I don't even know a single Jets player. They're terrible.
People who are geologically fit. So the Gemara says,
Yeah.
nighttime,
All
but
three of
what's
those
the
teams
Gemara
are really bad
says,
this year.
nighttime,
Right. So the quarterback,
They're correct. Jets are the worst. I'm just saying. I think all three of them are
free
equally
from any
as bad. But the
spiritual
Jets,
blemishes.
at least,
So to again,
they're from New
Jason
York
has to
and
be
like
free from any other
slide a
blood.
little bit.
Only the Gemara's understanding
Not like that other New York team,
moment
Giants.
means geological.
I mean, but the Giants have some.
Jeez. You got the Giants, Jets,
Mike
the
Croft,
Bills,
what's
right?
the possible?
Everything from there?
Yeah, but I mean, the Bills are the only real team in the state of New York. The Giants and the Jets play the Meadowlands, which is in New Jersey.
over here. This is
So I
reference to
thought,
the
yeah,
Sanhedrin.
like a trick.
And the moment
like a
is
trick
usually
Yeah, so Buffalo is the only team that really plays in New York. And
But maybe in
there's-
fact, it's an actual moment.
there are a few teams like that. It's kind of confusing. New England, which is
went ahead and
Foxborough.
Moshe
There's
collects the 70s.
um,
Says they will stand there with
What
you.
else? Well, there's the Raiders, the Rams, and the Chargers that technically play in Inglewood, both Los Angeles. There's
You are not.
I was explaining to somebody the difference between California
So to
and
again,
like Oregon,
those who are with you, other
and the fact that California has
also
like 5% full team,
maybe what it means over there is motion in the same way that you're there in the
like small football
so
teams.
to the other judges who stand
And yet,
there, should
Oregon has 0 from either.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a puppet thing.
They will shoulder
And what's
responsibility with you, those who are compared to you.
I mean, they have enough to support an NBA fight, which is something, but
Barely. They lose money, man. Like, it's such a part.
Incredible.
It's only because the guy that was off or whatever
So
bought it.
that's the Raya, that's
Even
the fascists who are geologically
Alan?
blemished.
like the
You know,
cat
says
when
the
it came,
Mishnah.
like never can make any
Says the
money.
Mishnah. Sanhedrin heißt this is really a beautiful Gemara. The Sanhedrin, sat in a semicircle.
Well, a weird one.
Says,
Usually the Angels were weird because they the California Angels. Golden State Warriors, that's a weird. That they were Berlin and then they moved to Cisco. But they are Golden State Warriors, which is like, at least in LA, no State Warriors. It's almost a rival to the Lakers. It's just interesting that they try to take the whole state. And
again, they would write.
I mean, we lose if you already want the A's, Las Vegas football team. So you just have the Giants, the Padres, the Dodgers, and the Angels. And
one would write the words of the indictors.
I'm trying to think of potential moves that you might be in the future. We're pretty good when it comes to sports franchises at this point. Like, I don't really see anything moving into San Diego.
Back up. Good.
The Chargers just moved from San Diego, and the Padres are just a shit organization. They haven't been since the 90s, and even then,
They're utility player market and catcher.
Want to make sure that we have
Players the last 100 years never played with that.
Tony Gwynn. But I know what you're saying.
Focusing on the other school opinion, and then a third party kind of taking.
Yeah, they just Benito Santiago catcher.
Yeah.
We will have.
Yeah, like name me like another. Did they have?
I just did Tony Gwynn. Exactly. But aside from Tony Gwynn, they have had no one in the last 100 years. Well, they have.
And in front of that,
He was actually a lot of fun to watch. He had such a unique bag of
see Rashi says earlier,
he could shoot the ball like that.
Yeah, and
had
I like the fielder watching him play too.
yeah, I mean they were both big boys.
These was kind of like this.
Yeah, John Crook, that's another good guy. Just like had no business being.
That's right.
What is it? Bullpen, right?
Oh, it's like he showed a mirror.
This is
Yeah,
where
he's
this was. These roads were completely
comfortable at a cookout and
again. Where the future
on the field.
That's what's happening. So therefore, again,
yeah.
Very interesting that
The team that
Oh,
Sammy Sosa, when he started to bulk up,
so row one,
he was a much better dude.
goes with the upper tummy. Row two, row two tummy, and row three, tummy. So he didn't just choose to see.
Everyone's just like
At the end of the day, again,
Did you ever look into Barry Bonds' arm guard. That's why he was able to hit so many home runs in addition to the steroids. He had that, you know what I'm talking about? He wore all kinds of armor at the plate, and he was grandfathered in an arm guard on his on his right arm, I want to say, and it allowed him to have a perfect, like, just, I want to get the right terminology. Yo, Doug, tell me about Barry Bonds' arm guard and its alleged advantage that allowed him to have, like, a perfect swing every single time. And it was grandfathered in.
And again, we'll discuss.
Nobody ever got to look at this piece of equipment. It was okay. So
let's say they had
some elbow guard on his right arm, which is the subject of speculation and controversy. Some claimed it provided an unfair mechanical advantage, suggesting it helped him achieve a perfect swing by minimizing the risk from inside pitches. However, no, that's not why. It was essentially like a pendulum, or like a.
That's where the dying comes from. Somebody says, so what happens after Rothschild is so showed up?
Let's see. Here, if I can find it. This stuff becomes like difficult to find because there's so much garbage that comes out.
Now, what occurs now is that they can see in row one. So how they can see in row one,
Strike the strike zone.
I just want to point out.
Well, it did that. It
become prime real estate.
It did
It
did that too.
So now that sets off that impression. Then someone from
it did that too, but it created a it created a unfair
but to give someone from weight
no, it's not that. It's not. It wasn't about weight. It wasn't about being a protector. It kept his left arm or his right arm perfectly straight, which gave him an advantage when swinging the ball. Just one moment. Yo, what is the advantage of and his arm guard that allowed him to have a perfect swing? It like forced his right arm to not move and always be straight. Exactly. And then he had the clear or whatever from you remember it was Bay Area Balco, Bay Area Laboratory Company or something like that. And it's since gone out of business, but basically they had some kind of steroid that you could put on topically, and you would put it on and it would like work, and then if you had to take a drug test, you could use the clear and you would pass the drug test. There was a Sports Illustrated about it and Balco, and it caused Balco to have to quit. But arm guard locked his arm, forced perfect increased torque, wing variability, changed how pitchers hit him. And it was always kind of obvious to me, like, hey, you've got this one player who's wearing all this arm. He would always wear the thing on his elbow, and it just made it so he didn't have to pitchers. Pitchers had to
because the Sanhedrin sits literally again in the
You ever
center
seen
of
the,
the world. What does it mean that it's in the center of the world? Rashi says
the articles about the machines they use to press and how there's 20 teams, like multi-million-dollar machines, and the other teams don't. Teams, including the Yankees, have like most access to the most sophisticated machines for pitching, to where
we are
in like the pitcher's going
and
to
that
them.
home literally is in the center
Yeah.
of the world.
Like the like it's going to show them everything in all the scenarios.
Right.
So it allows them to win more games because machines are very sophisticated and trained for the hitting.
You would wonder why the other teams wouldn't get their hands on those machines.
They're too expensive.
Yeah, you still would think that $1 billion organization, that's about $1 billion, they still would try to get their hands on.
So the base Hamikdash is the center.
So let me bring it up. I think some of it's preparatory. It's called tragic
world. Has-Sahar, meaning that it's like the moon. Shehidoma l'Sah, that the Sanhedrin is like comparable ultimately to the moon itself. That just like the moon goes ahead and radiates light.
It's about $1 million a year.
It's not the light. It's just like the moon.
That's nothing. That's like 5 cents more for hot dogs, and they make that.
As well. Beautiful. What does it mean? Don't diminish the dilution.
Yeah, this is why I'm asking you why.
Interesting. If someone from the Sanhedrin needs to leave, he's take care of his personal needs, he uses the restroom, he can't leave unless there are 20 people there. Right? Fascinating. He can't leave unless there are 23 people there. So we'll say, by the way, think about that. Like, right? So I'm sorry. Yes, say if so again, can you imagine someone say you're a member of the Sanhedrin, you need to go to the bathroom. If there are 23 people there, you can go to the bathroom. If there are 23 people there, you can't go to the bathroom. Gotta wait until someone comes in. What's the Shata will say? It's incredible. What is the Sanhedrin? What's the member of the Sanhedrin? What does it take in general when we have leadership positions? Achrayis. What are you going to say? Strong bladder? Yeah. Strong bladder, yeah. Strong bladder. Yeah, strong head. True also. True also. Not incorrect. Not incorrect. Right? What am I supposed to say? Achrayis. Achrayis. So I will say, so often in life, right, we do stuff, and like if it doesn't get done, it doesn't get done, or someone else will do it. So Christ, the buck stops with you. If you are
weigh like 1,500 pounds.
right,
See that they're not portable.
Yeah, Christ. Don't take a break.
And
by the way, if
28 out of 30 teams are using virtual reality.
Take a break. As long as what? There's someone else
now against the players.
Because
the Dodgers and Rays have been early adopters since 2017.
The same person.
All their batting practice virtual reality
that is possible. That's absolutely
the pitcher
possible.
that they're supposed
But
to face.
again, we have to ensure that there is someone else who can. Incredible.
That's
All right,
why
so let's go back
that they were using VR
first to the Sanhedrin.
to really help.
Stomach is like a
I don't think that like the NFL would
now
VR
again,
would
also,
really help
this
much.
all Shlomo
I've seen this thing. It's like an invention for soccer players that I think will change how soccer is played.
Just like a pile of wheat.
Basically, imagine a wall with little squares that are that like almost flip open. And what happens is a soccer player player
What does it mean when it says
like approaches the wall with the ball, and then the wall like will light up one of the squares, and it's on the soccer player to kick it into that lit up area. If they make it, then they've done well. If they miss it, then they have to work on it or whatever. And it shoots the ball back at them if it goes through, and it just allows the player to just basically like really be able to pinpoint where they want to kick the ball. And an invention like that, it makes something a soccer shootout like unwinnable for the goalkeeper, because the kicker or the soccer player can achieve an 90 every time if they get good at it, and there's no way to really defend that as a goalkeeper if they kick it at a fast enough velocity. I just think it's interesting that basically we're getting to the point where certain technologies just changing everything in the not just in like industrial society, but like even entertainment and sports. I'm sure somebody will come out with one of these trad art, like a portable version of it, and I see like some of them are allowing their they're being used during the game when a team's at home. It seems like a huge advantage on your opponent.
So mindful of
and that was different. They were video footage to be able to tell what the pitch was, and then using a drum or like the lid of a trash can to be able to signal to their hitters what kind of pitcher it's going to be. I mean, that's kind of like fashion. You've been doing that for the last, I don't know, like maybe 60 years in baseball. But this is like revolutionary. Nobody has a machine like this.
Since a husband knows that his wife is going to be permitted to him not so long from now, he's able to control himself in the right way. Okay, incredible. Rish Lakish was when the New Orleans Saints put beautiful. The Pasuk says that young into the position of offensive coordinator because he was really good at that.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Even those basically with him.
Yeah, but they cheated with that. That was the whole where able to listen to their opponent on the radio, their headsets, and be able to intercept the calls. Like that, they should have been able to win. If you know what play calls your opponent is calling because you have tapped into the headsets, there's no doubt you should win.
Even those who rebel
and they had a beautiful for injuring other players.
That's exactly true too. Which
so much good.
Yeah, that one.
The game.
I know
that one. I feel like Sean Payton should have been banned for life for the NFL. Not just
that criminal still
guys are really not doing
yeah. I feel like that should have been like if you're gonna ban Pete Rose for betting on baseball, how aren't you the head coach who knows that you're stealing the other players, the other team signs, and you've got a like active bounty situation. You want to ban him for 1 year? To me, that should have been. Exactly. And that's And it is, and I think that New Orleans, it was all after Trina and everything. And I feel like NFL just basically, it's a small market team, and they're just like, they kind of gave them that one. Like, okay, your stadium got destroyed. Well, you're going to get in trouble for the gate. You're going to get in trouble for the headset issue. And then I don't think the New Orleans Saints will Super Bowl for the next 50 years. It's like it's like they got their Super Bowl. Now it's like almost like a child who is raising a lot of fuss. You give them what they want just to shut them up, but then they're not going to get it again. Like once we get home, you're not getting anything more, whatever it would be. There are other people to share with all of them. Because you raise such a fuss, we could be in their small market team. The teams that I think, the big teams I think should be more successful and is not, are the New York Jets. They're in the biggest market in the NFL, and they haven't won since Joe Namath. Since Super Bowl. I was looking at a thing, the net worth of all of the owners of the NFL. Who do you think is the wealthiest owner of an NFL team?
What do they do? Jerry Jones?
Nothing. He is like number 6. So it's the Walton family that bought the Denver Broncos recently. They're worth like $7 billion. I'm sure the Waltons are worth that, but just like that second family. And then the second was, I forget who the second biggest was. It was the Chiefs. Lamar Hunt. They're giant. They're like 40 million. It goes the way to think that it would go. Like the better teams are bigger, more affluent leadership. But it depends also if they want to spend on their team. And then you've got the Packers, which are like by like a trust based on, they are kind of a different entity. But what was interesting to me, the least valuable owner was the Rooney family of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they had a winning record like 19 years in a row, more than that. Tomlin, their coach has like some kind of record is like 19 years of a win record. Like that's unheard of in the NFL. There's so much parity in the NFL that you're at least going to expect like Mike Tomlin. You're going to expect a loss, like a losing season, at least half the time or so. But with the Steelers, and they're worth, or not the franchise is worth, but their ownership is the.
Did I change anything in my life? Not a thing. I did anything older? Not at all. But here,
the smallest. Well, that doesn't include Green Bay either, because that's like a trust that owns that. But the smallest ones were like the Bears, owned by Virginia McCaskey. She's not worth that much. The Vikings, they're owned by like that Eagle guy, Eagle or something. They're not worth a lot. He's not worth a lot. Yeah, and then I think like the Seahawks are worth a lot because Allen, the Microsoft
Life as I knew it
Steve
came
out?
to a stop. So
And,
what do I want to do with
But I think
Well,
he died, and his family now owns it.
It's like
Exactly.
found it here or
But yeah, it was like the Denver Broncos are worth like their ownership is worth like 77 times what Rooney made the Steelers is owned. And but because of the salary cap and everything, it kind of makes them all even. Unlike in baseball, where you could just spend whatever you want. If you want to buy a championship, you can buy a championship. It's really unfair, but it is what it is.
Mishnah says, "I'm Rabbi, Shema Mino, 19
Well, yeah, I just go about that
There's that one. So what do you see from here?
back with
When one
Steve Young.
person moves,
See the Niners that year?
Yeah, under the Bartolo family, they won Steve Young, Jerry, Deion Sanders, and they just 95. They just straight up bought that. They just straight up bought the Super Bowl year, and then I think they were sick of losing to Jerry Jones. They lost him in like the NFC title. I think maybe not too early, but the Cowboys had just won. Jerry Jones came back and just bought another championship by bringing Deion Sanders to Dallas and having Emmitt Smith and Trotman and like with Leon Lett and all those guys and Moose Johnston, and they just they just bought a super team basically. But yeah, there's more parity now. Seemingly, I mean, there's the argument to be made. The reason why the New England Patriots, which before I continue, it's still amazing to me that Tom Brady has more than any NFL friends. That's like a ridiculous. Because when you would never think one person would have more championships than any other teams, but the reason why the Patriots, this is the argument that's made. The reason why they became so successful was because Tom Brady was the Giselle Bundchen, and he wasn't the top earner in their family, Giselle, and so he could actually say, I don't need to be paid quarterback in the NFL, and in exchange, share that. All the other players that they got. Randy Moss. And,
No, man, I don't believe in that. I think that he honestly just benched that season, you know?
In 2001.
So better
And what, so?
at the end of the road.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Mishnah.
Was so excited to be there. He was told by the mind control of Bill Belichick.
This is capital. We don't make any secret of that.
Edge out the rules to be
That's the goal. So therefore, again, we want to
Don't call They cheated in a lot of different ways. They had Spygate. They cheated.
Anytime you kick off, at one point, a coach had
I
the other player multiple times.
I remember that.
Leveling other players on the kickoff. No one ever cared.
They straight up had two. Belichick should have been banned from the NFL if the NFL had any balls. But why? Saving the Jets of all teams, but also deflate both of those. Those are big enough controversies that should have banned the coach and banned the general manager and anybody else in the front office who knew of the cheating that was. But they recognize the NFL has revenue. They recognize that, hey, so long as the New England Patriots are winning, we're all going to make money. So let's not punish them majorly, and we'll maximize profits. It's all about profit maximization. That's why a team like the Saints or somebody who's not too small, the Falcons, they don't care if they're shitty every year. They're making the same amount of money as any of the other franchises. The only thing that's different is the merchandise that they sell and the gate receipts, basically like out more often. That is not going to be shared with everybody else, but when it comes to the revenue from television advertising, that all gets shared. I think like 80% of it gets shared or something like that. There's like no incentive if you're like the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, so we're not going to be competitive. Who cares? They're going to make the same amount as everybody else. And for anybody, so what they do is they'll say, we're going to be fine with even just being a losing franchise for 20 or 30 years. Who cares? And then when there's enough opportunity, we'll say that we'll change the city if you don't rebuild or build a brand new stadium for us. I mean, that's what they did with LA for all these years. They have a team in LA, and then they threatened, if you don't build a new stadium for us, we're going to move to LA. And that's how you got all these brand new stadiums around the United States that are taxpayer funded. And then they just moved two teams that already existed in the LA market. And teams like, say, the Arizona Cardinals, they are still going to make the same amount as all these larger markets. And what they'll eventually do is they will find their time where they're going to get the number one draft pick because they've had for so many years. And then they'll say, okay, in 5 to 7 years or whatever, we're going to make our run at the Super Bowl. And then it's great. Then we don't need to win again for 50 years. It's the same thing that the new
revenue also to tell us are the highest at 1 billion. But the most clear is 150 million a year after expenses.
I think the NFL,
I had no idea.
the NFL, the NFL TV contracts, if you combine them all, I believe they're very clear $1 billion. They're 110 billion. They're 110 billion. I mean, that's 1/10 of the way to $1 trillion.
Because no two of us are obligated to say
everything from the ground up to try and
Well, it's changing. I don't think in 10 years there will be tackle football in the United States anymore. That it will be all flag football or 7-on-7. Oh yeah. No. It's already going to be an Olympic sport. 7-on-7 football, even in the gold medal. This is happening in 2028. Wait, hold on. Let's talk about this for a second. If it becomes an Olympic sport, then it's the gold standard of how people want to play. Also, the NFL owners recognize that too many guys are getting hurt. And also, only playing the games like 18 with a year or whatever, more than that with the playoffs. What they want to do is have year-round games. So maybe like a month off, but like 11 out of 12 months. There's a lot more money made if the NFL every single weekend, then you can do that in 7-on-7, and you don't have to worry about the guys getting hurt. So they're already making it an Olympic sport. Once it's an Olympic sport and people start to watch it, it's going to be very exciting for people. Additionally, they don't have to pay for linemen anymore. Can you imagine like that? Like your salary cap is $250 million, but if you just have to pay your flex player, you're basically your what do they call it? The player, like your wide receivers, your running backs, your quarterback, your skill players. No, skill players, skill positions. If you only have to play your skill positions, salary by perhaps $100 million, and guys who have been bred to be, what are they going to do? And the answer be, especially internationally, is a big time sport. It has a desire that rugby guys more. But when it comes to throw a ball and run with the ball, instead of flag football is becoming, and there's the women's aspect of it as well, is growing. It's already played at the collegiate level. It'll be played at a pro level. Now, the thing with these is it's all about making money. And they can still make, they're finding, if you just people get excited for 7-on football. And 7-on football doesn't have issues with the injuries. The thing that's really big, guys don't have to wear helmets, so they're more marketable. One of the big issues why guys don't play football is they've got to wear their helmet time, and they can't have their television. That's what NBA has a huge advantage on them. In 7-on-7, you're able to market these guys. So if you imagine the potential of having who's an NFL player who could be marketed more than he currently is being marketed. He could be marketed like Michael Jordan or LeBron James that the NFL currently doesn't have. And another big thing about, and I said this, but that could be injuries. I'm not saying that nobody gets injured, but if you're just, you don't have the same kind of career injury. You know how much money they put into an athlete, and the fact that on any given play, that investment could be at the door. Well, with 7-on-7, you know that generally they're not going to have anything that's career ending. And then the other, more than anything, is the NFL player is starting to push back and say, look, CTE is a thing. Concussion protocols aren't good enough. We need we're going to make this sport basically illegal. Maybe I say 10, okay, maybe 15 years, especially if football gets popular in the Olympics. You watch, it's going to spread the NFL. I know you don't, so we can certainly agree to disagree on this one, but when you're able to have not only 17 weeks of football, but you're able to have 52 weeks of football, there's a lot more advantage for you to be able to sell out every single weekend. Client salaries for, I think they have 72-man squad or something. No. 52-man squad in the NFL now. You don't need that. You just need like 25 players and good. You don't need all of the different trainers, and you don't need all the different, you need like a water person, a coach. Maybe it's a simpler game that way. And then you can market easier to children. That's another issue. Oh, what they're going to do, and I've heard this, is the state of California is going to make it illegal to have 11-on-11 tackle football within the next. Have you heard about this?
Until the snake came along and went ahead and it. Ruvain, and he died.
I don't. If you're there, you're muted.
But why would he die by snake bite? Why would Ruvain die by snake bite?
In California, it's safe. Make everything illegal.
Exactly. But
what do you think about NBA?
I'd rather have 3 NBA, and I'd rather have it take it, meaning if you make it, you get the ball back.
So think about how important
the death penalties, they don't apply.
It's
There's no
so much fun to watch.
It's incredible. Ella,
Scores be like 130. Like there'd be just high flying dunk. Defense would kind of be low.
Carries them out.
And when it does happen, it's like
this is something that would warrant healing. What happens to such a person?
that's
Oh, no phone in God, oh, I have dark
wasn't dribbling, monkey.
or he's
To me,
by a wild
to me, the because of the role of going back to even before Tim Donaghy, where he was betting on games and he got caught, and they did everything to say that it's just one lone wolf free when even to this day says everybody was doing it. I mean, you remember Kings year in the absolutely
somebody was hiding.
Also, the Kings in that game, though,
Oldest league in a lot.
even though he threw the game, like he was betting on it, the Kings somehow come free
was the easy
Yeah.
where the airway
to me.
so what do you hear? That even though
Well,
there's no hedge, who finds ways to bring about the dollar.
in my opinion, if I were to be Adam Silver, I know he's trying to expand the game and everything. Nobody cares about the NBA. Say it because it denominated television. There are a few things. As many games, 2 games is a lot. Though there are way too many base games. It just becomes so monotonous. The games don't matter that much. If you could get it down to perhaps fewer games, also fewer years. That's absolutely the dumbest thing I've ever heard that they have that. And I think it's stupid. Count for anything. Nobody can. It's just to mimic FIFA. Which, if you ask any NBA player, anybody, they're going to say, I'm flying fuck about that. I just care about winning a championship. And that's it. But I changed the NBA to make it better. Okay, there are no hand checks, there are hand fouls. If you touch a player, it's a foul. And I would be really strict about it. Additionally, if you can't travel like they currently do, if you go in and you're like going for a dunk and somebody gets in or someone's already in front of you, that's a charge. I mean, basically, I would make it a sweet science that it should be. It shouldn't be like football. And 2 players on the well, at least 1 player, but probably 2 players on the from each team, so that it's 3-on-3. The players have just gotten so big, and the court hasn't expanded at all. We're talking about that was the same size when you could have centers in the NBA who were like 6'4", 6'5", and they've gotten to be the point where they're 7'4". It's a different. I would keep the hoop at 10 feet because that's kind of the standard globally. I also would. I don't know if I would want this necessarily. I would want this. I would make a 4-point line, not a 3. You have the 3-point line, and that's fine. But there'd be like a little circle. If you ever played like NBA Jam, like the tournament edition, or put but they used to put like a court, like close to half court, and it would be worth 4 points. It would really make the game much more exciting than its current iteration, which is literally like. I was reading an article about this today, and the article was this: 9-year-olds have been coaching better than everybody in the NFL and the NBA for many. What's a 9-year-old going to do playing a game, either on Madden or 2K or just in the back? They're going to shoot 3-pointers, and the NBA is learning or has learned that you win game is just put up a ton of pointers, and then also in the NFL, go for it on 4th down, your best interest. There's like kind of guilt in the old way of things, like we don't go for 4th down for X, Y, and Z reasons, but it's really in your best interest to always go for it on 4th down and to always shoot a 3-pointer. And especially if you got a guy with a hot hand, it's kind of common sense. Like, oh, these points Yeah, go for it. And yeah, I've seen that. And especially with virtual reality, I think that you could get a team that just got really hunting and could win the game, could make the whole game into bunting. There's also a way to bunt that people don't realize, which is basically it's like it's unbeatable. So what, and you could make a VR that could emulate this, is you put spin on it so that it and then you run, then it very close to the line right at the end. And the advantage to do this, I haven't seen it done in like a full game. Basically, let's say you've got like base loading. You bunt the ball in a position where nobody can get it, and if it goes point, everybody foul. If somebody gets to it, then it's just a foul ball. Who cares? But it's like there are no there are no fly out, and it's really hard to get, like, that's understanding that you get guys who are and
the human error. They like there's no fly out, so the human error of the other team has to field, but they have to make the field. They got to run every time to go get you out in their game.
Exactly. There's a place along the first. I've heard this argument along the third base line, but there's like a section, maybe 20 feet away from the catcher and 20 feet away from this, like, there's like no man's zone, no man's land, where nobody can get to a butt there if it's hit at this certain speed. And the idea is
if the ball's underneath your feet, like you're running along the bow and it curves back in, and no one can get to it because it's in your base path.
There's that.
Like you're running under.
Exactly. It takes too long to get there. The pitcher, it'll take like 2 or 3 seconds to get there. The catcher, 2 or 3 seconds, and third baseman, 2 or 3, and then it just takes too long to get there. There's also things that you can do, like okay, so let's say you want to like met the first baseman, that you hit it down the first line, and you basically force him to get off the bag. Now the guy on second might try to cover it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's all going to work out. And you just basically have to, if you put the ball in the right spot, basically halfway between the home plate and third base, nobody can get to that ball in time. And if you can put enough, like the right kind of spin on it, nobody can, if somebody does get to the ball, then it's just a foul ball, because there's no, now that's under the idea that you're able to get the pitch down perfectly every time. But again, with the advancement in technology, you're going to get who start getting the VR set. Nobody practices bunting like generally until you get into like little league, like just like pee-wee ball. They're going to start with these VR headsets and be really hand-eye coordination, able to bunt the ball wherever they want. And it's not like the speed of a pitcher is going to get that much better. Meaning, the fastest pitch, I think in the MLB's history, is like 104.7 miles per hour. Okay, but you're not going to see anybody pitching it maybe like 110 miles an hour. It's just that's too much of a, unless they raise the mound or something like that, and they don't want to do, because that takes away from, like, they like home runs and stuff. So you can, I think, probably accurately say that next 50 years, the average speed of a best pitcher ever, like 104 miles an hour. Let's say, I don't think it's going to, the human body can't, the limit all that much more than 104 miles per hour. Single A, double A, triple A, at 105 mile per hour baseball. And if they do, then they're going to start to be able to, like a baseball. This, especially now that they're putting masks, putting a facial mask, a pitch on a. These guys aren't going to be afraid to stick their face, but like right now, it's a risk. Like only recently did they make it so that like you can protect the side of your face. Imagine how much fear you would have at a pitcher if you had the whole cage, like you've seen the caged helmets. So then you're able to look down the strikes basically and get that however you want, and just hit it on the base path with a bunt. And all you've got to do is work that a few times in a game. And then there's always risk if you don't do that. You can just take a swing at it. Notice that you can't. If they're playing the infield really tightly, you're still an ML player. Then just hit it if you need to. It just don't utilize the buff. And with VR, guys are going to get really, really good at it. They're able to start training you at age on 105 per hour fast virtual bunting. By the time you're 18, it's going to be pretty easy for you to be able to put that ball wherever day in a simulator. You know what I'm saying?
It's also that in baseball they're going to perfect the slap running technique for lefties. But eventually there'll be a that just perfect and just dominates the game.
That's true.
There's a leader that can just slap and run and ball. And sometimes it's ball in Japan a lot, only in the majors.
Where you
there
hit.
hasn't been a player yet that's you're a flat hitter, so like you're running as soon as you hit the ball.
Yes, I have seen that.
With like left-handers, but there's been a player yet to be able to do it.
I've never seen it in the MLB.
Eventually, there'll be a player that perfects it and just dominates.
I could see that. I could also see them changing the rules of baseball. Perhaps if they keep the rules, to change the rules to say like okay, so what? Okay, so like bunting currently under its current rules, you can hit 1,000 foul balls through bunting and you still aren't out. I can see them changing the rules perhaps that says if you hit like on your third strike, if you hit the ball foul, then you're out. But even still, even if they make that the rule, if enough at bunting, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're out of the game. I mean, you even see guys now bunt, and if they can put down right between the catcher and the pitcher, they're going to be safe if they're at all fast. And that's another element. Guys are going to get faster and faster. You're not going to hurry. I mean, everybody's going to run a 4.40. Like you're getting faster and faster, so that distance between.
I think people were faster back in the day. I mean, I just read a thing about Deion Sanders and Bo Jackson and how their run times at the 440 were like faster than what we think they are in technology.
Okay, so those are two outlier players, and that doesn't even necessarily mean they were.
No, I'm saying that, like, as far as humans are concerned, I don't think there's ever going to be a human faster or stronger than Bo Jackson.
That's
or
it.
Deion Sanders.
No, I mean just look at the Olympics, guys. I mean, like Usain Bolt, at least in like 2012.
Not saying NFL, not just a pure runner. I'm like an NFL player.
Okay.
Like you realize that, like, LeBron James could go win the Olympics in, like, high jump, right?
Okay.
Like, but he doesn't compete. Like, I think, at least I think he could.
No, he doesn't have the vert for that.
And it's not Docha Yomtiv. It is Docha Avoda, so that even if you have
Really?
a who's active,
I mean, you don't think he can just train and become like the world's best high jumper?
No, I don't.
I think he could. LeBron James, come on, he can train. In his prime, he could have been the best.
I mean, why would you say LeBron James and not Victor Wembanyama? With Victor Wembanyama?
I don't think he's an athletic freak like LeBron James.
But he's got nearly a foot of height on him.
But not the vert. He doesn't have the vertical jump.
Okay, I mean, there are arguments to be made that there are taller players than LeBron James. And, I mean, really, the jump is a lot of like how you can control your body and getting your hip over the bar, as much as it is how high you can jump. I'm not saying that he can be successful in it. If he were going to be successful in any sport, though, I think it would probably be as a tight end in football. I think he would have probably dominated in the NFL. He's big. He's 6'7". He's got a body. He's pretty fat. So I think anything like that, double sport kind of a thing, it would be that. But people of the past are faster than they are currently. The Olympics are an example of that not being true.
Yeah, I guess it's true. They're saying that Michael Jordan have won a gold medal in anything.
Well, aside from basketball, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. I thought that he would have been able to, but he only ran a 4.8, 440. 40-yard dash.
I even did that. It was hand calculated. You know, it wasn't timed by computer.
Yeah, it says you're right. It says a 4.46, 4.8.
Now that I believe, yeah, absolutely. Especially for Michael Jordan, you don't die holding the stopwatch is good. Press go a little late and press done a little early for Michael Jordan, just so he has good numbers.
No, I get it. I mean, our coaches did that even when we were in high school.
There you go.
They would sometimes shave. They would tell us like 20 seconds slower on our mile runs. We'd come in, and if it was like a 7-minute mile, and they would sometimes tell us it was like 6:40.
Just to build your confidence.
Yeah, we feel like you're doing better.
I understand that. I've lived with a few sub 4-minute milers, and it seems to me the difference between a guy who's like a 4-minute 5-second runner and a 3:59 runner, and how that takes years of work just to shave off 5 seconds off your mile. And the guys that I knew who did it, they would be like under normal circumstances, maybe like a 4:01 runner, but they would take maybe a bunch of caffeine, which wasn't illegal necessarily, and it would just push them over, just give them that little extra that they needed, or like maybe some kind of, and just some kind of legal way to do it. But then those guys didn't. They would just be 4:01 milers for the rest of their life. Very, very close. And yeah, not essentially. Or, I mean, still, I mean, I can tell you, like, the Roger Bannister, the first guy to break the 4-minute mile in the 19 did it, and then a bunch did it thereafter. And like, I think the record 4-minute the mile now is like 3:43, something like that. Maybe wind aided, something like that, or wind aided might be even like 38. When you're like that, that there is telling us that people are getting faster, whether it's nutrition or steroids or agility or whatever. They're getting faster, and they're also procreating, get better athletes as well. So finding partners who are also fast. with the hopes of having their children be extremely fast, which wasn't necessarily something that was in 100 years much. That all being said, I'm saying that your average baseball player today is faster than the average baseball player 50 years ago. Maybe you've got a Bo Jackson out there. Maybe you've got a Deion Sanders out there. Your average baseball player is really fast. And I'm saying in the next 20, 30 years, the amount of time that it takes to get from home plate to first base is going to reduce. On average, the pitcher and the baseman or the first baseman, they're going to have to get to the ball. Yeah, they're going to be faster as well, but it's a lot in one direction than a player who has to run to a ball, pick it up, and then perhaps throw off their non-dominant foot or something like that, or throw with a non-dominant hand. There's more difficult, it's more complicated. When you're telling somebody you have to run 90 feet, the amount of time that it's taking people is lower and lower. Hence, between home plate and first base is not increasing. So, long story short, I think that the bunt is very underutilized. With VR, you could get guys who are really good at it, who are just all they do is they never take a big swing, and that's going to reduce. You could in the future perhaps have just people who all they do is bunt. Like they haven't ever taken a swing. If they're good enough at it.
I don't know if the Major League will ever, because it takes the game out of it, you know?
Yeah.
It makes the game not very much fun to watch.
Exactly.
You got guys like Bo Jackson who
with you. It's the same idea.
His arm is just so phenomenal to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the same idea like we talked about yesterday with Will Chamberlain. The basketball basically had to change a bunch of rules, else you would still have guys like Will Chamberlain just dominating it, just throwing the ball through the hoop on the inbound or dunking from the. Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, after we got done last night, I watched like Will Chamberlain.
It's pretty wild.
And it showed him the ball over the backboard and then running in and catching it and then dunking it.
How sick is that move?
And I was like, dude, this is so gross. And then he would do something where he would get the ball underneath the backboard,
right,
and dunk it from underneath the hoop.
Right. I've seen that as well.
Which was pretty cheesy
and tough. I mean, really creative, definitely.
And he still shot the way that no one else has ever replicated, which is just like turnaround lay-in. Like it's like a turnaround layup that he does.
Right. Another. I really think that and if you had like Victor Wembanyama, if he can stay healthy, all you have to do is throw it up to him. Nobody does the ball, and if he just had really good, he wouldn't have to force himself to hoop. He just literally holds the ball where nobody else can get it and do a sky hook. I feel like that's a very difficult shot to be able to guard. And if I were his coach, I would say, "Not ever going to take a 3-pointer. I know you like to sometimes take them. Don't ever do it. Don't even ever dunk the ball. All I want you to do is work on the skirt, but never take a 15-foot jump shot. None of that. You're going to literally just sit 3 feet in the hoop. We're going to throw the ball up to you, and you're just going to take your big long arm and get a really good touch, basically, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar did. I mean, they became the NBA's highest scoring player for 40 years.
Yeah, I don't understand why triangle offense with Wemby. Walk down, you set up the triangle, you go put Wemby on the block, you run a little screen for him, and then it's over with. Like, you got triple threat to win, and it's still Jackson coaching at its finest. I mean,
It's actually, I believe it was Tex Avery or Tex Winters, I believe, was
Yeah,
the.
you're right. Like originally, but Phil Jackson was famous with his Lakers.
No, with the Bulls. No, it was under Tex. So Tex was the coach of the Bulls in the 90s.
Yeah, it was. But I feel like he really did with Kobe. Like Jordan did it, but Jordan still had, they still had Rodman and they still had like Nash, and then
Tex,
game of just dominance with the triangle time he coached the Lakers.
but he also coached the Lakers as well during that time, from '99 to 2000. So I mean, like he took that. It's really interesting. This is a guy, 1985, 2004 was only an assistant coach. Like you would not seem to have that today. You have somebody. Can you imagine like a guy who's won 6 championships? Somebody's gonna pick him off to be their head coach, but no, he ended up winning a total of 9 NBA championships, which is incredible.
Some guys just stay where they're at, especially when you're in a city. Like, why would you mix it up? You're just really happy where you're at.
I get it, but probably pay and notoriety. Notoriety.
Sure, you got paid just fine. I mean,
yeah, but
you win championship, you get taken care of. Those coaches.
Yeah, there's something to that. But
they're not suffering.
But even like under Belichick, all his players eventually took positions, head coaches somewhere. Didn't have one coordinator who just was the whole time.
Yeah, Belichick maniac. I don't know how that guy's thinking. This guy's such a maniac.
Have you seen his girlfriend?
Which one? I mean, did he buy Epstein Island?
No, her name is Jordan Hudson. She's 20 years old.
Oh, I know. I'm making it. Yeah, he's got that young girl. She's been at the head of every highlight this whole year. All of it talking about.
Which is hot as fuck.
Yeah, NFL guys know how to ladies.
Oh, for sure. But I think in their own way, the NBA has an advantage on them because they're taller than all those other guys. So, are looking for that as well. So, if you have your choice, why would you go with an NBA guy? They're making the same amount of money. Why wouldn't you want a guy who's 7 feet tall as opposed to a guy who's 6 feet?
Because the NBA is like really trashy compared to the NFL.
Oh, totally. That guy's cheating on you. He's gonna have a chip.
Yeah, like the NBA is so trash compared to like the etiquette and the way the players believe the NBA is trash.
Well, I think that like a stated routine that happens. A guy gets a girl in every single city. That's 32 girls or so, including his wife or whatever. And she's just okay with him cheating all the time, so long as he's quote unquote safe or whatever, and not bringing home STDs. And he's going to play 82 games, and it's just like this thing. Like after a game, there are all these whorish girls ready to fuck, and they just take their choice or whatever, and the wife just kind of has to live with that. But because the money's so good, she can't complain. It's a sad situation.
I went to the Moda Center for a year for the Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah.
And I got to see the players and how they act games, but they're all the nerds. Like, there's a few people, that had some girls, but the majority, like 80% of the people, were either family men, like.
I can see that. They just it adds to.
Yeah, these guys way into like they had 4 guys that would be on their Nintendo Switches playing that game, be like Mario or Link and like Pros.
Sure.
Yeah, they would constantly on Switch playing those. And then app games for their phones. We're constantly like on their phones playing app games with each other.
I can see that, and especially because they're so competitive. They
right? That like in their downtime they're just playing video games with each other.
I can see, but there's a.
I don't think it's that old culture. I think it is nice. It's like the Sean Kempers.
Well, they didn't have games. They didn't have games. I mean, they would gamble and shit. There are 2 phrases that.
You go to the club, like you show up, you go to the club, you go out, like they go do all that whenever like on away games and whatnot. Nowadays, I just don't think any of that really happens. I think they just go to the hotel.
It still happens.
Very strict on lockdown.
I still think it happens. I know a guy who's an agent for some major athletes, and it's just gone to Instagram. So these guys tell them they have some bitch come to them on Instagram, and they can be on lockdown, but perhaps still have a chick there. And everything from this virtual, from this in-person world to Instagram. But that's where these bitches, they got a chick in every city if they need. There are 2 phrases.
I gotta get an Instagram account. Jeez.
Oh, for sure. There are 2 phrases that come to mind that are that I've heard recently that are absolutely true. So, pussy's undefeated, which is pretty simple but extremely accurate. And also, ain't no pussy. Those 2 phrases, I think, are very accurate. And whenever you got a guy who seems satisfied in his current relationship, ain't no pussy like new pussy. And why would a guy give away his whole career to cheat on his wife? Because pussy's undefeated, and ain't no pussy like new pussy. And that's how you get a guy who seems really committed to his family and everything, and will throw it all away. Floozy. Yeah. That's it's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, women.
Listen to this.
Love them. We still need them.
For the time being, that's absolutely correct.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna head to bed. I gotta wake up early and wood.
100. You're always welcome here. I enjoy speaking with you whenever you come in. You take care, man.
Yeah, dude. Predict who's gonna win the Super Bowl?
Great question. Either the Buffalo Bills. We'll say the Buffalo Bills, but if not the Bills, the Broncos are looking pretty tough. How about you?
I think the fix is in. I think it's gonna be a Patriots year. Just due to like political tension and all that crap, we're just gonna make the Patriots win. That's it.
I remember looking at what Robert Kraft's net worth was. It was like $11 billion, which isn't that huge. And I want to say, not that has anything to do with what you just said, but I would expect with all these championships that he won, maybe more money would come out of it. But they don't really. They make, I think, kind of like to own one of these franchises is just bragging rights too. If you're gonna make money, I think they have better ways to make money than franchise. But I don't know. Okay, so you got the Patriots. Who's going to be the MVP of the Super Bowl? Derek May?
Wow. I'm going with the running back. What's that kid's name? The running back that's been having a killer year.
I said Derek, man. I meant Drake. All right. I will say it'll be Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo, they lost 4 in a row in the 90s. And if they're ever going to make a run at it, it's now. They don't make a run at it now. They're on the downswing of their dynasty, of their like good years. And Josh Allen older, so I'll say the Buffalo Bills, and if not the Bills, Denver looked pretty tough with that defense. So we'll see that. But, all right, well, we'll know. I think it's February 8th is the Bowl in San Francisco. There you go.
Henderson.
Trayvon Henderson.
Is going to be
Super Bowl MVP.
Super Bowl.
All right. Who are they going to beat?
I don't know about that. I can't predict that, but I know that they'll win.
Yeah, you can predict it. You can predict it. Okay, so we've got New England. They're going to win their subtitle, and they're going to beat what NFC team? Okay, so we could have Green Bay there. We could have the Houston Texans or AFC. So they are not going to. Okay, so we got the Bears. You could have the Ram might be a pick. You could have the Seahawks, the 49ers, and
it's going to be Eagles, Patriots.
Okay, that makes sense. That would be a rematch. That would be a rematch of the Super Bowl when Donovan McNabb played Brady.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got injured and came back from like a broken leg in 4 weeks.
Yeah, it was 2005, I want to say.
That was a good year. Yeah, that was the first year that they really started using that hyperbaric chambers for the recoveries.
Right.
That got a lot of news, and then stem cell research was really coming out where they were fixing players super quick there. And then after that, injuries kind of gone away the way they used to happen. Like pre-2005, if someone had a leg injury, they were out for like 8 weeks to 12 weeks. Now, 2 weeks max.
Well, depending on the injury, they're coming back a lot faster.
So fast, especially for like high ankle sprains, toe injuries and whatnot. They've got a lot of technology now that they use. But speaking of sleep, I'm gonna go to bed. Relax, but so good, man. You're the greatest.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
everything you do.
Absolutely. Thank you for your high praise. You take care, my man. Peace.
You too, man. Peace. Have a good night.
You as well.
During his fight. So you can't go ahead and be not. You can't go and plant the mishpat of an avion. Aber Atem not show Shurhan Yisrael. Again, but you can plant the judgment of Shurhan Yisrael. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi again. Rashi says Lo Sater. The law of Api Echad. So it says again. What it means is Lo Sater means before. When adjudicating a capital case, remember again, capital cases cannot be decided based on a majority of 1. You need a minimum majority of 2 in order to convict someone in a capital case. So that's lashon of lo sata. Do not slant the judgment of the avion, the ribo. In other words, you cannot convict someone in a capital case on a majority of 1, but you can go ahead and do that for sure and stuff. So, but you know, it's funny out of here, even though on this, right, the ox that's going to be killed because it killed someone is treated like a capital in certain respects. Namely, that it's adjudicated by Basin of 23. It's not like a capital case in other respects. So, for whereas normally you need a majority too, in order to go ahead and convict someone in a capital case, by Sharnisco, you only need a majority of one. Okay, so Rashi finishes up over here. Rashi says, so let's go back to 1 second. Asara, you just point out that there are 10 distinctions ultimately again between dinas and dinei nefashos. Is that so? Is that so? 10? Or it says ha tepu. There are only 9. There are only 9 distinctions to which it says ha. This is what it says ha. Sorry, no, it's not true. So why is it 9? You shouldn't get in a called sharing the esreshlosh shachai. Because we're going to see the notion that not everyone is fit to indicate a capital case, right? And which basically really excludes a mamzer, right? That a mamzer is not fit to go ahead and adjudicate a capital case, and the obligation to have a basin of 23 are really learned out from the same source. So because those two are learned out from the same source, on one hand, reckoned as 2, right? But they really also looked at 1 because they derive from the same source. So the Gemara says follows. If you take a look, good, fine. So, good. Chadi, I take a look at Rashi. Hatin Shava, see what's the Hadar Kinu as a Kinu Bahar Yutina Nuasis. And Amar Haidi Kashilan Tan, the Aina called Sharing. So Shachadi, the Mamma Mamser possibly getting the Fashas. So I'll say, so when we to adjudicate a capital case, who do we're excluding a Mamser? Why is a Mamser not to adjudicate a capital case? You shouldn't have been on Chagim or the Sanhedrin. But the Hedrick said, the Nasu, so as we're going to see, because again, for capital cases, you need 23. 23 is called the Sanhedrin must be made up people who are genealogically fit. Do this again. So therefore, I'm going to say it's the same person that teaches me that I need 23 for is also the same person that I need genealogically fit, and therefore excludes them not. So because you have 2 and that are effectively learned from the same source, it's neat to say that the 2 are really why. Some will say the Mishnah lists 10 distinctions, lists 9 distinctions. Okay. Gemara says as follows. You see, but we'll say, but 1 second, there is another distinction, right? The other situation is that another person, or another distinction between din and fashas and yilonas, right? The Mishnah said that there are 10 distinctions between monetary law and capital law. The Gemara wants to suggest there's really 11. What's the 11th? There's another person, another group who are fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital case. Who are those individuals? The Gemara says, the sign, here we go. This is fascinating. Ein Moshivim Sanhedrin. You cannot, the following people cannot serve on a Sanhedrin, which means when you say can't serve on a Sanhedrin, what does that mean? Can't adjudicate capital cases, because that's what we need a Sanhedrin for. I mean, for other things. Following people can't sit on a Sanhedrin. Who? Zakein, someone who's old. Swiss, right? Someone who's old. Mishaim, someone who doesn't have children. So we'll say, so what's the pshat over here? What's wrong with these individuals? So we take a look at Rashi. This is incredible. Rashi says, Zakim sheshakach kibar sar gidul banim ve'eno rachmani. So let's say someone who's old has forgotten what it's like to have young children. That will say, what is the key quality one must possess when they have young children? The key quality. Right, sleep that right. You know, people live it out there. It does say so. The key quality you need is forgiveness. It's forgiveness, because children do stuff all of the time, and a parent has to learn to be forgiving. It's not patience, because once you have that patience all the time in life, so much to be doing little kids. The person has to, people like to say patience is a virtue. Patience is not a virtue. Patience is a necessity. Forgiveness is the dominant quality, because kids are doing stuff, breaking stuff. Chanukas Habayis, again, what a beautiful. See this little kid coming into the shul with a plate pile. It must have been like 6 inches high. 6 inches high. I'm so happy, so this, and I'm watching it. And it was like, one of those like slow motion moments where first the piece of chicken falls on carpet, right? And again, it was like one of those moments also where, like these little like things like bounce up and down and up and down. And then the first item falls off. It's like the leaning tower of like Mishnah, then the next thing, and this, and that, and the people like, oh, and literally, I'm ready to what is this character? What is it? And the truth is, it's not just a kid having a good. It's the Ribono Shalom's child, and the Ribono Shalom's mood, which was clean until about 3 minutes beforehand, right? And again, you know what? So with little children, the most important quality is forgiveness. If a judge doesn't possess the ability to have this midah of forgiveness instilled within him, then again, and it's forgiveness. It's really forgiveness. Maybe it's not word forgiveness. It's really understanding. Understanding. If you don't have that midah of understanding, you can't be a judge. You can't be a judge, right? In other words, what's the problem? Sometimes when a person has that midah of understanding, everything has to be their way. Right? Everything has to go their way. I need it the way I want it. I need it the way it has to be like this. So if you don't have that midah, if you're rigid and everything just has to be the way that you want, don't be a judge. Really, don't be anything, right? Right? That level of rigidity, it's not good. We can't have that. We need people who can be understanding. We need people who can be forgiving. We need people to be a little bit knowledgeable and understand different circumstances in different ways. So again, the zaken, you have young kids in your house for a long time. Don't be a judge, because you're probably going to be too set in your ways, and it's probably not a good idea to have you on the baby's day. It's the same idea. The person never had children for a long time. You should know about it. And you the most citizens ever. You the imagine over here, sorry, someone who's cruel, or just that's even a strong word. Just someone that's just like a very cold and a different temperament. So someone again is very very almost stoic, emotionless. Again, I would say it's an incredible thing. On one hand, judgment needs to be dispassionate. That was very important. Judgment needs to be dispassionate, but at the end, idea can never be dispassionate. Right, I have to have the ability to look at things and a little bit looks, but facts divorced from emotion, that's not the way of the Jew. Nothing is divorced from emotion. Emotion has to be there for everything. So if a judge is a shtikalak zari, right? He's a little bit indifferent, a little bit cool, a little bit passionate, emotionless. So don't be a judge. There are other places for you, but don't be a judge. But interestingly enough, the Chilifei and Benesis. Those are the exact opposite is true because of Mason. We always see this, right? What's a Mason? Mason is the guy who tried people to be Ovid Avodah. So that person, we throw the book in him, which has the most cruel and indifferent judges, or not literally, but you understand. For him, we don't need the infinite judges because remember again, the whole system is in capital cases, the system not rigged, but the system is positioned to exonerate the defendant. That's our goal. If we can get them off, that's our goal. When it comes to Nisus, like when it comes to someone who incites for Avodah Zarah, it's just the opposite. The system is there in order to indict him. Okay, we'll say. Okay, everyone is fit to adjudicate military cases. So I would say, what is Hakol? What do mean everyone? Who is that coming to include? Rabbi Mamzer. So include a Mamzer. We'll say, this is not a descriptive Mamzer. This is a genealogical Mamzer, right? So the idea over here is, so the idea is some genealogical Mamzer. So he's not fit for capital cases, right? Because remember again, capital cases require Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires genealogically fit people. But for monetary cases, he's absolutely fit. So it's okay, we learned this already. Anyone who is fit for capital cases is fit for monetary cases. I would say, but there are some people who are fit for monetary cases, but they're not fit to adjudicate capital cases. is about what we said. Who is the person who was from monetary capital? Last year, night, last year, Mamzer, again, to go ahead and include a Mamzer. So, the Gemara says, you're right, Chada last year, the Chada last year, Mamzer. In reality, again, one thing was to include a ger, the other was to include a mamzer. That will say, why do I need both? It's tricky, I'll tell you. I will say, so this is both a ger and a mamzer are both fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Now, why not? It's tricky. If it would have just told me that a ger ultimately fit for monetary cases, the right level of a cow, because a ger has no marriage restrictions. So he's a full-fledged Jew in terms of his marriage abilities. About a mamzer imalo, but a mamzer can't marry into the General Assembly. So maybe a mamzer is unfit even for monetary cases. Actually, in a mamzer, if we just said mamzer, we'll probably teach it. This class, will say a mamzer from a illicit relationship. But in an illicit relationship, who are his parents? Parents? Two Jews. So it's Yiddish blood. It's incredible. Two Jews. It's an illicit relationship, but his parents are Jews. She comes literally from a kosher. About ger, the law probably teach it, right? But a ger doesn't come from a non-Jewish parents. I would have thought that perhaps he's not even fit for monetary law. Therefore, again, tzricha. So I will say one comes to teach me that when I say ger, the other part comes to come teach me that both are fit for monetary law, but neither are fit for. So I will say, stop over for today. Just at the end of davening, just ask, take your chair and just put it, just whatever chair you're using, or even the one next to you, just put it against the wall. Rather than coming to pick up the chair. So today is our last shir in this base of this. Hopefully, by Mincha we will be in the new shul. Stay tuned in Yetz Hashem for us. Just setting expectations. Change is always difficult, especially again after you settle a certain schedule, a certain framework for a number of years. Any change, even if it's a better change, always comes with some level of turbulence. I don't necessarily the stender that I wanted. The perfect setup that I had for myself. And it's tempting when that happens to feel like the sky is falling. I would say change always has. That's the way that it is. See, the choice in life is don't change, never have any turbulence and just stay where you are. Or change. Lean into the change. Recognize that at the beginning it's a little rocky and maybe even a little bit uncomfortable, but it's going to open the door to beautiful, magnificent things. It's going to take everyone else come earlier the next morning, right? And there's no set seats, so whoever call them whatever you get, and it's even if somebody else has their stuff in the shelf, because we'll have to deal. Again, it's open seating. It's like, right? So again, and I will say, I know I made a lot of this about the policy. I got it. I understand. People like it. People don't like it. But I will say, we have such a schos ahead of us. Tonight, we're going to be davening in a brand new base medrash, that is beautiful, magnificent, that is incredible. But I will say 30 seconds, for us to be able to take a step and say, we literally have a mini mikdash waiting over there for us. Does it check every single box? Does it give every single one's going to have comments and critiques and suggestions and this and that, and it's all welcome. It's all to hear them from you and your side. Right? All welcome is Zachinu. We've been at the Baruch Hashem, the house, Mikdash Ma'at, this kilo close to 70 years. And the walls and the roof and this unit served us to the best of their ability. You know, I sometimes think that like when we complain about this is not working, he's not working, everything's not working, I feel like if the building had a voice, if this Mikdash, you know what she would say? She would say, I promise you, I'm trying my best. I'm giving you 150%. But 150% of a 70-year-old building is only used so far. She has given us her best years for close to 7 decades. Now, Baruch Hashem, we're about to go to a new mother. We're about to be Mikdash Ma'at. And let's treat her well. Let's love her. Let's embrace her. Let's enjoy our time with her. And even if in the beginning it's a little bit to whatever, and maybe it's going to be piece of me that says, oh, let's go back to what was. That's you are talking. Because only one direction for a year, and that's forward. So something beautiful is waiting for us. How did I know about come out of tonight? I apologize in advance for any inconveniences that may occur, but know that the inconveniences are only temporary, they're only episodic, they're short-lived, and they will pave the way for something great. It has been a source to be able to go through Shas two and a half times here in this Beis HaKnesses. 2.5 times in this Beis HaKnesses in Yez Hashem. And we should be so nice when we come tomorrow morning and we continue our Daf journey. Next door, we should be so to complete the cycle many times together. Rothschild, Shivayach. All right, everyone's in the all right, fellas. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our commentators for the year of Tafshin Pehei, the Tilsim Mishpacha, for dedicating as is chus for Besoros time. So we should be so to continue to see. This, by the way, everybody's closer together, so there's like a lot more. Just see. All right, now it's really enough. Now it's enough. Okay, quiet down. Hey, so it is a schos Baruch Hashem to continue to those besoros levels unfolding for Klal Yisrael, which is okay to see them continue in the days ahead. Our Talmud Torah's day, they say Kalman Mishpacha in memory of Amit Levi, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. That in America, or as the President Shem will have in our family in Chava. With that, let us move a lot to today. Some really great Gemara today as we embark. Upon Baruch Hashem. Let's see this go. So today's daf is 36. We're on Lamed Hey on the 35B, and I believe left off with Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 1 up on the bottom. So Rabbi says this. Rabbi. So remember again, very interesting, really riveting discussion yesterday about the concept that Ritzicha, capital punishment, is not go for Shabbos. So basically, you cannot execute someone on Shabbos. Now that we've established that, remember again, that was the last drasha of yesterday's daf of Moshe Seichem. So the Gemara says, now that we've established that, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So Abai says we should be able to make an additional limud that tells us that capital punishment is not docha avoda either. Now, guess what does that mean? That capital punishment is not docha avoda. So in this case, there's a pasuk that says that if a person will go ahead, if a person will intentionally kill someone else, which means from my altar you shall take them to die. Now what is that referring to? So that's referring to a Kohen who killed someone. Even if a Kohen who killed someone is doing the Odah, we go ahead and we take it. So we just take him from his gift and we go ahead and we execute him. Now, we saw that it's not exactly like that. That more is if he's about to do the Avodah, we stop him from doing the Avodah. If he's engaged in the Avodah, we'll discuss this might be certain times where we let him finish the Avodah. But the idea over here is that the Gemara is going to spell that Ritzicha, capital punishment, is docha avodas. Now, Abai wants to say Now we've established that capital punishment is not Docha Shabbos, so we should also be able to learn that capital punishment does not set aside avodah. The Kal Vachomer, what's Kal Vachomer? Now, in general, again, avodah sets aside Shabbos, right? Because you do sacrificial service. You do be something for service on Shabbos. So, so on one hand, even though Shabbos is docha avodah, but yet capital punishment is not docha Shabbos. So the Gemara says, therefore, avodah she docha Shabbos, eno din shleit leheitz v'tzicha docha also. So that's the case again. Avodah, which is docha Shabbos, so capital punishment should not be docha avodah. That's the Kal Vachomer. Elo adiksiv me'im mizbechi tikachel alamos. So here's the problem. So what do you, I hear the Kal Vachomer, definitely, but what do you do with pasuk? Because the pasuk definitely indicates that capital punishment is docha avodah. So what do you do with that? Ula carbon yochid the low dochis. Also, what is that talking about? This is very interesting. When do we say me'im alamos? If a Kohen was involved in offering up a private sacrifice, a personal sacrifice, in that kind of case, so ritzicha, capital punishment, will be docha the carbon. But if he's involved in other carbonos that are not personal carbonos, ultimately again, ritzicha, capital punishment will not be docha that avodah. And the riot to that is because that type of carbon, a personal carbon, is not docha Shabbos. When we say that avodah is docha Shabbos, right? That avodah. So remember again, what does that mean? What does that mean? That's communal sacrifices. Like you can't offer up your personal carbonos, chad asham, nidarim, nidavas. Like you can't do those things on Shabbos. So maybe is talking about a carbon yachid. If a Kohen who's chayiv for a capital punishment, we'll go ahead and he's doing a personal carbon, then it's because that's not Shabbos either. To which the Gemara says, Rabbi Shabbos. Rabbi says, no. The truth is, capital punishment shouldn't even be docha carbon yochid from a Kal Vachomer. Now, what does this mean? Rabbi wants to suggest that even if a Kohen is offering up a carbon, halacha l'maisa, capital punishment should not override his ability. What's the Kal Vachomer? Capital on the 36a. My yom carbon yochid. So you will say now yontiv is set aside by even personal carbonos. Now, talk about this is a raging debate. Rabbi is espousing it as fact that on yontiv you can even offer up private carbonos. For example, again, this is actually a very important because the person comes to the base of English for Aliyah, right on Pesach Shavuos is will be Zochem. So what happens? I have all of my personal carbonos that I have to bring, right? Nadar and Dav is that. So Rabbi says on Yom Tiv, you're allowed to bring personal carbonos. So yet in Ritzicha Docha also, but yet Yom Tiv, by punishment cannot be carried out on yours. Capital punishment can't be Docha Yom Tiv. So the Gemara says, Carbon Yochid Shidocha say Yom Tiv Eno Din Shlotei Ritzicha Docha also. So essentially like this: if Carbon Yochid could be Docha Yom Tiv, right, and capital punishment is not the Yom Tiv, so then capital punishment shouldn't even be docha carbon yochid. So solidly, but which the Gemara says that's fine. So then the previous understanding works. You hold that personal carbonos. But if you hold, they can be offered up by Yom Tiv. What do you do with Rabbi's Kal Vachomer? Hello, Rava says, let me buy you the man, the Amr and Damar, the Davas can be until the Hamas Kaime in his Bechi Kla. So Rava says like this, it goes without saying that according to this, that Nidarim and the Davas for up on Yom and you have a problem with understanding the Pasaks. Filaman, Damar, and the Davas incredible Yom Tiv. But according to the opinion, it says that you can't offer up carbonos, private carbonos. The Gemara says, what do you do with that? To which the Gemara answers, it means that if a Kohen is avodah, if you notice Bible says it doesn't name hamizbeach tikach olamos, right? If a Kohen is avodah, you should either take him from the mizbeach to the esrog. Rather, what does it say? Me'im mizbechi tikach olamos. Ultimately, again, take him from my mizbeach. What's my mizbeach? The Gemara says Tomid. Umaynidhu Tomid. Bamrachmana Mizbechi Tikachenu Lamos. So we'll say, so what is it the Torah is referring to? It seemed like this. Even if the coin is involved in Mizbeach, what's the example of Mizbeach? The carbon Tomid, communal offerings. Even if he's involved in communal offerings, then halach, even with that, we go ahead and take him from the Mizbeach again to be executed. Okay, so I'll say, so takeaway from all of this is that halach l'maisa execution is not Bilcha Shabbos and it's not Bilcha Yom Tov. It is Bilcha Avoda, so that even if you have a kohen who's actively involved in Avoda and sacrificial service and he's chayav a capital punishment, we will take him from the Beis Hamikdash and execute him. But that's presupposing, as currently what we're seeing now, he has not yet started the Avoda. If he's started in the middle, seems to be that we will let him finish, then pull him out to execute. If he is engaged but has not yet actually begun, meaning he's just for the occasion, he's ready to go, but he has not yet actually begun, then ultimately we'll pull him out to execute. Incredible. All right. Dini Hamamis Atmias Ataros. So let's remember again. Remember, the Mishnah said like this: when it comes to Dini Hamamis, monetary law, so when we start telling the judges for their opinions, we start with the greatest judge first. The most most highly regarded judge first, get his opinion, then wait to the we'll call it the regular chevra. In Dinei Nefashos, in capital cases, we start what's called min hatzad. Min hatzad, that means from the side. From the side means the lesser known judges, right? The lesser. I'm using the word lesser. Junior, good. The junior judges, right? Sounds very condescending, right? But the junior judges, we start from them from Dinei Nefashos. Okay, so says the Gemara. So let's analyze. So Rav, Ana Havai b'Minyana Debei Rebbe. So Rav says like this: I was of Rebbe. I was part of the days of Rebbe. Rav, Ana Havai b'Minyana Debei Rebbe. Uminoi Didi Havemass Liberation. So to this, Rav said, I was part of the days of Rebbe, and in Dinei Mamonos, they always started with me. They always started right. They always asked my opinion first. The Gemara says, "Wow, but that doesn't make any sense." It says in the Mishnah, we always start with the greatest judges. Bless you. And Rav was not the greatest of the judges in Rebbe's court. So Amarava, Breidra will say, "So that's something absolutely amazing what's happening over here." Right? Just in like what just occurred over here. The Mishnah says, when it comes to dinim, we start with the greatest judge on recognition. Rav says, I sat on Rebbe's din, and they always start with me for dinei mam. What is Rav essentially saying? Right? That the Mishnah, I guess the Mishnah is not, obviously we don't follow the Mishnah, because I'm not the greatest judge on Rebbe's court. Yet by doing this, I'm not a law, they always ask me in first. But there's a tremendous skill in life. In life, it is important to know what I am and what I'm not. And there is no shame in what you're not. Sometimes we feel very inadequate. We're not. Because we think like it's like shameful. I should be everything. I should be this. I should be not. No person is everything. No person has ala milas. No person has all the qualities. No person has all the necessary skill sets. No person is everything. And sometimes the most incredible thing and the path to self-actualization is not to know what you are, it's also to know what you're not. Because when I know what I'm not, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what my weaknesses are, and I know exactly where I need other people. Sometimes we like to put on the image that we're like full service. I'm a full servant being. Anything and everything that is needed, I can provide, but I can't. And none of us can. So there's such a profundity in this, right? Rav is saying, I'm a good guy, but I also know that for certainty, I am not the greatest person on Rebbe's team. And that's okay. I don't have to be the greatest person on Rebbe's team. I just have to be the greatest Rav. Rav has to be the greatest Rav. That's why I love such an incredible, so much time trying to pretend that we are everything to everyone. Can't be. Instead, know what not and maximize personal identities. Profound. So what's going on over here? But the Shiloh, how do we reconcile this? So Rabbi came up, Rabbi Hillel, Rabbi shiny minyan Rabbi, shiny minyan Rabbi, the kulu minyanai outside Halamasri. The basin of Rabbi was the basin of Rabbi different. The basin because Rabbi was incredible. So even though Rabbi, obviously, this was the basin of Rabbi, which means who is the ranking sage on the basin of Rabbi? Well, yes, right, Rabbi. Yet, in all of the cases, Rabbi always started from the junior judges. That's what he did. That was an exercise in Rabbi's humility. Rashi says over here, Rabbi was exceedingly humble, so therefore he always started in every case, in monetary cases, with the junior judges. That's why Rav says, I sat on Rabbi's based in, and halacha l'maaseh always started with me. Incredible. Most was incredible. So I'm talking about Rabbi a little bit, and so the Gemara says as follows: Most Moshe va'ad Rabbi lo matzinu Torah u'kedula b'makom echad. Listen to this. From the days of Moshe Rabbeinu until the days of Rabbi Huda Nasi, we never found individuals that both Torah, Kedula, one place. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across. So Torah, I understand. Torah, in Kamoso, Shei Mosa b'Chol Yisrael, Torah u'Bidlah, Kigon Moshe, Shei Gadol al Kol Yisrael, b'Malchus u'B'Torah. So what it means is like this. Kedula means authority. Kedula means authority, Malchus. So what the Gemara is pointing out is like this. By the way, what was meaning by Moshe Rabbeinu? We've seen this before. He had the status not only of a nun, but he had the status of a melech. And that's why Moshe Rabbeinu interested used chatzos. So when he went to the nation, they used trumpets like they would use for a king. When Moshe Rabbeinu died, they put away the chatzos. Yoshua did not use the chatzos. So again, Moshe Rabbeinu was a melech. See, so on one hand he was a Rebbe and he was a melech, right? See, he was the Torah authority, but he was also the authority. So generally, we have those two things consolidated in the city. By the way, this is what I designed. We even say this with the Shah, right? Whose authority? Yehuda, right? Right? He's Yehuda, right? Yehuda is Malchus, right? Who's spiritual? Who's Torah? Levi. Right? So it's interesting. And by the way, this by design, diagram, man points this out. By design, there's often a split in what we'll call religious leadership, what we'll call authority or political leadership, right? There's a split that's there. But nevertheless, you find the Ramban play that the Hashmonaim, who were the Kohanim, also became king. So whether or not that was a thing is an interesting historical focus, in the hands of spiritual as well. So the Gemara just find an individual who has both Torah and Gedula, ranking Torah authority, and also, again, final authority on everything else. So the Gemara says, from the days so they had it, and Rabbi Huda Nasi had it. And in between the two of them, listen to this, there was never another person who consolidated like these seats of authority within one identity. So now the Gemara says, Yoshua, how about Yoshua ben Nun? Right? Yoshua ben Nun was the ranking age, and the Pashas, he was also the king. So he says, no, Hava Elazar. There was Elazar was the Kohen Gadol. So again, Yoshua had a lot of authority, but it wasn't singular authority. I Bahava Pinchas. What about Pinchas? Hava was the king of the elders. Hava Shaul. What about Shaul? Shaul was the first king. He was also going to come to Avram. So the Gemara says, Hava Shmuel. Shmuel and Rabbi. Hava Nach Shayu. But Shmuel died. Right? Shmuel died. Which the Gemara says, Kula Shani Kamina. It means all the days of one's authority that they had consolidated authority. In other words, all of the days that Moshe Rabbeinu was an authority figure, he had both Torah authority and what we'll call absolute authority. All of these of Rebbe, he had Torah authority, it was never shared during any point of his lifetime. Quite incredible. Vahahava David Malcolm Hava Ira Hayi. There was Ira Hayi Iri. Who's Ira So of course, if you look at Rashi, Ira Hayiri, the more Katan Amin, and the Havi Masnu Rabbanon Agabi Klaran Kistos, David Hayab Man, he got above the Rosh. So he was one of David's rebellion. One of David's rebellion, Ira Hayiri. Brother, isn't that incredible? That even David and Melech did not have this idea of consolidated authority, Torah authority, political or absolute authority, all in one. So I died. So there was a point in time, there was some time that David was had both the Torah and Kulu Shanye Kamina. It means all of the years without Moshe Rabbeinu and Rabbi is that the years in which they were in capacity, they had absolute Torah or political authority. No one else had it all the years of their leadership. There was Shimon Ben Gera, the Ha Kadlai, Shlomo had Shimon Ben Gera executed. Once again, Kula Shamina means ultimately all of the days of leadership. The unique part over here that Moshe and Rabbi is absolute authority. I ha Chizkiah. So we learn about Chizkiah. Hava Shevna. Remember again, once we just had started just a little while ago with the siege on Yerushalayim. Shevna, remember again, bigger shear, and even a bigger shear, 120,000 people learning with him. So there was Shevna. I Baha Ikdol. Shevna was killed. Right, Shevna was killed. To which the Gemara says, no. Once again, Kula Shanya Karmina. We're talking about people who enjoyed absolute authority all of the days of their leadership. Baha Hava Esra. But again, there was Ezra. So the Gemara says, Hayin Havanechemia ben Chachalya. All right, Ezra had Nechem. So it's just fascinating insight over here. That generally, again, you don't have one person who has all of the tools of leadership at his disposal. So between Moshe and Rabbi, again, there were no two other people, right? Moshe and Rabbi were unique. There were no two other people who had all of the tools of leadership at their disposal during all of the years, both Torah as well as Gidula between Moshe and Rabbi. No, which I will say tells very important. It's historically fascinating. Like, what does it matter to us? What exactly is the impact of this? There is I think that there is an incredible profundity in this, which shows you is from a leadership capacity, a person doesn't have to have all of the tools at their disposal in order to be successful. Right? So if you notice again, so if you look at Moshe Rabbeinu, right, Moshe has all the tools. Right? To have that level of absolute leadership means you could control all of the pieces on the board. Right? So you can control them. Would you be in life? You don't control all of the pieces on the board to be successful. There's the ability to exercise your influence in the areas in which your influence can be built and be profoundly successful. All of these other personalities. So apparently, did not have absolute authority. He had Torah authority. He had absolute authority during life, but not during all cities. So apparently, you could be the founder of a dynastic monarchy, mother of the messianic line, even if you don't have all of the tools of life at your disposal. So often we think, or we excuse non-accomplishment and non-self-actualization because we think, I don't have all of the necessary ingredients, I don't have all the necessary tools, and we give ourselves a pass, right? But we don't push ourselves as much. And here the Gemara comes along and says, you can accomplish a lot with whatever tool that you have a little, take the trouble giving you, and do something great with it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, I want to give you on this. I also want to add something over here. Afani Omer, Mimos Rabbi, Ravashi, between the day Rabbi and Ravashi, Sinu Torah Ugidu Bakomekas. So now what we're going through is the generation over here. So between Moshe Rabbeinu and Rabbi, people other than those two, they're both Torah and Gidul in one place. So the Gemara says, and Rashi says, by the way, Rabbi says, from the days of Rabbi until Rav Ashi, we also we never find again two other individuals who both have Torah and Gidula concentrated in one below. Really? Vaha Hava Nasan, to which the Gemara says, Huna Bar Nasan Meka ultimately again was subservient to the fascinating Gemara. Take a lesson from both of these Gemaras, from the Moshe to Rabbi Gemara. No person is everything. There are certain people maybe who are. Take the tools that Baruch has given you, know what you don't, and given and accomplish something great. Incredible. Let's go right there. And remember again, in capital case, we have to start from the Jew. Now again, there's a good logic for that. What's the logic for that? If you start with the senior judge, what's going to happen? Like, if you're a junior judge, and you see your judge asking, in a certain way, you're like, I'm not against that. Not in a capital case. Not in a capital case. The stakes are too high. So the problem just is, you'll never end up getting the actual opinions of the junior judges. So instead, what we do is, by capital cases, we start and make our way to the senior judge. Says the Gemara. So where do we know this? Amar Rav Achabar. The pasuk says, "Lo sa'ane al riv, lo sa'ane al rav." What it means is like this. Lo sa'ane. Now, what does lo sa'ane al riv mean? So literally again, so the lashon of the pasuk is. Lashon of the pasuk is lo siach ra sa'ane al riv lintos. Literally again, not get involved in a fight. Lintos, to slanting. Now we'll see exactly what it means. Our purpose is over here. The Gemara is darshaning lo sa'ane al rav. Be careful in someone who is greater than you. Rashi says over here lo sa'ane al rav, because remember riv is written chasr without the yod. Ksiv below yod shma lo tachlo mufla shel beis din. In general, it may not be the best idea to get into an argument with the senior judge. Again, so therefore, don't put us in an uncomfortable position. Are arguing ultimately with the senior judge. Okay, so I'm terrible. But Yomer David said to his guys, his men, says literally again. I think it's useful in context, right? Children, gird yourselves. We're getting a car, right? Whatever you could. So again, gird yourselves with your sword. Now, again, on one side, with the Gemara Dashes over here, it sounds like for battle. In fact, the Gemara points out they're actually getting ready for judgment. So David is getting ready to adjudicate the case. So he says, go ahead and gird yourself with your swords. And then it says, Vayach David Games Charbo. David HaMelech also went ahead and girded himself with the sword. Meaning, what do you see from here? Girding yourself is a reference to judgment. David essentially says to the other guys, go ahead and judge first, and then I'll judge afterwards. Incredible. Okay, goes right there. Good. Amarav. Shona. This was that's the first halakha, right? So now we established we just made a biblical source for this concept that when it comes to capital cases, we go ahead and we start from the south, literally again from the side, but of course from the side from the junior judges. Amarav. Shona Adlon Tamida. It's done in the capital case. Now, what is this? If you look at Rashi, Shona Adon Tamid, those 3 lines after before it gets wide. Umarlo Panam the Swiss of the Sochadim, Bitin Imo, the Nimna Mo, all the Zechus Olokova, Umatin Hadin Abiyat Hamid Kacham and Adas. Listen to this. So it says, let's say you have a base dinner. On the base is a Rabbi and his Talmud. The Rabbi can help the Talmud understand certain concepts, but yet the Talmud then is empowered to go ahead and put forward an opinion, and his opinion is counted. What's the novelty here? I would have thought that if the Talmud are on the base, it's fine by itself. If the Rebbe is like educating the Talmud in the course of this process, doesn't that sound like the Rebbe is potentially slanting the opinion of the Talmud, right? Because obviously the Rebbe is saying, "Oh, I'm going to tell you, I really is really chayiv." Again, it's fantastic. But I don't know that teaching the Talmud that should take place in the context of it. Yeah, because it's okay. Even if Rav is teaching his Talmud how to go ahead and adjudicate this particular case, the Talmud's opinion is still counted. So when it's the paskening on Taros and Tameos. So a father and a son or Rebbe and his Talmud are counted like two opinions. They both say, now the truth is, that's not a novelty. Remember again, what do you need to paskin on Taros and Tameos? What do you need? You don't need a base. You just need a Rav or a Talmud Chacham. You just need someone who knows what they're talking about. So the Gemara says, okay, so of course, a father and a son in a Talmud can pass on Tuman Tara, because it doesn't need a base thing. Tuman Tara can be passed by one. On the other hand, Dine Mamanis, Dine Nefasha, Dine Makas, but again, monetary law, capital law, Malchus, any cases involving lashes, either shareholder sanctification of the new month, the Ibershana intercalation of the year, right? Leap year. Albino, Harabitamido, in Monin Lahed Ella Echad. In those cases, if a father and son are together, or Rebbe and the Talmud are together, their opinion is only counted as one. Right? They are counted as one. They cannot count as two distinct opinions. This contradicts what Rav just said before, right? Rav said that if you have a Rebbe and a Talmud together on a Beis Din, even if the Rebbe is managed teaching the Talmud as they're going through the Din Torah, their opinions is two opinions. It basically indicates to us that if a Rebbe and a Talmud are sitting on a Beis Din, whether it's monetary law or capital law, they're one. So what's going on here? I'm going to say, Ki Kamarav, when Rav said that a Rebbe and the Talmud, their opinions are counted as two, Ki Kamarav, Ki Gon Rav Kahana, Rav Asi, the Ligmerate Rav Habutzrihi, will separate Rav Lo Habutzrihi. So ultimately, again, so the Gemara says, you're right. What are we talking about? What was Rav talking about? It's kind of Rav Asi. That's kind of Rav Asi, they needed a Rebbe. Now, why did they need their Rebbe? Because he gave them information. But they didn't need their Rebbe for a ness. So in this kind of where the Rebbe provides information, but not analysis, right? Analysis is not necessary. Then ultimately, again, that's where halacha l'maisa, the Rebbe and the Talmud can count as two, right? It makes sense because here, all is giving information, but the processing, the analyzing of that information is not coming from the Rebbe. That's coming from the Talmud. That's where the Rebbe and Talmud can count as two distinct opinions. When the Rebbe is providing information and analysis, that's halacha l'maisa where the Rebbe and Talmud count as one of them. Fascinating. So the Gemara says again, the Ligmari Drav Habutzrihi, they needed the information from the Rebbe, or the Sarvei Drav Habutzrihi, but they did not need analysis. Analysis came on their own. It goes like this. Yesh bein pashas. Remember again, Rabbi also like this. Based on Mishnah, we saw the Mishnah really espouse 10 distinctions, differences between dinim and dinim nefashis, right? 10 different monetary law and law. The Gemara says, "Kulon ein magim b'shar niskal." Let's make as mishlosha. But we will say none of these distinctions do not apply to a shar niskal. Again, what's a shar niskal? Shar niskal is a shar that killed someone, and therefore itself is going to be executed. So again, halacha seem to fit into a nefashis category, but all of the distinctions between dinim and dinim nefashis don't apply to shar niskal, except to essential, except for the fact that a shar niskal is also adjudicated by a basin of authority. That's the halacha about 3. So the Gemara says, From where do we know this? Look at Rashi, by the way. Rashi says over within Sharnis. Galios Shavla Dine Nefashis. Afapi Shamanu Parak Le'inyan Es Mushlo Kimisas Bailu Kakas Ashar. So we'll say here's what's interesting. We start pressing this back on base and Dalif. So again, back on base and Dalif, what did we see? What the nice Shar is treated like a capital case. In other words, we treat the Shar like we would treat it, like we would treat its owner. So just like if its owner was definitely tried by a basin of 23, so Niskal is judged by a basin of 20. But halacha l'maisa, that's kind of where the comparisons end. That's where the comparisons end. Where it says, it says, do not go ahead and literally alter land the judgment of the evidence. The average person, a revo, during Mishpat and Yon Chayatamata, so you can't go ahead and be mati, you can't go and slant the Mishpat of an Adon, about Atam Mishpat Shal Shurhan Niskal. Ultimately, again, but you can slant the judgment of a Shurhan Niskal. Now, what is that? Take a look at Rashi again. Rashi says, Lo Sata, the Ra'a Api Eidechad. So it says here again, what it means is Lo Sata means like this. We've seen this before. When adjudicating a capital case, remember again, capital cases cannot be decided based on a majority of one. You need a minimum majority of two in order to convict someone in a capital case. So that's the lashon of Sata. Do not slant judgment of the Evion Revo. In other words, you cannot convict one in a capital case on a majority of, but you can go ahead and do that for Shurhan Niskal. So in other words, but the most funny, I don't know, is that even though Shurhan Niskal, right, the ox that's going to be killed because he killed someone, is treated like a capital case in certain acts. Namely, that it's adjudicated by base 23. It's not a capital case in. So, for example, where you need a majority of two in order to go ahead and convict someone in a capital case, by Shurhan Niskal, you only need a majority of one. Okay. So Rashi finishes up over here. Rashi says, right, fine. So let's go back there. So 1 second. Asara, you just pointed out that there are 10 distinctions ultimately again between Dine Mamanis and Dine Nefashos. Is that so? Is that so that there are 10? So the Gemara says, Ha Teshavu. There are only 9. There are only 9 distinctions. To which the Gemara says, Ha Sarka. It's not the Mishnah, but no, it's not true. The Mishnah indicates 10. That's why it's saying 9. Because we're going to see the notion that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, right? And which, by the way, we're going to see really excludes a mamzer, right? That a mamzer is not fit to go ahead and adjudicate a capital case. And the obligation to have a basin of 23 are really learned out from the same source. So because those two are learned out from the same source, on one hand, they're reckoned as 2, right? But they're really also looked at as 1 because they derive from the same source. How did he? So the Gemara says as follows. If you take a look, good, fine. So, good. And go to Rashi. Hatishava, Simon says, "Hadar Parkinan as a keeping Bahai Yutina, no affliction. But Amra, I did Kashilan Taz, Hamishon, the Ina called Sharon, that's a Mishlosh. The nighttime of Mamzer possibly in the Pashas. So what's that? So when we say that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, who are we referring to? We're saying a Mamzer. Why is it not fit to adjudicate a capital case? Mishum Ba'ina Chaf Gimel, the Sanhedrin. Because Sanhedrin said, Binasu. So we're going to see, because again, on cases you need 23. 23 is called the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin must be made up of who are genealogically fit. We'll see this part. We see that we saw this already. We'll do this again. So therefore, I'm going to say it's the same plus that teaches me that I need 23 for a capital. It's also the same plus that I need someone who's genealogical, therefore it's a master. So because you have 2 out of the 10 that are effectively learned out from the same source, it's tempting to say that the 2 are really 1. That's why some will say the 10 distinctions, others say that the Mishnah lists 9 distinctions. Okay. So the Gemara says, see, for a second, there is a right. The other situation is that another person, another distinction between the and the right? The Mishnah said that there are 10 distinctions between law and capital law. The Gemara wants to select it. What's the 11th? Another person, another group who are fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Who are those individuals? The Gemara says, Sanya, here we go. This is fascinating. Ain Roshivin the Sanhedrin. The following people cannot serve on a Sanhedrin. Which means when we say can't serve on a Sanhedrin, what does that mean? Can't adjudicate capital cases. That's what we need a Sanhedrin for. In a sense for other things. Following people can't serve on a Sanhedrin. Who? Zakein, someone who's old. Swiss, right? Someone who's sterile. Mishum no banim, someone who doesn't have children. So we'll say, so what's the pshat over here? What's wrong with these individuals? So take a look at Rashi. This is incredible. Rashi says, Sad sheshachat kivar sar kibu Rachmanim, Ve'eno Rachmanim. So let's say someone who's old has forgotten what it's like to have young children. Now, let's say, what is the key quality one must possess when they have young children? Key quality, right? Sleep that right. You don't live with that stuff. You know, say so. No, the key quality is forgiveness. It's forgiveness, because children do stuff all of the time. A parent has to learn to be forgiving. It's not patience; it wasn't yet that all of the time. Person has to like to say patience is virtue. Patience is not a virtue. Patience is a necessity. Forgiveness is the dominant one, because kids are doing stuff, breaking stuff. And look at Sadais, again, watch so beautiful. See this little kid coming into the Shloki social hall with a plate pile. It must have been like 6 inches high. And he's so happy, so good. And I'm watching it. And it was like, you know, one of those like slow motion moments. But first, the piece of chicken falls on the carpet, right? One of those ones also, like, you know, like slow motion, like things like bounce up, down, and up, down. And then the first item falls off. And it's like the leaning tower of like the shop. Then the next thing, and this, and that, and the kid's like, oh, yeah, like, he's like, oh, you know, and literally, I'm ready to run over. Where are these kids' parents? So this, you know, it's me, a kid had the time. It's the Ribbon Shalom's child, and the Ribbon Shalom do only without 3 minutes before, right? And again, you know what? So with little children, the most important one is forgiveness. If a judge doesn't possess the ability, that is need of forgiveness still within him, then again, really forgiveness. Maybe it's even the wrong word, forgive. Really understanding. If you don't have that need of, you can't be. Right? In other words, so what's the after right, something a person doesn't have that need of understanding, everything has to go. Right? Everything has to go their way. I need it the way I want it. I need it the way it gets like this. So if you have that need of understanding, if you're rigid and everything just has to be the way they want, don't be judged. Really, but don't be anything. Right? By the Mesa, level of rigidity, it's not good. We can't have that. We need people who can be understanding. We need people to be forgiving. We need people a little bit malleable and understand different circumstances in different ways. So therefore, again, the Zakeh, you haven't had kids in your house for a long time, don't be a judge, because you're probably going to be too set in your way. Probably not a good idea to have you on the base. Stress about it. Maybe you the most thing that also adds in over here, someone who's cruel, right? Or just cruel is even a strong word. Just like a very and indifferent. Yeah, right. So someone again who just is very very bliss. Again, I'll say it's an incredible thing. On one hand, you know, judgment needs to be dispassionate. This is very important. Judgment needs to be dispassionate. But at the end of the day, a yid can never be dispassionate. Right? I have to have the ability to look at things in an analytical. I have to look at facts. But facts divorced from emotion, that's not the way of the Jew. Nothing is divorced from emotion. Emotion, everything. So judge is a shtickler. Sorry, right? He's a little bit indifferent, a little bit passionless, emotionless. So don't be a judge. There are other places for you, but don't be a judge. But interestingly enough, the Lutherans the basis. Those opposite is true when it comes to Macy's. America, we see this, right? What's a Macy's? Macy's is the guy who tries to get other people to be open level of the Zara. So that person throws the book at him. So for him, we had the most different judge. Or not literally, but you understand. From him, you don't need the understanding of the judges because and the whole system is the system is rigged, not rigged, but the system is positioned to exonerate the defendant. That's our goal. If we can get them off, that's our goal. When it comes to this, right? When it comes to someone It's just the opposite. It's there in order to indict him. Okay, incredible. We'll say. Okay, everyone is fit to adjudicate cases. We'll say, what do I call? What do I mean everyone? Who is that coming to include? To include a mamzer, we'll say this is scripted mamzer, this is a genealogy. So the idea over here is somebody who's a genealogy, so even he's not fit for a capital case, right? Because remember again, capital requires Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires genealogically fit people, but in cases he's absolutely fit. So we're saying, okay, we learned this already. How doesn't know? Anyone who is fit for capital cases is fit for monetary cases. But there are some people who are fit for monetary cases. But they're not fit to adjudicate capital cases. We said, who is that? Who is the person who is fit for a monetary case but not fit for a capital case? Ultimately, again, to add and include answer. So the Gemara says, you're right. In reality, one teaching was to include a ger, the other was to include a mamzer. Both. I'll tell you what. So this is to say both the ger and the mamzer are both fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Now what? Yes, we know a ger. If we know a ger ultimately is fit for monetary cases, the right level of the cow, because a ger has restrictions. He's a full-fledged Jew in terms of his marriage abilities. About mamzer, imolog to the General Assembly. So maybe a mamzer for monetary cases. And a mamzer, who just said mamzer, the bamitiba kshira. That's what say. Mamzer comes from an illicit relationship. But as much as an illicit relationship, who are his parents? Two Jews. Right? So it's Yiddish blood. It's incredible. It's an illicit relationship, but his parents are Jewish. She comes really from a low bamitiba kshira, but a ger who doesn't. Right? Comes from a non-Jew. I thought that perhaps he's not even fit for monetary law. Therefore, again, so Rabbi said, one comes to teach me that Allah, the other part comes to Allah doing teaching that. The mamzer, both are fit for monetary law, are fit for capital cases. So Rabbi said, stop with me, just the logistical answer. At the end of davening, we just ask if you can take your chair and just put it, just whatever chair you're using, or even the one next to you, just put it against the wall. Because I'm coming to pick up the chairs. Rabbi said, so today is our last shir in this space like this. Hopefully, we will be in the new shul. Stay tuned. For that. So we'll say, just setting expectations. Changes always difficult, and especially again after you settle into a certain schedule, a certain atmosphere, a certain framework for a number of years. Even if it's a better change, always with some level of turbulence. I don't necessarily have the seat that I want. I don't necessarily have the step that I want. The perfect setup that I have for myself. The perfect setup that I have for myself is now no longer. And it's tempting sometimes when that happens to feel like the sky is falling. I want to say change always has, that's the way that it is. So you have a choice of life is don't change and just stay where you are, or embrace, lean into the change. Recognize that, it's a little bit rocky and maybe even a little bit uncomfortable, but it's going to open for incredibly beautiful, magnificent things. It's going to take everyone a little bit of time to find their makom, to find their place. And at first, you may not be happy with the makom that you get. And the good news is, just come over the next morning, right? And there's no set seats, so whoever call them zachabo. Whatever you get, it's yours. And it doesn't even if somebody else has their stuff on shelf there, you'll have to do it. It's open seating. It's like Southwest, right? It's, so you could, right? So again, and I will say again, I know, I mean, a lot of gender policy. I got it. I understand. People like it. People don't like it. I will say, we have such course ahead of us. That tonight, we're going to be having in a brand new base medrash. Beautiful. That is magnificent. That is incredible. And I will say, but again, let's just have your attention just for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I will say, it is so important for us to be able to take a step back and say, we literally have a mini mikdash waiting over there for us? Does it check every single box? Does it give every single person every single thing they need? And I know everyone's going to have comments and critiques and this and that, and it's all welcome. We're not going to wait to hear them here, Sasha. All welcome. So listen, sometimes what you just need to say is, Sachi, we've been Zoka to Baruch Hashem house in this mikdash ma'akiva for close to 7 years, and the walls and the roof and the units, everything up there are built. Sometimes I think that people complain when you complain that this is not working, he's not working, the air conditioner is not working. I feel like if the building had a voice, this mikdash had a voice, you know what she would say? She would say, I promise you, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. I'm giving you 150%. But 157-year-old girl is only going to get. She has given us her best decades. Now, Baruch Hashem, we're about to go to a new mother. We're about to go to a new mikdash. And let's treat her well. Let's love her. Let's embrace her. Let's enjoy our time with her. And even if again in the beginning, it's a little bit whatever. And maybe there's going to be a piece of me that says, oh, how they shouldn't look at I should just go back to what was this. Because there's only one direction for you, and that's forward. So something beautiful is waiting for us. Tonight. I apologize in advance for any of the inconveniences that may occur, but know that the inconveniences are only temporary, they're only episodic, they're short-lived, and they will pave the way for something incredibly great. It has been a source to be able to go through Shas two and a half times here in this space. 2.5 times. She's going to come tomorrow morning. We continue our daf journey. Next door, she's okay. Let me have to complete the cycle many times together. We'll say. All right, Jones, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sponsors. For touch 5785, it's in the spot for dedicated Rothschild. This year, as it was for Israel, our Talmud sponsors for the month of Days have all been over the company for dedicating all the Shirashos in memory of Amit, Rabbi Zifon Ibrahim, brother of Itan, who was killed and dies on the first day of God, that the Mishpah who provides our Shama and the Chama for this. We dedicate them. It is supposed to all of us to be the Mishpah from the Shalom and home, the Shalom and the Kama. May God allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole
season. There you go. Holiday season, everyone.
8:35 in the Amer session on Lamed Dalit on the
Climax
date 34B. We left off of William Montgomery 468.
Guys, make some noise for the Kill Tony, the great Tony Yayo, everybody. beginning of 2020, Sylvester Stallone, everyone. He's on KyleDunnigan.com. Thank you to Talks. Check out the SunsesterPeaks.com secret show. I am for the best damn band in all of the land. We'll see you. I mean, this should be, it should be basically the week of the New Year's Eve show. So we'll see you at the Moody Center this week for our biggest live show ever in Austin, Texas. Very, very exciting stuff. We love you. God bless this audience, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Because something that is so good, right? But all of a sudden, when the thing says, I'm not during the afternoon hour, and as a lunchtime hour, it's midday. Why do you think so? As a must-have. Because ultimately, you'll get something that is so appears right. I'm sorry, saying that it's right appears wrong. There's something interesting enough that I feel here it's fascinating. When it comes to Garden, you can only be able to see the Garden, look at the examining God at certain hours when the sun is just, but if the sun is not in its outlook, it could go ahead and really portray a mega in a different type of fashion. Without the marriage, this is just the point out of the year. Salah for the Mesa, that only applies to the gun. It doesn't apply to din. As much as there's juxtaposition between the gun and so whereas Sas, you only get during certain times of day, this concept does not apply by din. So you can go and adjudicate a case even on a very cloudy Rabbi Meir. How do you have a kilo as part of my office? What does Rabbi Meir do with that phrase? You don't have a kilo as part of my office. You know, it says, I'm going to go over to the Rabbi and Hamid Rabbi. I love you have a kilo as part. So when you use it, the Pasuk says, it will be on the day that he defeats to the sun. The Yom Atamah Yom during the day, you can go ahead and divide up inheritance portions. If you can't go ahead and divide up inheritance portions at night. So Nine Bishahid, the Mama Yalson, they don't know about the stuff that I know. If you die during the day, you die during this, your son inherits you. If you die at night, your son falls in there. That's what you're saying. You know, so no, you're not doing that. So you're not doing that type so that you have to be actual education of inheritance law. In other words, but I'm not saying that there is something died by will by night, the children inherit. But these will only include the afterwards the group of state during the day that will decide the house and then some mothership here. Also said, if you do so,
Episode is brought to you by Crispix. How about a hand for Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez? That's where you would clap. Yoling, John Nees, and this is the great Deep Madness on the bass guitar, everyone. What an episode we have for you this evening. This is indeed the #1 live podcast in the world, and so much in store for tonight. Very excited about it. And before we get started, here's a little more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. You guys ready? Every single week, I have some of the funniest comedians in the world on the show this week. absolutely different. I mean, wow, some time to introduce new people. That's when have a guy Tony Legend, and then for being one of the best panel, and then for being one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. Both of these men, well, one of them looks like an American, and the other one doesn't. The one that looks like an American is an American. And the one that doesn't look the one that looks like an American is actually from Estonia. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's guest, Ari Daddy and his son. Ari Matty, the Estonian assassin, and the brown bomber. How exciting is this, ladies and gentlemen? Ari, welcome back to the panel of the show.
Happy to be here. Not like we're planning the next 9/11.
This does look like a press conference for that. We almost nailed it all. They shut down United 93, took a loss there. We have to plow forward onto the next one. 9/11 press conference. You guys know how the show works. You both know it very, very well. A song with one of the best jokes of 2020. 5 famous Indian woman's vagina joke. He says, do you want to see what an Indian woman's vagina looks like? And then he goes like that. You guys get it? There's an audience here. It's got a hairy vagina, everybody. This crowd, I don't know about this crowd. Might be some locals trying to fuck it. Fucking Gucci, fucking Gucci. Earrings and gel. It do look like it's planned. It wasn't planned. So are those Rias really have that? What do you do for a living? Gucci, you don't work, you retire. What kind of company was it? So what? Software, what kind of software? It's complicated. You saw SAP, what's SAP? SAP, rich people group. Yeah, we know what we got the GPT. I got into EBTs. It's a TLA. Keep throwing the letters at it. You're coming across as a real FAG. Extremely what the company was. You're gonna wear a Gucci hoodie out at night. I mean, have some explaining to do, sir. Well, welcome to the show, everyone. You guys know how it works. Over 250 human beings signed up for tonight's show. Very exciting. If they get pulled out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. Some audience member did it better than the man doing it for 12 and a half years before he panics and just starts hitting random buttons for no reason. Anyway, to wrap it up that, girls, they bring out the Angry West Hollywood Fair. There it is, and that interrupts their set, and then I conduct an interview with them. They go being a lucky comedian to being interviewed on the biggest podcast in the world. They have no idea if they're going to get selected or not. They pull the name, we go wrangle them from the bar next door, and in the meanwhile, while that turns out that he or she indeed about to have the opportunity of a lifetime, I have a golden ticket winner that's going to show you supposedly how it's done with a brand new 60 seconds. You guys get it? Ladies and gentlemen, your tonight is the long awaited turn of golden ticket winner. This is Mason for everybody.
I was walking late at night. I saw these two walking down the street, and one of them looked at her friend and said, "Oh God, that guy is so creepy." But the other lady, the better friend said, it's not like he can catch us anyways. I turned her out. I fucking stopped. Bitch was right, I could catch her. She was so fucking fast. Uphill. Not a good bitch.
Why was there a need for
Women don't ask why. And she had a basic even trans women, they're real.
two capital cases in one day?
Trans women six,
We have a number of members of Club Israel who have worship of Israel.
You will find these praying.
It's a case that you can't have one court judging more than one capital case at a time. So when I said, don't make sure to set up more courts.
There you go. Anything else?
When you can't
Okay.
two capital cases.
The abortion should be legal.
All
Alright.
It's two different types of capital.
Every time you get one, you get teardrop. That shit on your face?
Something like that.
There you go. Minutes of the night. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me back. I got fired for Christmas. I was 28 days late. They called back. You know you're going to steal some time. How do you do that? Like 3 minutes late every day because I hated my boss. I was always in the back doing something that was supposed to be like eating cookies or something I mix pops together like a really good pasta.
Mix pops
If you do like Mountain Dew and like cherry, you make your own code red. It's just
cases. Why? Because
Jesus Christ, real chemistry set over here.
oh yeah.
It feels like cherry Mountain Dew is your blood type.
It's a Mountain Dew live wire actually.
Are there any more wild mixtures or food experiments that you're good at?
Food mixtures? Yeah, I love this. I call it doing chocolate at the house. We're like, let's make tacos, but with potatoes and apples and see what we can get. It's just like, I'm hungry, I have no food. I've been doing this new thing.